Chapter 1. Transmigration to Another World. It was an exceedingly ordinary deep night, devoid of clamor or disturbance, with only a serene ambience enveloping the entire room. Moonlight streamed through the partially open window, casting a silvery halo upon the wooden floor, as if draping the tranquil night in a shroud of mystery. The room was adorned with simplicity and warmed. The comfortable bed, a neat desk, and a soft chair constituted the entirety of this small haven. A warm desk lamp rested upon the table, emanating a gentle glow that illuminated the surroundings. The bookshelf stood orderly, filled with a myriad of books, among which the volume of Douluo stood out conspicuously, as though it were beckoning to reveal its unique allure. Lin Yu was immersed in the world of his beloved Douluo novel, unable to extricate himself. Seated at the desk, he held the book in his hands, his eyes fixated on the exquisite text, as if he had wholly merged into the fantastical and resplendent realm of Douluo. His face would occasionally reflect awe, and at other times, a look of rapture, completely absorbed in the unfolding narrative. As time passed, Lin Yu's emotions ebbed and flowed with the progression of the story. Witnessing the protagonist Tang San's tenacity in the face of formidable adversaries stirred his soul. Seeing Tang San and his comrades unite in battle ignited a fervor within him. Each page deepened his understanding of this marvelous world, allowing him to experience its joys, sorrows, and passions that in this quiet deep night. Lin Yu forgot all worries and pressures, leaving only his love and yearning for Douluo. He aspired to pursue his dreams with the same courage as Tang San, continually striving for growth and advancement. Unbeknownst to him, he had become profoundly enmeshed in this enchanting world, relishing the limitless pleasure that reading bestowed upon him. Suddenly, without warning, an intense wave of dizziness surged upon Lin Yu like a torrential tide. He felt his vision begin to warp and distort, the surroundings spiraling into a colossal vortex. His head grew unbearably heavy, as if burdened by an immense weight, rendering him nearly incapacitated. Lin Yu struggled to break free from this strange sensation, attempting to regain control of his body, but found his limbs ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him utterly immobile. His consciousness began to blur, the world before him dimming until he was engulfed in complete darkness. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, everything becoming indistinct, as if it had slipped into a state of chaos. Uncertain of how long it had been, when Lin Yu regained consciousness, he discovered himself in a warm yet unfamiliar place. The air around him was infused with a gentle essence that instilled a profound sense of comfort. He endeavored to open his eyes, only to find his vision exceedingly hazy, allowing him to discern only vague, shifting silhouettes. These figures appeared to be shrouded in a thin veil, obscuring their true forms. He attempted to move, but his body felt extraordinarily diminutive and fragile, as if he had transformed into an infant. This unfamiliar sensation filled his heart with astonishment and bewilderment. He could not comprehend what had transpired in this unfamiliar environment. Lin Yu endeavored to comprehend his circumstances. At that moment, a pair of distinguished individuals appeared before him. Their figures gradually came into focus. The man was tall and imposing, clad in a magnificent robe that accentuated his authority and nobility. His features were handsome and resolute, with arched brows and bright eyes that exuded calmness and confidence. The woman, gentle and beautiful, wore a flowing light blue gown, her long hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, her gaze imbued with warmth and affection. They looked upon the swaddled Lin Yu with expressions filled with surprise and tenderness. "My dear, look, our child has finally awakened," the woman softly spoke, her voice ringing clear and melodious like a silver bell. She approached, extending her delicate fingers to gently caress Lin Yu's cheek, her eyes sparkling with maternal love. The man stepped closer as well, his gaze fixed upon Lin Yu, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. "Indeed, he seems quite healthy," the man remarked, his voice deep and resonant. He gently lifted Lin Yu into his arms, his movements tender as if fearing to cause him any discomfort. "What a precious gift bestowed upon us by the heavens." The woman smiled, her eyes glimmering with joy. The couple stood in a spacious and brightly lit room, adorned with opulent and elegant decor. Exquisite paintings adorned the walls, while a soft carpet covered the floor. In one corner rested a beautifully crafted crib, accompanied by various infant necessities. The window stood open, allowing a gentle breeze to waft in, carrying with it the refreshing scent of flowers. Lin Yu felt somewhat disoriented, yet from their words and expressions, he gradually began to grasp his identity. He had indeed traversed realms, becoming the child of high-ranking officials from the spirit hall. A torrent of complex emotions surged within him: astonishment, confusion, but predominantly in anticipation and curiosity about the future. In the days that followed, Lin Yu, as an infant, sought to adapt to this new world. He spent most of his time asleep, as if attempting to recuperate the lost slumber of his past life. Yet, during his occasional awakenings, he curiously observed everything around him. He discovered that this world was filled with wondrous phenomena, starkly contrasting his previous existence. The architectural styles were unique and imbued with fantastical hues. The streets bustled with passers-by, each adorned in diverse attire. Some emanated a powerful aura, as if possessing extraordinary abilities. As Lin Yu gradually matured, he began to utter his first words and take his initial steps. He exhibited an intellect far surpassing that of his peers, quickly learning to speak and walk, that he started to unravel the mysteries of martial souls and gradually embraced his new identity. He understood that in this enchanting realm of Douluo Continent, countless unknown challenges and opportunities awaited him, and he silently vowed to carve out a space for himself. In this world, embarking on a legendary journey. One day, Lin Yu sat in his crib, wiggling his tiny hands and feet, eager to explore this novel world. His parents sat beside the bed, smiling fondly as they watched him. "Dear, what kind of person do you think our child will become in the future?" the woman asked softly. "I have every confidence he will be an extraordinary individual. After all, he is our child," the man replied with conviction. "Haha, indeed. However, we must also nurture him well, instilling in him a sense of responsibility and accountability," the woman said with a smile. "Yes, we certainly will," the man nodded in agreement. Listening to his parents' conversation, Lin Yu was filled with warmth and emotion, that he understood that he was not alone in this world. With the love and care of his parents, he would undoubtedly thrive. As time progressed, Lin Yu's understanding of the world deepened. He learned about the diverse categories of martial souls, including those focused on offense, agility, and support. He became aware of the many formidable soul masters who wielded the powers of their martial souls, displaying astonishing strength. Lin Yu was filled with yearning and aspiration, desiring to become a powerful soul master himself, exploring this wondrous world. Every night, Lin Yu lay in bed, contemplating ways to enhance his abilities. He began to meditate for an hour each day. Although his progress was gradual, he remained undeterred. Simultaneously, he engaged in physical training to strengthen his body. After a period of diligent effort, Lin Yu sensed that his physique had become more robust, and his meditation had yielded some improvement. Chapter 2. The Awakening of the Martial Soul. Time flew by, and before long, 6 years had passed since Lin Yu arrived in the Douluo Continent. During these years, he gradually adapted to and integrated into this fantastical world. Now, at the pivotal age of 6, he was on the brink of the moment that would determine the course of his life. The awakening of his martial soul. On this day, the atmosphere within the Martial Soul Hall was particularly grave and solemn, as if foreshadowing the extraordinary events about to unfold. The hall was lavishly adorned, with walls embedded with precious gems and metals, and the floor covered with soft carpets, evoking a sense of sanctity and grandeur. At the center stood a monumental circular platform, intricately engraved with complex runes and designs of martial soul awakening platform. Surrounding it were 12 golden statues, each representing the guardian beasts of the 12 zodiac signs. These statues were vividly lifelike, emanating a powerful aura that conveyed the mystique and majesty of martial souls. Lin Yu entered the Martial Soul Hall alongside other children of his age. They were all from the orphanage established by the hall, and today marked their inaugural participation in the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony. Dressed in neat attire, their faces radiated excitement and anticipation. Bringing up the rear, Lin Yu displayed a hint of curiosity and trepidation in his eyes. After all, his knowledge of martial souls was limited, yet he understood that the quality of one's martial soul would significantly influence their cultivation speed and strength. He hoped to awaken an exceptional martial soul, thereby accelerating his growth and fulfilling his aspirations. They entered the spirit hall. A middle-aged man clad in a flowing white robe emerged from within. He appeared to be in his 40s, possessing an attractive visage and an air of refined elegance. A formidable aura emanated from him, instilling a sense of reverence that deterred any casual approach. This individual was Lin Yi, the mentor overseeing the spirit awakening ceremony, and a close friend of Lin Yi's father. He commenced by imparting fundamental knowledge about spirits to the children, elucidating the procedures and considerations pertinent to the awakening process. Subsequently, he guided them to ascend the spirit awakening platform, where preparations for the ceremony began in earnest. The runes and patterns adorning the platform shimmered with an otherworldly radiance, coalescing into a resplendent beam of light that soared toward the heavens. Standing before the platform, Lin Yi formed intricate hand seals and intoned incantations. As his spell reached its culmination, the runes and patterns intensified in brilliance, unleashing a potent surge of energy. Lin Yi proclaimed with a voice that resonated like thunder throughout the spirit hall, "Spirit awakening." His voice reverberated, and the runes and patterns on the platform began to whirl, forming enigmatic symbols. Demonstrating remarkable proficiency, Lin Yi channeled the soul power essential for the awakening ritual, an overwhelming force that surged like a tidal wave, infusing the ceremony. With immense vitality, the child timidly stepped forward, his eyes brimming with anxiety and trepidation, fixated intently on Lin. Noticing the child's distress, Lin Yi offered a gentle smile and reassured him, "Do not be anxious, relax." Upon hearing these words, the child inhaled deeply, striving to calm himself. He then slowly closed his eyes, preparing to embrace the awakening. With a flash of light, a hoe materialized in the child's hands. Lin Yi nodded slightly and addressed the boy, "A farming spirit, the hoe. While it may not be particularly formidable, it symbolizes a form of strength. Your potential is commendable. With diligence and practice, you may achieve remarkable feats in the future." Although a flicker of disappointment crossed the child's face upon hearing Lin Yi's words, he resolutely nodded in acceptance of this reality. Soon after, another child bravely approached, prompting Lin Yi to initiate the awakening ceremony once more. Before long, a spectral wolf appeared behind the child. A glimmer of surprise sparkled in Lin Yi's eyes as he exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Wonderful! This is a beast spirit, the wolf spirit, with an innate soul power of level 7. Your talent is exceptional, and this spirit possesses a degree of offensive capability that if you dedicate yourself to study and training, you are destined to achieve greatness in the future." The child's face lit up with uncontainable joy upon hearing Lin Yi's affirmation. Thus, one after another, the children stepped forward to undergo their awakenings. Some manifested ordinary farming spirits, such as sickles, to which Lin Yi provided objective evaluations and encouragement. Others were more fortunate, awakening superior spirits, like leopards, and Lin Yi duly acknowledged their talent and potential. Next, Su Yao. Lin Yi's steady voice resonated. A little girl donned in a light blue dress gracefully stepped forward, resembling a fresh and exquisite flower, distinctly standing out amidst the crowd. Su Yao possessed long, lustrous black hair, cascading down her shoulders like a shimmering waterfall, with each strand seemingly radiating a soft glow. Her large, lively eyes sparkled like two brilliant gemstones, irresistibly drawing the gaze of onlookers. Su Yao obediently stood within the awakening array, and as the attendant infused her with soul power, a radiant light instantaneously enveloped her. The brilliance resembled an ethereal veil, gently wrapping her in its embrace. Gradually, a translucent magical staff materialized in her hands, its tip glowing with a soft, warm light akin to the brightest star in the night sky. An elemental spirit, the ice magic wand, with innate soul power reaching level 8. Her talent is remarkable. Lin Yi nodded slightly, a hint of admiration gracing his expression. As he spoke, a shy smile illuminated Su Yao's face, reminiscent of a flower blooming in spring, before she returned to her place in the line with a light-hearted skip. At last, it was Lin Yi's turn. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart, and steadily approached the awakening array. Lin Yi began to channel his soul power, which surged into Lin Yi's body like a mighty tide. In that moment, Lin Yi felt a peculiar force stirring within him, as though it possessed its own consciousness, weaving through his meridians. Soon, he sensed something striving to break free from his hands. The intensity of that force grew stronger, causing his palms to tremble slightly. Suddenly, a dazzling light shot upwards like a comet, so brilliant that it compelled all present to squint against its radiance. Within that brilliance, a long sword, exuding an aura of mystery, gradually manifested in Lin Yi's grasp. The sword was entirely crystalline, its blade appearing to swirl with stars, rendering it extraordinarily dreamlike. The hilt was adorned with a resplendent gemstone that emanated an overwhelming energy, as if it harbored boundless power. The surrounding crowd was left in awe. They had never witnessed such a unique and potent spirit. Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with disbelief, his voice trembling with excitement. This is the Sword of Time and Space, an exceedingly rare and powerful artifact. Lin Yu, quickly check your innate soul power, Lin Yi urged, hastily presenting a crystal ball for testing. Lin Yu gently touched the orb, and it erupted with a blinding light. Lin Yi exclaimed, "Innate full soul power. Wow. Lin Yu, your spirit is incredible, and your talent is so high." Su Yao could not help but marvel, her lively eyes brimming with envy and admiration. Lin Yu smiled and nodded at her, responding, "Thank you, your spirit is impressive as well. The ice magic wand is truly special." Su Yao cheerfully remarked, "Hee, your time-space sword must be extraordinarily powerful. You are bound to become incredibly formidable in the future." Lin Yu, scratching his head with a hint of bashfulness, replied, "Haha, I certainly hope so, but I will strive diligently in my cultivation." The news swiftly spread throughout the Spirit Hall, prompting the high-ranking officials to rush over for a closer look. Yes, they beheld the martial spirit in Lin Ye's hands. Their eyes sparkled with astonishment and admiration. Lin Ye's parents were overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy brimming in their eyes as they embraced each other tightly, bursting with pride for their child's exceptional martial spirit. From that moment onward, Lin Yu became the focal point of the Spirit Hall. Aware that he had embarked on a path unlike any other, he silently resolved to harness the power of his martial spirit to carve out his own illustrious legacy on the Douluo Continent. He began to train with greater fervor, continually delving into the mysteries of his martial spirit, eagerly anticipating the day he could transform the world through his own strength. The Spirit Hall, in turn, brimmed with renewed expectations and hopes for the future due to Lin Ye's emergence. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Su Yao forged a strong friendship, vowing to cultivate together and face the challenges ahead, determined to etch their own legendary tale on the Douluo Continent that in the days to come, they would join hands in pursuit of endless possibilities and glory. A traveler embarks on a journey through the Douluo Continent, where the mountains and rivers rise majestically. Shan Chuan, an ordinary modern individual, led a life of routine and predictability. However, an unexpected event dramatically altered the course of his destiny. One fateful night, as he made his way home, a peculiar beam of light suddenly streaked across the sky, and he lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm, surrounded by lush forests, with an air thick with mystery. Bewildered, Shan Chuan was at a loss as to where he had arrived. Just as he was grappling with confusion, a torrent of information flooded his mind, revealing that he had traversed into the world of Douluo Continent. Douluo Continent? Wasn't that the setting of a novel I had read? I have truly crossed over. Excitement and trepidation coursed through him. Determined to navigate this new world, he resolved that to thrive here, he must cultivate formidable strength. Thus, Shan Chuan embarked on a journey to become a powerful being. Along the way, he encountered a girl named Ling Er. Vivacious and kind-hearted, she, like Shan Chuan, harbored dreams of her own. "Brother Shan Chuan," she inquired with wide, sparkling eyes, "do you think we can become formidable soul masters?" The mountains and rivers gazed steadfastly at her, uttering words of encouragement. "We shall surely prevail, as long as we exert ourselves." Together, they set forth, supporting one another. Before long, they arrived at a place called Nodding City. Here, Shan Chuan and Ling Er learned of Nodding Academy, an institution dedicated to the cultivation of soul masters. "Ling Er, let us try our luck at Nodding Academy. We may acquire formidable skills there," proposed Shan Chuan. Ling Er readily agreed, and the two made their way toward the academy. During the enrollment assessment at the academy, Shan Chuan exhibited exceptional tenacity and courage, successfully passing the examination and becoming a student of Nodding Academy. Ling Er, too, gained admission thanks to her innate talent. Within the academy, Shan Chuan devoted himself to rigorous training, continually enhancing his abilities. His diligence caught the attention of the faculty, and a teacher named Qin Ming took the initiative to offer his guidance. "Shan Chuan, your talent is commendable, but to become a true powerhouse, you must exert even greater effort," Qin Ming stated with earnestness. Mountains and rivers expressed their gratitude, saying, "Teacher Qin, I shall strive with all my might." Under the guidance of Qin Ming, mountains and rivers experienced a remarkable surge in strength. Yet, he remained humble and dedicated, further intensifying his training. As time elapsed, both mountains and rivers and Ling Er gradually matured. During a trial organized by the academy, they encountered a formidable soul beast. "Everyone, be cautious. This soul beast is not to be underestimated," mountains and rivers exclaimed loudly. The group promptly readied themselves, engaging in a fierce battle with the soul beast. Throughout the conflict, mountains and rivers showcased his prowess, skillfully maneuvering around the creature. Ultimately, through their collective efforts, they triumphed over the soul beast. This trial not only strengthened their bond, but also deepened the affection between mountains and rivers and Ling Er. They made a pact to forge their own brilliance on the Douluo Continent together. However, the path ahead was fraught with challenges. During an outing for training, Mountains and Rivers and Ling Air were ambushed by a band of nefarious forces. Humph! Hand over your treasures, or you shall not leave here alive. The leader of the villains snarled menacingly. Mountains and Rivers stood resolutely, guarding Linger before him, declaring, "Not on my watch. As long as I am here, you shall not harm Linger." A fierce battle erupted once more, as Mountains and Rivers fought valiantly against overwhelming odds, gradually finding themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. At the critical moment, a mysterious, formidable figure emerged, aiding them in repelling the malevolent assailants. "Thank you for your assistance, esteemed elder," expressed Mountains and Rivers gratefully. The enigmatic warrior cast a glance at him and remarked, "Young man, courage is commendable, but true strength is paramount. Strive diligently." With that, he vanished without a trace. This incident profoundly impressed upon Mountains and Rivers the significance of strength. Upon returning to the academy, he dedicated himself to rigorous training, relentlessly pushing the boundaries of his capabilities. Ultimately, during a grand continental soul master competition, Mountains and Rivers, bolstered by his formidable prowess and indomitable spirit, led his teammates through numerous challenges, ultimately claiming the championship. At this juncture, Mountains and Rivers had emerged as a celebrated powerhouse across the Douluo Continent. Moreover, the bond between him and Linger, having weathered countless trials, grew ever more resolute. Together, they forged ahead, inscribing their own legendary tale upon the annals of the Douluo Continent. After their victory in the Continental Soul Master Tournament, the renown of Mountains and Rivers and Linger spread throughout the entirety of Douluo Continent. Yet, rather than succumbing to complacency, they chose to advance further, aspiring to reach greater heights. One day, while meandering through an ancient town, Mountains and Rivers and Linger chanced upon a captivating legend. It was said that in the distant, far northern lands lay a hidden relic, harboring unparalleled treasures capable of significantly enhancing one's strength. A glimmer of determination flashed in the eyes of Shan Chuan. "Lingo, I yearn to explore that ancient ruin. It may grant us greater strength." Linger nodded gently. "Brother Shan Chuan, I shall accompany you." Together, they embarked on a treacherous journey toward the far north. Along the way, they encountered inclement weather and formidable spirit beasts. Yet the companionship and encouragement they offered each other kept despair at bay. At last, they arrived at the fabled entrance of the ruins. "Be cautious, Linger," Shan Chuan urged, gripping her hand tightly. As they stepped into the ruins, an overwhelming pressure enveloped them. The walls around them shimmered with an eerie luminescence, as if whispering ancient secrets. "This place feels strange," Linger remarked nervously. "Fear not, I am here," Shan Chuan reassured her. They ventured forth with utmost care, when suddenly, a trap was triggered, unleashing a barrage of deadly arrows towards them. Mountains and Rivers swiftly shielded Linger behind him, conjuring a formidable soul power barrier to deflect the lethal arrows. "Are you unharmed, Linger?" he inquired with deep concern. "I am fine, Brother Shan Chuan, but do take care," Linger replied, her heart still racing with trepidation. As they ventured deeper into the ruins, they encountered a perplexing riddle. "How shall we unravel this?" Linger furrowed her brow in contemplation. After a moment of contemplation, Shan Chuan, drawing upon his intellect and knowledge of the Douluo Continent, successfully unearthed the answer. Deep within the ruins, the extraordinary treasure, a soul orb radiating immense energy, finally revealed itself. Just as Shan Chuan prepared to reach for it, a mysterious figure emerged. "Humph, this treasure is not something you can easily take," the enigmatic individual declared coldly. "Mountains and Rivers show no fear. This treasure is destined for the worthy. We have endured countless hardships to arrive here and will not easily concede. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." In an instant, the mysterious figure launched an attack. A fierce battle erupted, with Shan Chuan and Ling Air coordinating closely, engaging the enigmatic adversary in a stalemate. "Ling Air, let us employ our combined technique," Shan Chuan called out. "All right," Ling Air responded. The duo unleashed a formidable synergy, ultimately vanquishing the mysterious figure. They successfully obtained the Soul Pearl. However, just as they prepared to exit the ruins, they discovered that the exit was sealed by an overwhelming force. "What shall we do, Brother Shan Chuan?" Ling Air inquired anxiously. The Mountains and Rivers contemplated with calmness. There must be a way to unravel this. After considerable effort, they discovered the flaw in the seal and successfully opened the exit. Upon returning to the Douluo Continent, with the aid of the Soul Orb's power, their strength experienced a remarkable enhancement. Their names became legends whispered among the people. However, a new crisis loomed on the horizon. A nefarious organization had set its sights on them, seeking to usurp their power. Mountains and rivers, should you choose to join us, you shall share in the wealth and glory, proclaimed the leader of the malevolent organization. Mountains and rivers thundered, never. We shall not conspire with you. Thus commenced a life and death struggle, with mountains and Lingo fighting side by side, their bond growing ever stronger amidst the chaos of battle. Lingo, I will not allow anyone to harm you, declared Mountains with fervor. Brother Mountains, I have faith in you, replied Linger. After a breathtaking confrontation, they ultimately triumphed over the nefarious organization, safeguarding the peace of the Douluo Continent. Their tale transformed into an everlasting legend, inspiring generations of soul masters to courageously pursue justice and strength. In the wake of their victory, Mountains and Linger relished a rare moment of tranquility. However, the ever-shifting tides of the Douluo Continent never ceased, and new challenges quietly approached. One day, as they strolled through the streets, they were met with shocking news. It was said that a mysterious island had emerged in the distant depths of the sea, imbued with enigmatic powers, drawing powerful beings from all corners to seek its secrets. Linger turned to Mountains, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Brother Mountains, let us venture there as well. Perhaps new opportunities await us. The mountains and rivers nodded with a smile. Very well, let us embark on an adventure to this mysterious island. The two set forth on their journey into the deep sea. Along the way, they encountered fierce winds and towering waves, yet with unwavering determination and remarkable spiritual strength. They ultimately reached the enigmatic isle. Upon stepping onto the land, they were immediately enveloped by a formidable pressure. The surrounding environment was rife with uncertainty and peril. Linger, exercise caution, Shan Chuan advised. Indeed, Brother Shan Chuan, you must also be careful, Linger replied. They cautiously navigated the island, when suddenly, a deep and thunderous roar echoed through the air. A colossal soul beast leaped from the forest, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged towards them. Shan Chuan swiftly entered a state of combat, exclaiming, Linger, step back. Linger, filled with concern, replied, Brother Shan Chuan, please be cautious. Mountains and rivers unleashed formidable soul techniques, engaging in a fierce struggle with the soul beasts. After a protracted battle, they finally managed to repel the soul beasts. Linger, it is all right now, Shan Chuan said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The two continued their journey, and deep within the island, they stumbled upon an ancient palace. The grand entrance stood tightly shut, yet it emanated a mysterious glow from within. This must be the secret of the island, Shan Chuan remarked. They attempted to push open the door, only to discover intricate seals adorning it. Linger furrowed her brow. What shall we do now? After a moment of contemplation, Shan Chuan declared, allow me to attempt to unravel this seal. With considerable effort, he adeptly employed his intellect and precise control over spiritual energy, ultimately succeeding in breaking the seal. The great doors creaked open, revealing a sight that left them utterly astonished. A myriad of precious treasures and formidable soul technique tomes were displayed within. This is truly astounding, Linger exclaimed in awe. Just as they were about to select their coveted items, a mysterious voice echoed, to obtain these treasures, you must first pass my trial. Mountains and rivers stand resolute. Come forth, we fear not. The trial commences, presenting them with an array of arduous challenges, formidable illusions, and intricate enigmas. Brother Shan Chuan, I find myself somewhat bewildered, Linger expressed with a hint of anxiety. Mountains and rivers clasped her hand, encouragingly stating, Linger, have faith that we shall surely overcome this adversity. Bolstered by this encouragement, Linger regained her composure. Ultimately, they triumphed over the trial. Just as they prepared to depart from the palace, they discovered that the power within the island had begun to spiral out of control, triggering violent tremors and a tsunami. This is dire. We must devise a means to halt this catastrophe, Mountains exclaimed. They scoured their surroundings for a solution, uncovering that only by resealing the enigmatic core within the palace could they quell this disaster. Linger, I shall seal the core. You must find a safe place to hide, Mountains declared resolutely. Linger shook her head with determination, stating, No, Brother Mountains, I shall stand by your side. Together, they joined forces and diligently worked to seal the core, thereby saving the island and its neighboring regions. Through this adventure, the bond between Mountains and Linger deepened, and their renown grew ever more illustrious across the Douluo Continent. Upon returning to the continent, they resolved to wield their strength to protect this land filled with wonders and challenges, continuing to inscribe their legendary tale. The peaks of Douluo, the path of mountains and rivers. Upon their return from the enigmatic island, Shan Chuan and Linger became celebrated heroes throughout the Douluo Continent, their valiant exploits echoing in the hearts of the people. However, the glory they garnered belied the myriad challenges and perils that lay ahead. One day, Shan Chuan received a mysterious invitation, beckoning him to visit the most clandestine organization on the Douluo Continent, known as the Shadow Pavilion. It is said that this organization holds the most profound secrets and the most formidable powers of the realm. With a hint of concern in her eyes, Lingo gazed at Shan Chuan and asked, "Brother Shan Chuan, could this possibly be a trap?" The mountains and rivers gaze steadfastly, regardless of whether it is a trap. I yearn to explore it. Perhaps there, we may uncover methods to enhance our strength and better protect this land. Linger firmly clasped Shan Chuan's hand. "Then I shall accompany you on this journey." The mountains and rivers smiled gently, nodding in agreement as the two embarked on their journey to the Shadow Pavilion. Upon their arrival at the site of the Shadow Pavilion, they were taken aback by the sight before them. A towering black castle loomed in the clouds, enveloped in an aura of mysterious mist. At the entrance of the castle, a dark figure emerged slowly. "Welcome, Shan Chuan and Linger." The mountains and rivers inquired with vigilance. "Who are you? Why have you summoned us here?" The shadow smiled enigmatically. "I am the master of the Shadow Pavilion. I have invited you here because of your potential and courage. However, to gain entry into the Shadow Pavilion, you must first endure our trials." Linger furrowed her brow. "What trials?" The master waved his hand, and the surrounding scenery transformed instantaneously, revealing a realm steeped in illusions. "In this realm of phantoms, you shall confront the deepest fears and desires of your hearts. Only by conquering them can you pass the trials," echoed the master's voice throughout the space. Mountains and rivers inhaled deeply. "Linger, do not fear. We shall surely prevail." Linger nodded, and hand in hand, they ventured into the illusion. Within the mirage, mountains and rivers beheld the simplicity of his former existence, witnessing the torment endured due to his frailty. "This is my past, yet I shall not allow such a fate to befall me again," he thundered, shattering the illusion. Linger, grappling with the dread of losing mountains and rivers, felt tears welling in her eyes. "My brother will not abandon me. I must be resolute." Linger gritted her teeth, overcoming her trepidation. Upon their successful emergence from the illusion, the pavilion master appeared before them. "Congratulations, you have passed the trial." Upon entering the Shadow Pavilion, mountains and rivers and Lingo discovered a plethora of precious cultivation resources and profound scriptures. However, they also encountered stringent regulations and fierce competition. "From this day forth, you shall strive to grow here and serve the Shadow Pavilion," declared the pavilion master. The mountains and rivers responded, "As long as it is for the sake of justice, we are willing." During their time in the Shadow Pavilion, Shan Chuan and Linger diligently practiced, rapidly enhancing their abilities. However, they gradually uncovered some of the dark secrets concealed within the Shadow Pavilion. "Brother Shan Chuan, I sense something amiss with the Shadow Pavilion. It seems they are orchestrating something dreadful," Linga said, her voice filled with concern. Mountains and rivers furrowed their brows. "I share your sentiments. We must tread carefully in our investigations." By a stroke of fate, they uncovered that the master of the Shadow Pavilion was scheming to harness a forbidden power to dominate the Douluo Continent. "We cannot allow him to succeed," mountains and rivers exclaimed in fury. Linger nodded in agreement. "But what course of action should we take?" The mountains and rivers pondered for a moment. "We must unite with other righteous souls to thwart him." Thus, the mountains and rivers, along with Linger, stealthily departed from the Shadow Pavilion, embarking on a quest for allies. Their actions aroused the relentless pursuit of the Shadow Pavilion. "Mountains and rivers, you cannot escape." The assassins of the Shadow Pavilion relentlessly pursued them from behind. Mountains and rivers grasped Lingo's hand, assuring her, "Do not fear. I am here." During their flight, they encountered a band of like-minded companions, and together they resolved to thwart the nefarious schemes of the Shadow Pavilion. At last, the moment of reckoning arrived. Mountains and rivers led their allies into a breathtaking confrontation with the Shadow Pavilion. "Your scheme shall not prevail," mountains and rivers declared. The pavilion master sneered. "Is it merely you who stand against me?" The battle raged fiercely, with both sides suffering grievous losses. Yet, mountains and rivers and Lingo never wavered. Their unwavering faith and deep bond propelled them to fight until the very end. Ultimately, through the collective effort of all, they triumphed over the pavilion master, thwarting the Shadow Pavilion's malevolence. The Douluo Continent was once again restored to peace, and mountains and rivers emerged as eternal heroes in the hearts of the people. Together, they continued to safeguard this land, embarking on a journey toward an even more radiant future. After successfully thwarting the sinister plot of the Shadow Pavilion, Shan Chuan and Linger relished a period of tranquility in the Douluo Continent. However, the wheels of fate never ceased their relentless rotation, and a new mission was quietly approaching. One day, while strolling through the forest, Shan Chuan and Linger chanced upon a mysterious elder. The elder's gaze was profound, as if he could see through all existence. "Young ones, your mission is far from complete," the elder spoke slowly. The mountains and rivers inquired with a hint of perplexity. "Senior, what do you mean by your words?" The elder gently stroked his beard and replied, "Deep within the continent of Douluo, a dark force lies dormant, awakening as we speak. If we do not intervene, the entire continent shall succumb to unending calamity." Lingo, her anxiety palpable, grasped Shan Chuan's arm tightly and exclaimed, "Brother Shan Chuan, what shall we do?" The mountains and rivers exuded a resolute gaze. "In that case, we are duty-bound to act. Esteemed elder, we humbly request your guidance." The old man nodded slightly. In the far southern reaches of the continent lies an ancient relic, where one might uncover the key to combating the forces of darkness. However, the journey is fraught with peril. You must prepare yourselves accordingly. Shan Chuan and Linger exchanged a glance and spoke in unison, expressing their gratitude to the elder for his guidance, assuring him that they would exercise caution. After bidding farewell to the old man, they immediately embarked on their journey to the southernmost realm. Along the way, they encountered a plethora of harsh weather conditions and formidable soul beasts. "Linger, be cautious," Shan Chuan exclaimed, pulling her behind him just in time to evade the strike of a colossal venomous scorpion. Linger, still shaken, remarked, "Brother Shan Chuan, this journey has truly been fraught with challenges." The mountains and rivers consoled, saying, "Fear not, for as long as we are together, we shall undoubtedly overcome any adversity." After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the fabled ruins. The entrance to the ruins stood firmly shut, shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. Mountains and rivers inhaled deeply. "Linger, are you prepared?" Linger nodded. "Yes, let us proceed." As they stepped into the ruins, an eerie laughter echoed around them. "Ha ha! Yet another group of the fearless has come to greet us." The mountains and rivers resounded with a commanding voice. "Who goes there? Step forth." A shadow emerged slowly from the darkness. "To pass through here, you must first overcome me." With that, the shadow launched an assault. Mountain River and Ling Air swiftly responded, engaging in a fierce battle with the enigmatic figure. "Ling Air, let us employ our combined technique," Mountain River declared. "All right," Ling Air replied. Through their harmonious collaboration, they ultimately vanquished the shadow. They pressed deeper into the ruins, deciphering one mechanism and riddle after another. In the depths of the ruins, they uncovered an ancient scroll, inscribed with secrets of the dark forces and methods to counteract them. "So it is," Mountain River remarked, "if we can find 5 mysterious gemstones, we can seal away the dark power." Ling Air expressed her concern, "But these 5 gemstones are hidden in various perilous locations. What shall we do?" Mountains and rivers held Ling Air's hand, proclaiming, "No matter how arduous the journey, we must endeavor to try." Their first destination was the Valley of Flames. In pursuit of the first gem, the flame crystal, the valley was ablaze, radiating an unbearable heat. "Linger, be cautious not to get burned," Mountain River expressed with concern. Linger wiped the sweat from her brow, replying, "Brother Mountain River, you must be careful too." After a strenuous search, they finally discovered the flame crystal at the valley's depths. Without pause, they swiftly proceeded to the realm of ice and snow, seeking the second gem, the ice crystal. "It is so cold here, Brother Mountain River." Lingo could not help but shiver. The mountains and rivers embraced Lingo tenderly, whispering, "You shall find warmth in my embrace." After surmounting numerous challenges, they triumphed in acquiring the ice crystal. Subsequently, they endured great hardships to locate the remaining 3 gemstones. As they gathered all 5 jewels in preparation for their return, they were ambushed by a group of enigmatic figures. "Surrender the gemstones, and we shall spare your lives," the leader of the mysterious individuals commanded. Mountains and rivers glared defiantly. "Never. This is the hope for saving the continent, and we shall never surrender it to you." A fierce battle erupted once more, as the mountains and Linger exerted every ounce of their strength in a desperate struggle against the mysterious figure. Just as their stamina began to wane, the elderly man from before suddenly appeared, aiding them in repelling the enigmatic adversary. "Well done, young ones," the elder remarked. "Hurry back and seal away the dark forces." Shan Chuan and Linger were overwhelmed with gratitude as they returned to the Douluo Continent, bearing the precious gems. Following the instructions inscribed in the scrolls, they successfully sealed the dark forces, thereby rescuing the Douluo Continent. Henceforth, the names of Shan Chuan and Linger became eternal legends within the realm, and their love, having weathered numerous trials, grew ever more unbreakable. The sovereign of Douluo, Shan Chuan. After unifying the various powers of the Douluo Continent, Shan Chuan believed he could enjoy a period of tranquility. However, a new crisis lurked in the shadows. One day, while wandering through the mountains, Shan Chuan and Linger stumbled upon a mysterious cave. The cave emitted a peculiar glow, enticing them to venture inside to uncover its secrets. Linger, be cautious. This place exudes an air of strangeness, Shan Chuan advised, his tone laced with caution. Linger nodded in agreement, closely following Shan Chuan's lead. As they delved deeper into the cavern, they encountered a colossal, slumbering soul beast, resembling the legendary Devourer. The overwhelming aura radiating from the Devourer enveloped them, leaving Shan Chuan and Linger momentarily breathless. Could this truly be the Devourer? Linger exclaimed, her astonishment palpable. The mountains furrowed their brows, seemingly perplexed. Yet one could not fathom why they lay in slumber at this very spot. At that moment, the celestial Devourer abruptly opened its eyes, a fierce glint illuminating its gaze, and unleashed a thunderous roar directed at the mountains and Linger. "This is dire. We must flee," exclaimed the mountains, grasping Linger's hand as they turned to escape. However, the celestial Devourer moved with astonishing swiftness, swiftly obstructing their path. "Humans, intruding upon my domain, you shall not escape alive," it proclaimed with a voice that echoed the essence of humanity. Mountains and rivers stood resolute. "Sky Devourer, we mean no offense. We have merely stumbled upon this place by chance." The Sky Devourer scoffed disdainfully. "Humph, words are futile. Prepare to meet your demise." With that, the Sky Devourer launched its assault. Shan Chuan and Linger could only muster all their strength to resist. After a fierce battle, fatigue began to take its toll on them. "Brother Shan Chuan, what are we to do?" Linger inquired anxiously. Shan Chuan gritted his teeth and said, "Linger, do not be afraid. I shall protect you." At that critical moment, Shan Chuan's martial soul unexpectedly awakened, unleashing a tremendous force that surged forth from within him. As Shan Chuan seized the opportunity to unleash his formidable soul technique, he temporarily repelled the devouring beast. "Now's our chance. Let us hasten," he urged, swiftly pulling Linger away from the cave. Upon their return to their dwelling, Shan Chuan fell into deep contemplation. "Linger, I sense that the emergence of this devouring beast is no mere coincidence. It may bear a connection to the future of the Douluo Continent," he remarked. Linger nodded in agreement. "Brother Shan Chuan, what shall we do?" With resolute determination, Mountain River declared, "We must devise a means to rediscover it and unravel its mysteries." After thorough preparations, Mountain River and Linger set forth once more on their quest to locate the Devourer of Worlds. After several days of searching, they finally encountered the Devourer of Worlds within a secluded valley. "Devourer of Worlds, we do not come to oppose you this time. We merely wish to engage in a meaningful dialogue," Mountain River proclaimed. The Devourer of Worlds regarded them, its hostility diminishing slightly as it inquired, "What is it that you wish to convey?" Shan Chuan earnestly remarked, "It appears that the Douluo Continent is on the brink of an unforeseen crisis, and I sense that you may hold the key." The sky-devouring beast paused in silence for a moment before responding, "In truth, I am bound by a seal in this place. Only by finding someone who can resonate with my spirit can the seal be lifted, allowing us to confront the impending peril together." Shan Chuan and Linger exchanged a glance, and a resolute decision blossomed within their hearts. "Sky-devouring beast, we are willing to attempt a communion of our spirits," Shan Chuan proclaimed. After considerable effort, Shan Chuan succeeded in establishing a connection with the sky-devouring beast and lifted its seal. In gratitude, the sky-devouring beast resolved to aid them in enhancing their strength. It bestowed upon Shan Chuan a formidable soul ring, while Linger received a precious soul artifact. "With these gifts, you will be better equipped to confront the impending crisis," the sky-devouring beast declared. Shan Chuan expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sky-devouring beast." In the days that followed, Shan Chuan and Linger diligently practiced, continuously enhancing their abilities. However, an unforeseen crisis soon emerged. A dark force invaded the Douluo Continent, plunging countless soul beasts and humans into calamity. "Linger, it is time to demonstrate our strength and protect this land," proclaimed Shan Chuan. Linger resolutely replied, "Brother Shan Chuan, We shall fight together. The mountains and rivers led the multitude into a breathtaking battle against the forces of darkness. During the conflict, the mountains and rivers showcased their formidable strength, coordinating seamlessly with the devourer beast to repel the dark forces' assaults time and again. Do not become complacent, for we shall not surrender easily, declared the malevolent leader of the dark forces with a fierce glare. The mountains and rivers coldly declared, as long as I am here, you shall not disrupt the peace of Douluo Continent. After a grueling battle, he ultimately vanquished the dark forces, rescuing Douluo Continent. From that moment on, he became the sovereign of Douluo, and his love for Linger grew even more unbreakable. Together, they safeguarded this land, forging a splendid future. Following their triumphant defeat of the dark forces and the salvation of Douluo Continent, Shan Chuan and Linger enjoyed a tranquil and blissful life. However, this serenity did not endure for long. One day, while cultivating, Shan Chuan suddenly sensed a peculiar fluctuation of power. He opened his eyes, an inexplicable unease surging within him. Linger, I feel that something is about to happen, Shan Chuan said with a furrowed brow. Linger gently grasped his hand, offering comfort. Do not worry too much. Perhaps it is merely your imagination. Yet, Shan Chuan's intuition warned him that matters were not so simple. At that moment, a colossal rift abruptly appeared in the sky, emanating a formidable pulling force. This is bad, it's a spatial rift, Shan Chuan exclaimed. He quickly embraced Linger, attempting to resist the overwhelming pull. However, the force was far too powerful, and they were eventually drawn into the chasm. When Shan Chuan opened his eyes once more, he found himself and Linger in an unfamiliar place. Surrounding them was a desolate desert, the heat unbearable. Linger, are you all right? Shan Chuan inquired with concern. Linger shook her head. I'm fine, Shan Chuan, but where are we? Mountain River gazed around thoughtfully for a moment before uttering. I am uncertain, but we must devise a means to find our way back. Just as they prepared to advance, a colossal sand scorpion spirit beast emerged from the sands, launching an assault upon them. Linger, be cautious. Mountain River swiftly summoned his martial spirit and engaged in combat with the sand scorpion spirit beast. After a fierce struggle, he successfully vanquished the creature and acquired a yellow spirit ring. Linger, this spirit ring may enhance my strength and assist us in confronting the dangers ahead, Mountain River declared. Linger smiled and nodded. Brother Mountain River, please absorb it quickly. After absorbing the soul rings, Shan Chuan continued his journey through the desert alongside Linger. Before long, they encountered a mysterious elder. The elder gazed at Shan Chuan, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. Young man, you possess an extraordinary aura. The mountains and rivers bowed in greeting. Esteemed elder, we have inadvertently arrived in this place and are uncertain how to return. The elder smiled gently. This is a forgotten realm. If you wish to return, you must seek out 3 sacred artifacts. 3 sacred artifacts? Linger inquired. The elder nodded. They are the soul-devouring sword, the spirit heart shield, and the star orb. Only by gathering these 3 sacred artifacts can you unlock the passage to the Douluo Continent. Shan Chuan and Linger expressed their gratitude to the elder and embarked on a quest for the sacred artifact. Throughout their journey, they encountered formidable soul beasts and treacherous traps. Yet, they remained steadfast in their mutual support, never abandoning one another. Brother Shan Chuan, if we fail to find the artifact, will we be unable to return? Linger inquired with concern. Mountains and rivers steadfastly gazed at her. Linger, do not worry. No matter how arduous the journey, I shall undoubtedly bring you back. At long last, they discovered the soul-devouring sword within an ancient castle. Linger, we are one step closer to success, Mountain River exclaimed with exhilaration. Subsequently, in a mysterious forest, they obtained the spirit heart shield. Only the star pearl remained. Filled with hope, Mountain River and Linger continued their search. At the edge of a cliff, they stumbled upon a clue to the star pearl. However, to acquire it, they must endure a formidable trial. Linger, this may be perilous, but I have faith that we shall prevail, Mountain River declared. Linger nestled closely beside him. Brother Mountain River, I am not afraid. Together, they faced the trial, ultimately securing the star pearl. With the 3 sacred artifacts gathered, Mountain River and Linger, following the elder's guidance, opened the passage to the Douluo Continent. As they set foot once more on the land of Douluo, their hearts brimmed with emotion. Linger, we have finally returned, Mountain River said. Tears glistened in Linger's eyes, indeed. Brother Mountain River, we shall never part again. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a new mission awaited. The journey of glory. Upon their return to the Douluo Continent, Shan Chuan and Ling Er had yet to find a moment's respite before they discerned some unusual signs manifesting across the land. The once tranquil soul beast forest had become restless, with rare and formidable soul beasts making frequent appearances. "Brother Shan Chuan, what on earth is happening?" Ling Er inquired. Her brow furrowed with concern. Shan Chuan furrowed his brow, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "I sense that there is a mysterious force at play behind this. We must investigate further." The two resolved to delve into the soul beast forest to uncover the truth. Within the depths of the forest, they encountered a two-headed flame lion, a soul beast endowed with formidable fiery powers, rendering the surrounding air searing hot. "Ling Er, keep your distance. I shall confront it," Shan Chuan shouted with determination. "Be careful, Brother Shan Chuan," Ling Er replied with concern. The mountains and rivers displayed their martial spirits, engaging in a fierce battle with the two-headed blazing lion. After a strenuous struggle, they triumphed, earning a precious purple spirit ring. "Ling Er, with this spirit ring, my strength will significantly increase," Shan Chuan proclaimed. Ling Er smiled brightly, responding, "That's wonderful, Brother Shan Chuan. Let us press onward." As they ventured deeper, the spirit beast they encountered grew increasingly formidable. In a secluded valley, they stumbled upon a colossal frost dragon, its scales shimmering with an icy luminescence, and the frigid breath emanating from its maw sent shivers down their spines. "This spirit beast is far too powerful. We may not stand a chance," Ling Er expressed, a hint of fear in her voice. Mountain River grasped her hand and comforted her, saying, "Do not fear. Let us devise a solution together." At that moment, an idea struck Mountain River regarding his newly acquired soul ring skill, which might be worth a try. "Ling Er, stand guard for me. I shall attempt this new skill," Mountain River declared. Ling Er nodded resolutely, replying, "All right, Brother Mountain River, I believe in you." Amidst the majestic mountains and rivers, the protagonist summoned his soul ring abilities, engaging in a final confrontation with the frost dragon. After a breathtaking battle, he ultimately triumphed over the formidable beast, earning a Millennium Soul Ring. "Ling Er, we have succeeded," he exclaimed with exhilaration. Ling Er rushed into his embrace, declaring, "Brother Shan Chuan, you are truly amazing." However, just as they prepared to depart, a mysterious figure materialized before them. "Do you think you can leave so easily?" the enigmatic stranger coldly remarked. The mountains and rivers gazed at him with vigilance. "Who are you? What brings you here?" The mysterious figure smiled gently. "I have come to prevent you from thwarting the plan." Shan Chuan and Ling Er exchanged a glance, their hearts brimming with confusion. "What plan?" Shan Chuan demanded. Yet the enigmatic figure offered no further explanation and launched an assault instead. Shan Chuan and Ling Er were compelled to re-enter the fray. Amidst the turmoil, Shan Chuan realized the formidable strength of the mysterious adversary, gradually finding himself and Ling Er at a disadvantage. "Ling Er, you must flee. I will hold him off," Shan Chuan shouted. Ling Er resolutely replied, "No, Brother Shan Chuan, I shall fight alongside you." At that pivotal moment, Shan Chuan's soul artifact suddenly emanated a dazzling radiance, infusing him with an overwhelming power. With the aid of this newfound power, Shan Chuan decisively vanquished the mysterious figure. What could this possibly mean? Shan Chuan gazed at the soul artifact in his hand, murmuring to himself. Before meeting his demise, the enigmatic adversary divulged a staggering secret. There exists a malevolent force intent on harnessing the strength of soul beasts to dominate the Douluo Continent. Having secretly manipulated the actions of these soul beasts all along, Shan Chuan and Ling Er were acutely aware of the monumental responsibility they bore in the quest to save the continent. "Ling Er, no matter how arduous the path may be, we must not allow their nefarious schemes to succeed," Shan Chuan declared resolutely. Ling Er nodded in agreement. "Brother Shan Chuan, I shall stand by your side always." Thus, they embarked on a new journey, bravely confronting the unknown challenges that lay ahead in pursuit of peace and tranquility for the Douluo Continent. Upon discovering the malevolent force's sinister plot, Shan Chuan and Ling Er dared not pause for a moment. With unwavering determination, they tirelessly set forth to gather more intelligence and preparation for the impending conflict. During their journey, they encountered a mysterious elder who appeared to possess profound knowledge regarding the nefarious powers at play. "Young ones," he intoned, with a gaze that pierced through the very essence of their beings, "you are still woefully unprepared to confront that dark force." The mountains and rivers bowed in reverence. "I humbly request your guidance, esteemed elder." The old man nodded slightly. In the frigid expanse, there exists an ancient soul beast, the Ice Chilan. If you can earn its approval and harness its power, you may yet glimpse a glimmer of hope. Shan Chuan and Ling ventured forth towards the frigid lands without a moment's hesitation. Along the way, Ling couldn't help but inquire, "Brother Shan Chuan, will this journey be perilous?" The mountains and rivers held Ling's hand tightly, offering solace. "Do not fear, Ling. As long as we are together, we can overcome any adversity." At last, they arrived at the land of eternal frost, where the ice Qilin emerged before them, exuding an aura of cold that rendered it nearly impossible to approach. "Insignificant humans, what brings you here?" The voice of the ice Qilin resonated in their minds. The mountains and rivers spoke with great urgency. "Elder Qilin, the Douluo Continent is in the throes of a tremendous crisis. We beseech your assistance." The ice Qilin scoffed coldly. "Do you truly believe that I would lend my aid to you?" Ling hastily interjected, "Elder Qilin, we possess unwavering faith and a resolute determination to protect our continent." After a moment of silence, the ice Qilin replied, "Very well. If you can withstand my trials, I shall lend you my strength." The challenges proved exceptionally arduous, as Shan Chuan and Ling struggled against the biting cold, encouraging one another. "Ling, hold on," Shan Chuan urged. "Brother Shan Chuan, I can do it." Ling responded with determination. Ultimately, they triumphed over the trials, and the ice Qilin bestowed upon Shan Chuan a unique soul ring, greatly enhancing his power. Meanwhile, the forces of evil accelerated their sinister plans. On their way back, Shan Chuan and Ling encountered multiple assaults from these malevolent entities. "Shan Chuan, you cannot escape our grasp," the adversaries taunted. "Mountains and rivers glare fiercely. As long as I am here, you shall not succeed." Intense battles unfold continuously, with Shan Chuan and Ling relying on their unwavering will and ever-increasing strength to transform peril into safety time and again. As time passes, the day of reckoning draws ever closer. "Ling, are you afraid as the great battle approaches?" Shan Chuan inquires. Ling gazes steadfastly at Shan Chuan. "With you by my side, I fear nothing." On the day of the final confrontation, Shan Chuan and Ling lead the forces of righteousness against the malevolent powers on a vast plain. On the battlefield, soul energy surges and lights intertwine. "Ling, be careful." Shan Chuan intercepts a fatal blow aimed at Ling. With a pained heart, Ling exclaims, "Brother Shan Chuan, please do not get hurt." Mountains and rivers gritted their teeth and persevered in battle, his martial soul radiating brilliance as he repelled foes time and again. In a pivotal moment, Shan Chuan and Ling unleashed the formidable soul technique they had cultivated together, decisively turning the tide of the conflict. After a protracted and intense struggle, justice ultimately triumphed over evil, and the Douluo Continent was restored to its former peace and tranquility. Mountains and rivers embraced each other in tears, their bond forged ever stronger amidst the flames of war. "Ling, we shall never part again. Together we will safeguard this continent," declared Shan Chuan. Ling nodded with joy. "Yes, together forever." In the aftermath of the great battle, the Douluo Continent was graced with a long-awaited tranquility. Shan Chuan and Ling resolved to traverse the land, aiding those who had been scarred by the ravages of conflict and rebuilding their homes. In a secluded little town, they encountered a wounded rare spirit beast, the phantom cat. "Brother Shan Chuan, it looks so pitiful," Ling said, her eyes brimming with compassion. Mountain Stream stepped forward, gently assessing the injuries of the phantom cat. "We must assist it." Under their tender care, the phantom cat gradually regained its health. In gratitude, the phantom cat bestowed upon Mountain Stream a mysterious soul artifact. "This must be an exceptionally precious item," Ling remarked. The mountains gazed upon her with a gentle smile, perhaps foreseeing the pivotal role they would play in the future. As they pressed onward, they heard whispers of a rare flower hidden within an ancient mountain range, one said to enhance the capabilities of martial souls. "Ling, I wish to seek it out," spoke the mountains. Ling nodded in agreement. "I shall accompany you." The mountains were fraught with perilous spirit beasts, yet they relied on one another to triumph over myriad challenges. "Shan Chuan, be cautious." Ling timely warned Shan Chuan to evade a sudden assault from a spirit beast. At long last, they discovered the extraordinary flower. Shan Chuan absorbed its essence, leading to a profound evolution of his martial soul, while simultaneously acquiring a formidable spirit ring. As time passed, the renown of Shan Chuan and Ling spread throughout the Douluo Continent, garnering respect and gratitude from the populace. However, the tranquil days did not endure. A dark force emanating from a mysterious island began to encroach upon the Douluo Continent. "Ling, it seems we face yet another challenge," Shan Chuan remarked with a grave expression. Linger grasped his hand firmly, proclaiming, "No matter what, we shall confront it together." Upon arriving at the mysterious island, they discovered that the spirit beasts there had fallen under the dominion of the dark force, becoming extraordinarily ferocious. "What on earth is happening?" Linger exclaimed in astonishment. The mountains and rivers observed their surroundings. There must be a source manipulating all of this. During their exploration, they encountered a formidable foe, one possessing an eerie martial soul and potent soul skills. "You will never defeat me," the adversary declared arrogantly. Mountains and rivers stood undaunted. "Let us put it to the test." In the throes of an intense battle, Mountains and Lingo coordinated seamlessly. "Lingo, let us unleash our combined soul technique," Mountains exclaimed. "Very well," Linger replied. With unwavering conviction and mutual understanding, they gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, Mountains uncovered the source of the dark power and sealed it with a mysterious soul artifact. "We have succeeded," Linger joyfully embraced Mountains. Through this trial, their bond grew even stronger. Upon returning to the continent, they continued to safeguard this land with their strength. "Mountains, I shall always be by your side," Linger tenderly declared. The mountains and rivers embraced her tightly. "Linger, you are my eternal inspiration." Their tale became a cherished legend on the Douluo Continent. And both the mountains and Lingo emerged as everlasting guardians, bestowing peace and hope upon the land. After successfully sealing the source of the dark forces, Shan Chuan and Linger gained immense renown across the Douluo Continent. Many young soul masters regarded them as idols and role models, eagerly yearning for their guidance. To cultivate more exceptional soul masters, Shan Chuan and Linger resolved to establish a Soul Master Academy. Upon the announcement, aspirants from various regions flocked to them. "Linger, look at how many people believe in us. We must ensure the academy thrives," Shan Chuan declared with unwavering confidence. Linger nodded with a smile. "Indeed, we shall." However, during the construction of the academy, they encountered numerous challenges. Issues such as funding shortages, insufficient faculty, and inadequate teaching facilities arose in succession. "Brother Shan Chuan, what shall we do?" Linger asked, her concern palpable. Mountains and rivers consoled her, saying, "Do not worry. We shall address each issue step by step. I firmly believe that as long as we persevere, there is no challenge we cannot overcome." They traversed various paths, seeking support and assistance from all directions. At last, through their relentless efforts, the Soul Master Academy gradually found its footing. Within the academy, Mountains and Rivers personally instructed the students in the cultivation of their martial souls, while Linger was responsible for imparting knowledge about soul beasts and strategies for dealing with them. The students demonstrated remarkable diligence and made swift progress. One day, a mysterious guest arrived at the academy. Clad in a splendid robe, he exuded an extraordinary aura. "Pray tell, is this the Soul Master Academy founded by Mountains and Rivers and Lingo?" inquired the guest. Mountains and Rivers advanced forward. "Indeed. May I ask who you are?" The guest smiled faintly. "I am an envoy from the Douluo Palace. Having heard of your remarkable deeds, I have come to cordially invite you to the palace for a discussion." As Shan Chuan and Lingo exchanged glances, their hearts brimmed with curiosity and anticipation. Upon arriving at the Douluo Hall, they were awestruck by its grandeur and solemnity. This hall had witnessed the brilliance and glory of countless soul masters. The envoy elaborated on its significance. Within the hall, they uncovered numerous ancient secrets and enigmatic soul techniques pertaining to the Douluo Continent. "Linger, the knowledge here is invaluable. If we could bring it back to the academy, it would greatly aid the students' growth," Shan Chuan remarked. Linger nodded in agreement. However, acquiring this knowledge would not be a simple endeavor. They needed to undertake a formidable task to seek out a lost soul weapon. It is said that this soul weapon possesses immense power, but lies concealed in a perilous location, teeming with formidable soul beasts. "Brother Shan Chuan, regardless of the dangers, we must give it a try," Linger asserted with determination. Mountains and Rivers clasped her hand, saying, "Very well, let us embark together." They set forth on a quest to seek the soul artifact. Along the way, they encountered a myriad of formidable soul beasts. "Linger, be cautious." Mountains and Rivers shielded Linger from the onslaught of a soul beast. Linger gazed at him with concern. "Are you unharmed?" The Mountains and Rivers shook their heads with laughter, declaring, "I am fine, do not worry." After an arduous battle and a quest filled with challenges, they finally discovered the long-lost soul artifact. Upon returning to the Douluo Palace with the artifact in hand, they received the palace's acknowledgement and generous rewards. "This experience has bestowed upon us immeasurable gains," sighed Linger. Mountains and Rivers gazed upon her. "Indeed, We shall bring all of this back to the academy, allowing more individuals to benefit from it. Upon returning to the academy, Mountains and Linger imparted their acquired knowledge to the students, and the institution's strength grew increasingly formidable. During a competition organized by the academy, the students showcased remarkable prowess and a spirit of teamwork. Witnessing their growth, our efforts have not been in vain, Mountains remarked with satisfaction. Lingo leaned against his shoulder. This is the fruit of our collective labor. As the academy continued to flourish, the bond between Mountains and Linger deepened significantly. Together, they nurtured generations of exceptional soul masters for the Douluo Continent, inscribing their own glorious chapter. On the path of Douluo's legacy, Mountains, behold this list. This year, numerous exceptionally gifted children have enrolled. Linger excitedly handed him a lengthy list, her eyes sparkling with hope for the future. The Mountains and Rivers received the list, meticulously perusing it, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Indeed, our academy is gaining increasing influence. However, with the rise in student numbers, our educational resources must be further expanded. I share this sentiment, Linger nodded. We require more distinguished educators and advanced teaching equipment. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a simple robe slowly entered the assembly hall of the academy. His face was etched with the marks of time, yet his gaze remained remarkably clear and resolute. Director Shan Chuan, Director Linger, I have journeyed from the distant southern frontier. I have heard of your academy's illustrious reputation and have come specifically to pay my respects. The elder's voice resonated, deep and powerful. Shan Chuan and Lingo exchanged a glance, politely rising to greet the old man. Please, have a seat. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? The elder smiled gently. I bring tidings that may aid in the advancement of your academy, albeit accompanied by formidable challenges. Oh, pray, do tell, Shan Chuan replied, his brow slightly furrowed. Yet his tone remained composed. Deep within the mountains of the southern region lies an ancient relic. It is said that hidden there is a primordial soul artifact, known as the Wheel of Stars. This artifact possesses immense power, capable of bestowing significant enhancements upon soul masters. However, the area surrounding the relic is rife with perilous spirit beasts and laden with numerous traps and mechanisms. In my youth, I endeavored to explore it but returned empty-handed. Now, I wish to share this information with you, hoping that you may succeed in acquiring the Wheel of Stars and thereby procure benefits for the soul masters of the Douluo Continent. Upon hearing this, Shan Chuan and Linger felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The thrill stemmed from the prospect of acquiring the ancient soul artifact, which would undoubtedly elevate the academy's prowess. However, the perilous nature of the journey, as described by the elder, underscored the challenges that lay ahead. Esteemed elder, we are truly grateful for your trust. We shall give this proposal the serious consideration it warrants, Shan Chuan responded earnestly. After a thorough discussion, Shan Chuan and Linger resolved to assemble an expedition team to venture into the southern frontier in search of the Wheel of Stars. They selected 10 formidable and resolute students from the academy, each a paragon in their respective martial spirit domains, possessing exceptional combat capabilities and a spirit of teamwork. Brother Shan Chuan, please exercise utmost caution during this expedition, Linger implored with genuine concern. The Mountains gently clasped Linger's hand, assuring her, do not worry. I shall take good care of myself. Moreover, with so many exceptional companions by our side, we shall undoubtedly overcome the challenges and retrieve the Wheel of Stars. Under the guidance of the Mountains, the expedition team embarked on their journey towards the southern frontier. Along the way, they traversed dense jungles, forded rushing rivers, and faced countless trials and tribulations. Under the tutelage of the Mountains, the students continuously enhanced their abilities while learning to support one another in times of adversity. At last, the expedition team arrived at the site of the ancient ruins. However, as they drew near, they were beset by a sudden attack from soul beasts. A formidable horde of these creatures surged from all directions, encircling the team. Everyone, be cautious. The strength of these soul beasts should not be underestimated. The Mountains warned loudly. The students swiftly arranged themselves, each unleashing their martial spirits and soul skills. The martial spirit of the Mountains manifested as a colossal sword, which he wielded to carve a bloody path through the onslaught. Meanwhile, the students showcased their unique talents. Some unleashed powerful soul ring attacks, while others deftly evaded and countered using their soul skills. Teacher, I'm coming to help you, one student exclaimed upon seeing the Mountains ensnared by several soul beasts. Rushing forward, the student unleashed their soul skill to drive the beasts back. Well done. Let us all strive together, We shall surely break through their encirclement. The mountains encouraged. After a fierce battle, the expedition team finally repelled the assault of the soul beasts, though a few students sustained minor injuries. The mountains promptly organized a rest period for everyone, preparing them for the explorations that lay ahead. Teacher, the strength of these soul beasts is formidable. Can we continue onward? One student inquired with a hint of concern. The steadfast Shan Chuan replied, of course we can. Since we have arrived, we must not easily concede. As long as we unite our hearts and minds, no obstacle is insurmountable. After repelling the soul beasts, the expedition team cautiously entered the ruins. The interior was dim and damp, imbued with an ancient and mysterious aura. The walls were adorned with peculiar symbols and patterns, seemingly narrating age-old tales. Everyone, be wary. The mechanisms here may be triggered at any moment, Shan Chuan cautioned. They advanced with utmost care, each step taken as if treading on thin ice. Suddenly, a resounding click echoed throughout the ruins, and a massive stone slab descended from above, blocking their path. Quick, disperse and search for the mechanism switch. Shan Chuan reacted swiftly. The students sprang into action, scouring the surroundings for possible clues. One student discovered a small recess in the wall, which appeared to be designed to accommodate something. Teacher Shan Chuan. There's a recess here. Perhaps we need something to activate the mechanism? The student exclaimed excitedly. As Shan Chuan proceeded with meticulous scrutiny, it became evident that they needed to locate the corresponding object to activate the mechanism. They continued their search within the ruins, ultimately uncovering a uniquely shaped stone nestled in a concealed corner. Upon placing the stone into the recess, the mechanism slowly engaged, and the stone slab gradually ascended, revealing a pathway leading deeper into the site. Splendid. Let us press onward, Shan Chuan declared, taking the lead into the depths. After a strenuous exploration, the expedition team finally arrived at the heart of the ruins. Here, they beheld a soul artifact known as the Celestial Wheel, radiating a resplendent glow. It floated serenely in the air, encircled by mysterious halos. Is this truly the Celestial Wheel? Its power is astonishing. The students marveled in awe. Mountains and rivers advanced, reaching out to touch the Wheel of Stars. Suddenly, a formidable force surged from the soul device, enveloping the entirety of Mountain River. His body began to tremble, and the expression on his face twisted into one of agony. Teacher Mountain River, the students exclaimed in alarm, eager to rush forward to assist. Do not come closer. Mountain River strained to utter, it is the power of the Wheel of Stars testing me. I must confront this alone. Amidst his torturous struggle, Mountain River, fortified by unwavering resolve and potent soul energy, gradually acclimated to the might of the Wheel of Stars. Ultimately, he succeeded in harnessing the Wheel of Stars, and at that moment, his strength experienced a remarkable enhancement. We have triumphed. The students cheered joyously, flocking to congratulate Mountain River. Indeed, we have succeeded, he reflected. This expedition, though fraught with peril and challenges, was overcome through our unity and courage, culminating in our victory. Returning to the academy with the Wheel of Stars, Mountain River and Linger were met with a rapturous welcome from the faculty and students alike. They integrated the power of the Wheel of Stars into the academy's curriculum, bestowing unprecedented advancements upon the students. At the celebratory assembly held at the academy, Mountain River stood upon the elevated platform, gazing down at the eager faces below, his heart swelling with pride and satisfaction. Dear students, today we have achieved a monumental feat, yet this marks merely a modest chapter in our academy's illustrious journey. In the future, we shall encounter even greater challenges and opportunities. I hope you will inherit our spirit, bravely pursue your dreams, and contribute your strength to the Soul Master cause on the Douluo Continent. The students, deeply inspired by Mountain River's words, rallied together, exclaiming, "We shall." Linger stood by Mountain River's side, her eyes brimming with pride and affection. She understood that Mountain River was not only a remarkable soul master, but also an exceptional leader and guardian of legacy. Under his guidance, the Academy's future would undoubtedly shine even brighter. Mountain River, grasping Linger's hand tightly, silently vowed to carry forth this brilliance, ensuring that the soul masters of the Douluo Continent would forever radiate throughout the annals of history. Beneath the sky of the Douluo Continent, the Soul Master Academy, founded by Mountain River and Linger, stood as a majestic lighthouse, illuminating the path for countless soul masters. Their tale would be eternally recounted in every corner of the continent, inspiring future generations to relentlessly pursue excellence and inscribe their own glorious chapters. Mission of the Douluo Legacy. Teacher Mountain River. Behold this list of newly enrolled disciples. Each possesses extraordinary talents, and their futures are promising. The Academy's academic supervisor, an elderly soul master well into his 50s, excitedly presented a list to Mountain River. The mountains and rivers received the list, their gaze sweeping over it, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in their eyes. Indeed, it seems our Academy's allure has grown ever stronger. However, this also signifies that we must shoulder a heavier burden of inheritance. Yes, the weight of this legacy. The elder soul master sighed, expressing that both you and Dean Lingo have toiled greatly, dedicating yourselves to the advancement of the Academy and the future of the Soul Masters. Your sacrifices are truly profound. As Shan Chuan offered a gentle smile, his gaze drifted towards the training grounds outside the window, where young soul masters were diligently pouring their sweat into the pursuit of self-improvement. All our endeavors are aimed at broadening the path for soul masters on the Douluo Continent. Only by nurturing more exceptional soul masters can we ensure the continuation of peace and prosperity across this land. At that moment, a messenger clad in resplendent robes hurried into the Academy's hall. His arrival immediately captivated the attention of all present. Director Shan Chuan, I am a messenger from the Douluo Hall. The Douluo Hall has urgent matters to discuss and has specifically entrusted me with the invitation for you to join us for a conversation. The messenger's voice carried an undeniable authority. Mountains and rivers furrowed their brows. The Douluo Palace stood as the most enigmatic and authoritative soul master organization on the Douluo Continent. They seldom extend invitations to outsiders. Thus, this sudden summons must pertain to a matter of great significance. Please hold on a moment, envoy. I need to make some preparations. Spoke Mountains and Rivers in a solemn tone, while internally contemplating that the invitation from the Douluo Palace might be intricately linked to the future development of the Academy. Shan Chuan, accompanied by several formidable disciples, arrived at the Douluo Hall following the emissary. This ancient sanctuary, concealed in the deepest recesses of the continent, was enveloped by a mysterious barrier that imparted an aura of solemnity and reverence. Upon entering the hall, Shan Chuan was immediately taken aback by the spectacle before him. Towering stone columns were adorned with ancient soul master runes, and the walls were embellished with portraits of illustrious soul masters from generations past, each exuding a powerful wave of soul energy. Welcome, Dean Shan Chuan, intoned the master of the hall, an elderly man with flowing white hair, as he slowly rose from his throne and offered a respectful salute. Master, may I inquire about the purpose of your invitation? Shan Chuan asked with utmost respect, aware that even the most trivial matters within the Douluo Hall could bear significant implications for the safety of the continent. The master replied gravely, Dean Shan Chuan, are you aware that the peace of Douluo Continent is not everlasting? A dark force is quietly awakening, threatening the very balance of our realm. After years of rigorous research, we at the Douluo Hall have discovered a means to counter this encroaching darkness, but it necessitates a special soul artifact. A special soul artifact? Shan Chuan pondered, sensing a connection to their academy. Indeed, this artifact is known as the Heart of Light, possessing the power to purify all malevolence. However, the Heart of Light has been lost for many years, and our Douluo Hall has searched in vain. Yet, we believe that with your strength and that of your academy, you may be able to uncover its whereabouts. The master's gaze was fixed intently upon Shan Chuan, as if awaiting his response. The mountains and rivers fell silent for a moment. He understood that this was a formidable undertaking. Yet, for the sake of peace in the Douluo Continent, he must embrace this responsibility. Master, I am willing to accept this mission. I shall do my utmost to locate the Heart of Light and safeguard the tranquility of the Douluo Continent. Shan Chuan's voice resonated with conviction and strength. Upon returning to the academy, Shan Chuan immediately summoned all core disciples to inform them of the quest for the Heart of Light. Master Shan Chuan, where exactly is the Heart of Light? How shall we commence our search? Inquired a disciple with eager anticipation. Shan Chuan shook his head, expressing his uncertainty regarding the precise location of the Heart of Light. However, according to the tomes of the Douluo Palace, it was last reported to have appeared in the extreme northern reaches of the continent. That region is characterized by its harsh environment, rampant soul beasts, and an abundance of unknown dangers. Yet, for the sake of peace on the continent, we must embark on this journey. Teacher Shan Chuan, we are willing to follow you in the quest for the Heart of Light, the disciples declared in unison, their eyes shimmering with unwavering determination and courage. Shan Chuan nodded, affirming the decision to depart immediately. However, prior to our journey, it was imperative that we prepared thoroughly. We must delve into the geographical landscape of the far north, comprehend the habits of the soul beasts that inhabit it, and ensure we have an ample supply of provisions and medicinal resources. In the ensuing days, the academy buzzed with activity. Shan Chuan guided his disciples in perusing a wealth of ancient texts and studying the relevant information regarding the far north. Concurrently, they meticulously selected an array of soul equipment and potions suitable for use in extreme cold. At last, everything was in order. Shan Chuan led an elite expedition team, embarking on the journey toward the far north. The far north, a desolate expanse blanketed in ice and snow, is characterized by frigid temperatures and howling winds, where each step feels akin to treading upon the edge of a blade. The expedition team trudged through the storm, each member's face etched with determination. Master Shan Chuan, the conditions here are exceedingly harsh. Can we truly continue? A disciple inquired, his voice barely audible amidst the tempest. The mountains turned, casting a resolute gaze upon the crowd, declaring, "We must persevere. The heart of light lies ahead. We cannot falter. United in purpose, there exists no challenge insurmountable." Inspired by the mountain's rallying cry, the disciples regained their spirits and pressed onward through the snowstorm. Yet, a greater peril lurked in the shadows. A formidable herd of frost soul beasts suddenly surged from the snow, encircling the expedition team. Be cautious. These frost soul beasts possess considerable strength, and we must not underestimate them. With swift determination, the mountains unsheathed his sword, unleashing a formidable surge of soul power, bracing for combat. The disciples, too, summoned their martial spirits, engaging in a fierce battle against the frost soul beasts. Amidst the fray, the mountains moved like a flash of lightning, weaving through the throng of soul beasts, each gleam of his sword heralding the fall of another foe. The disciples, undaunted, showcased their seamless coordination and potent soul techniques, repelling the relentless onslaught of the beasts. After a grueling struggle, the expedition team finally drove back the assault of the frost soul beasts, though several disciples bore injuries. The mountains promptly organized a period of rest, ensuring they were prepared for the challenges that lay ahead. "Master of the mountains, shall we venture deeper?" inquired a wounded disciple, anxiety lacing his tone. These frost soul beasts were merely an appetizer. There may be even more formidable adversaries awaiting us. Mountains and rivers nodded in acknowledgement. I realized that the path ahead would be fraught with greater challenges, yet the heart of light awaited us. We cannot falter, otherwise the peace of Douluo Continent would remain unprotected. After enduring countless crises and challenges, the expedition team finally arrived at the deepest part of the far north. Here, a colossal iceberg loomed majestically, its summit radiating a gentle glow. That is the heart of light. Mountains and rivers excitedly pointed towards the luminous peak, a fervent spark igniting in their eyes. "Master Shan Chuan, how shall we ascend? This iceberg is insurmountably tall, and the surrounding ice walls are impossibly smooth." Offering no handholds for climbing, the disciples expressed their concerns. After a moment of contemplation, Shan Chuan suddenly conceived a plan. "I have an idea. We can utilize our soul power to create grooves in the icy wall, allowing us to ascend along these channels." Without hesitation, Shan Chuan unleashed a formidable surge of soul power, etching a series of grooves into the ice. The disciples followed closely, employing their own soul power to gradually climb upward along the carved pathways. Throughout the ascent, shards of ice occasionally tumbled down, presenting numerous dangers. Yet, fortified by unwavering resolve and potent soul energy, Shan Chuan and the disciples ultimately reached the summit of the icy mountain. There, they beheld the heart of light, quietly suspended in the air, emanating a soft yet powerful radiance, as if awaiting their arrival. "Is this the heart of light?" they marveled. "Its power is truly overwhelming." Shan Chuan stepped forward, extending his hand to touch the heart of light. Suddenly, a warm and powerful force surged from the soul artifact, enveloping him entirely. His body began to tremble, and a look of anguish settled upon his face. "Teacher Shan Chuan." The disciples gasped, eager to rush to his aid. "Do not come closer." Shan Chuan struggled to say, "This is the power of the heart of light testing me. I must face it alone." Amidst his painful struggle, Shan Chuan, fortified by unwavering resolve and immense soul power, gradually acclimated to the strength of the heart of light. Ultimately, he succeeded in absorbing the heart of light. And at that moment, his prowess was significantly enhanced. "We have succeeded." The disciples cheered, flocking to congratulate Shan Chuan. "Indeed, we have triumphed. Though this expedition was fraught with peril and challenges, our unity and bravery have led us to victory," Shan Chuan reflected. Upon returning to the academy with the heart of light, Shan Chuan was met with a fervent welcome from the faculty and students alike. The glory of the Douluo battles cast a veil over the peace of Douluo Continent. As fragile as gossamer, easily shattered with the slightest touch. Standing atop the highest point of the academy, Shan Chuan gazed into the distant sky, a wave of inexplicable unease washing over him. Since bringing the Heart of Light back to the academy, its strength had surged remarkably. Yet Shan Chuan understood that the true challenges were only just beginning. "Teacher Shan Chuan, look over there," a disciple suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the distant sky. As the mountains followed the direction indicated by the disciple's finger, a dark shadow swiftly swept across the horizon, vanishing behind the distant peaks. What could that be? A sense of unease gripped the heart of Shan Chuan, prompting him to summon the core disciples of the academy. "Did any of you catch a glimpse of that shadow?" Shan Chuan inquired gravely. The disciples shook their heads in unison, expressing that they had never witnessed such an eerie phenomenon. "It appears that new uncertainties may be emerging across the continent." Shan Chuan spoke solemnly. "We must remain vigilant and fortify the academy's defenses. Additionally, I urge you to conduct a discreet investigation to ascertain whether there are any malefactors at work." "Yes, Master Shan Chuan," the disciples responded in unison, their eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Just as Shan Chuan was enhancing the academy's defenses, a mysterious challenge letter arrived. The letter bore no signature. Only a chilling line of text. "The peace of Douluo Continent is about to be shattered, and your academy shall become the first victim." Upon reading the challenge letter, Shan Chuan's countenance turned ashen. He promptly summoned all the faculty and core disciples of the academy to deliberate on a strategy. This missive was evidently a deliberate provocation. "Yet we must not let our guard down." In a grave tone, Shan Chuan declared, "We must prepare ourselves to confront the impending challenge." "Master Shan Chuan, what course of action should we take?" inquired one disciple. "First and foremost, we must fortify the academy's defenses. All faculty members and senior disciples shall be organized into small teams to patrol the perimeter of the academy in shifts. Secondly, we must stockpile an ample supply of resources and medicinal provisions to brace for any potential conflicts. Lastly, I implore you to remain vigilant. Should any unusual occurrences arise, report them immediately." Shan Chuan swiftly issued his commands. "Understood." The assembled group responded in unison, springing into action. As night descended, the academy was enveloped in tranquility. However, this serenity was soon shattered. A cadre of cloaked soul masters materialized around the academy, unleashing formidable soul power and launching a fierce assault. "This is dire. The enemy is upon us." The patrolling disciples sounded the alarm without delay. Upon hearing the alarm, Shan Chuan immediately led his core disciples out of the dormitory to confront the enemy. He unsheathed his longsword, unleashing a formidable surge of soul power, and struck at a black-clad soul master. A thunderous clash resonated as the sword light collided with the soul energy. The black-clad soul master was sent flying by Shan Chuan's blade. Yet more foes surged from all directions. "Be cautious, everyone. These adversaries possess considerable strength." Shan Chuan warned his disciples loudly. The disciples, in turn, summoned their respective martial spirits, engaging in fierce combat with the black-clad soul masters. In the midst of the battle, Shan Chuan moved like a flash of lightning, weaving through the enemies. And with each arc of his sword, another foe fell. Meanwhile, the disciples, through their harmonious cooperation and powerful soul techniques, pushed back their adversaries one by one. However, the enemy appeared to be inexhaustible, coming in relentless waves. Shan Chuan and his disciples gradually felt overwhelmed, and the situation grew increasingly dire. "Master Shan Chuan, what should we do?" a disciple implored anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, Shan Chuan suddenly conceived an idea. "I have a plan. We can harness the power of the Heart of Light to eliminate these foes in one fell swoop." Without hesitation, Shan Chuan retrieved the Heart of Light and raised it high. Instantly, a formidable radiance surged forth from the soul artifact, illuminating the entire academy as if it were midday. The power of the Heart of Light erupted, enveloping all the dark-clad soul masters. They emitted chilling cries as their bodies gradually disintegrated within the brilliance. "Marvelous, Master Shan Chuan. You have succeeded." The disciples cheered joyfully, rushing forward to offer their congratulations. "Indeed, we have triumphed." Yet, this skirmish was merely a preliminary test. "The true challenge lies ahead," Shan Chuan remarked pensively. Following the battle, Shan Chuan promptly dispatched a report detailing the encounter to the Douluo Hall. Soon after, an envoy from the Douluo Hall arrived at the academy once more. "Director Shan Chuan, We are now aware of the details of this conflict. The dark-clad soul masters belong to a mysterious dark force that has been secretly plotting to undermine the peace of the Douluo Continent, the envoy stated solemnly. A dark force? What could be their motive? Shan Chuan inquired. The envoy shook his head. We are also uncertain of their specific intentions, but it is clear that they will not relent. The Douluo Hall has resolved to fully support your academy in the fight against this dark force. Thank you for the Douluo Hall's support, Shan Chuan expressed gratefully. Director Shan Chuan. We possess a formidable soul artifact known as the Shield of Guardian. This artifact boasts immense defensive power, capable of protecting the academy from the onslaught of the dark forces. We have decided to lend the Shield of Guardian to your academy. The envoy produced a soul artifact radiating a golden glow and handed it to Shan Chuan. The Shield of Guardian? Shan Chuan accepted the artifact, feeling a powerful energy emanate from it. Indeed, with the Shield of Guardian, the defensive capabilities of your academy will be significantly enhanced, the envoy affirmed. Thank you for the trust and support from the Douluo Hall. Shan Chuan solemnly accepted the Shield of Guardian, his heart filled with gratitude. With the Shield of Guardian's augmentation, the academy's defenses were greatly fortified. However, the dark force did not retreat. Rather, they intensified their assaults on the academy. One night, the dark force launched a large-scale attack once more. This time, their assault was even more ferocious, featuring not only dark-clad soul masters, but also various powerful soul beasts. The academy was shrouded in darkness, and the situation was perilous. All disciples, prepare for battle. Shan Chuan commanded loudly, leading his disciples out of the academy to confront the enemy. As the battle was about to erupt, Shan Chuan drew his longsword, unleashing a potent surge of soul power as he struck toward the leader of the dark-clad soul masters. Meanwhile, the disciples unleashed their martial souls, engaging fiercely with the adversaries. The powers of the Heart of Light and the Shield of Guardianship proved immensely beneficial in the fray, not only safeguarding the students of the academy, but also inflicting significant damage upon their foes. However, the onslaught of the dark forces continued relentlessly, resembling an unending tide. Teacher Shan Chuan, do we stand a chance of victory? A disciple anxiously inquired amidst the chaos of battle. As Shan Chuan turned to face the crowd, his gaze steadfast, he declared, we must prevail. For the peace of Douluo Continent, for the glory of our academy, we cannot afford to lose. Inspired by Shan Chuan's fervent words, the disciples regained their spirits and continued to fiercely engage the enemy. Throughout the battle, Shan Chuan, wielding his formidable soul power and exquisite swordsmanship, felled adversaries one after another. The disciples, through their harmonious collaboration and potent soul skills, successfully repelled the foes in succession. After a grueling struggle, the dark forces, unable to withstand any longer, began their retreat. Shan Chuan led his disciples in a relentless pursuit, driving the enemy out of the academy's territory. We have triumphed. The disciples cheered joyously, rushing forward to congratulate Shan Chuan. Indeed, we have emerged victorious. Yet, this victory is but ephemeral. The dark forces will not relent. We must strive to enhance our strength to genuinely safeguard the peace of Douluo Continent, Shan Chuan reflected. Following the battle, Shan Chuan promptly gathered all the disciples for a profound debriefing. Dear students, this confrontation has profoundly enlightened us. The peace of Douluo Continent is not everlasting. The dark forces continually covet our tranquil existence. We must remain vigilant. Shan Chuan intoned gravely. Master Shan Chuan, what should we do? One disciple inquired. First and foremost, we must persist in our training to augment our strength. Only with formidable power can we stand resolute against the dark forces. Secondly, we must unite as one, supporting each other. It is through our seamless coordination that we have repeatedly repelled the enemy. Finally, we must remain alert, ever prepared to face new challenges, Shan Chuan imparted earnestly. Yes, Master Shan Chuan. The disciples responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Amidst the vibrant energy of his disciples, Shan Chuan's heart brimmed with hope. He recognized that these young souls would embody the future of the Douluo Continent, destined to bear the solemn responsibility of safeguarding its peace. Dear students, the future of Douluo lies within your hands. I firmly believe that with your relentless efforts, you shall carve out a glorious chapter of your own. Shan Chuan encouraged his disciples, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. The students were profoundly inspired by his words, rallying together with fervor. We shall. Beneath the skies of Douluo, The Soul Master Academy established by Shan Chuan stood tall like a majestic lighthouse, illuminating the paths of countless soul masters. Shan Chuan himself was revered as a legendary figure among them. Not only was he a formidable soul master, but he was also an exceptional leader and a custodian of tradition. Under his guidance, the Academy's future was destined for greatness, and the peace of the Douluo Continent would be more securely upheld. Moreover, Shan Chuan would persist in his mission of legacy, guiding the soul masters of Douluo and penning their own legendary tales. The awakening path of Douluo once again. The skies over the Douluo Continent were shrouded in ominous clouds, an inexplicable sense of oppression permeating the air. Standing upon the training grounds of the Academy, Shan Chuan gazed into the distant horizon, a surge of profound unease swelling within him. Ever since the last confrontation with the dark forces, the continent seemed to have momentarily regained its tranquility. Yet Shan Chuan discerned that this calm was but the stillness that precedes a tempest. "Teacher Shan Chuan, look over there," a disciple suddenly exclaimed, pointing toward the distant sky with astonishment. As Shan Chuan followed the direction indicated by his disciple, he beheld a peculiar radiance flickering on the horizon, only to vanish beyond the distant peaks. What could that be? A tightening sensation gripped Shan Chuan's heart as he promptly summoned the core disciples of the Academy. "Does anyone recall the light from just now?" Shan Chuan inquired with a grave demeanor. The disciples shook their heads in unison, expressing that they had never witnessed such an enigmatic spectacle. "It seems that new variables may have emerged on the continent." Shan Chuan intoned solemnly, "We must remain vigilant and bolster the Academy's defenses. Furthermore, I urge you to investigate discreetly to determine if anyone is scheming in the shadows." "Yes, Master Shan Chuan." The disciples responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with resolute determination. Just as Shan Chuan was reinforcing the Academy's defenses, the mysterious light reappeared, this time spiraling above the Academy for a moment before gently descending, ultimately disappearing into the mountains behind the Academy. "Master Shan Chuan, the light has landed in the back mountains," one disciple reported eagerly. The mountains and rivers stirred within, prompting the leader to immediately guide several core disciples to the rear mountain for investigation. They traversed through the dense forest and arrived at the location where the radiance had vanished. There, they discovered an extraordinary stone, emanating a faint glow as if beckoning them closer. "What could this be?" one disciple inquired with curiosity. Shan Chuan stepped forward to scrutinize the stone before him. Suddenly, he felt a surge of formidable soul energy emanating from the stone, resonating intensely with the soul energy within him. This was a soul stone, and a remarkably rare one at that. Shan Chuan spoke solemnly, suggesting that it might be intertwined with the future of our Academy. "A soul stone? What purpose does it serve?" the disciples inquired with curiosity. "The soul stone is a vital auxiliary item for soul masters, enhancing their soul power and potentially aiding in the awakening of new soul abilities." Shan Chuan elucidated. "We must transport this soul stone back to the Academy for thorough examination." "Understood, Teacher Shan Chuan." The disciples responded in unison, delicately carrying the soul stone back to the Academy. Upon their return, Shan Chuan promptly convened a clandestine meeting, inviting several esteemed faculty members and core disciples to collectively investigate the enigmatic soul stone. "Director Shan Chuan, the soul energy within this stone is exceptionally potent. Yet we are unable to ascertain its precise function," one senior teacher remarked. "I have an idea. We could attempt to fuse the soul stone with the Academy's soul tools to see if it yields new effects," Shan Chuan proposed. "That is indeed a commendable notion. We should give it a try," the senior teachers concurred. Through their collective efforts, the soul stone successfully merged with the Academy's soul tool. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the soul tool, illuminating the entire Academy as if it were day. Within the radiance, a figure gradually materialized, an elderly man clad in a time-worn robe, his face etched with the marks of time, yet his gaze remained strikingly clear and resolute. "I am the guardian of the soul stone. You have finally awakened me." The elder's voice resonated deeply. "Who are you?" Shan Chuan asked in astonishment. "I am an ancestor of the Douluo Continent. To protect this soul stone, I have slumbered for countless years. Now, you have awakened me and showcased your potential." The elder replied with a smile. "Can you reveal the secrets of the soul stone to us?" Shan Chuan implored eagerly. "Certainly. This soul stone is known as the Stone of Awakening. It possesses formidable power that can assist soul masters in awakening new abilities and even enhance the quality of their martial souls," the elder explained slowly. "However, to harness its power, one must undergo a series of trials." "Trials?" Shan Chuan and the disciples exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with anticipation and trepidation. Indeed, trials. Only by overcoming these challenges will you truly acquire the power of the Stone of Awakening, the elder stated before his figure gradually faded into the light. Teacher Shan Chuan, how can we succeed in these trials? The disciples asked excitedly. After a moment of contemplation, Shan Chuan spoke. The elder mentioned a trial, which must undoubtedly pertain to our martial souls and soul power. We must first enhance our strength to be worthy of the challenge. Indeed, Master Shan Chuan. The disciples responded in unison, promptly immersing themselves in rigorous training. In the ensuing months, the students of the academy toiled day and night, diligently augmenting their soul power and martial soul skills. Shan Chuan personally guided them, aiding the disciples in breaking through their limitations and enhancing their prowess. At long last, one night, while engaged in his own practice, Shan Chuan suddenly sensed a powerful fluctuation of soul energy. He immediately opened his eyes to behold the awakening stone emanating a brilliant light. Disciples, the awakening stone is stirring, Shan Chuan proclaimed loudly. The disciples ceased their training and gathered around. Suddenly, a beam of light shot forth from the awakening stone, enveloping Shan Chuan entirely. He felt an immense force surging within him, as his martial soul began to undergo a transformation, awakening an unprecedented power within. Master Shan Chuan, what is happening to you? The disciples inquired anxiously. Mountains and rivers closed their eyes, fully immersing themselves in the transformation within. His martial soul, an ordinary longsword, suddenly transformed into a radiant light sword, its blade adorned with enigmatic runes, emanating a powerful wave of soul energy. I have awakened a new soul skill, exclaimed Mountain River, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Excellent news, Master Mountain River, cheered the disciples, jubilantly approaching to offer their congratulations. Disciples, it is now your turn, Mountain River encouraged. The power of the awakening stone is limited. You must seize the moment, pass the trials, and awaken your own soul skills. Yes, Master Mountain River. The disciples responded in unison, eagerly beginning to communicate with the awakening stone. Under Mountain River's encouragement, the disciples earnestly attempted to awaken new soul skills. Some sat cross-legged, while others wielded their martial souls, fully attuned to the power of the awakening stone. One disciple, whose martial soul was a fire phoenix, suddenly felt a fierce flame igniting within him. His fire phoenix martial soul instantaneously transformed into a brilliant firebird, enveloped in searing flames. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered he had awakened a new soul skill, Inferno Blaze. Another disciple, with a giant hammer as his martial soul, felt a surge of tremendous power coursing through him. His giant hammer martial soul swiftly morphed into a resplendent light hammer, radiating formidable waves of soul energy. When he opened his eyes, he realized he had awakened the new soul skill, Earth-Shattering Crash. As time progressed, an increasing number of disciples successfully awakened their new soul skills. Their strengths surged dramatically, igniting a fervent and tense atmosphere throughout the academy. Master Mountain River, we have succeeded. The disciples excitedly gathered around, showcasing their newly awakened soul skills. The mountains and rivers observed these vibrant disciples, their hearts swelling with pride and contentment. He understood that these students would become the hope for the future of the Douluo Continent, destined to shoulder the noble responsibility of safeguarding its peace. My dear students, you have all performed admirably. This awakening has not only enhanced your individual strengths, but has also significantly bolstered the overall prowess of our academy. However, you must remember that the true challenges lie ahead. We cannot afford to be complacent, he imparted solemnly. Yes, Teacher Shan Chuan, the disciples replied in unison, their eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. With the disciples awakening, the academy's strength surged to new heights. Shan Chuan was aware that they were ready to embrace the forthcoming challenges. He resolved to lead his disciples to the farthest reaches of the Douluo Continent in search of more soul stones and soul tools to further augment the academy's capabilities. My dear students, our journey has only just begun. The Douluo Continent is replete with countless mysterious locales where powerful soul stones and soul tools are concealed. Our mission is to uncover them, enhance our strength, and protect the tranquility of the Douluo Continent. Shan Chuan inspired his disciples. Yes, Teacher Shan Chuan, they echoed, their eyes brimming with anticipation and fervor. Under Shan Chuan's guidance, the academy's disciples embarked on a new odyssey. They traversed dense jungles, crossed raging rivers, and faced innumerable hardships. Along their journey, They encountered various formidable spirit beasts and perilous challenges, yet they overcame each obstacle with relentless will and formidable strength. Teacher Shan Chuan, ahead lies an ancient ruin. Let us explore it. One disciple exclaimed excitedly. Mountains and rivers nodded slightly. Very well, let us take a look. They arrived at the ruins and discovered that the area was adorned with ancient runes and mechanisms. Guided by their master, they cautiously ventured into the ruins, embarking on a quest to uncover its secrets. Deep within the ruins, they stumbled upon a soul artifact, the Wheel of Time and Space, radiating an overwhelming spiritual energy. This artifact possessed immense power, capable of manipulating time and space, and was an exceedingly rare treasure. Master Shan Chuan, is this the Wheel of Time and Space? Its power is truly extraordinary. The disciples marveled in awe. Shan Chuan stepped forward, meticulously observing the Wheel of Time and Space. Suddenly, a formidable surge of soul energy erupted from the soul artifact, enveloping him entirely. His body began to tremble, and an expression of agony etched itself upon his face. Master Shan Chuan, the disciples exclaimed in alarm, eager to rush to his aid. Do not approach. Shan Chuan managed to utter with great difficulty. This is the power of the Wheel of Time and Space testing me. I must confront it alone. Amidst his painful struggle, Shan Chuan, bolstered by unwavering resolve and formidable soul energy, gradually acclimated to the wheel's force. His form became encircled by layers of mysterious halos, time seemingly stagnating around him while space subtly contorted. I can feel it. Shan Chuan's voice resonated in the void, as his consciousness gradually merged with the Wheel of Time and Space. Suddenly, a blinding radiance erupted from the wheel, illuminating the entire relic as though it were midday. Within this brilliance, Shan Chuan's silhouette ascended gracefully, his martial spirit, a resplendent sword of light, undergoing a profound transformation at that very moment. The sword was surrounded by ripples of time and space. Each swing seemed capable of rending the fabric of space and distorting the flow of time. I did it. Shan Chuan's voice brimmed with joy and exhilaration. He had successfully integrated the power of the Wheel of Time and Space into his martial spirit. Master Shan Chuan, you are incredible. The disciples cheered, rushing forward to offer their congratulations. Indeed, we have succeeded. This trial has not only enhanced my strength, but has also deepened our understanding of the power of time and space. Shan Chuan reflected with a sense of awe. As Shan Chuan successfully merged with the power of the wheel, the atmosphere within the academy became increasingly vibrant. The disciples gathered around. Their curiosity piqued as they inquired about the mysteries of temporal power. Master Shan Chuan, what is the nature of this power? What is its purpose? A disciple asked with keen interest. The mountains and rivers smiled as they elucidated. The power of time and space is an exceedingly enigmatic force, capable of manipulating both time and space. In the midst of battle, we can harness this power to induce a temporal stasis, ensnaring our adversaries in a momentary halt, thus granting us a strategic advantage. Concurrently, we can employ this power for spatial leaps, swiftly traversing to any location on the battlefield, and even transporting our foes to distant realms. How astonishing! The disciples exclaimed, their eyes glimmering with a fervent yearning for such power. However, the mountains and rivers solemnly cautioned. The utilization of time and space power demands an immense reservoir of soul energy and precise control. A moment's carelessness could precipitate chaos within the fabric of time and space, potentially endangering oneself. Master Shan Chuan, we shall endeavor to cultivate our skills. The disciples proclaimed in unison, their eyes brimming with unwavering resolve. Following the successful amalgamation of the Wheel of Time and Space's power, Shan Chuan resolved to lead his disciples on a temporal journey. They would harness the power of time and space to explore the past and future of the Douluo Continent, seeking additional soul stones and soul tools to enhance the Academy's overall strength. Dear students, our journey through time and space is about to commence. During this expedition, we shall traverse the annals of time, delving into uncharted territories. This is not merely an adventure. It is also a rare opportunity for enlightenment. Are you prepared? Shan Chuan inspired his disciples. We are ready, Master Shan Chuan. They responded in unison, their eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Under Shan Chuan's guidance, the disciples activated the power of time and space, ripples of temporal energy unfurling around them, enveloping them gently. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light engulfed them, and they vanished from their original location, embarking on their journey through time and space. When Shan Chuan and his disciples opened their eyes once more, they found themselves in an unfamiliar locale. Before them lay an expansive battlefield, thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. The sounds of drums and the clamor of combat resounding all around. Where are we? One disciple inquired in astonishment. Surrounded by majestic mountains and rivers. We find ourselves enveloped in an aura of antiquity. Soldiers clad in ancient armor wield long spears and shields, fiercely engaging in battle. We have traversed to a bygone battlefield. Master Shan Chuan remarked. It appears that the forces of time and space have transported us to the past of Douluo Continent. What shall we do, Master Shan Chuan? The disciples inquired. Their voices tinged with anxiety. Let us first observe the situation and see if we can discover a way to return to the present, Shan Chuan replied. They cautiously concealed themselves in a corner of the battlefield, attentively monitoring the unfolding conflict. Suddenly, a general adorned in golden armor captured Shan Chuan's attention. This commanding figure, wielding a colossal battle axe with an imposing presence, was orchestrating the soldiers' maneuvers. This general possesses formidable strength. His martial spirit appears to be a battle axe, Shan Chuan murmured. Should we not assist him? One of the disciples inquired. The mountains and rivers pondered for a moment and said, Very well, let us assist him. Perhaps he can impart some knowledge regarding the intricacies of time and space. They stealthily approached the general and, with a sudden onslaught, aided him in repelling the surrounding foes. The general turned around, astonished at the sight of the mountains, rivers, and his disciples. Who are you? What brings you to this place? The general inquired. Mountains and rivers bowed in reverence, proclaiming, General, we are soul masters from the future. We have traversed through the fabric of time and space to seek your assistance in finding a way back to the modern era. Upon hearing this, the general's eyes flickered with surprise, yet he quickly regained his composure. Ah, so you are time travelers. I have heard tales of time and space, but have never encountered true time travelers. Since you have come to my aid, I shall extend my assistance to you. Thank you, General. Mountain River expressed gratefully. With the General's guidance, Mountain River and his disciples located an ancient soul master. This venerable figure possessed immense soul power and a wealth of knowledge regarding soul masters. After listening to Mountain River's intentions, he nodded in agreement to assist them. The power of time and space is an extraordinarily enigmatic force. Your ability to wield it signifies your immense potential. I can impart to you some ancient soul master techniques to aid you in mastering the power of time and space, the soul master declared. Thank you, Master. Mountain River and his disciples chorused in gratitude. In the days that followed, the soul master imparted numerous ancient techniques, including how to better control soul power, how to employ soul skills to generate formidable attacks, and how to maintain composure and decisiveness in battle. These techniques greatly benefited Mountain River and his disciples, further enhancing their strength. Mountain River, your talents are truly remarkable. I believe that you will undoubtedly become legends of the Douluo Continent in the future. The Soul Master remarked with a sense of admiration. Thank you for your kind words, Master. We shall strive to live up to them, Mountain River humbly replied. After a period of diligent study, Mountain River and his disciples finally acquired sufficient knowledge to prepare for their return to the modern world. With the assistance of the Soul Master and the General, they activated the power of time and space, and waves of temporal ripples surged around them once more. Mountain River, I hope that you will continue to uphold the spirit of the Soul Masters and guard the peace of the Douluo Continent in the future, the Soul Master urged. We will, Master, Mountain River affirmed with determination. In a flash of light, Mountain River and his disciples returned to the present. They found themselves standing once again on the back mountain of the academy, as if nothing had transpired. Teacher Mountain River, we have returned. The disciples exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, we have returned. This journey through time has been immensely rewarding. Yet, we must not rest on our laurels. The future of the Douluo Continent requires our continued efforts. Mountain River reflected. Teacher Mountain River, we will persevere. The disciples responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with resolve. Upon returning to the academy, Mountain River promptly gathered all disciples for an insightful debriefing. Dear students, this journey through time has profoundly enlightened us about the enduring history of the Douluo Continent and the legacy of the Soul Masters that has been passed down through generations. As Soul Masters of the new era, we must not only inherit the techniques and spirit of our ancient predecessors, but also innovate and enhance our own abilities. Mountain River intoned solemnly. Teacher Mountain River, what should we do? A disciple inquired. First and foremost, we must persist in our cultivation, enhancing our soul power and soul skills. Secondly, we should maintain an open mind, absorbing the wisdom of ancient soul masters while integrating modern technology and knowledge to forge our own unique path as soul masters. Lastly, we must unite in purpose to safeguard the peace of the Douluo Continent. Shan Chuan spoke earnestly. Indeed, Master Shan Chuan. The disciples responded in unison, their eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Mountains and rivers beheld these vibrant disciples, their hearts brimming with hope. He understood that these students would embody the future of the Douluo Continent, destined to bear the significant responsibility of safeguarding the peace of the realm. Dear students, the future of the Douluo Continent rests in your hands. I firmly believe that through your diligent efforts, you shall undoubtedly forge your own illustrious chapters, he encouraged, his eyes alight with anticipation. The disciples were profoundly inspired by his words, collectively proclaiming, "We shall." Beneath the expansive skies of the Douluo Continent, the Soul Master Academy established by mountains and rivers stood as a towering beacon, illuminating the paths of countless soul masters. Furthermore, Mountains and Rivers himself was a revered figure, admired by numerous soul masters. He was not only a formidable soul master, but also an exceptional leader and a custodian of tradition. Under his guidance, the Academy's future was destined to shine ever more brightly, ensuring the peace of the Douluo Continent would be vigilantly protected. Mountains and Rivers would persist in his mission of legacy, guiding the soul masters of the Douluo Continent and inscribing their legendary narratives. On a gentle hillside of the Academy, Shan Chuan gazed at the distant sea of clouds, his heart brimming with reminiscence of his previous journey through time and space. However, fate seemed reluctant to allow him a moment of tranquility. A peculiar beam of black light suddenly sliced through the heavens, hurtling directly towards Shan Chuan. Before he could react, he found himself enveloped by the dark radiance. After a dizzying whirl, he discovered himself amidst an unfamiliar forest. Shan Chuan was taken aback, realizing that he might have been ensnared in an unforeseen transdimensional event. He attempted to harness his soul power, only to discover that it flowed sluggishly within him, seemingly constrained by the oppressive environment surrounding him. What on earth is happening? Where am I? Shan Chuan muttered to himself. At that moment, he was startled by a low, rumbling growl emanating from the front. Heightened with caution, he unsheathed his light sword, a manifestation of his martial spirit. However, due to the suppression of his soul power, the sword's brilliance flickered dimly. Suddenly, a colossal soul beast came into view. This creature bore a resemblance to a wolf, yet its size was several times greater than that of an ordinary wolf, with its eyes radiating a ghostly green luminescence. "Human, you have trespassed into my territory," the soul beast proclaimed, articulating words with a chilling clarity. Shan Chuan feigned calmness as he spoke. "Greetings, I did not intend to intrude. I was inexplicably brought here." The soul beast, however, paid no heed to his explanation, declaring, "Regardless of your arrival, you must perish within my domain." With that, the soul beast lunged toward Shan Chuan. Although his soul power was suppressed, he was no stranger to trials and tribulations. Swiftly, he sidestepped the beast's assault and struck at its back with his light, sword martial spirit. Yet, the blade merely sparked against the beast's hide, inflicting no significant harm. Enraged, the soul beast pivoted and charged at Shan Chuan once more, its gaping maw revealing razor-sharp fangs. Shan Chuan understood that continuing to confront the spirit beast head-on was not a viable strategy. While evading its relentless assaults, he contemplated potential tactics. He discerned that the creature's vulnerability appeared to lie in its eyes. Each time an attack approached that sensitive area, it seemed to recoil slightly. Amidst his evasive maneuvers, a sudden thought struck him. His curiosity about the power of spirit rings surged. Perhaps absorbing the spirit ring of this beast could augment his own strength. However, the process of absorption was fraught with peril, especially considering that his spirit power was currently suppressed. Gritting his teeth, Shan Chuan resolved to take the risk. He deliberately created an opening, allowing the spirit beast's attack to miss, then summoned all his strength to dash toward its eyes. The spirit beast, caught off guard by Shan Chuan's audacious assault on its vulnerable point, instinctively recoiled in a state of confusion. Taking advantage of the moment, Shan Chuan thrust his sword into the eye of the soul beast, which let out a piercing scream. Without a hint of hesitation, Shan Chuan swiftly withdrew his soul energy to commence the absorption of the soul ring. The soul beast, sensing Shan Chuan's intent, thrashed about wildly. However, as Shan Chuan continued to absorb the soul ring, its strength gradually waned. After a strenuous struggle, Shan Chuan ultimately succeeded in absorbing the soul beast's soul ring. Upon completion, He felt a surge of formidable power coursing through his body. His soul energy began to recover rapidly, and it was even more robust than before. The blade of his light sword spirit transformed, becoming more radiant, with the surrounding ripples of space-time becoming increasingly pronounced. Haha, it seems fortune favors me, Shan Chuan exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, he noticed peculiar patterns emerging on his body, resembling ancient runes. After studying them for a while, he discovered that these runes enhanced his control over soul energy. Just as Shan Chuan reveled in the joy of acquiring the soul ring, he was suddenly alerted by a cacophony of noise. The mountains and rivers moved towards the direction of the cacophony, discovering a group of spirit masters besieging a formidable spirit beast. This beast was indeed a prized quarry, and we must acquire its soul ring, one of the spirit masters exclaimed. However, the creature exuded an overwhelming aura, instilling fear in the hearts of the spirit masters, preventing them from approaching recklessly. Shan Chuan stepped forward and inquired, "Do you require assistance?" The soul masters, upon seeing Shan Chuan, responded with caution, asking, "Who are you? From where do you come?" Shan Chuan succinctly recounted his experiences. After listening, the soul masters exchanged glances, sensing that Shan Chuan did not appear to be fabricating his tale. "If you are indeed capable of assisting us, it would be nothing short of splendid," the soul masters remarked. Shan Chuan nodded slightly, and then made his way towards the formidable soul beast. After Shan Chuan joined the fray, he swiftly subdued the spirit beast using the newly acquired powers of his soul ring and the forces of time and space. Witnessing this, the spirit masters launched even more ferocious assaults. Through their combined efforts, they finally managed to subdue the spirit beast. "Thank you for your assistance. You are truly remarkable," one of the spirit masters remarked to Shan Chuan. The mountains and rivers spoke with a smile. "There is no need for thanks. We are all soul masters, and it is only natural to assist one another." After the battle concluded, the soul masters gathered together to engage in conversation. "Did you not suffer any backlash while absorbing the soul ring? I have heard that absorbing the rings of formidable soul beasts can be perilous," inquired one curious soul master. Shan Chuan shared his experiences, including how he bravely ventured to absorb spirit rings even when his soul power was suppressed. Upon hearing his tale, the spirit masters were deeply impressed by Shan Chuan's courage and wisdom. "What is that temporal power you utilized during battle? It appears quite extraordinary," inquired another spirit master. Shan Chuan elucidated. "This is a power I have acquired from a mysterious realm, one that allows me to manipulate certain aspects of time and space." Upon hearing this, the soul masters were filled with envy and longing. After conversing with the soul masters, Shan Chuan learned of the existence of numerous formidable soul artifacts in this world. These soul artifacts possess the ability to significantly augment a soul master's strength. Obtaining a superior soul artifact would equate to an additional layer of assurance. As one of the soul masters remarked, the mountains and rivers held a profound fascination for the soul artifacts, prompting them to embark on a quest alongside the soul masters in search of these mysterious relics. They traversed through the forest, diligently seeking out places that might conceal the elusive soul artifacts. At long last, they stumbled upon an ancient cave, where they detected an unusual aura lingering in the air. The mountains and the spirit masters cautiously ventured into the cave, where an air of mystery enveloped them. The walls were adorned with ancient runes, each exuding an aura of complexity. "Be vigilant," warned Shan Chuan. As they delved deeper into the cavern, a sudden clamor indicated the activation of a mechanism. "A trap!" the spirit masters exclaimed in alarm. Upon meticulous observation of his surroundings, Mountain River discerned a loose stone. With considerable effort, he dislodged the stone, bringing the mechanism to a halt. Continuing their journey, they beheld a treasure chest. Could it be that the soul artifact lay within? An excited soul master exclaimed. Mountains and rivers advanced, unveiling the treasure chest. Within it lay a golden spear, emanating a formidable aura of spiritual energy. "This is the soul artifact we have been seeking," the soul masters exclaimed joyfully. However, a dilemma soon emerged. To whom should this soul artifact rightfully belong? "I discovered it first. It should be mine," declared one soul master. "Yet, everyone has made significant contributions. Why should it belong solely to you?" countered another soul master. Mountains and rivers observed the quarreling spirit masters and spoke. "Let us not dispute any longer. This soul artifact should rightfully belong to the one most capable of wielding it. We can engage in a contest. The victor shall claim the soul artifact." The spirit masters found this proposal agreeable and thus commenced their competition. After a fierce contest, one spirit master emerged triumphant. Congratulations, this soul artifact is now yours, declared mountains and rivers. The newly anointed owner of the soul artifact expressed his heartfelt gratitude to mountains and rivers, as well as to the other spirit masters. Let us continue our exploration in this world. Countless mysteries await us, mountains and rivers proclaimed. Thus, they once again set forth on their journey, unaware of what lay ahead, yet filled with anticipation for the future. In the days that followed, they encountered a myriad of challenges, from formidable soul beasts to intricate soul skill traps. However, through the bonds of friendship, wisdom, and courage, Mountains and his companions overcame each obstacle time and again. In this unfamiliar world, Shan Chuan gradually matures, continuously absorbing soul rings, seeking soul tools, and enhancing his strength. He understands that he may never return to his original world, yet he harbors no regrets, for he has discovered his own value and purpose on the Douluo Continent. As time progresses, Shan Chuan's reputation spreads throughout this realm, and he becomes an object of admiration for many soul masters. The tales of him and his companions evolve into legends on the Douluo Continent. One day, Shan Chuan learns of a mysterious castle at the edge of the continent, rumored to conceal secrets capable of altering the fate of the entire land. Let us venture to that castle, Shan Chuan proposed. Although the soul masters were aware that the journey to the castle was fraught with peril, they unhesitatingly agreed. Thus, Shan Chuan led the soul masters toward the continent's end, their silhouettes appearing particularly resolute under the setting sun. The path to the castle was exceedingly arduous. They had to traverse dense mountains and navigate turbulent rivers. Amidst the mountains, they encountered a fierce storm. The howling winds threatened to blow them off the cliffs. "Stay close together, do not scatter," Shan Chuan shouted. They clasped hands, struggling to withstand the tempest. During the storm, Shan Chuan tirelessly utilized the power of time and space to stabilize their bodies. At long last, they successfully crossed the mountains. Upon crossing the river, they faced an assault from aquatic soul beasts lurking beneath the surface. These creatures launched surprise attacks, injuring several members of the group. "Be cautious," Shan Chuan warned. He employed his light sword martial soul to create temporal barriers in the water, shielding them from the beast's onslaught. Through their collective efforts, they managed to cross the river unscathed. After a lengthy journey, they finally beheld the enigmatic castle. Towering into the clouds, it emanated an aura of mystery. The castle appears so enigmatic. One wonders what secrets it harbors within, remarked a soul master. Shan Chuan suggested, "Let us venture inside." As they entered the castle, they discovered it was teeming with intricate traps. "Be cautious of the mechanisms," Shan Chuan advised. They navigated the castle with utmost care. The complexities of the traps posed a constant threat. A single misstep could trigger dire consequences. In a grand hall, they stumbled upon a magnificent crystal orb, which exuded an aura of significance. "This orb appears to be extraordinary," Shan Chuan remarked. As they approached, the orb suddenly radiated a blinding light. Within the brilliance, an image materialized, revealing the history and future of the Douluo Continent. It became evident that the continent was on the brink of immense peril. An impending cataclysm threatened its very existence. Shan Chuan and his companions were destined to avert this crisis. "We must discover a means to save the continent," Shan Chuan declared resolutely. From the vision within the orb, they learned of the necessity to gather scattered fragments of divine artifacts from across the globe, which must be united to rescue their homeland. Thus, Shan Chuan led the soul masters on a new quest, dispersing them across the world in search of the artifact fragments. In the course of his quest, Mountain River encountered countless difficulties and challenges. Yet, he never wavered in his resolve. On an ancient continent, he discovered the first fragment of the artifact. This shard emanated a formidable power. The moment Mountain River made contact, an overwhelming surge of information flooded his mind. He comprehended the origin and purpose of this fragment. "It seems we have indeed found the right thing," he remarked. With utmost care, he secured the fragment and continued his search. Through the collective efforts of his companions, they gradually unearthed the remaining shards. Once all the fragments were gathered, they ascended a mysterious peak, where they commenced the assembly of the artifact. The mountains and rivers, along with the other soul masters, meticulously assembled the fragments as guided by the crystal orb. After considerable effort, the divine artifact was finally restored. It radiated a blinding brilliance, enveloping the entirety of the Douluo Continent in its luminous glow. At that moment, the forces that heralded the impending crisis emerged as well. Thus, a breathtaking final battle erupted. The mountains and rivers, wielding their divine artifacts, led the soul masters into battle against their foes. Throughout the conflict, The mountains and rivers adeptly harnessed the advantages of temporal and spatial powers, skillfully traversing between friend and adversary. Ultimately, through their collective endeavors, they succeeded in rescuing the Douluo Continent. Following the conclusion of the battle, the mountains and rivers emerged as a hero of the Douluo Continent. The tale of him and his companions became a cherished narrative, transforming into an everlasting legend upon the land. The mountains and rivers have ultimately discovered their sanctuary in this world. He continues to explore within this realm, safeguarding the peace and prosperity of the Douluo Continent. The elevation of soul power in Douluo. After successfully rescuing the Douluo Continent, Shan Chuan gained widespread renown. However, he did not succumb to arrogance or complacency. On the contrary, he increasingly sensed the deeper potential of his soul power, realizing that this world still held many mysteries awaiting his exploration. One day, while delving into a mysterious ancient relic, Shan Chuan stumbled upon a crystal emanating a strange luminescence. The moment he touched the crystal, a surge of formidable energy coursed through his body, causing his soul power to fluctuate uncontrollably. What is happening? Shan Chuan felt a mix of surprise and joy. At that moment, his companions were also drawn to the pulsation of energy. Shan Chuan, are you all right? One companion asked anxiously. I'm not sure, but I feel as though my soul power is on the verge of transformation, Shan Chuan replied. As the energy continued to flow in, the space surrounding Shan Chuan began to warp, and a faint blue light enveloped him. Although he had already absorbed numerous soul rings, at this moment, those rings seemed to be summoned, swirling around his body. This is a sign of soul ring awakening, an experienced elder soul master exclaimed excitedly. Shan Chuan closed his eyes, concentrating on the changes within his soul power. He discovered that his soul ring was gradually merging with a new force, one that seemed to emanate from the depths of the cosmos, imbued with boundless mysteries. Suddenly, with a burst of exhilaration, Shan Chuan opened his eyes and exclaimed. At that moment, his first soul ring underwent a profound transformation. The once ordinary soul skill was significantly enhanced. My first soul skill can now inflict double damage upon foes, and it also bestows a brief stunning effect, Shan Chuan proclaimed with excitement. His companions rejoiced for him. Yet they understood that this was merely the beginning. With the awakening of his first soul ring, an intense desire surged within Shan Chuan. He yearned to seek new soul rings to further augment his power. Let us embark on a quest to find new soul beasts. I am certain there exists a soul ring perfectly suited for me, Shan Chuan declared to his companions. They all expressed their agreement. Thus, they set forth on a journey to discover soul beasts. Amidst a dense forest teeming with soul beasts, they encountered a colossal flame leopard. This magnificent creature radiated intense flames, showcasing formidable strength. This flame leopard soul ring appears to be quite suitable for me, yet its power should not be underestimated, Shan Chuan remarked as he gazed at the beast. We are here to assist you, Shan Chuan, his companions responded. The mountains and rivers gently shook their heads, stating, I must acquire this soul ring by myself. It is also a test of my own resolve. Shan Chuan approached the flame leopard alone. Sensing the imminent threat, the flame leopard let out a fierce roar and lunged toward Shan Chuan. Mountains and rivers swiftly summoned their luminous sword spirit, harnessing the power of space-time to impede the fiery leopard's velocity before lunging towards its head. The fiery leopard, possessing remarkable agility, deftly evaded the attack by sidestepping, then retaliated with a clawed swipe directed at the mountains and rivers. Shan Chuan leapt backward, evading the onslaught of the flame leopard. Your speed is impressive, yet still insufficient, he remarked. The flame leopard appeared to comprehend his words, launching yet another assault, this time with even greater swiftness. Mountains and rivers incessantly harnessed the forces of time and space to evade the onslaught of the flame leopard, all the while searching for a chink in its formidable armor. At last, the mountains and rivers discerned that the flame leopard exhibited a brief pause during its lunges. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, they thrust the lightsaber fiercely into the creature's abdomen. Injured, the flame leopard became even more frenzied, yet its strength gradually waned. After an intense and fervent battle, the flame leopard ultimately collapsed upon the ground. Mountains and rivers approached the flame leopard, commencing the absorption of its soul ring. He seated himself cross-legged, channeling his soul power into the essence of the flame leopard's soul ring, fervently wishing for this enhancement to significantly augment his strength. In his heart, he silently prayed. As his soul power flowed in, the soul ring of the flame leopard began to gradually meld into his being. Mountains and rivers felt a surge of fiery energy coursing through his body, his soul power being continuously refined in the process. Upon opening his eyes once more, he realized he had successfully absorbed the soul ring of the flame leopard. My second soul skill can unleash a formidable fiery impact. Its power is truly astonishing. Mountains and rivers exclaimed with enthusiasm. Following the absorption of this new soul ring, he was struck by a fresh idea. I wish to seek a soul tool that complements my new soul skill, allowing me to fully harness my potential, he conveyed to his companions. They nodded in agreement, and together they began to inquire about the whereabouts of soul tools. At long last, they came upon a legend regarding the location of fragments of divine artifacts. It was said that on a mysterious island lay numerous powerful fragments. Perhaps we might discover a suitable soul tool for mountains and rivers there, one of his companions suggested. They embarked on a soul master ship, setting sail towards the enigmatic island. On the sea, they faced myriad dangers, including tempestuous storms and assaults from sea spirit beasts. Yet, through their unwavering resolve and mutual cooperation, they successfully reached the island. Upon arrival, they encountered many peculiar creatures and formidable barriers. This place appears perilous, but we must find a soul tool that suits me, Mountains and Rivers declared resolutely. They navigated the island with caution, and deep within its confines, they discovered a shard radiating a brilliant light. This fragment was unlike any divine artifact shards he had seen before. It emanated a warm power. This shard seems perfectly suited for me, Mountains and Rivers remarked. Approaching it, he reached out to grasp the fragment. The moment he did, a powerful force surged into his being, merging his soul power with that of the shard, which gradually transformed into a sword in his hand. This sword possesses immense power. I feel a unique bond with it, Mountains and Rivers joyfully proclaimed. As Mountains and Rivers continued to grow, his companions too were not idle. They diligently sought soul rings and tools suited to themselves, significantly enhancing their strengths. Mountains and Rivers, look at how strong we have all become. We can now challenge even more formidable foes together, one companion remarked. The Mountains and Rivers nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, yet we must not become complacent. There remain numerous unknown dangers in this world. Just as they were poised to depart from the island, a group of enigmatic and formidable beings materialized before them. You have acquired fragments of the divine artifact on our island. They must be surrendered, proclaimed one of the mysterious figures. The Mountains and Rivers, wielding the sword in hand, proclaimed, this sword belongs to me, and we shall not surrender it. Upon hearing this, the enigmatic powerful beings launched their assaults. Shan Chuan and his companions exhibited unwavering courage as they fought side by side, engaging in a fierce battle against the enigmatic powerful adversaries. Throughout the skirmish, Shan Chuan showcased the might of his newly acquired soul skills and soul artifacts. Harnessing the powers of time and space along with fiery onslaughts, he repeatedly repelled the foes. His comrades also utilized their unique talents, collaborating seamlessly to gradually gain the upper hand. Ultimately, the mysterious adversaries were vanquished by their combined efforts. You are indeed formidable. We shall spare you today, remarked the enigmatic beings before retreating in disarray. Shan Chuan and his companions have triumphantly returned to the Douluo Continent. Their arrival has been met with enthusiastic acclaim from the populace. You are truly remarkable, bringing hope to our land, the people exclaimed. Mountains and Rivers beheld the jubilant crowd, a profound sense of accomplishment swelling within his heart. He understood that their mission was far from complete. They must persist in safeguarding this continent. Shan Chuan realized that he had evolved into a formidable soul master, and he felt a profound responsibility to impart his knowledge and experiences to a greater number of individuals. Consequently, he, along with his companions, established a prestigious academy for soul masters. Within the walls of this institution, Shan Chuan personally guided the aspiring soul masters in the art of cultivating their soul power, absorbing soul rings, and selecting soul tools that suited their unique abilities. I hope you will become as powerful as we are and safeguard this continent, Shan Chuan proclaimed to the eager young soul masters. Inspired by his words, the youthful practitioners brimmed with motivation. Under Shan Chuan's mentorship, an increasing number of young soul masters flourished. Under their vigilant guardianship, the Douluo Continent thrived ever more splendidly. As Shan Chuan gazed upon these youthful soul masters, his heart brimmed with hope. I firmly believe that through our collective endeavors, the Douluo Continent shall endure in everlasting peace, he declared with profound emotion. Standing atop the academy's roof, he beheld the distant sky, his heart swelling with anticipation for the future. He understood that he, along with his companions and these promising young soul masters, would together compose an even more splendid chapter in the saga of the Douluo Continent. At the edge of the enigmatic starry forest, Shan Chuan lingered, his gaze imbued with both a vigilant awareness of the lurking dangers and an irresistible curiosity. He understood that this was the pivotal place for him to acquire a soul beast and awaken his soul ring. However, the terrifying forces concealed in the shadows instilled a sense of trepidation within him. "Shan Chuan, do you truly intend to venture in?" inquired Xiaowu, her voice laced with concern. Xiaowu, a transformation of a 100,000-year-old soul beast known as the soft-boned rabbit, had been captivated by Shan Chuan's resilience and uniqueness since their acquaintance. Deciding to accompany him on this perilous journey, Mountains and Rivers inhaled deeply and resolutely declared, "I must enter. Only in this way can I grow stronger and establish myself in this world replete with peril and opportunity." Xiaowu, with a sense of resignation, shook her head and replied, "You must stay closely by my side. The soul beasts within the Douluo forest are far more complex than they appear." They cautiously ventured deeper into the Douluo forest. The towering trees around them were lush and dense, allowing sunlight to filter through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Suddenly, a deep, menacing roar echoed, and a 10-year-old wind wolf, with a coat as white as snow, emerged before them. Its eyes glinted with a fierce light, and its agile form clearly regarded Shan Chuan and Xiaowu as prey. Shan Chuan clenched his fists, acutely aware of the oppressive aura emanating from the wind wolf. Though a tinge of anxiety coursed through him, it was overshadowed by a profound excitement. For this marked his inaugural encounter with the assault of a soul beast. The wind wolf launched the first strike, dashing toward Shan Chuan like a bolt of white lightning. With a deft sidestep, Shan Chuan evaded its attack. Xiaowu, standing nearby, chuckled and remarked, "Shan Chuan, while the wind wolf's speed is indeed remarkable, its attacks are rather predictable. All you need to do is identify its weaknesses." Observing the actions of the wind wolf with keen attention, Shan Chuan noticed that the creature would pause briefly after each pounce. Seizing the moment as the wind wolf prepared to launch another attack, Shan Chuan leaped forward with great agility and, summoning all his strength, delivered a powerful punch to its abdomen. The wind wolf yelped in pain. After a fierce struggle, Shan Chuan ultimately triumphed over the beast, bearing several marks from its claws yet unconcerned, his face radiating the joy of victory. Xiaowu regarded Shan Chuan with admiration, exclaiming, "You are quite brave and possess commendable combat awareness. However, this is merely the beginning. You will encounter far more formidable soul beasts ahead." As they ventured deeper into the Douluo forest, they came across a century-old mandala snake. Its body shimmered in a vivid green adorned with black patterns, and its venomous fangs glinted ominously. "Shan Chuan, the venom of this mandala snake is potent. You must exercise caution," Xiaowu warned. The mandala snake flicked its tongue, hissing menacingly before launching an attack. Its form slithered swiftly, and Shan Chuan remained vigilant, focusing intently on the impending threat. As the snake approached, he kicked a nearby branch with precision, striking the creature's head and causing it to pause momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaowu sprang into action, her body coiling like a spring as she delivered a punch to the snake's vital spot. The mandala snake writhed for a moment before collapsing onto the ground. Shan Chuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and expressed his gratitude. "Xiaowu, thank you. Without you, I would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with this." Xiaowu smiled and replied, "We are partners, after all." Through relentless exploration and fierce battles, Shan Chuan finally encountered a millennium soul beast, the flame leopard, that was well suited to him. The flame leopard radiated intense heat, its power formidable. "Shan Chuan, the flames of this leopard are exceptionally potent. You must be cautious of its attack range," Xiaowu advised earnestly. Mountains and Rivers nodded slightly, his gaze brimming with determination. The flame leopard launched the first assault, exhaling a torrent of fire that surged towards him. Swiftly, he rolled on the ground, evading the fiery onslaught. Then, he commenced his counterattack. His body erupted with formidable power as he charged towards the flame leopard. Sensing his approach, the flame leopard unleashed another blast of flames. Undeterred, he focused his energy, enveloping his body in a protective aura, and boldly plunged into the inferno. The flame leopard, taken aback by his fearless advance, observed with astonishment. Upon nearing the flame leopard, he delivered a powerful punch aimed at its head. The impact forced the flame leopard to stagger backward, roaring in fury as it prepared to retaliate. The Mountains and Rivers engaged in a fierce life-and-death struggle with the flame leopard. Throughout the battle, the Mountains and Rivers ceaselessly transcended their own limits. their spiritual energy continuously escalating. In the end, the mountains and rivers triumphed over the flame leopard. The beast collapsed to the ground, transforming into a radiant light that vanished, while a magnificent soul ring materialized around the mountains and rivers. "Congratulations, mountains and rivers. You have successfully obtained a Millennium Soul Ring," exclaimed Xiao Wu with exuberance. Shan Chuan felt the surging soul power within him, his heart brimming with joy. He understood that this marked a significant step towards his burgeoning strength. After acquiring the soul ring, Shan Chuan commenced his quest for a soul artifact. He had heard whispers of ancient ruins deep within the Soul Beast Forest, where powerful soul artifacts might be concealed. They stumbled upon an ancient castle nestled in a secluded valley. The castle's grand entrance stood firmly shut, adorned with intricate and mysterious runes. It emanated an unusual aura. Within its walls could lie soul artifacts, yet it might also harbor peril, as Xiao Wu cautioned. Shan Chuan approached without hesitation, reaching out to touch the runes etched upon the grand door. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed, and the door creaked open slowly. They entered the castle, where an air of mystery enveloped them. In the grand hall, a sword radiating a cold luminescence caught their attention. "This sword appears quite extraordinary," Shan Chuan remarked. As he drew closer to the blade, a formidable force surged forth, enveloping him completely. Shan Chuan felt as though his very soul was being stretched by this overwhelming power, and he struggled in agony. "Shan Chuan!" Xiao Wu cried out, wishing to assist, but was thwarted by an unseen force. The mountains and rivers persevered through their anguish, their willpower remarkably resilient. Gradually, that formidable energy began to be assimilated within him, and the radiance of the sword softened progressively. Ultimately, he succeeded in subduing the sword, which became his sole weapon, further augmenting his prowess. Shan Chuan departed from the castle with Xiao Wu, continuing their exploration within the vast starry forest. They encountered a myriad of soul beasts, some exhibiting hostility towards them, while others displayed curiosity. On one occasion, they came across a small fox soul beast, whose leg was injured, rendering it quite pitiable. Mountains and rivers evoke a sense of compassion within him as he kneels down to tend to the wounds of the little fox. The fox, sensing the kindness emanating from him, nuzzles its head against his hand. "You truly are a kind-hearted soul," Xiao Wu remarked. The mountains and rivers spoke with a gentle smile. Every life deserves to be respected. As time flowed by, the mountains and rivers in the Douluo Continent continued to flourish. His name gradually spread, becoming a legend in the eyes of many. One day, a formidable team of soul masters arrived at the Stardow Forest, intent on capturing a powerful soul beast. "We were the first to discover this place. You cannot capture soul beasts here," spoke the mountains and rivers with determination. The captain of the soul master team gazed at him with disdain. "You, a mere mortal, dare to obstruct us? Mountains and rivers, stand resolute. I shall not permit you to wreak havoc here." The spirit master team launched their assault, and Shan Chuan fought side by side with Xiao Wu. Shan Chuan wielded his spirit sword, emanating an overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu showcased her agility, relentlessly striking at the adversaries. After a fierce battle, Shan Chuan and his companions successfully repelled the spirit master team. "Shan Chuan, you have grown stronger once again," Xiao Wu remarked. Shan Chuan gazed into the distance, aware that his journey in Douluo would be long and fraught with challenges. Yet, he harbored an unyielding belief to continually grow stronger and forge his own legend in this enchanting realm. In the days that followed, Shan Chuan ventured deeper into the Douluo Continent, persistently confronting mightier soul beasts to obtain more advanced soul rings, while simultaneously seeking powerful soul tools. His friendship with Xiao Wu blossomed as they faced myriad dangers together, supporting one another in this world where the survival of the fittest prevailed. The name of Shan Chuan grows increasingly resplendent across the Douluo Continent, his tale reverberating among the people, serving as a wellspring of inspiration for countless individuals in their pursuit of dreams. He himself continues to forge ahead on this enchanting land, delving into the mysteries yet to be uncovered, penning a glorious chapter that is uniquely his own. He understands that as long as there is faith in his heart and relentless effort in his endeavors, there is nothing he cannot conquer. Like a brilliant star, he radiates a distinctive luminescence in the sky of the Douluo Continent. Whether confronting the terrifying legion of soul beasts or facing the envious soul masters who seek to suppress him, Shan Chuan resolutely dismantles their challenges with his indomitable will and extraordinary prowess. He perpetually transcends his own limits, advancing further along the path of the soul master, ultimately becoming a true legend in every sense of the word. The journey of Douluo's soul beasts and awakening unfolds. The reputation of Shan Chuan and Xiaowu gradually spread throughout the starry forest, becoming known to many soul masters and creatures alike. One day, they ventured into an uncharted valley. The air was thick with a potent soul energy, and an array of peculiar plants flourished in this extraordinary place. This feels unusual, Shan Chuan, Xiaowu observed, her gaze alert and scanning the surroundings. Indeed, yet danger often accompanies opportunity, Shan Chuan replied, gripping his soul sword tightly. Suddenly, a colossal shadow leopard sprang forth from the darkness. This creature towered over the flame leopard they had previously encountered, its fur resembling the shadows of night, its eyes glimmering with an eerie green light. Be cautious of its shadow powers, Xiaowu warned. The shadow leopard emitted no growl, instead lunging directly at Shan Chuan. He sensed a formidable pressure emanating from the beast and swiftly summoned his soul power. As the shadow leopard closed in, Shan Chuan unleashed a new soul technique. A layer of blue luminescence enveloped his light sword martial spirit, a skill he acquired after merging with a new soul ring, Ice Spike Impact. Mountains and rivers infused their soul power into the luminous sword, thrusting it towards the shadow panther. The azure radiance enveloping the sword transformed into a shard of ice. Hurtling towards the shadowy beast, the panther swiftly evaded the icy projectile, yet its claws grazed across the arm of the warrior. Such swiftness! Mountains furrowed his brow. The shadow panther launched another assault, its form flickering in and out of the shadows. With unwavering focus, Mountains harnessed the power of time and space to discern the panther's location. Suddenly, he dashed in a particular direction, swinging the luminous sword and severing the panther's tail. The creature yelped in pain, letting out an enraged roar. It charged towards Mountains with even greater speed this time. He remained vigilant, fighting alongside Xiaowu. She nimbly leaped, evading the panther's strikes while targeting its eyes and abdomen with her fists. Meanwhile, Mountains utilized the ice shards to continuously hinder the panther's movements. After a fierce battle, he ultimately triumphed over the shadow panther. The beast collapsed to the ground, dissipating into a beam of light, granting Mountains a new surge of soul power. You have grown stronger once again, Mountains, Xiaowu remarked with a smile. Deep within the valley, they stumbled upon an ancient cave, emanating mysterious waves of power. Perhaps there are treasures within, Mountains suggested. They cautiously stepped into the cave, where an ancient aura pervaded the air, and the walls were etched with runes. At the center of the cave stood a luminous crystal sphere. As Mountains approached the sphere, it suddenly emitted a radiant beam of light, enveloping his body. Mountains and rivers felt a surge of powerful information flooding into their minds, imparting knowledge about an ancient soul technique. What is the soul technique? Xiaowu inquired with curiosity. Shan Chuan shook his head, uncertain yet sensing an overwhelming strength within. Upon departing from the cave, Shan Chuan and Xiaowu continued their exploration of the Douluo forest. They encountered an adorable little squirrel spirit beast. To their surprise, the little squirrel approached them without fear. Greetings. I am Xiaosong, it chirped in a youthful voice. Hello, Xiaosong. Shan Chuan replied with a smile. Xiaosong led them to the edge of a small lake, where numerous peculiar fish spirit beasts swam gracefully. These fish are truly delectable. Would you care to sample some? Xiaosong inquired. Shan Chuan and Xiaowu shook their heads. Xiaosong looked at them, his eyes brimming with curiosity. You are not here to capture us, are you? The mountains and rivers shook their heads, assuring, we shall not harm you. Little Pine broke into a joyful smile, proclaiming, then you are indeed friends. The life of Shan Chuan and Xiaowu in the starry forest is filled with joy. One day, a mysterious soul beast approached Shan Chuan. Are you Shan Chuan? Inquired the enigmatic creature. Indeed. And who might you be? Shan Chuan replied with caution. I am the guardian of the starry forest, and I am aware of your extraordinary potential. I am willing to bestow upon you a soul ring, the mysterious soul beast proclaimed. The mountains and rivers gazed in astonishment at the enigmatic spirit beast. Why? Because you share a profound connection with our Douluo forest, the mysterious spirit beast proclaimed. Mountains and rivers gazed gratefully at the enigmatic spirit beast, expressing their gratitude. The mysterious spirit beast placed a colossal soul ring before them. Settling into a cross-legged position, they began to absorb the soul ring. During this process, an overwhelming surge of power flooded into their being. Their soul force steadily escalated, and the awakening power of the soul ring continued to intensify. What is happening? Xiaowu inquired, astonished. The mountains and rivers remained silent as he focused intently on absorbing the soul ring. Once he completed the absorption, a radiant golden aura enveloped his body. My soul power has significantly increased, and I have awakened a new soul skill, he exclaimed with exhilaration. The new soul skill is the Radiant Shield, capable of withstanding formidable attacks. Shan Chuan and Xiaowu bid farewell to the Douluo Forest and embarked on a new journey. They arrived in a bustling city, teeming with various soul masters and soul beasts, creating an atmosphere of vibrant excitement. It is indeed lively here, remarked Xiaowu. Indeed. This place offers abundant opportunities and challenges, Shan Chuan responded. They took residence in a Soul Master Academy, where the students, upon seeing Shan Chuan and Xiaowu, were filled with curiosity. Where do you hail from? Inquired one of the students. We come from the Douluo Forest, Shan Chuan replied. The students gazed at them with envy. Within the academy, Shan Chuan and Xiaowu continued their rigorous training. Mountains and rivers continuously challenge more formidable disciples, and his strength is perpetually on the rise. One day, a powerful soul master confronted him. I have heard tales of your prowess. Today, I shall witness just how formidable you truly are, declared the soul master. The mountains and rivers remained silent as he drew forth his soul sword, preparing for battle. The clash commenced, and the soul master unleashed a formidable assault. Yet Shan Chuan adeptly deflected the onslaught with his radiant shield. Subsequently, he unleashed a new soul technique, driving the soul master back. You are indeed powerful, but I refuse to be defeated, declared the soul master. In response, the soul master intensified his attacks, while Shan Chuan skillfully evaded each strike, searching for an opportune moment. Ultimately, through the combination of ice spikes in the radiant shield, Shan Chuan triumphed over the soul master. You are truly remarkable, the soul master remarked in admiration. The mountains and rivers smiled and said, thank you. Within the academy, the mountains and rivers forged numerous friendships with Xiaowu. Together, they cultivated their skills, fought side by side, and grew as individuals. The name of Shan Chuan has grown increasingly renowned within the academy. His tale has become a legend among the students. One day, a mysterious figure approached Shan Chuan. Are you Shan Chuan? The enigmatic individual inquired. Indeed, and who might you be? Shan Chuan responded. I am your adversary. The mysterious figure replied with a chilling smirk. The mountains and rivers gazed warily at the enigmatic figure. What are your intentions? They queried. I shall vanquish you and ascend as the most formidable soul master in the Douluo Continent, proclaimed the mysterious individual. Mountains and rivers gripped the soul sword tightly, resolute in their determination to thwart your ambitions. The enigmatic figure launched an assault, prompting Shan Chuan and Xiaowu to unite in combat. Despite the formidable strength of the mysterious adversary, Shan Chuan and Xiaowu exhibited remarkable synergy, employing a myriad of soul skills and strategies to engage in a fierce confrontation. After an arduous struggle, Shan Chuan ultimately triumphed over the enigmatic foe. You are indeed powerful, yet I shall not concede, the mysterious figure declared. Mountains and rivers declared with a smile, I shall grow stronger continuously, denying you any opportunity. Within the academy, he diligently pursued his training, his prowess ever on the rise. He understood that his journey through the Douluo realm was far from over, and that myriad challenges awaited him. Yet, he held steadfast to his conviction, to relentlessly enhance his strength and to forge a legend uniquely his own in this enchanting world. His friendship with Xiaowu deepened with each passing day as they confronted various perils together, supporting one another in this ruthless arena of survival. Mountains and rivers resemble a resplendent star, shimmering with a unique brilliance in the skies of the Douluo Continent. Whether confronted by the terrifying legion of soul beasts or the envious soul masters seeking to suppress him, he, with unwavering tenacity and remarkable prowess, overcame each challenge. Continuously transcending his own limits, he ventured further along the path of soul masters, evolving into a true legend. His name shall be eternally etched in the annals of the Douluo Continent's history, becoming an idol and a paragon in the hearts of countless individuals. The awakening of soul tools and soul rings. After engaging in combat with a mysterious being, Shan Chuan's reputation within the academy soared, yet he remained undeterred by this newfound acclaim. One day, he resolved to venture alone into a forbidden area nestled in the rear mountains of the academy, a place rumored to harbor ancient and potent waves of power. Upon entering the forbidden zone, the atmosphere around him seemed to thicken with an ominous weight. Suddenly, a colossal three-headed canine spirit beast materialized before him. Exuding a shroud of black mist, each of its heads emitting a deep, resonant growl in unison. Are you the guardian of this realm? Shan Chuan inquired, taking a deep breath. One of the heads snarled menacingly, Mortal, this is not a place for you. Depart at once. Shan Chuan gripped the soul sword tightly in his hand. resolutely seeking ways to enhance his strength, unwilling to retreat easily. The three-headed hound, upon sensing him, launched an immediate assault. Each of its 3 heads unleashed a torrent of black flames, shards of ice, and bolts of dark lightning. Shan Chuan swiftly conjured a radiant shield, successfully deflecting these formidable attacks. This creature was indeed a formidable adversary, Shan Chuan mused inwardly. He continuously analyzed the hound's attack patterns while channeling the soul energy within him. He discerned that although the intervals between each head's attacks were brief, the overlapping coverage of their simultaneous strikes was significant. As the opportunity presented itself, Mountain River swiftly retracted the luminous shield just as the flames and ice shards from the 3-headed hound approached. In a flash, he propelled himself towards the beast. The 3-headed hound, caught off guard by Mountain River's audacity, realized too late that evasion was no longer an option. Shan Chuan fiercely plunged the soul sword into the cranium of the 3-headed canine. The beast, eliciting a cry of pain, furiously thrashed its body. Shan Chuan was flung aside but quickly regained his composure. During the skirmish, he unexpectedly discerned a conspicuous weakness on the creature. A scale on its chest that emanated a faint luminescence. He resolved to seize an opportunity to strike there. After a series of evasions and assaults, Shan Chuan ultimately succeeded in embedding the soul sword into the luminous scale upon the beast's chest. The creature let out a chilling scream as its massive form gradually succumbed to the ground. With its collapse, a formidable soul ring materialized. As Shan Chuan sensed the power contained within the soul ring, he felt a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation. Absorbing this soul ring could pose significant risks. Yet the potential for enhancement was substantial, he mused. Finally, steeling himself, he seated himself cross-legged to commence the absorption of the soul ring. The energy surged into his body, and Shan Chuan felt as if his meridians were being seared by unrelenting flames. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, amidst the agony. He envisioned his soul power being continuously transformed and fortified. I cannot give up, he encouraged himself internally. As time passed, Shan Chuan successfully absorbed the formidable soul ring. My soul power has achieved a qualitative leap, and I sense my mastery over it has become more precise, he exclaimed with excitement. After absorbing the soul ring, Shan Chuan discovered a peculiar soul artifact deep within the forbidden grounds. It was a longbow radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors, its limbs adorned with ancient runes. As Shan Chuan approached the longbow, a formidable energy surged through his entire being upon making contact with it. This bow was extraordinary, seemingly resonating with the soul power within me, Shan Chuan remarked. He endeavored to draw the longbow, realizing that it demanded an immense expenditure of soul energy. However, upon successfully pulling it back a short distance, a brilliant arrow of light coalesced upon the bowstring. At that moment, a small fox-like spirit beast rushed towards him. Who are you? Why have you taken what we guard? The little fox inquired, speaking with human words. The mountain stream explained, I did not intend to offend. I am merely here to explore and discover that this bow is fated to be with me. The little fox circled around the mountain stream, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. This bow is a sacred relic of our clan. You may take it if you wish, but you must promise me to wield it wisely, ensuring it does not fall into the hands of malevolent individuals, the little fox stated. Shan Chuan nodded solemnly. I promise you. The little fox cast a glance at Shan Chuan before turning and departing. Shan Chuan meticulously examined the long bow he held in his hands. He discerned a certain connection between the power of the bow and the newly acquired spirit ring, realizing that their amalgamation might yield unforeseen effects. Upon returning to the academy, Shan Chuan commenced a period of seclusion to delve into the optimal utilization of the longbow spirit artifact. During his retreat, his friends harbored great concern for him. Xiaowu frequently visited the site of Shan Chuan's isolation, softly urging, Shan Chuan, you must succeed. Although Shan Chuan was in seclusion and unable to respond to Xiaowu, he could still sense the concern of his friend. After an extensive period of exploration, Shan Chuan finally discovered the secret to merging the power of the longbow with the soul ring. When he drew the longbow once more, not only did the brilliance of the light arrows intensify, but they also bore the unique effects bestowed by the new soul ring, capable of impacting the very souls of his adversaries. After emerging from the mountains, I shared this delightful news with my friends. Shan Chuan, you have truly become more formidable. My friends offered their heartfelt congratulations. However, there were also some envious individuals within the academy. A student named Jack remarked, Shan Chuan, do not presume that your recent achievements make you exceptional. Let us settle this in a real combat arena. Shan Chuan understood that Jack was intentionally provoking him. Yet he was reluctant to show any signs of weakness. Very well, I accept your challenge. On the battlefield, Jack unleashed his most formidable soul technique, charging towards Shan Chuan. The mountains and rivers remained unhurried as Shan Chuan first utilized a luminous shield to fend off Jack's assault. Subsequently, he grasped his longbow, unleashing a radiant arrow imbued with a soul-shattering force towards Jack. Upon being struck by the arrow, Jack trembled violently, as if his very soul had been dealt a grievous blow, causing him to collapse onto the ground. This contest further elevated Shan Chuan's prestige within the academy. However, he recognized that this was merely a minor episode in his journey. His aspirations transcended the confines of the academy's strongest. He yearned to become a preeminent spirit master across the entirety of the Douluo Continent. He resolutely declared within himself. Thus, Shan Chuan resolved to depart from the academy in pursuit of grander adventures in the wider world. Without hesitation, Xiao Wu chose to accompany him. Together, they embarked on a new odyssey, encountering a myriad of spirit beasts along their path. On one occasion, they stumbled upon a herd of spirit beasts led by a millennium-old tree demon. The ancient tree demon, upon noticing Shan Chuan and Xiao Wu, brandished its colossal branches, sweeping towards them with formidable intent. The mountains and rivers gracefully evaded the onslaught. Mountains and rivers unleashed several luminous arrows from a longbow, striking the body of the tree demon. However, it appeared largely unscathed. With her agile prowess, Xiao Wu leaped onto the branches of the tree demon, delivering powerful blows to its trunk. Through their combined efforts, they ultimately vanquished the tree demon. Throughout this ordeal, Mountain River continuously gleaned insights from the battle, honing his combat skills and mastery over soul power. As time passed, the name of Mountain River spread far and wide across the Douluo Continent. They arrived at the ruins of an ancient castle, rumored to conceal advanced secrets regarding soul beasts and soul tools. Upon entering the castle ruins, they were enveloped by an aura both mysterious and perilous. Mountains and rivers held tight to their longbows, and Xiao Wu was equally prepared for battle. Unseen dangers awaited them ahead, yet Shan Chuan's heart brimmed with fearlessness. He understood that only through relentless challenges could one continue to grow and inscribe a personal legend upon the fantastical and perilous land of Douluo. Amidst the ruins of a castle, they encountered various traps and faced mightier spirit beasts. However, Shan Chuan, armed with his intellect, courage, and ever-evolving strength, repeatedly turned peril into safety. Throughout this journey, he gained clearer insights into his abilities and future direction. No longer was he content with mere personal power. He aspired to discover a path for harmonious coexistence between spirit masters, spirit beasts, and spirit tools, which held profound significance for the peaceful development of the entire Douluo Continent. As their exploration deepened, Shan Chuan unearthed an ancient scroll containing lost spirit techniques and secrets about spirit beast evolution. This discovery was undeniably monumental, akin to finding a treasure beyond measure. With this newfound knowledge, he and Xiao Wu continued their journey along the path filled with uncertainty and challenges, poised to craft an even more extraordinary tale of their own. The power of the soul rings in Douluo. The mountains gradually opened their eyes, revealing a vast and mysterious expanse of the starry great forest. He understood that he must swiftly enhance his strength to survive in the perilous yet opportunistic realm of Douluo Continent. The last awakening of his soul ring was merely the initial step on his journey to becoming a formidable warrior, and now he yearned for greater power. He treaded cautiously through the forest, where the towering and lush trees allowed only dappled sunlight to filter through the gaps in their leaves. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound captured his attention. He halted, alert, and beheld a white little fox peering out from the underbrush. Its eyes sparkled like blue gemstones, radiating a cleverness that intrigued him. The fox regarded him curiously, seemingly devoid of malice. "Who are you? What brings you here?" he inquired softly. The little fox tilted its head, offering no response, but instead bounded closer to him. A stirring sensation filled his heart. He sensed a unique aura emanating from the fox, perhaps indicating it was a soul beast. At that moment, a larger wolf sprang forth from the shadows. Its eyes glinted with a ferocious light, clearly perceiving both him and the little fox's prey. "Be careful," he instinctively positioned himself in front of the fox. He drew his short blade from his waist. Although it had yet to transform into a soul tool, it remained an essential instrument for his survival in this world. The wolf lunged fiercely, and he sidestepped just in time, thrusting his blade towards the beast. The wolf reacted swiftly, twisting in midair to evade the strike. It lunged at him once more, this time with increased speed. He could not afford to be careless. He focused intently, channeling the faint soul power within him. To his astonishment, he discovered that the life and death crisis seemed to facilitate a more fluid flow of his soul power. As the wolf neared him, poised to bite, a flash of blue light erupted. The little fox emitted a sharp cry, startling the wolf, whose body trembled slightly. Seizing the moment, he plunged his blade into the wolf's vital point. The wolf let out a mournful howl before collapsing to the ground. Shan Chuan exhaled deeply and turned to the little fox. "Thank you." The little fox wagged its tail and dashed into the depths of the forest. Although Shan Chuan was filled with perplexity, he understood that he could not impose any demands, so he continued on his journey. As he walked, he arrived at a tranquil valley. A gentle mist enveloped the area, and the air seemed to resonate with a profound aura of spiritual energy. He realized that powerful soul beasts must inhabit this place. Suddenly, he was struck by an overwhelming sense of pressure as a massive black panther emerged slowly from the fog. The panther's fur shimmered with a metallic sheen, and its eyes blazed like twin flames. Shan Chuan was acutely aware that he was no match for the formidable black panther, yet he was reluctant to concede defeat so easily. He took a deep breath and procured a pair of windstorm boots from the system. The moment he donned the boots, he felt his speed amplify several-fold. The black panther seemed to sense this transformation, emitting a low growl before lunging towards Shan Chuan. With a powerful push from his legs, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning, closing in on the panther. In a fleeting moment, he executed a sideways roll and, with a swift motion, thrust his dagger towards the creature's back. The panther yelped in pain, its fury intensifying as it pivoted to retaliate. In the ensuing skirmish, Shan Chuan discerned a pattern in the panther's formidable attacks despite its strength. He began to respond with composure, leveraging the speed advantage granted by the windstorm boots to steadily deplete the panther's stamina. After a grueling battle, the panther's movements began to slow. Seizing the opportune moment, Shan Chuan summoned the soul power within him, channeling all his strength into the dagger. With a thunderous shout, he charged towards the panther's vital point. The panther attempted to evade, but it was too late. The dagger pierced precisely into its heart, and the creature unleashed a deafening roar before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The mountains and rivers gasped for breath, and his body was utterly exhausted from the immense consumption of soul power. Yet he understood that this battle had yielded bountiful rewards. From the Black Panther, he had acquired a total of 2 soul rings, 1 yellow century-old soul ring and 1 purple millennium soul ring. Mountains and rivers. He sat cross-legged and began to circulate his cultivation method, preparing to absorb the 2 soul rings. His heart brimmed with anticipation, for he knew that absorbing these 2 soul rings would result in a qualitative leap in his strength. When the yellow soul ring enveloped his martial soul, he felt a warm surge of soul power flowing into his body, significantly enhancing both his strength and speed. However, when the purple soul ring encircled his martial soul, he endured excruciating pain. The powerful soul energy contained within the purple ring threatened to overwhelm his body. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, ultimately succeeding in absorbing the purple soul ring through sheer willpower. Once he absorbed the soul rings, he rose to his feet, sensing that his soul power had reached a new pinnacle. Gazing at the distant forest, his heart was filled with determination. He understood that a long journey lay ahead, one in which he must continuously elevate his strength to explore the mysterious Douluo Continent. As he pressed onward, he arrived at the bank of a crystal-clear stream. The water sparkled with an enchanting glow, and as he bent down to take a sip, he noticed a small, luminous object within. After considerable effort, he retrieved it, discovering it to be a delicate crystal necklace. The moment he grasped the crystal necklace, a flash of light enveloped him, and it fused with his being. To his astonishment, he realized he had acquired a unique ability to sense the emotions of nearby soul beasts. This newfound power enabled him to interact with soul beasts with greater ease. He ventured into a habitat teeming with various soul beasts and soon spotted a small deer weeping sorrowfully, having lost its mother. A wave of sympathy surged within him, compelling him to assist the little deer. Utilizing his newly acquired ability, he began to search for the deer's mother. During his quest, he encountered numerous other soul beasts. While some regarded him with caution, others were quite amiable. He gradually came to understand that the world of soul beasts was rich with diverse emotions and relationships. At long last, he found the deer's mother. The moment they reunited, the little deer leaped joyfully, and its mother expressed profound gratitude towards him. In that instant, he gained a deeper appreciation for the world's complexity and diversity. Mountains and rivers continue their exploration within the forest, yearning to discover more formidable soul beasts and acquire potent soul rings. His aspiration is to become the most powerful soul master on the Douluo Continent, safeguarding all that he holds dear. As he ventures deeper into the woods, he encounters a colossal bear-like soul beast. This creature radiates an overwhelming aura, its strength leaving mountains and rivers breathless. "You little intruder, how dare you trespass into my territory?" roared the bear-like soul beast. Shan Chuan took a deep breath, fully aware that retreat was not an option. From his backpack, he retrieved another soul-bound shield bracelet he had previously acquired. This bracelet possessed the ability to withstand formidable attacks at critical moments. "Elder, I merely passed through this place, harboring no ill intentions," Shan Chuan said respectfully. The bear-like spirit beast snorted disdainfully. "Pass through? This is my territory. Only the mightiest of soul masters may traverse here." Shan Chuan understood that he must demonstrate his prowess. He summoned the soul power within him, and the soul rings adorning his body shimmered with resplendent radiance. "Elder, I am prepared to embrace your challenge." The bear-like soul beast regarded Shan Chuan's resolute gaze and nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity." With that, the bear-like soul beast launched a fierce assault toward Shan Chuan. Shan Chuan utilized his shield bracelet to withstand the ferocious assault of the bear-type soul beast, and then unleashed his recently acquired soul skill to counterattack. The clash between them was extraordinarily fierce, with everything around being ravaged by the powerful fluctuations of soul energy. Throughout the battle, Shan Chuan persistently tapped into his potential, mastering his soul skills with increasing proficiency. The bear-type soul beast regarded him with newfound respect, astonished by the remarkable strength of this young soul master. After an enduring struggle, Shan Chuan finally discerned the beast's vulnerability. He executed a decisive strike, and the bear-type soul beast, struck, slowly succumbed to the ground. From the defeated creature, Shan Chuan obtained an orange 10,000-year soul ring. As he absorbed this soul ring, he experienced an unprecedented weight of pressure. Yet, through his unwavering will and the experience he had accumulated, he successfully integrated the orange soul ring into his being. Upon completing the absorption, Shan Chuan's power surged dramatically, transforming him into an awe-inspiring soul master, his name gradually spreading across the Douluo Continent. However, he remained humble, fully aware that his journey had merely commenced. He would continue to explore this enchanting Douluo Continent, relentlessly challenging himself in pursuit of greater strength. The Odyssey of Douluo, marked by his growth and evolution, was just beginning. After successfully absorbing the orange eternal soul ring, Shan Chuan experienced a significant enhancement in his strength. He resolved to depart from the familiar woodland area and journey towards the human settlements, seeking to uncover more knowledge about the soul masters of this world and to discover soul tools and rings that may be better suited to him. He arrived at a quaint town on the outskirts of the Star Do Great Forest. The town was bustling with activity, primarily populated by soul masters and their companions. Shan Chuan's presence drew considerable attention as he emanated a unique and enigmatic aura. "Look, that young man appears quite extraordinary," remarked a young soul master to his companion. "He might very well be a hidden master," his companion responded. Shan Chuan entered the soul master shop in the small town, where an array of peculiar soul artifacts adorned the shelves. His gaze was captivated by a long sword emanating an eerie blue glow. "This sword appears to be quite remarkable," Shan Chuan remarked to the proprietor. The owner scrutinized him momentarily, explaining that this exquisite soul artifact was obtained from a formidable sea soul beast and thus commanded a hefty price. After contemplating the soul coins he currently possessed, Mountain River hesitated for a moment before deciding to take a chance. "Sir, may I try it out first?" he inquired. The proprietor pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Grasping the longsword, Mountain River instantly felt a refreshing surge of energy coursing through his arm and into his body, sensing a profound resonance between the sword and his soul power. "I shall purchase it," he declared, gritting his teeth. Upon exiting the shop, Mountain River encountered an elderly man. The old man appeared ethereal, exuding a formidable wave of soul power. "Young man, that sword is quite impressive, but do you know how to unleash its full potential?" he asked. The mountains and rivers shook their heads. He had only recently acquired this sword and was still in the early stages of exploration. The old man chuckled softly, revealing that the true power of this sword lay in its ability to merge with the user's soul techniques and to transform its form according to the user's will. With a heart filled with joy, Shan Chuan eagerly sought the wisdom of the elder. The elder began to impart his knowledge with great patience. Under the elder's guidance, Shan Chuan gradually mastered the unique abilities of the sword. After parting ways with the elder, Shan Chuan continued his exploration of the quaint town. He heard whispers of a legend concerning spirit beasts. It was said that a group of previously unseen spirit beasts had emerged in the nearby mountains, each possibly adorned with extraordinary spirit rings. Shan Chuan resolved to embark on an exploration of the mountains. Upon his arrival, he indeed encountered several uniquely shaped spirit beasts. These creatures bore resemblance to wolves, yet they emanated a radiant golden glow, their eyes twinkling like stars. The mountains and rivers approached cautiously, as these spirit beasts seemed to sense his arrival, each assuming a defensive stance. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely seek to understand you. Shan Chuan endeavored to convey goodwill through his soul power. One of the spirit beasts stepped forward, regarding Shan Chuan with a peculiar gaze. Human, you possess a unique aura. Yet our soul rings are not something you can covet. The mountains and rivers sincerely expressed, I do not wish to seize your soul rings. Rather, I yearn to acquire a deeper understanding of the soul beasts. Perhaps we could even forge a friendship. The soul beasts exchanged glances, seemingly engaging in silent communication. After a brief moment, the leading soul beast proclaimed, You may approach us a little closer, but do not engage in any improper actions. The mountains gradually drew near, and he began to interact with these spirit beasts. He discovered that these creatures possessed remarkable intelligence, their wisdom rivaling that of humans. During his interactions with the spirit beasts, he unexpectedly uncovered a unique awakening ability within his soul ring. One of his yellow 100-year soul rings, upon engaging in friendly contact with the golden light wolf spirit beasts, suddenly emanated a warm force, a power that instilled a sense of reassurance and tranquility in the surrounding beings. What could this phenomenon signify? Though perplexed, he was also filled with delight. He continued to delve deeper into communication with the spirit beasts, learning a wealth of knowledge about their survival, evolution, and the formation of soul rings. After departing from the mountains, he arrived in a grand city, where a soul master competition was being held, attracting soul masters from all corners of the realm. Shan Chuan also signed up for the competition. During the contest, he encountered a myriad of opponents. Among them was a noble scion who looked down upon Shan Chuan with arrogance, sneering, How dare a nameless peasant like you participate in this contest? The mountains and rivers paid no heed to his provocations and directly entered a state of battle. Throughout the competition, relying on his unique soul techniques, formidable soul weapons, and the wisdom acquired through communion with soul beasts, Shan Chuan triumphantly overcame each challenge. His ethereal blue longsword played a pivotal role in combat, continuously shifting its form, at times enhancing the sharpness of the blade, and at others transforming into a shield to deflect attacks. The profound emotional connection he established with the soul beasts also enabled him to better comprehend his opponent's emotions during the fray, allowing for more precise strikes and defenses. As the contest progressed, the adversaries Shan Chuan faced grew increasingly formidable. One particular opponent possessed an exceptionally powerful beast martial soul, rendering it nearly invincible in battle. The mountains and rivers were ensnared in a grueling battle, yet he did not yield. He calmly analyzed his opponent's patterns of attack while summoning all the strength within him. At a pivotal moment, he awakened a new soul skill. His entire being radiated with shimmering soul rings as a mysterious force erupted from his body. This power amalgamated the strength of his soul weapon, the wisdom gleaned from soul beasts, and the combat experience he had accumulated over time. With this newfound soul skill, he instantaneously turned the tide of the battle, successfully vanquishing his adversary. His triumph elicited resounding cheers from the crowd, marking him as a dazzling new star in the competition. The victory bestowed upon him numerous rewards, including a substantial monetary prize and the companionship of like-minded friends. However, he remained unsatisfied, fully aware that his ambition was to become the preeminent soul master of the Douluo Continent. He continued his journey in search of more soul beasts and soul weapons, relentlessly awakening the powers of his soul rings. He understood that countless challenges awaited him ahead, yet he brimmed with confidence, for he believed that through unwavering effort, he would undoubtedly realize his aspirations. Through interactions with diverse characters, he continuously evolved. The unique bond he forged with soul beasts deepened his understanding of this world, while his competitions and exchanges with other soul masters spurred his relentless progress. In this realm brimming with fantasy and challenges, the saga of Shan Chuan continues to unfold. The mountains and rivers have departed from the city, embarking on a new journey of exploration. He advances towards the legendary land of the soul beasts in the far north. It is said that there reside soul beasts of such formidable power that they could shake the very foundations of the Douluo Continent, concealing many secrets of precious soul rings and spirit artifacts. On his way to the far north, he encounters a team of soul masters also bound for that same destination. "Greetings, my friend. Are you also headed to the far north?" inquired one of the soul masters from the team. The mountains and rivers nodded in agreement. "Indeed. I have heard that there are numerous formidable soul beasts and precious resources in that location. Therefore, we may traverse together, as it would be considerably safer," remarked the soul master. After some contemplation, Shan Chuan acquiesced. During their journey, they exchanged their experiences and knowledge with one another. Among the team was a soul master adept in healing techniques, who imparted to Shan Chuan valuable skills on how to maintain stamina and prevent injuries from worsening during combat. In return, Shan Chuan shared insights he had gleaned from his encounters with soul beasts. As they approached the extreme northern territory, the weather grew increasingly frigid. Shan Chuan sensed that the cold was affecting his soul power, yet his determination propelled him forward. They entered the realm of the far north, a world enveloped in ice and snow, where colossal glaciers and towering snow-capped mountains were omnipresent. It was here that they encountered a massive ice spirit snow wolf, whose soul power emanated an intensely formidable aura, chilling them to the bone merely by its proximity. Mountains and rivers, they approached with utmost caution. Shan Chuan unsheathed his azure longsword, which emanated a warm glow, providing a measure of protection against the biting cold. They engaged in a breathtaking battle with the ice spirit snow wolf. During the skirmish, Shan Chuan discerned the creature's vulnerability lay within its eyes. Seizing the moment, he deftly employed his agility and the power of his soul weapon to strike at the wolf's eyes with precision. Inflicted with injury, the ice spirit snow wolf became even more frenzied. However, through the collective efforts of their team, it was ultimately vanquished. From the defeated beast, Shan Chuan acquired a white Millennium Soul Ring. The process of absorbing the soul ring proved to be exceptionally arduous, as the frigid environment of the far north significantly impeded the flow of his soul power. Yet, through indomitable will, Shan Chuan persevered in the cold, ultimately succeeding in absorbing the soul ring. With this absorption, his soul skills experienced a remarkable enhancement. He discovered that in the icy conditions, his abilities could manifest unique effects, such as immobilizing foes or utilizing the chill to cloak his own presence. Upon departing the far north, Shan Chuan and his companions parted ways. He continued his solitary journey, aiming to explore more uncharted territories and seek opportunities for self-improvement. He arrived at a cursed island, said to be home to formidable evil beasts, yet also concealing treasures capable of altering one's fate. Upon ascending the island, Shan Chuan was enveloped by an oppressive atmosphere. The soul beasts residing here exuded malevolence, and upon sighting Shan Chuan, they launched a ferocious assault. Mountains and rivers must exert their utmost efforts to confront the challenges ahead. In the midst of battling these malevolent beasts, his heart undergoes an arduous trial. At times, he ponders the relentless pursuit of power. What is the ultimate purpose behind it? Yet, in those moments of doubt, he recalls the friends he cherishes in this world, as well as those who depend on his protection. His conviction solidifies, and he resolves to overcome every obstacle in his quest for what he desires on this perilous island. Deep within the island, he discovers a dagger emanating an aura of darkness. This dagger appears to possess formidable magical powers, yet he senses it is not suited for him. Just as he intends to depart, an evil soul master materializes before him. "Boy, surrender all that you have acquired on this island. Otherwise, today shall mark your demise." The malevolent soul master threatens. The mountains and rivers grasped the ethereal azure sword tightly, declaring that acquiring what is mine would not be so facile. He engaged in an intense battle with the malevolent soul master. This confrontation was not solely marked by the clash of weapons, but also by the contest of soul techniques. With his wisdom and strength, Shan Chuan gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, he vanquished the malevolent soul master and successfully purified the dagger that emanated a dark aura, transforming it into his own soul weapon. This purified dagger became yet another formidable ally for Shan Chuan. Shan Chuan continues his adventures on the Douluo Continent, during which he undergoes continuous growth, engages in interactions with a myriad of characters, and delves into the mysteries of soul beasts and soul tools, awakening the power of his soul rings. His name gradually spreads across the Douluo Continent, transforming him into a legendary figure among numerous soul masters. However, Shan Chuan remains unfazed by this burgeoning fame. Aware that his journey is far from over, he resolutely strides towards the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent. The saga of conflict and growth in Douluo unfolds. The adventures of Shan Chuan in the Douluo Continent gradually elevated him to the center of attention. consequently sparking a series of conflicts. He arrived at a thriving city-state, a place where commerce and soul master culture intertwined. Upon stepping into the city, Shan Chuan was enveloped by an extraordinary atmosphere. It seemed that the streets were abuzz with discussions about the sudden rise of this soul master. In the heart of the city stood an immense soul master tower, a gathering place for the city's soul masters and a battleground for various soul master factions to vie for supremacy. Intrigued, Shan Chuan approached the tower, only to be halted by the guards at the entrance. Outsiders are not permitted entry without authorization, the guard remarked coldly. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows. I merely wish to enter and observe, for I hold a keen interest in the cultivation methods of soul masters. Humph. This is not a place for insignificant individuals like you to enter, the guard scoffed disdainfully. Just then, a soul master clad in resplendent attire emerged. Oh, from whence does this rustic fellow come, daring to be so audacious before me? Mountains and rivers cast a glance at him. I merely wish to enter for a visit. What audacity is there to speak of? This wealthy young master, a soul master, was enraged by shame. If you do not present sufficient soul coins today, do not even think of leaving this place. In the depths of his heart, Mountain River seethed with anger. Typically, he refrained from quarreling over matters of wealth. Yet the unreasonable behavior of the other party provoked him. I possess no soul coins for you. You have no right to obstruct my passage. Upon hearing this, the wealthy young master, a soul master, erupted into laughter. No soul coins. Then prepare to be taught a lesson. He summoned his martial spirit, a colossal fiery eagle. As the fiery eagle emerged, it radiated an intense heat, causing the temperature in the vicinity to soar instantaneously. The mountains and rivers summoned their own ethereal blue sword, its blade shimmering with a ghostly luminescence. I am curious to witness the prowess of your fiery eagle. Just as the tension between the two escalated, an elder emerged from the Soul Master Tower. What is the meaning of this? Are you fighting on my territory, as if the Soul Master Tower does not exist? The affluent young Soul Master hastily replied, Elder, this fellow intends to force his way into our Soul Master Tower, and I merely sought to teach him a lesson. The elder turned his gaze towards the young man. Pray tell, why do you wish to enter the Soul Master Tower? The mountains and rivers responded calmly, expressing a profound yearning for knowledge regarding the cultivation of soul masters, hoping to acquire further wisdom within. The old man pondered for a moment and said, If that is the case, then come inside with me. The wealthy young soul master's expression changed, and he exclaimed, Elder, this. The old man shot him a glare. Warning, if you continue to be so disrespectful, do not blame me for imposing punishment upon you. Shan Chuan followed the elder into the Soul Master Tower, where he beheld a myriad of soul skill manuals and research materials concerning soul beasts and soul rings. While perusing these documents, Shan Chuan developed a newfound understanding of soul rings. In a secluded corner, he stumbled upon a unique method for awakening soul rings, which required forging a contract with a specific type of soul beast. Mountain and River decided to depart from the city-state in search of this elusive spirit beast. He ventured into an ancient forest, where legends spoke of a mysterious spirit deer, believed to be connected to the awakening of a unique soul ring. In the heart of the forest, Shan Chuan ventured cautiously, his senses attuned to the surroundings. Suddenly, he was graced by the melodious call of a deer. Following the sound, he beheld a magnificent spirit deer, radiating an ethereal white glow. Its eyes sparkled like the stars above. Are you the spirit deer I have been seeking? Shan Chuan inquired softly. The deer met his gaze and nodded gently. I wish to forge a pact with you, to awaken my soul ring, he declared earnestly. The spirit deer seemed to ponder his request, and after a moment, approached Shan Chuan, nuzzling his hand affectionately. Just then, a band of poachers emerged, drawn by the immense value of the spirit deer. They rushed forward, shouting fervently, intent on capturing it. Mountains and rivers swiftly summoned a cerulean longsword, positioning it protectively before the spirit deer. You shall not harm it. The poachers, upon perceiving that the young soul master was merely a fledgling, scoffed derisively. Boy, do you truly believe you can impede us? They surged forward. Yet Shan Chuan showed no signs of retreat. He unleashed his most formidable soul technique, engaging the poachers in a fierce confrontation. During the clash, Shan Chuan discerned the cunning nature of the poachers. Their assaults varied and unpredictable. However, through the profound rapport he shared with the spirit deer, the creature employed its unique abilities to disrupt the poachers' attacks, thereby enabling Shan Chuan to respond more effectively. After a grueling struggle, he ultimately triumphed over the poachers. This encounter deepened the bond between Shan Chuan and the spirit deer. Upon returning to the city-state, he prepared for the awakening of his soul ring. Accompanied by the spirit deer to a vast, open meadow just outside the city's confines, mountains and rivers, following the method observed previously within the Soul Master Tower, entered into a covenant with the spirit deer. Upon the establishment of this pact, a circle of extraordinary radiance enveloped his form. One of his azure soul rings began to shimmer. This ring was among those he had awakened earlier. As the brilliance continued to surge forth, the blue soul ring underwent a remarkable transformation. It emitted a formidable ice blue power, augmenting not only his offensive capabilities but also bestowing upon him a unique ability, a fleeting domain of ice. Within this icy realm, his movements became increasingly agile, and his strikes were imbued with a freezing effect. The transformation of the mountains and rivers incited envy and apprehension among certain soul masters within the city-state. A powerful organization of soul masters commenced clandestine schemes to deal with the burgeoning threat posed by the mountains and rivers. The leader of this organization, a middle-aged soul master named Kronos, expressed his concerns, stating, "This force is growing increasingly formidable. If left unchecked, it will undoubtedly become a menace to us in the future." One of his subordinates inquired, "What course of action shall we take against him, my lord?" Kronos replied with a sinister smile, "First, we shall disseminate rumors suggesting that he is colluding with malevolent soul beasts, and then we will seize an opportunity to eliminate him." Thus, whispers regarding the mountains and rivers rapidly spread throughout the city-state, leading many to cast dubious glances and raise fingers of accusation towards them. Upon hearing the rumor, Shan Chuan was filled with profound anger. How could these individuals so brazenly slander me when I have never engaged in such actions? He exclaimed to the spirit deer. The spirit deer responded with a low growl, seemingly expressing its solidarity with him. Shan Chuan resolved to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes. He commenced an investigation into the origins of the rumor, and after considerable effort, he ultimately uncovered the conspiracy orchestrated by Kronos. Mountains and rivers resolved to confront Kronos directly. He arrived at Kronos' residence. "Kronos, why do you spread such slanderous rumors about me?" Mountains and rivers inquired angrily. Kronos, upon seeing him, displayed a hint of disdain on his face. "Humph, you dare to come here, you little brat. What do you think you can do to me? Your actions are immoral. Why would you engage in such behavior?" Mountains and rivers pressed. Kronos erupted into laughter, declaring, "This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Given your strength, I certainly must eliminate you." With that, he summoned his martial spirit, a colossal dark demonic wolf. The mountains and rivers summoned a shimmering azure sword and ethereal deer. "Today, I shall make you aware of the consequences of your slander," declared the mountains with unwavering resolve. The clash between the two was imminent. Kronos was taken aback by the audacity of the mountains to launch a direct assault, his irritation palpable. His dark magic wolf surged forth, infused with formidable dark energy, charging towards the mountains. The mountains and rivers harnessed the realm of ice, temporarily restraining the movements of the dark magic wolf. He then unleashed his most formidable soul technique, the ethereal blue sword radiating with immense brilliance. A breathtaking battle ensued between him and Kronos. Amidst the conflict, he discerned that although Kronos possessed formidable strength, his attacks were excessively reliant on dark powers, revealing significant vulnerabilities in his soul techniques. Mountains and rivers seized upon these vulnerabilities, relentlessly assaulting Kronos. Gradually, Kronos found himself at a disadvantage, succumbing to a growing sense of panic. Under the force of the mountains and rivers' formidable onslaught, Kronos' dark wolf spirit was shattered, leaving him gravely wounded. "You dare to harm me. I shall not let you go unpunished," Kronos growled menacingly. Shan Chuan remarked, "You were the one who first defamed me. Today serves merely as a lesson." This confrontation not only clarified Shan Chuan's reputation within the city-state, but also allowed many to recognize him as a trustworthy soul master. Subsequently, Shan Chuan embarked once more on his adventurous journey. His bond with the spirit deer deepened, and he continually enhanced his prowess, penning his own legend in the challenging and opportunity-laden Douluo Continent. The mountains and rivers are aware that numerous challenges await him in the future. However, as long as he possesses unwavering conviction, he is confident in his ability to surmount all obstacles. He continues his exploration of the realm of spirit beasts, in search of more formidable spirit tools, consistently awakening his soul rings and engaging with various characters. Whether the interactions are amicable or contentious, Each encounter serves as a stepping stone for his growth. Throughout this journey, he gradually comprehends his true mission, not merely the pursuit of immense power, but the preservation of peace and justice in the Douluo Continent. The emergence of the soul tools in Douluo. Shan Chuan cautiously explored the ruins, each step imbued with a sense of trepidation. The surrounding walls were adorned with ancient runes, exuding an aura of mystery. Suddenly, a concealed weapon was hurled towards him. With swift reflexes, Shan Chuan sidestepped to avoid it. "Who goes there?" he called out warily. From the shadows emerged several figures cloaked in black, their faces obscured. "Intruders, this is not a place for you," one of the shadows stated coldly. The mountains and rivers clenched their fists as he sensed the ill intentions of these individuals. "I merely came to explore, with no intention of causing offense." "Humph, the treasures here are not for your covetous eyes." Having uttered these words, the shadows launched their assault. The mountains and rivers unleashed their innate abilities, engaging in a fierce struggle. Amidst the chaos of battle, the protagonist discerned that the seemingly erratic assaults of his adversaries concealed profound intricacies. Just as he began to acclimate to their rhythm of attack, he suddenly realized that their targets appeared to be guiding him toward a specific location. "Where do they wish to lead me?" A sense of bewilderment enveloped him. He feigned retreat under their relentless assault, maneuvering towards that direction. Abruptly, he stumbled upon a colossal stone door, adorned with enigmatic carvings. As he approached, the door swung open of its own accord, revealing a blinding radiance within. Behind the door lay a sword exuding an ancient aura. It was a soul weapon. A surge of astonishment coursed through him. Just as he sought to draw nearer to the soul weapon, the shadows intensified their attacks, seemingly intent on preventing him from acquiring it. A psychological duel with the enigmatic figures ensued. The mountains and rivers are aware that in order to obtain the soul vessel, one must first confront these shadowy figures. "Who are you? Why do you seek to thwart me?" As he engaged in battle, the protagonist inquired. The shadows offered no response, merely intensifying their relentless assault. In the midst of battle, Yama began to analyze the psychology of his adversaries. He surmised that these individuals might be guardians of the soul artifact, yet they were unwilling to allow it to fall into the hands of outsiders. Or perhaps they were entangled in a more profound conspiracy. If only he could convince them of his benign intentions, he might acquire the artifact. Yama contemplated this as he endeavored to soothe them with his words. "I am genuinely interested in this soul artifact. I harbor no ill will towards this place. I assure you, should I obtain it, I shall safeguard it with the utmost diligence." The shadows appeared to hesitate momentarily, yet they soon launched a more ferocious assault. The mountains and rivers are aware that mere words are insufficient. One must demonstrate true strength. He summoned the soul power within him, launching an all-out assault against the shadows. His attacks grew increasingly fierce, overwhelming the shadows as they struggled to withstand the onslaught. In a pivotal moment of battle, one of the shadows suddenly spoke. "If you can pass our trial, we shall bestow upon you the soul artifact." The mountains and rivers nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well. I accept your trial." The trial of the spirit beast is one of trust. After the shadows vanished, they were replaced by a colossal spirit beast, its form reminiscent of a mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura. "You must pass its trial to obtain the spirit artifact." The voice of the previous shadows echoed once more. As Shan Chuan gazed upon the formidable soul beast before him, a flicker of trepidation stirred within his heart, yet he understood that this was a challenge he must confront. The soul beast charged at Shan Chuan with ferocity, but he stood resolute, refusing to retreat. He unleashed his soul skill, striving to exploit the creature's vulnerabilities. In the midst of battle, Shan Chuan discerned that although this soul beast was immensely powerful, there was a glimmer of intelligence reflected in its gaze. This reminiscence brought to mind the encounter with the astute old fox soul beast from before. "I mean you no harm. We are merely engaging in a transaction." Shan Chuan attempted to communicate. The soul beast appeared to comprehend his words, its onslaught easing somewhat in response. Shan Chuan continued to engage with the spirit beast, treating it with his gentle demeanor. Gradually, the spirit beast began to accept him. Ultimately, the spirit beast acknowledged Shan Chuan and cleared the path. As the mountains and rivers led him to the soul weapon, the moment he grasped it, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through his body. This soul weapon, a long sword, was adorned with ancient runes etched along its blade. It harmonized perfectly with the martial soul of the protagonist. "This sword shall become my vital companion for survival in this realm," he proclaimed with fervor in his heart. After the awakening of the soul ring and the acquisition of new abilities, he departed from the ruins. Upon returning to the small town, he entered seclusion, diligently striving to awaken a new soul ring. During this period of introspection, he sensed a continuous growth in his soul power, a benefit bestowed upon him by the soul weapon. At last, his soul power ascended to unprecedented heights, culminating in the successful awakening of a new soul ring. This soul ring, radiant with a purple hue, symbolized a millennium of power. In that moment of awakening, he felt his body brimming with strength, and his soul abilities were significantly enhanced. He unleashed a new soul technique, a formidable beam of light emanating from his long sword, distorting the air around him with its sheer force. Mountains and rivers were filled with joy within him. He was acutely aware that he had ascended to a new level. Amidst the psychological games with other characters, however, his rise incited jealousy and panic in some. The most envious among them was Wang Meng, who had previously clashed with him. This individual seethed with resentment, wondering why he was deserving of such a formidable soul weapon and the awakening of a new soul ring. Wang Meng began to circulate rumors around the town, asserting that the soul weapon and soul ring acquired by Shan Chuan were obtained through unscrupulous means. These rumors rapidly spread throughout the town. Upon hearing these rumors, Shan Chuan felt a surge of anger within. How could these individuals slander me in such a manner? Shan Chuan expressed to his companions. He resolved to confront Wang Meng regarding the matter. When Shan Chuan located Wang Meng, the latter feigned innocence. Wang Meng, why have you chosen to disseminate these rumors? Shan Chuan inquired with indignation. Wang Meng replied, I have done no such thing. It is your own conduct that is questionable. The mountains and rivers understood that Wang Meng was engaging in sophistry, and thus, he resolved to let his strength speak for itself. The two engaged in a fervent debate in the square of the small town. With his wisdom and factual evidence, Shan Chuan refuted the rumors spread by Wang Meng. Gradually, the townspeople began to place their trust in Shan Chuan. Witnessing the failure of his nefarious scheme, Wang Meng departed in disgrace. A new adventure awaited. Accompanied by his soul beast companions, the mountains and rivers did not come to a standstill due to these events. He resolved to continue his exploration of the Douluo Continent. During one of his adventures, he encountered an injured little wolf spirit beast. The poor creature had a wounded leg and appeared exceedingly pitiful. Mountains and rivers evoked compassion. He utilized his soul power to heal the wounds of the little wolf spirit beast. The little wolf spirit beast sensed the kindness emanating from him and developed a fondness for him. You are truly a good person. The little wolf spirit beast spoke with human words. The mountains and rivers smiled gently. Are you not afraid of me? I am but a human. The little wolf spirit beast shook its head. You are different from other humans. From that moment on, the little wolf spirit beast became a companion to the mountains and rivers. Together, they embarked on adventures across the Douluo Continent, confronting various perils side by side. During one encounter with a formidable spirit beast, the little wolf spirit beast utilized its swiftness and agility to aid the mountains and rivers in evading the attack. Meanwhile, the latter retaliated against the foe with his long sword and spirit abilities. Their harmonious cooperation successfully repelled the powerful adversary. As time passed, the mountains and rivers experienced a myriad of events in this world. He evolved from an ignorant mortal into a formidable spirit master, enduring countless battles, psychological duels, and forging profound friendships with spirit beasts. He also acquired precious spirit tools and spirit rings. Throughout this journey, not only did his strength amplify, but his inner self also matured significantly. I shall continue to explore this world, safeguarding those lives that require protection, while relentlessly enhancing my own abilities, he vowed silently within. He understood that the road ahead was still long, and he would encounter even more challenges and opportunities. Yet, he firmly believed that as long as he persevered, he would undoubtedly pen his own legend in this enchanting Douluo Continent. The mountains and rivers accompany their companions as they embark on a new journey. Their silhouettes appear particularly resolute in the glow of the setting sun. They shall advance toward an uncertain future, ready to embrace new challenges and forge even greater glories. The latent crisis of Douluo. The adventures of Shan Chuan and the little wolf in the Douluo Continent continue. One day, they arrived at an ancient and enigmatic forest. This forest was enveloped in a delicate mist, with towering, age-old trees that seemed to conceal countless unknown secrets. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they encountered a mysterious group of soul masters. Leading this group was a soul master named Lingyu, distinguished by his flowing white hair and a gaze that exuded a sense of arrogance. Look, there's a little wolf soul beast. Capturing it might fetch a handsome price. remarked one of Ling Yu's subordinates. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows, positioning themselves before the little wolf. You cannot harm it. Ling Yu cast a scornful glance at the mountains and rivers. And who might you be? A mere soul master dares to obstruct us? Shan Chuan declared, it is my friend, and I shall not allow you to harm it. Ling Yu scoffed disdainfully. Then do not blame me for being impolite. Behind him, a group of soul masters unleashed their martial spirits, poised to launch an assault on Shan Chuan and the little wolf. In his heart, Shan Chuan felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet he understood that for the sake of the little wolf, he must engage in battle. Mountains and rivers tightened their grip on the longsword in hand. A soul artifact acquired from the ruins, exuding a faint glow. The little wolf too sensed the impending danger, growling softly, its body taut and poised for battle. Ling Yu was the first to strike, summoning a massive flaming bird spirit, which soared towards the mountains and rivers with fierce intent. Shan Chuan deftly utilized the agility of his longsword, sidestepping the fiery bird's assault. He understood that Ling Yu possessed formidable strength, and a direct confrontation would be unwise. Shan Chuan began to contemplate a strategy, noting that although Ling Yu's assaults were formidable, there existed brief pauses between each attack. He resolved to exploit this vulnerability, seeking an opportunity to counterstrike. Meanwhile, the little wolf persistently harassed Ling Yu's spirit master team, leveraging its speed and agility to continually disrupt the adversary. Amidst the chaos of battle, the little wolf suddenly emitted a distinctive cry. The mountains and rivers were astonished to observe a faint halo enveloping the little wolf, a manifestation that seemingly enhanced its speed and strength. Was this a newfound ability of the little wolf? A surge of delight filled the heart of the mountains and rivers. With this newfound power, the little wolf launched a more ferocious assault on Ling Yu's team. It lunged at a spirit master, who attempted to evade. Yet the little wolf's swiftness was overwhelming, knocking the spirit master to the ground. Enraged by the sight of his subordinate being subdued, Ling Yu intensified the assault of the firebird, its flames growing ever more fervent as it soared towards the mountains and rivers. Mountains and rivers, taking a deep breath, summoned the soul power within him, channeling it into the longsword. The sword emitted a brilliant radiance, which collided with the flames of the fiery bird. Amidst the fierce battle, he sensed his soul power waning continuously. Yet, he also discovered that this intense combat appeared to awaken the latent potential of his soul rings. His violet millennium soul ring began to flicker, signifying the emergence of newfound abilities. As the mountains and rivers stirred within him, he recognized this as an opportunity. No longer hesitating, he focused intently, directing his soul power towards the convergence of his soul ring. The surrounding soul masters gazed in astonishment at him, sensing the formidable wave of soul energy emanating from his being. Ling Yu felt a twinge of anxiety. He had not anticipated such a transformation in Shan Chuan under these circumstances. As the soul power continued to gather, Shan Chuan's purple soul ring suddenly erupted with an overwhelming force. This power coursed through his entire body, rendering him even stronger. While simultaneously enhancing his soul skills, mountains and rivers unveiled a new soul skill, as a radiant blade imbued with formidable power shot forth from the long sword, directly cleaving toward Ling Yu's fiery bird. Struck by the luminous blade, the firebird dissipated in an instant. Ling Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated such prowess from Shan Chuan. After the battle concluded, Ling Yu gazed at Shan Chuan, his heart brimming with admiration. You are truly formidable. I had underestimated you before, Ling Yu remarked. Shan Chuan remarked, you should not inflict harm upon the spirit beasts merely for the sake of gain. Ling Yu, feeling a twinge of shame, lowered his head. I understand now. This time, it was my fault. Shan Chuan and Shaoling graciously accepted their apologies. Through this battle, Shan Chuan and Ling Yu's teams gained a deeper understanding of one another. Ling Yu informed Shan Chuan that they were a group dedicated to acquiring soul rings from rare soul beasts for their clients. Although their previous methods had indeed been somewhat unethical, Shan Chuan advised them to alter their approach, urging them not to focus solely on profit, but also to honor the lives of the spirit beasts. Ling Yu contemplated Shan Chuan's words, finding them profoundly insightful. As they continued their exploration of the forest, Shan Chuan and his companions encountered a spirit beast in distress. It was a white fox spirit beast, ensnared by a trap that had ensnared its leg. Shan Chuan and the little wolf hurried forward to offer their assistance. The white fox, upon seeing them, was filled with a sense of wariness. The mountains and rivers gently comforted him, saying, do not fear, we shall assist you. With the aid of the little wolf, the mountains and rivers successfully unraveled the trap. The white fox gazed at the mountains and rivers, its vigilance dissipating. "Thank you," spoke the white fox in human tongue. The mountains and rivers, with a gentle smile, replied, "You are most welcome." The white fox, sensing the kindness emanating from the mountains and rivers, resolved to accompany them. Thus, the mountains and rivers gained yet another soul beast companion. With the addition of this new ally, the mountains and rivers developed a fresh understanding of soul beasts. They realized that not all soul beasts were malevolent. Many possessed their own emotions and intelligence. Deep within, their conviction to protect these creatures was further solidified. In this world, both humans and soul beasts ought to coexist in harmony, they mused. Together with their soul beast companions, they continued to explore the forest, encountering numerous breathtaking landscapes, as well as some perilous soul beasts. However, through their mutual trust and cooperation, they adeptly navigated these challenges. One day, they heard a legend about an ancient ruin, said to conceal powerful soul artifacts and precious soul rings. They resolved to embark on an expedition to the ruins. Upon their arrival at the site, they discovered that the ruins were sealed by a formidable force. Shan Chuan endeavored to unravel the seal, yet he soon realized the task was far from facile. Alongside Little Wolf and their other spirit beast companions, he diligently researched methods to break the seal. After considerable effort, they ultimately discovered a way to dismantle it. As the seal was lifted, an overwhelming surge of power enveloped them. Upon entering the ruins, they beheld a plethora of precious artifacts, among which was a bow radiating a mesmerizing spectrum of colors. As Shan Chuan approached the bow, he sensed a profound resonance between it and his own soul energy. He attempted to grasp the bow, and at the moment his fingers made contact, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through his being. This bow transformed into his new soul weapon. With the acquisition of this new weapon, Shan Chuan's strength significantly amplified. Upon their departure from the ruins, they encountered a series of traps. Mountains and his team members collaborated harmoniously, skillfully evading the traps laid before them. In the face of peril, they gained a profound appreciation for the strength of teamwork. Shan Chuan and his companions departed from the ruins, continuing their adventures across the Douluo Continent. Their renown gradually spread, transforming them into legends in the eyes of many. Shan Chuan is aware that he has a long journey ahead. He must continually enhance his strength, safeguard numerous soul beasts, and explore uncharted territories. Together with his soul beast companions, he strides toward broader horizons, embracing new challenges and authoring his own illustrious saga. In this enchanting yet perilous realm of Douluo Continent, the tale of Shan Chuan and his companions continues. Their future brimming with boundless possibilities. The Odyssey of Resistance in Douluo. The legendary tale of Shan Chuan in the Douluo Continent continues to unfold, yet a new crisis quietly looms. At this moment, he is in search of a powerful soul tool within a mysterious relic. This relic conceals ancient powers, and it is said that the soul tools contained within possess the potential to reshape the very fabric of the continent. Shan Chuan is acutely aware of this. Yet his aim is not to seize control over the land. Rather, he seeks to harness this power to better protect it. As he is entirely focused on deciphering the mechanisms within the relic, a formidable aura suddenly envelopes the entire site. Shan Chuan, alert, raises his gaze, only to witness the clouds above rapidly coalescing as several figures slowly descend from the heavens, the gods of the Douluo Continent. At the forefront stands the god of thunder, radiating blinding arcs of electricity, his eyes filled with authority and vigilance. Shan Chuan, how dare you trespass here in search of forbidden artifacts? Do you comprehend the calamity this could unleash? The voice of the god of thunder reverberates through the relic like a thunderclap. In the depths of his heart, Shan Chuan felt a tightening sensation, understanding that the deities had undoubtedly misconstrued his intentions. With utmost reverence, he elucidated, "O Lord of Thunder, my sole purpose in entering this realm is to seek treasures that may aid in safeguarding our continent. I harbor no ulterior motives. My heart is filled with reverence for this land, and I have no desire to bring about its ruin." Nevertheless, the gods appeared unconvinced by his words. The god of war stepped forth, exuding a formidable aura of combat. "Humph, as a mere mortal, your rapid surge in power and your continuous foray into these perilous domains leave us with little reason to trust you." The soul beasts of the mountains and rivers sensed their master's predicament. The little wolf emitted a low growl, while the white fox perked up its ears. Adopting a defensive stance, the thunder god launched the first strike, thrusting his palms forward as a formidable bolt of lightning surged towards the mountains and rivers. This lightning harbored the power to obliterate the heavens and devastate the earth, distorting the very fabric of space in its wake. Shan Chuan, with little time to ponder, swiftly summoned the newly acquired soul weapon, a heavy sword radiating a ghostly blue glow. Channeling his soul energy into the sword, it erupted into a resplendent blue shield. Colliding with the oncoming lightning, a deafening roar reverberated, causing the entire ruins to tremble. Observing that the thunder god's assault had been thwarted, the war god charged toward Shan Chuan, wielding his battle axe with remarkable swiftness, appearing before Shan Chuan in an instant, the axe slicing through the air with a howling wind. Beneath the mountains, he moved with agility, sidestepping the onslaught of the god of war. With a sweeping motion of his great sword, he unleashed a crescent blade of silver light, aimed at the waist of the god of war. Just as the luminous blade was poised to strike, the god of light emerged, extending a hand. A radiant shield of white light materialized before the god of war, intercepting the attack from the mountains. Shan Chuan, your actions have transcended the bounds of our tolerance. Today, we must put an end to your transgressions, declared the god of light with a commanding voice. As Shan Chuan gazed upon the multitude of deities before him, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped his heart. He understood that unless this misunderstanding was resolved once and for all, he would be unable to continue his sacred journey of guardianship. O Lord of Light, I harbor no ill intentions. I am willing to endure any trial you may impose upon me to prove my innocence, Shan Chuan earnestly proclaimed. Yet, the gods paid no heed to his words. Convinced that Shan Chuan's formidable strength posed a significant threat to the equilibrium of the continent. At that moment, the soul beast companions of Shan Chuan played a pivotal role. The little wolf clutched the hem of Shan Chuan's garment, signaling him to flee deeper into the ruins. Shan Chuan instantly comprehended the wolf's intent and dashed towards the heart of the relics. The gods pursued relentlessly. During the chase, Shan Chuan felt his soul power steadily depleting. Yet he also observed a peculiar phenomenon. His soul ring seemed to undergo a transformation under such perilous circumstances. His Millennium Soul Ring began to shimmer, as if drawn by some arcane force. A stirring within Shan Chuan's heart indicated to him that this could be a fortuitous opportunity. He concentrated his efforts, channeling the power within the soul ring. As he directed this energy, the Millennium Soul Ring abruptly unleashed a formidable surge of soul power, which surged towards Shan Chuan's consciousness. In Shan Chuan's mind, ancient images began to surface, depicting a harmonious coexistence between soul beasts and humanity. It seemed as though an ancient force was guiding him towards the right path. At that moment, the little wolf suddenly unleashed a peculiar soul skill. Enveloped in a faint purple glow, this luminescence transformed into chains that surged towards the deities. The gods, caught off guard by the wolf's unexpected assault, found themselves momentarily flustered. Seizing the opportunity while the divine beings were momentarily halted by the wolf's attack, Shan Chuan ceased his flight. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the gods with a resonant voice. Esteemed deities, you have long believed that I would disrupt the balance of the continent. Yet, all my actions have been aimed at combating the dark forces lurking within it. My quest for the soul artifact is not for the sake of domination, but to fortify my own strength, enabling me to better safeguard all of you. Upon hearing Shan Chuan's words, the god of thunder softened his expression slightly. Is what you say truly the case? The mountains and rivers nodded resolutely, declaring, I swear by my soul that all my actions stem from benevolence. The deities began to converse among themselves, slowly discerning from the glimmer in the eyes of the mountains and rivers, as well as his past experiences, that he appeared to be truthful. After a moment of contemplation, the god of light spoke, Mountains and rivers, while we place our trust in you, the soul artifact you wield undeniably harbors perilous power. You must ensure that it never falls into the hands of malevolent beings. The mountains and rivers promptly nodded. I assure you, I pledge my life. After the misunderstanding was resolved, the deities vanished. As Shan Chuan gazed at the heavy sword in his hand, a myriad of emotions surged within him. This soul weapon would become an indispensable instrument in his quest to protect the continent. Together with his soul beast companions, he delved deeper into the ruins. Ultimately, they unearthed the fabled soul weapon, a staff radiating with resplendent hues, crowned with a magnificent celestial gem. The moment Shan Chuan grasped the staff, he felt his soul power harmoniously intertwine with its essence. His soul rings were further augmented by the staff's formidable energy. I shall wield this power to safeguard the entirety of Douluo Continent, he mused inwardly. Armed with this newly acquired soul weapon, he departed the ruins alongside his soul beast companions. Yet, Shan Chuan was acutely aware that countless unknown perils awaited him across the land. With this newfound strength, he would persist in his journey to protect the Douluo Continent, ready to confront greater challenges and inscribe his own legend. Upon acquiring a new soul tool, Shan Chuan's strength surged remarkably. He, along with his soul beast companions, continued to explore the Douluo Continent in pursuit of further opportunities and challenges. One day, Shan Chuan came across a tantalizing piece of news. A vast expanse of ice was teeming with rare soul beasts, and a mysterious soul ring was in the process of gestation. This revelation stirred his spirit profoundly, prompting him to embark on a journey to the icy plains to uncover the truth. The mountains and rivers embarked on a journey towards the glacial expanse. The icy plains were pierced by a biting wind, with snowflakes swirling through the air. Undeterred by the frigid conditions, the mountains and his spirit beast companions pressed onward. Deep within the frozen wilderness, they encountered a pack of white ice phantoms wolves. Emanating a chilling aura, their eyes sparkled like blue gemstones. Upon noticing the arrival of the mountains and his companions, the ice phantoms wolves assumed aggressive stances. Shan Chuan promptly signaled his spirit beast companions to exercise caution. The little wolf stood beside Shan Chuan, its eyes fixed intently on the ice soul wolf. Meanwhile, the white fox took refuge behind Shan Chuan, sensing the formidable danger posed by these ice soul wolves. Mountains and rivers stepped forward, attempting to communicate with the ice spirit wolves. "We bear no ill intent. We are merely passing through," spoke the mountains. The ice spirit wolves appeared to comprehend his words, yet they remained vigilant. One of the larger ice spirit wolves slowly emerged, declaring, "Humans, this expanse of ice is our territory. You must leave at once." The mountains and rivers are aware that in order to traverse the icy expanse smoothly, one must earn the approval of the ice spirit wolves. He began to exhibit his soul power and presented some rare treasures he had collected during his journey, attempting to negotiate for permission to cross the frozen terrain. The ice spirit wolves, upon witnessing his sincerity, began to waver in their resolve. Ultimately, the larger of the ice spirit wolves declared, "Very well. You may pass through the icy expanse, but you must not disturb anything within our domain." Shan Chuan nodded appreciatively. During the traverse across the icy expanse, he discovered a remarkable rapport with the ice spirit wolves. These ethereal creatures seemed to harbor little animosity towards him, the outsider. They successfully navigated through the frigid landscape, and at the terminus of the ice field, they stumbled upon a colossal ice cavern. Mountains and rivers sensed a powerful fluctuation of soul energy emanating from within the icy cavern, and he knew that the enigmatic soul ring lay hidden within. As he ventured into the frost-laden cave, the temperature plummeted further, the chill biting through to the bone. Deep within the cavern, a soul ring radiating a spectrum of colors floated gracefully in the air. This soul ring exuded an immense power, and as mountains and rivers drew near, he felt his own soul energy being overwhelmingly suppressed by a formidable force. Mountains and rivers are aware that this presents a formidable opportunity, yet it also poses a significant challenge. He took a deep breath, beginning to summon the soul power within him, attempting to absorb this soul ring. His soul beast companions, sensing his intent, gathered around to protect him. A delicate halo began to manifest around Shan Chuan's body as his soul energy continuously converged deep within his essence. The soul ring commenced its gradual approach toward him, and as the distance diminished, he sensed an overwhelming pressure enveloping him. His body struggled under the weight of this force. Yet he refused to succumb. Gritting his teeth, he persisted in guiding the soul ring. At long last, the soul ring integrated into his being. With this integration, Shan Chuan's soul energy experienced a remarkable enhancement. His soul ring awakened a new ability, Soul Freeze. This power enables the instantaneous immobilization of an enemy's soul, rendering them incapable of action. Upon absorbing the soul ring, Shan Chuan emerged from the icy cavern. The ice spirit wolves, witnessing Shan Chuan's successful absorption, revealed a trace of envy in their eyes. "Human, you are truly formidable," spoke the leader of the ice spirit wolves. The mountains and rivers smiled and said, "Thank you for your assistance. Without you, it would have been exceedingly difficult for me to absorb this soul ring." The leader of the ice soul wolf shook his head and replied, "This is solely your own endeavor." After bidding farewell to the mountains and the ice spirits, the traveler continued on his journey. Along the way, he encountered an elderly man, clad in a flowing white robe, his countenance radiating kindness. "Young one, the aura that surrounds you is quite extraordinary," the old man remarked. The mountains and rivers inquired with curiosity, "Old man, who are you?" The elderly gentleman chuckled softly. I am merely a man who has dwelled on this continent for many years. I see great strength within you, yet I sense that you have much untapped potential waiting to be unleashed." Upon feeling a stir within his heart, he recognized that there remained much for him to learn. "Dear elder, might you impart some wisdom upon me?" The old man nodded in agreement. "Certainly, but you must understand that the path of cultivation is long and arduous." Shan Chuan nodded resolutely. Under the guidance of the elder, his soul power experienced significant enhancement, and his proficiency in wielding soul weapons grew remarkably. However, Shan Chuan's burgeoning strength attracted the attention of nefarious forces. An insidious organization of soul masters set its sights on Shan Chuan's soul weapon, dispatching a multitude of skilled adversaries to seize it from him. Mountains and rivers, along with his soul beast companions, were besieged by these individuals. "Surrender your soul devices, or today shall mark your demise," a malevolent soul master declared with fierce intensity. Mountains and rivers, with a heavy sword in hand, prepared for battle alongside his soul beast companions. "You shall not succeed," he declared resolutely. The confrontation loomed, presenting immense challenges for Mountains and his allies. Yet, they did not waver. Drawing strength from their profound bond and formidable prowess, they engaged in a fierce struggle against the malevolent soul masters. Throughout this confrontation, Mountain showcased his strength and intellect. Utilizing his newly awakened soul skill, Soul Freeze, he successfully immobilized several of the wicked soul master spirits, thus gaining precious time in the fray. His soul beast companions played pivotal roles as well. The swift strikes of the young wolf were piercing, the white fox's defenses were robust, and the recently befriended ice phantom wolf joined the fray, all standing united against the nefarious foes. After a tumultuous battle, Mountains and his companions triumphed, driving back the evil soul masters. Their valiant deeds echoed across the entire Douluo Continent. The mountains and rivers have become the heroes in the hearts of the people. He continues to explore the Douluo Continent alongside his spirit beast companions, aware that more challenges await him in the future. Yet, he remains unafraid. He shall persist in his training, enhancing his strength to safeguard the Douluo Continent with his own power. He firmly believes that as long as there is faith in his heart, he can surmount any obstacle. In this realm filled with fantasy and adventure, the legendary tale of Shan Chuan continues to unfold. He will face the challenges of the future, carrying his dreams and beliefs, and create even greater glories. The Battle of the Spirit Beast Body in Douluo. For several days, Shan Chuan has wandered through the enigmatic starry Great Forest. He is acutely aware that danger lurks at every turn, yet he perseveres with caution in his quest for a soul ring that befits him. In his grasp lies a rudimentary yet razor-sharp iron sword, his soul weapon, and the first manifestation of his soul artifact. The origin of this soul artifact is quite extraordinary. During a serendipitous encounter within an ancient mine, Shan Chuan detected a faint yet pure wave of metallic soul energy. Utilizing his keen senses, he devoted several days to extracting the soul-infused ore, subsequently refining and forging it through relentless effort. Despite the arduousness of the process, under his meticulous craftsmanship, the iron sword began to emanate a distinctive luster, with subtle patterns of soul energy flowing along its blade. When he first infused it with soul power, the sword trembled gently, as if imbued with life, and he could sense its yearning for the essence of soul energy. As Shan Chuan traversed the terrain, the surrounding trees grew increasingly dense, allowing only fragmented beams of sunlight to filter through the layers of branches and leaves. Suddenly, a deep, resonant growl echoed from ahead, causing his heart to race. Emerging from the shadows was a colossal wolf-like spirit beast, radiating an ethereal blue aura. Its eyes, reminiscent of profound purple gemstones, glinted with a chilling intent to kill. Shan Chuan recognized it as a violet shadow demon wolf. Known for its agility and formidable offensive capabilities, a considerable challenge for him at this moment. The violet shadow demon wolf initiated the attack, lunging at Shan Chuan like a bolt of blue lightning. He swiftly sidestepped, thrusting his iron sword towards the beast. With a deft twist in midair, the wolf evaded the sword's strike, and its razor-sharp claws slashed towards Shan Chuan's face. He leaped back, inwardly lamenting the creature's swiftness. "I cannot remain on the defensive like this," he mused silently. Channeling his spirit energy into the iron sword, it emanated a brilliant light. Shan Chuan seized the initiative, unleashing the sword techniques he had mastered in the mundane world. The flashes of his blade momentarily overwhelmed the violet shadow demon wolf. Yet, being a spirit beast enhanced by soul power, it possessed combat experience far beyond that of an ordinary fighter. Suddenly, it became still, unleashing a powerful wave of soul energy that seemed to freeze the very air around them. Is it preparing to deliver a fatal blow? Shan Chuan thought, alarmed. Just as he braced himself to withstand the impending attack, the violet shadow demon wolf abruptly turned and dashed into the depths of the forest. Shan Chuan was taken aback, quickly realizing that the wolf deemed him unworthy of further confrontation. However, he refrained from pursuing, knowing full well that he lacked the strength necessary to defeat such a formidable spirit beast. As the mountains and rivers led him deeper into the forest, he arrived at the edge of a serene lake. The water was crystal clear, and upon a massive rock by the shore, he discovered a stone emanating a gentle glow. Approaching it, he felt a warm surge of spiritual energy flow into his body upon touching the stone. He recognized this as a potentially significant opportunity in his quest for a soul ring. Just as he reveled in this surge of energy, the lake's surface suddenly erupted with violent ripples. A colossal water-type soul beast leaped from the depths. It was an ice soul water dragon, measuring several dozen meters in length. Its body was adorned with translucent scales that radiated an intense chill. "Human, how dare you covet what belongs to my domain?" the ice soul water dragon spoke, its voice as sharp and cold as a blade of ice. Shan Chuan hastily remarked, "I harbor no ill intentions. I merely stumbled upon this stone and believed it might serve some purpose for me." The ice crystal water serpent let out a cold snort, declaring, "Do you think you can easily depart from here? You are the first human to dare intrude upon my domain." With that, the ice crystal water serpent swung its massive tail toward Shan Chuan. Aware that he could not withstand such a force, Shan Chuan concentrated his soul energy in his feet and leaped towards a nearby grand tree. The serpent's tail struck the tree with tremendous force, causing it to shatter instantaneously. "I cannot continue evading like this," Shan Chuan pondered. Once more, he channeled his soul energy into the iron sword, noticing that after absorbing his essence, peculiar runes began to manifest along the blade. These runes emanated a formidable power, endowing him with a heightened sense of strength. Mountains and rivers surged forth, wielding an iron sword, charging towards the icy spirit water dragon. The dragon, with its gaping maw, lunged to bite. In a swift leap, he deftly darted through the creature's jaws, simultaneously thrusting the iron sword towards its eye. The icy spirit water dragon, in pain, lashed out with its claws in a furious retaliation. Struck by the vicious blow, he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Shan Chuan felt as if his very organs had been displaced, yet he gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. "I cannot perish here. I must become strong." His heart brimmed with determination. The ice spirit water serpent lunged at him once more. Shan Chuan took a deep breath, channeling all his soul power, and shouted, "Sword of demon breaking." A colossal beam of light erupted from his iron sword, cleaving directly towards the ice spirit water serpent. The serpent sensed this formidable force and attempted to evade, but it was too late. The light sword struck the serpent, shattering its scales, and it emitted a wretched scream as its body began to collapse. With the fall of the ice spirit water serpent, a blue soul ring ascended from its form. Shan Chuan recognized this as the soul ring he had long sought, yet he remained cautious. Following the absorption techniques he had learned on the Douluo Continent, he approached the soul ring with utmost care. Just as he prepared to absorb it, the spirit of the ice spirit water serpent materialized. "Human, should you dare to absorb my soul ring, I shall haunt you even in death." The mountains and rivers gazed upon the spirit of the ice soul water flood dragon and declared, "I have no alternative. I must grow stronger to endure in this world." The spirit of the ice soul water flood dragon roared fiercely and charged at the mountains and rivers. Yet, with resolute determination, he closed his eyes and began to channel his soul power, commencing the absorption of the soul ring. The spirit incessantly assailed his mental defenses, and the mountains and rivers felt as though his head might explode. Nonetheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Time slipped away, and eventually, the spirit of the ice soul water flood dragon began to dissipate, while the mountains and rivers successfully absorbed the soul ring. He sensed a qualitative leap in his strength. His soul power became more robust, and he acquired a new soul skill, the ice soul shield. This skill enabled him to conjure a layer of ice blue protection around his body, capable not only of withstanding attacks but also inflicting a freezing effect on any foes that dared to approach. After absorbing the soul ring, Shan Chuan continued his exploration within the Douluo forest. He encountered a diverse array of soul beasts. Some regarded him with hostility, while others observed him with curiosity. He learned to coexist peacefully with several weaker soul beasts, gaining invaluable insights about the Douluo Continent from them. One day, he stumbled upon an injured little fox soul beast. Its leg was ensnared by a hunter's trap, blood flowing freely. Filled with compassion, Shan Chuan utilized his knowledge of herbal remedies to tend to the fox's wounds. The little fox gazed at him, its eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, human," the little fox spoke, its words imbued with eloquence. The mountains and rivers spoke with a smile. "You're welcome, but do exercise caution in the future." The little fox replied, "Do you know? Deep within the forest lies an ancient ruin, where it is said that numerous powerful treasures are hidden, though perilous traps abound as well." Within the heart of the mountains and rivers, a stirring arose, yet he recognized that the moment for exploration had yet to arrive. First, he must elevate his own strength. As time flowed on, his experiences within the starry forest grew increasingly profound. His iron sword, a manifestation of his soul, continued to evolve. Eventually, in the lair of a soul beast, he stumbled upon a mysterious ore. Upon infusing this ore into his iron sword, its power surged dramatically. The runes upon the blade became more intricate, and it gained the ability to unleash various soul power skills. In a fierce battle, Shan Chuan confronted a formidable flame leopard spirit beast. The attacks of the flame leopard were exceedingly fierce, its flames threatening to engulf Shan Chuan entirely. Armed with an iron sword, Shan Chuan summoned the ice shield, which absorbed the onslaught of flames, resonating with thunderous roars. Subsequently, he unleashed a newly acquired skill, the flame sword break, igniting his iron sword in a blaze of fire. With unwavering determination, Shan Chuan charged at the flame leopard, engaging in an intense duel. Ultimately, through his ingenuity and bravery, Shan Chuan triumphed over the flame leopard. From the defeated beast, he obtained a crimson spirit ring, which significantly enhanced his fire attribute spirit power. The mountains and rivers have gradually transformed him into a formidable human powerhouse, revered even by soul beasts. No longer merely struggling for survival on the Douluo Continent, he has embraced his own aspirations and ideals, to uncover the myriad secrets of this world and to ascend as a true paragon of excellence on the Douluo Continent. His legendary tale continues to unfold. The ethereal blue soul beast of Douluo. In the vast expanse of the starry forest, Shan Chuan's journey has deepened significantly. He has transformed from an inexperienced wanderer into a formidable soul master, instilling fear in many lower-tier soul beasts. On this particular day, he found himself near an ancient thicket within the forest, enveloped in an aura of mystery. He sensed that this place might conceal precious treasures or powerful soul beasts. His gaze fell upon a creature not far away, resembling a raccoon yet endowed with enormous ears that emanated a ghostly green glow. This was a spectral spirit raccoon. The creature regarded Shan Chuan with caution, its small eyes filled with wariness. "Human, are you here once more to encroach upon our territory?" Its voice echoed in Shan Chuan's mind. Shan Chuan hastily waved his hand and said, "I did not mean to imply that. I merely passed through this place, without any intention to offend." However, the ethereal spirit fox let out a cold snort and retorted, "You humans possess nothing of virtue. Every time you arrive, it is solely to hunt us, the soul beasts." As the mountains and rivers stirred within him, he yearned to alter the perception that the ethereal light spirit raccoon held of him. Thus, he retrieved several spirit fruits from his storage soul guide, an artifact he had fortuitously acquired during previous trials, capable of storing items and offering a modicum of defense. "I harbor no ill intentions. These spirit fruits are beneficial to me, yet I believe they might aid in the restoration of your soul energy even more effectively," he declared earnestly. The ethereal light spirit raccoon gazed at the spirit fruits he presented with a hint of surprise. After a moment's hesitation, it accepted them. "Do you truly harbor no ulterior motives?" it inquired. "Indeed, I merely aspire for our coexistence to be harmonious," he replied with a smile. Perhaps the allure of the spirit fruits dulled the raccoon's wariness, for it soon engaged in conversation with him. "Did you know? Deeper within this forest lie many wondrous places. There exists a spirit spring, renowned for its ability to cleanse and rejuvenate, yet it is heavily guarded by formidable restrictions and a powerful guardian beast." A stir within the heart of the mountains and rivers signified a monumental opportunity for him. Yet, he was reluctant to jeopardize the relationship he had painstakingly forged with the ethereal luminescent spirit cat, due to his own avarice. "Could you guide me on how to reach that place?" he inquired. The luminescent spirit cat pondered for a moment, and, recognizing his sincerity, replied, "I can provide you with a general direction. However, exercise caution, for it is indeed fraught with peril." After expressing gratitude to the ethereal spirit fox, Shan Chuan proceeded in the direction indicated. Not long after, he encountered an old friend, the once injured little fox spirit. The little fox had matured somewhat and appeared even more agile. "Brother Shan Chuan, why have you ventured into such perilous territory once again?" The little fox inquired with concern. The mountains and rivers conveyed their thoughts to the little fox, who furrowed her brow. "Brother Shan Chuan, that place is truly perilous. I have heard that many powerful soul masters have ventured there and never returned." Mountains and rivers spoke. "I understand, yet I yearn to become stronger. Only by ceaselessly challenging myself can I endure in this perilous world." The little fox gazed into the resolute eyes of the mountains and rivers, no longer dissuading them. "Brother Shan Chuan, then I shall accompany you on this journey." The mountains and rivers stirred with a hint of emotion. Thus, they proceeded with utmost caution. They traversed the winding path, skillfully evading the territories of numerous formidable soul beasts along the way. At long last, they beheld the region described by the ethereal luminescent spirit fox. A delicate mist enveloped the area, accentuating the grandeur of the surrounding flora and trees. Beside the spiritual spring lay a slumbering soul beast, resembling a qilin, yet radiating an enchanting azure glow. This was the guardian of the spiritual spring, the azure qilin. Mountains and streams approached the little fox with utmost caution, striving to make not a single sound. However, just as they were on the verge of nearing the ethereal spring, the azure qilin abruptly opened its eyes. Two beams of cerulean light emanated from its gaze, and mountain stream felt as though his very soul had been ensnared in a frozen grip. "How dare you trespass upon my domain?" echoed the voice of the azure qilin in their minds, resonating like a thunderclap. The mountains and rivers hastily explained, "My lord qilin, we mean no offense. We merely heard tales of a sacred spring here and seek to harness its power to enhance our abilities. If you permit us, we are willing to pay any price." The ethereal blue qilin scoffed coldly, "You humans, in your relentless pursuit of strength, will stop at nothing. How can I place my trust in you?" As Shan Chuan's heart tightened, he realized that persuading the azure blue qilin would be a formidable challenge. At that moment, an idea struck him regarding his iron sword soul artifact. He drew forth the sword and infused it with his soul energy. Instantly, the sword radiated a resplendent glow, with runes shimmering within its brilliance. "Esteemed Kirin, this is a soul artifact crafted from my very essence of soul power, embodying my convictions. I wish to use it as a testament to my sincerity," Shan Chuan declared. The azure blue qilin gazed upon the iron sword, a flicker of surprise crossing its eyes. This soul artifact was indeed extraordinary, yet it was still insufficient. Shan Chuan gritted his teeth, recounting to the azure blue qilin his experiences on the Douluo Continent, his original intentions, and his yearning for harmonious coexistence. The azure blue qilin listened attentively, and after a prolonged silence, it spoke slowly. "In light of your earnestness, I shall grant you the opportunity to utilize the spirit spring. However, you may only absorb a small portion of its waters, and this must be done under my supervision." The mountains and the little fox were overwhelmed with joy, promptly expressing their gratitude to the azure qilin. They approached the spiritual spring, and following the guidance of the azure qilin, began to absorb the spring's waters. Shan Chuan felt a powerful force surge into his body. His soul power was continuously refined, and his physique grew increasingly robust. During the process of absorbing the spring water, Shan Chuan suddenly sensed a force stirring within him. He realized this was a sign that his soul ring was about to awaken. Cold sweat began to beat on his forehead. He understood the gravity of the moment. He quickly calmed his mind and channeled his soul power to guide that force. "Brother Shan Chuan, what's wrong?" the little fox inquired anxiously. "I'm fine. I'm about to awaken a new soul ring," Shan Chuan replied through gritted teeth. As time passed, a faint golden glow gradually enveloped Shan Chuan's form. The radiance intensified until it eventually coalesced into a magnificent soul ring that encircled his body. "This is my fourth soul ring. I feel my strength has ascended to a new level," Shan Chuan exclaimed with exhilaration. The azure qilin observed Shan Chuan with a glimmer of approval in its eyes. "You are indeed a remarkable human. Make good use of your power." After bidding farewell to the azure qilin, Shan Chuan departed from the spirit spring alongside the little fox. However, during their journey, they encountered some troubles. A hunting party composed of human soul masters spotted the little fox beside Shan Chuan and sought to capture it. "Hand over that soul beast, or you shall not leave," growled one of the soul master leaders menacingly. The mountains and rivers coldly gazed upon them. "These individuals who would stop at nothing for their own gain. I shall not allow you to succeed." The leader of the spirit masters disdainfully remarked, "You foolish creature. We are many, and we do not fear a solitary one like you." With that, he commanded his squad members to launch an assault on the mountains and rivers, as well as the little fox. Shan Chuan wielded his iron sword, demonstrating his newly comprehended soul technique. He first conjured an icy shield, protecting the little fox behind him, and then charged towards the hunting squad. His sword danced like lightning among the foes, catching the members of the hunting team off guard with his formidable prowess, causing them to descend into a state of disarray. As the mountains and rivers engaged in battle, an inner monologue unfolded. These individuals are akin to the invaders of yore, solely driven by their desire to plunder. I cannot permit them to inflict harm upon the little fox. After a fierce confrontation, the mountains and rivers successfully repelled the hunting party, whose members fled in disarray. The little fox gazed at the mountains and rivers with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, dear brother." The mountains and rivers smiled gently as they caressed the little fox's head, affirming, "We are friends, and naturally, I shall protect you." After experiencing these events, Shan Chuan became even more resolute in his determination to become a formidable force in the Douluo Continent, to safeguard the vulnerable and uphold peace. He continued on his journey, unaware of the challenges and opportunities that awaited him ahead. The journey of bonds in Douluo. Shan Chuan and the little fox continued their journey through the starry forest, their bond growing ever more intimate. Shan Chuan's affection for the little fox transcended mere companionship. It was a reflection of his attitude towards all soul beasts. They arrived at an area lush with peculiar herbs, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Shan Chuan immediately recognized several of these herbs as precious materials capable of enhancing soul power. Just as he intended to gather some, a magnificent unicorn soul beast appeared before them. This unicorn, resplendent in its snowy white coat, bore a spiraled horn upon its forehead, radiating a pure and sacred light. Observing Shan Chuan's approach towards the herbs, a look of indignation flashed in its eyes. "Human, these herbs are under my protection. You are forbidden from plucking them," the unicorn soul beast proclaimed with haughty authority. The mountains and rivers hastily replied, "Dear unicorn, I am aware of the significance of these herbs to you. I merely wish to gather a few for research purposes, harboring no ill intentions. Furthermore, I am willing to offer you a service in exchange for the right to utilize these herbs." The unicorn spirit beast regarded him with a hint of disdain, inquiring, "What could you possibly do for me?" After a moment of contemplation, the mountains and rivers expressed, "I can assist you in eliminating some lesser spirit beasts that frequently disturb your tranquility." The unicorn spirit beast pondered for a while and replied, "Very well, but you may only gather a limited quantity of herbs." The mountains and rivers nodded with joy, expressing gratitude to the esteemed unicorn. He began to gather herbs with utmost care, while the little fox assisted him nearby. During the foraging process, a thorn from the herbs accidentally pricked his hand. "Brother Shan Chuan, are you all right?" The little fox inquired with genuine concern. The mountains and rivers chuckled, shaking their heads, for such a trivial injury was of no consequence. After they had gathered the medicinal herbs, Shan Chuan did not forget his promise. He began to search the surroundings for low-tier spirit beasts. He discovered several sharp-toothed rabbits, spirit beasts that were stealthily nibbling on the herbs of the unicorn spirit beast. The mountains and rivers did not directly assault the fanged rabbit spirit beasts, but rather, they emitted a gentle voice through their soul power. "Fanged rabbits, you must refrain from consuming these herbs. They belong to the esteemed unicorn." The fanged rabbit spirit beasts, perceiving no malice from the mountains and rivers, huddled together in trepidation. "We are famished and left with no alternative." Shan Chuan retrieved some provisions from his soul guide and tossed them to the sharp-toothed rabbit soul beasts. "You may consume this. Refrain from devouring the herbs of the esteemed unicorn." The sharp-toothed rabbit soul beasts joyfully feasted on the provisions before scampering away. Shan Chuan returned to the side of the unicorn spirit beast and shared some provisions with it. "My lord unicorn, I have taken care of everything," he said. The unicorn spirit beast gazed at Shan Chuan with a hint of surprise. "You, a human, are indeed remarkable. You may depart now. Take with you the portion of herbs you desire." After expressing gratitude to the unicorn spirit beast, Shan Chuan departed with the little fox. In another part of the forest, Shan Chuan stumbled upon an injured bear spirit beast. This bear appeared exceedingly frail, bearing several deep wounds upon its body. A wave of sympathy surged within the mountains and rivers as he approached the bear spirit beast alongside the little fox. "Brother bear, how have you been wounded?" The bear spirit beast cast a feeble glance in his direction and replied, "I sustained injuries while battling other spirit beasts, and I lack the strength to move." Shan Chuan swiftly retrieved his medicinal herbs and began to tend to the wounds of the bear spirit beast, while the little fox assisted him. Brother Shan Chuan, why are we aiding this bear spirit beast? It could potentially turn on us, the little fox inquired softly. Mountains and rivers spoke. Every life deserves compassion, whether it be a human or a spirit beast. If we do not extend our help today, it may perish in this very place. Under the tender care of mountains and rivers and the little fox, the injuries of the bear spirit beast gradually improved. With gratitude, it gazed at mountains and rivers and the little fox. Thank you, humans. I have always believed that humans were malevolent, but you have altered my perspective, said the bear spirit beast. The mountains and rivers spoke with a gentle smile. Brother Bear, I hope you take good care of your injuries and continue your journey. The mountains and rivers sensed that their spiritual power had reached another bottleneck. They understood the necessity of seeking a new soul ring to achieve a breakthrough. They arrived near an ancient ruin, which emanated an aura of mystery, surrounded by formidable restrictions. Mountains and rivers yearned to venture into the ruins. Yet he was acutely aware that peril lurked within. Just as he hesitated, an ancient phoenix spirit beast materialized before him. The creature was enshrouded in flames, its gaze emanating an aura of boundless authority. Human, you ought not to tread here. The majestic mountain range respectfully spoke. Phoenix, I am aware that this place is fraught with peril, yet I seek a means to transcend my own spiritual power. I require a formidable soul ring. The phoenix soul beast cast a glance at him, understanding that the soul rings within were not easily attainable, and that numerous treacherous restrictions and traps lay hidden within. The mountains and rivers resolutely declared, I understand, yet I fear not the challenges ahead. I am willing to take the risk. The phoenix soul beast pondered for a moment and replied, Very well. Should you succeed in overcoming the trials within, you shall be rewarded with a formidable soul ring. However, should you falter, you will perish within. The mountains and rivers nodded appreciatively, expressing their gratitude to the esteemed phoenix. Together with the little fox, he cautiously ventured into the ruins. A mysterious aura enveloped the space, and the walls were adorned with ancient runes. As they proceeded, they suddenly encountered a mechanical trap, and countless arrows were unleashed towards them. Shan Chuan swiftly conjured an icy shield, sheltering the little fox behind him. The arrow struck the shield, producing a series of resounding booms. Little fox, stay behind me. I shall find a way, Shan Chuan declared. Mountains and rivers converged their soul power, unleashing the skill of flame sword break. A fierce blaze ignited upon the iron sword, which he plunged into the ground, causing flames to spread across the earth, melting the arrows that rained down upon them. They pressed onward and ultimately discovered the location of the soul ring. However, a formidable soul beast stood guard over it. This soul beast resembled a glutton, its eyes gleaming with avarice. How dare you come to seize my soul ring? Shan Chuan spoke, Lord Tao Tai, I do not come to seize. I merely seek to transcend my own soul power. I harbor no ill intentions. The Tao Tai soul beast scoffed, Humans, I have witnessed your malice far too often. Today, I shall not permit you to easily claim the soul ring. With that, the Tao Tai soul beast lunged toward Shan Chuan. Shan Chuan wielded an iron sword as he engaged in a fierce battle against the formidable Tao Tai soul beast. During the clash, Shan Chuan discerned the ferocity of the Tao Tai's assaults, for its maw possessed the capacity to devour anything in its path. While engaged in battle, Shan Chuan contemplated strategies. He recalled his ice spirit shield and considered luring the gluttonous soul beast towards it, subsequently freezing it with his soul power. The mountains and rivers began to execute this plan. He lured the gluttonous soul beast towards the icy shield, then utilized his soul power to encase the beast in ice. The gluttonous soul beast struggled fiercely, unleashing a tremendous force that shattered the icy shield. Shan Chuan staggered back a few steps from the shock, yet he did not yield. He summoned his soul abilities once more, engaging in a final battle with the formidable Tao Tai soul beast. After an arduous and fierce confrontation, Shan Chuan ultimately subdued the Tao Tai soul beast. He removed the soul ring from its form and commenced the arduous process of absorption. The endeavor was fraught with difficulty, as Shan Chuan felt as though his very body were being torn asunder. I cannot falter. I must grow stronger, he silently vowed to himself. With unwavering focus, he channeled the power of the soul ring into his being. Gradually, he succeeded in absorbing the soul ring, experiencing a significant enhancement in his soul power, and his physique grew ever more robust. Together with the little fox, he departed the ruins and returned to the forest. Within the verdant embrace of the woods, Shan Chuan continued to express his affection for the little fox and other soul beasts. He utilized his herbal knowledge to aid the injured soul beasts and wielded his strength to protect the vulnerable among them. The mountains and rivers are aware that on this Douluo Continent, the bond between him and the spirit beast will deepen with time. He will continue to wield his strength to safeguard the peace and tranquility of this world. His tale with the little fox persists, and his legend continues to resonate throughout the Douluo Continent, accompanied by spirit beasts and spirit tools. After the elevation of his soul power, Shan Chuan was acutely aware of the necessity to continually strengthen his abilities. One day, as he traversed a desolate expanse, the sky suddenly darkened, and a colossal avian soul beast circled above him. The creature emanated a pungent sulphurous odor, its enormous wings stirring up a tempest. Shan Chuan was taken aback. This was a formidable soul beast he had never encountered before. How dare a diminutive human intrude upon my domain? The avian soul beast screeched. Gripping his soul weapon dagger tightly, Shan Chuan replied, I mean no harm. I merely passed through. The avian soul beast scoffed, declaring, passing through is not permitted. This territory belongs solely to me. As the standoff continued, a wolf-like soul beast suddenly leapt in from the side. Friend, let us confront it together. Shan Chuan cast a grateful glance at the wolf-like soul beast. Upon noticing its presence, the avian soul beast roared in fury, You traitor, conspiring with a human. Instantly, battle erupted. The avian soul beast swooped down, its sharp claws aimed at Shan Chuan. He swiftly dodged to the side, simultaneously wielding his dagger to launch a blade of soul power toward the beast. With agility, the avian soul beast flapped its wings, evading the attack. Seizing the opportunity, the wolf-like soul beast lunged at the avian soul beast from the flank. The avian soul beast retaliated fiercely, flapping its wings to send the wolf-like creature tumbling several meters away. Shan Chuan pondered quietly, recognizing the immense strength of the avian soul beast. He needed to identify its weakness. Observing the creature's movements closely, he discerned that it paused briefly after each attack, waiting for the opportune moment. Shan Chuan summoned all his strength and hurled his dagger as the avian soul beast dove once more. The dagger transformed into a streak of light in the air, piercing precisely into the beast's eye. The avian soul beast emitted a mournful cry, its power beginning to wane. The wolf-like soul beast seized this chance and clamped its jaws around the avian soul beast's neck. After a fierce struggle, the avian soul beast finally succumbed. Shan Chuan wiped the sweat from his brow, grateful for the presence of his companion. The wolf-like spirit beast wagged its tail in response. After the fierce battle, Shan Chuan realized he required more soul skills. Thus, he resolved to seek a second soul ring suited to him. They ventured into a marshland, a habitat for many formidable soul beasts. With utmost caution, Shan Chuan treaded carefully, acutely aware of the myriad dangers lurking around him. Suddenly, a colossal water snake spirit beast lunged forth from the mire. Its massive body loomed large, and it flicked its long tongue menacingly. Human, this is the Death Marsh, a place you do not belong, the water snake spirit beast growled ominously. The mountains and rivers were not intimidated by its grandeur. I have come here with a request. I wish to forge a pact with you, to become my soul beast. Upon hearing this, the water serpent soul beast let out a hearty laugh. Is it truly you who seeks this? Do you not realize that I am one of the most formidable soul beasts in this marshland? Shan Chuan earnestly declared. I recognize your current strength, yet I possess immense potential. I am confident that our collaboration will lead to even greater advancements. The water serpent soul beast gazed at Shan Chuan and inquired, What abilities do you possess that would inspire my trust in you? The mountains and rivers revealed the formidable power of their soul skills and soul tools. After a moment of contemplation, the water snake soul beast consented. Very well. I am willing to enter into a contract with you. During the process of forging this bond, Shan Chuan felt a surge of potent energy merging with his being. He successfully absorbed the 200-year soul ring of the water snake soul beast, acquiring a new soul skill, water snake entwine. This skill enables him to summon countless water snakes to ensnare or assault his adversaries. As Shan Chuan's strength continued to ascend, so too did his renown, earning him the reverence of many soul masters. One day, in a quaint town, Shan Chuan encountered an elderly man gravely wounded. He approached the elder and asked, What has befallen you? The old man, weak and frail, replied, I have been pursued by a band of malevolent soul masters. My family possesses a precious soul tool, and they seek to seize it. A surge of righteous indignation welled up within Shan Chuan as he assured the elder, Rest assured, I shall protect you. No sooner had he spoken than the malevolent soul masters pursued him. Hand over the elder, or we shall take your life, one of the wicked soul masters threatened. Shan Chuan retorted with a cold laugh, You vile miscreants, today I shall not allow you to succeed. As the battle loomed, Shan Chuan unleashed his full array of soul skills. engaging in a fierce confrontation with the evil soul masters. His wolf-type soul beast and water serpent soul beast joined the fray, intensifying the clash. The malevolent soul masters were taken aback by Shan Chuan's formidable prowess, their composure faltering. Under the onslaught from Shan Chuan and his soul beasts, the evil soul masters gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Ultimately, Shan Chuan succeeded in repelling them. The elder, filled with gratitude, exclaimed, "Thank you, young man. You are indeed a great hero. My family shall surely repay your kindness." Shan Chuan smiled and replied, "No need for thanks, elder. It is my duty." Later, the elder's family extended an invitation to Shan Chuan to visit their household. Within their abode, he encountered a most wondrous soul artifact known as the Wheel of Time. This remarkable artifact possessed the ability to transport individuals to the past or reveal glimpses of the future. Shan Chuan harbored a profound interest in this soul artifact, prompting him to seek counsel from the elders of the old man's clan regarding its intricacies. Recognizing Shan Chuan's benevolent nature and formidable strength, the elders graciously imparted to him the knowledge of how to wield the Wheel of Time. Shan Chuan, accompanied by the cyclical essence of time, returned to the dwelling of his wolf-like spirit beast and the water serpent spirit beast. He commenced his exploration into the mysteries of the Wheel of Time. After considerable effort, Shan Chuan finally mastered the art of wielding this enigmatic wheel. Through its power, he glimpsed fragments of his past life, granting him a profound insight into his former existence. Simultaneously, he beheld visions of the future of Douluo Continent, a realm rife with warfare and calamity. Resolute in his determination, he vowed to avert such a fate from unfolding. Shan Chuan commenced an unwavering pursuit of self-cultivation, aspiring to enhance his prowess in order to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Throughout this journey, the spirit beasts accompanying him also experienced significant growth. The wolf-type spirit beast evolved into the Wolf King, greatly augmenting both its strength and sagacity. Meanwhile, the water serpent spirit beast transformed into the water serpent king, its soul skills becoming increasingly formidable. The synergy between Shan Chuan and his soul beast grew increasingly harmonious. Together, they ventured into uncharted territories, confronting formidable foes. One day, Shan Chuan stumbled upon news regarding the relics of the divine. It is said that within this sanctuary lie numerous potent artifacts, as well as secrets that could enable soul masters to transcend their limits. Shan Chuan resolved to embark on a journey to the ruins of the divine. Accompanied by his soul beasts, he set forth towards this sacred destination. Within the ruins of the divine, Shan Chuan encountered numerous trials and tribulations, facing formidable mechanisms and terrifying soul beasts. Yet, he and his soul companions did not falter. Armed with unwavering faith and formidable strength, they persevered through every challenge. At long last, they discovered the heart of the ruins of the divine, where a colossal divine soul crystal emanated an immense power. Shan Chuan felt the formidable allure of this divine power. He understood that if he could absorb it, his strength would experience a transformative leap. Thus, he began to harness the energy of the soul crystal of the divine. Throughout the absorption process, his body endured excruciating pain. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. His spirit beast stood vigil beside him, offering unwavering emotional support. After an arduous struggle, Shan Chuan finally succeeded in absorbing the power of the divine soul crystal, elevating his spirit power to an unprecedented pinnacle. He departed from the ruins of the divine and returned to the Douluo Continent. At that moment, Shan Chuan had ascended to become one of the most powerful spirit masters in the realm. With his newfound strength, he averted several impending calamities. He established a peaceful organization, uniting spirit masters across the Douluo Continent to collectively safeguard their world. The saga of his bond with his spirit beasts and spirit tools transformed into a legend, forever etched into the annals of Douluo Continent's history. Standing atop the highest peak of the Douluo Continent, Shan Chuan gazed upon the breathtaking expanse before him, his heart brimming with pride. He understood that his mission remained unfulfilled, and he would persist in his endeavors to enhance the beauty of this world. He was aware that in the days to come, numerous challenges awaited him. Yet, he held steadfast in his belief that as long as he had his spirit beasts and spirit tools by his side, he would undoubtedly triumph over every obstacle. The tale of the mountains and rivers continues to unfold, and his legend shall forever be enshrined in the hearts of the people. Under the influence of these majestic landscapes, the soul masters of the Douluo Continent have transcended their former rivalries driven by self-interest, embracing instead the virtues of unity and mutual assistance. Inspired by the grandeur of the mountains and rivers, the children diligently strive to cultivate their abilities, aspiring to become great soul masters akin to the illustrious figure of the mountains and rivers. As Shan Chuan beheld these transformations, his heart swelled with gratification. He recognized that this was the very objective he had tirelessly pursued. Moreover, he resolved to continue inscribing his own legendary tale upon the enigmatic and challenging Douluo Continent. His gaze was resolute and radiant, as if he had already glimpsed the boundless hope of the future. With this hope in his heart, he would forge ahead, delving into the mysteries of the soul beast realm. Standing at the edge of the ancient forest on the Douluo Continent, Shan Chuan's heart brimmed with an insatiable desire to delve deeper into the realm of soul beasts. This forest marked his initial foray into the world of soul beasts. Yet he was acutely aware that the distant unknown harbored even greater wonders and perils awaiting him. Companions, let us embark on our journey. Today we shall venture deeper into the forest, Shan Chuan declared to the wolf-like soul beast at his side. The creature joyfully wagged its tail, excitement gleaming in its eyes. They traversed the winding path, surrounded by towering and robust trees, with sunlight filtering through the dense foliage, casting scattered patches of light upon the ground. Suddenly, a deep roar resonated through the air, imbued with an ancient and mysterious power. Shan Chuan became vigilant, drawing forth a long, sword-like soul weapon from his back. This sword, acquired serendipitously from an ancient relic, bore enigmatic runes upon its blade, enhancing the output of his soul power during combat. Before long, a colossal bear-like soul beast emerged before them. Its form loomed like a mountain, its fur shimmering with a metallic luster. Intruders, you are not welcome here. The bear-like soul beast intoned in a low, resonant voice. Shan Chuan took a deep breath and said, "We harbor no ill intentions. We merely seek to explore this forest and understand the realm of spirit beasts." The bear-type spirit beast snorted disdainfully, remarking, "You humans are always driven by avaricious motives." Shan Chuan hastily clarified, "I am not like those others. My companions and I sincerely wish to coexist peacefully with the spirit beasts." The wolf-type spirit beast barked in agreement from the sidelines, seemingly corroborating Shan Chuan's words. The bear-type spirit beast regarded them, its hostility slightly waning. "Humph. I hope you are truly as you claim." As Shan Chuan continued his exploration, he discovered that the soul beasts in this region exhibited distinct habits. Some soul beasts excelled at concealing their presence, effortlessly weaving through the branches, while others possessed the ability to instantaneously traverse the earth. During his journey, Shan Chuan felt his soul power being nourished by the surrounding environment. He understood that the deeper he ventured into the realm of soul beasts, the more beneficial it would be for the enhancement of his own strength. Suddenly, they arrived at the edge of a mysterious lake. The water of the lake manifested a peculiar blue hue, radiating a subtle wave of soul power. Intrigued, Shan Chuan approached the lake. But the wolf-like soul beast behind him emitted a warning growl. At that moment, a colossal fish-like soul beast surged forth from the depths of the lake. Its body appeared to be crafted from crystal, emanating an enchanting glow. "You should not encroach upon my territory," echoed the voice of the fish-like soul beast within Shan Chuan's mind. The mountains and rivers hurriedly apologized, expressing their regret, stating, "We merely passed by and were intrigued by this peculiar lake, prompting us to come and take a look." The fish-shaped spirit beast admonished them, saying, "Your insatiable curiosity as humans often leads you into peril." As Shan Chuan was about to elucidate, he suddenly perceived a faint glimmer emanating from the lake bed. He mused that it could potentially be a treasure or a clue related to the soul ring. Thus, he felt an irresistible urge to descend and investigate. The wolf-like soul beast seemed to comprehend his intentions, anxiously pacing in circles along the lakeshore. Shan Chuan gently patted its head, reassuringly saying, "Do not worry, I shall exercise caution." The mountains and rivers gradually descended into the depths of the lake. The deeper he ventured, the greater the pressure of the water became, yet his soul power sustained him. Upon reaching a place where shimmering lights danced, he discovered a soul ring emanating a captivating blue glow. This soul ring appeared to be of ancient origin. In the depths of his heart, Shan Chuan felt a surge of excitement, aware that this could be an opportunity to significantly enhance his prowess. However, he also understood that absorbing the soul ring would not be a simple task. He cautiously approached the soul ring, initiating an attempt to communicate with it. The soul ring appeared to possess a consciousness of its own, morphing in shape under the gentle caress of his spiritual energy. "Do you wish to absorb me? Do you truly possess the capability?" The soul ring seemed to be testing him. Mountain River resolutely proclaimed, "I am willing to attempt this. I believe I possess the potential." He continuously infused his soul power into the soul ring, striving to establish a connection with it. On the shore, the wolf-type soul beast anxiously awaited, while the fish-type soul beast quietly observed from the side, seemingly assessing whether Mountain River would succeed. The body of Shan Chuan began to endure immense pressure as the force of the soul ring incessantly surged against him. He sensed that his soul power was on the verge of bursting, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. I cannot give up. This is a splendid opportunity for me to enhance my strength, Shan Chuan silently encouraged himself. After a grueling struggle, he finally succeeded in establishing a connection with the soul ring and commenced the absorption of its power. Under the transformation brought about by the soul ring's energy, his physique grew stronger, and his capacity for soul power saw a remarkable enhancement. As he emerged from the depths of the lake, he had already become a soul master adorned with a new soul ring. The wolf-type soul beast joyfully leaped onto him, while the fish-type soul beast cast a glance of approval. Thank you, my friend. Without your consent, I would have been unable to obtain this formidable soul ring, Shan Chuan expressed to the fish-type soul beast. The fish-type soul beast flicked its tail and remarked, since you have successfully absorbed the soul rings, it signifies that you are destined for it. I hope you treat soul beasts well in this world. The mountains and rivers continued their journey, leading him to a secluded valley. A mysterious aura permeated the air, suggesting that the soul beasts inhabiting this place possessed extraordinary intelligence. Within the valley, he encountered a white fox-like soul beast, its gaze shimmering with cunning. Human, your presence here indicates that you possess certain skills, spoke the white fox-like soul beast. The mountains and rivers spoke with a smile. I merely wish to explore more realms and fathom the world of soul beasts. A white fox-shaped soul beast circled around him, remarking, you possess many intriguing artifacts, such as your soul device. Shan Chuan gently caressed the sword-shaped soul artifact in his hand, a treasure acquired from a relic. A glimmer of avarice flickered in the eyes of the white fox soul beast. Might I have a glimpse of it? After a moment of contemplation, Shan Chuan decided to showcase his intentions, for he yearned to coexist harmoniously with the spirit beasts. He drew forth his sword, its blade shimmering with arcane runes. Upon beholding the weapon, the white fox spirit beast displayed a look of astonishment in its eyes. Could this be crafted from fragments of an ancient artifact? Shan Chuan's heart jolted in surprise. How do you know? The white fox spirit beast replied with a sense of pride. We spirit beasts have existed in this world far longer than you humans, and thus are privy to many ancient truths. The mountainous terrain engaged in a profound conversation with the white fox spirit beast, who revealed numerous secrets about the realm of soul beasts. The white fox spirit informed that deep within the valley lies an ancient palace, home to formidable soul artifacts, yet fraught with perilous traps. In the depths of his heart, the mountain stirred. He found himself captivated by the formidable soul artifacts. Yet, he was acutely aware of the perils that lay ahead. Should he venture forth to explore? A tumult of emotions waged within him. The prospect of acquiring such soul artifacts promised to elevate his prowess significantly. Yet the fear of being ensnared by traps or vanquished by powerful guardian soul beasts loomed large, rendering the endeavor potentially futile. The white fox soul beast, perceptive to his indecision, remarked that if one possessed sufficient strength and courage, it might be worth the attempt. However, one must be thoroughly prepared. After a moment of contemplation, Shan Chuan glanced at his lupin spirit beast beside him. My companion, would you care to join me? The wolf spirit beast responded with two resolute howls, signifying its willingness. Thus, Shan Chuan and the wolf spirit ventured deeper into the valley, cautiously circumventing one trap after another, until they finally arrived at the entrance of an ancient palace. The grand doors stood firmly shut, adorned with an array of enigmatic runes. Drawing upon his acquired knowledge, Shan Chuan endeavored to decipher the runes etched upon the door. After considerable effort, the door gradually creaked open, unleashing a formidable surge of soul energy. Inside the palace lay an assortment of soul artifacts that left Shan Chuan utterly entranced. However, he remained steadfast, acutely aware that peril lurked in this place. Indeed, a colossal stone gargoyle spirit beast materialized before them, wielding a massive stone axe. Intruders, this realm is not meant for your kind. Mountains and rivers firmly grasped the sword-shaped soul weapon in hand, expressing a desire to visit with no ill intentions. However, the stone gargoyle beast was not deceived by his words. It swung its stone axe and charged towards mountains and rivers. Mountains and rivers unleashed their soul abilities, engaging in a fierce battle against the gargoyle spirit beast. The wolf-like spirit beast joined the fray, employing its agility to relentlessly assault the weaknesses of the gargoyle. During the conflict, The mountains and rivers discerned that while the gargoyle spirit beast possessed formidable defenses, its attack speed was relatively sluggish. Mountains and rivers seized the opportunity, infusing their soul power into the sword-shaped soul device, unleashing a formidable blade of soul energy that struck directly at the vital point of the gargoyle spirit beast. The gargoyle spirit beast collapsed with a thunderous crash. Shan Chuan let out a long sigh of relief as he began to select a soul instrument that suited him. He chose a bracelet-shaped soul instrument, which had the capability to enhance his defensive abilities and, at crucial moments, could unleash a formidable shield. Shan Chuan, equipped with a new spirit artifact, departed from the ancient palace alongside his wolf-like spirit beast. Following this adventure, his journey of exploration within the realm of spirit beasts continues. He is acutely aware that numerous uncharted territories await his discovery and many formidable spirit beasts yearn for his acquaintance. As he embarks on this path, he is destined to evolve continually, crafting his own legendary narrative within this enigmatic world of spirit beasts. His heart brims with anticipation, and his resolve to foster a peaceful coexistence with spirit beasts, exploring this realm together, has become ever more resolute. Each interaction with a spirit beast, every acquisition of a new spirit artifact, and each awakening of a new spirit ring fortifies his strength, instilling him with greater confidence amidst the wonders of this extraordinary world. The bond he shares with his wolf-like spirit beast deepens with each passing day, resembling that of brothers, mutually supporting one another as they confront the uncertainties ahead. In the days to come, Shan Chuan will persist in his quest to unveil the mysteries of the spirit beast world, guided by his beliefs, spirit artifacts, and companions. Aspiring to become a truly recognized human spirit master within this realm of spirit beasts, thus unfolds the enchanting journey through the world of spirit beasts. The mountains and the wolf-like spirit beast continued their journey through the soul beast world of Douluo Continent, the surroundings becoming increasingly primal and enigmatic. They ventured into an ancient maple forest, where the leaves blazed like fire, carpeting the ground in a thick layer that crunched softly beneath their feet. The scenery here is truly magnificent, Mount Stream remarked in awe. However, danger may lurk within, the wolf-like spirit beast cautioned, its keen ears swiveling attentively. At that moment, a melodious sound of a flute wafted through the air. Mount Stream and the wolf-like spirit beast exchanged glances. Filled with perplexity, how could a flute be heard deep within this maple grove? Following the direction of the music, they stumbled upon a peculiar wooden cabin. In front of the cabin sat an elderly man adorned in strange attire, holding a jade-green flute, the very source of the enchanting melody. "Greetings, venerable elder." Mount Stream approached courteously. The elder slowly opened his eyes, revealing a depth of wisdom within. "Young one, what brings you to this perilous maple forest?" Shan Chuan elucidated. "I am venturing into the realm of spirit beasts, seeking to unravel its mysteries." The elder chuckled softly. "Your courage is indeed commendable. However, this place is not as simple as you might envision." Behind Shan Chuan, a wolf-like spirit beast growled quietly, seemingly harboring a certain wariness towards the elder. The elder glanced at the wolf-like creature, remarking, "You, little cub, appear quite astute. Yet, I sense a unique aura emanating from you, a trait uncommon among humans." The mountains and rivers stirred within, sensing a peculiar aura. The elder rose to his feet, remarking that you possess a fragrance that draws the soul beasts near, a rare and precious quality indeed. The mountains and rivers seemed to ponder, and I too am uncertain. "I merely wish to coexist peacefully with the spirit beasts." The elder nodded and inquired, "Are you aware of the secrets hidden within this maple forest?" The mountains and rivers swayed gently. The elder pointed towards the depths of the maple forest, where an ancient maple tree stood. Upon this venerable tree resided a formidable soul ring, yet acquiring it was no simple task. Not only was it guarded by powerful soul beasts, but it was also ensnared by unique prohibitions. As the heart of Shan Chuan stirred, he expressed his desire to embark on a journey. The elder gazed upon him, remarking that this young man was full of vigor. However, before he could proceed, the elder revealed a small cloth pouch from within his garments and handed it to Shan Chuan. Within it lay a seed, one that might very well save your life in times of peril. Shan Chuan gratefully accepted the cloth bag, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Accompanied by the old man's blessings, Shan Chuan and the wolf-shaped spirit beast ventured deeper into the maple forest. The further they progressed, the heavier the pressure became. Suddenly, a colossal firebird spirit beast materialized before them. Its feathers blazed with flames, and its eyes emanated a searing light. "How dare you trespass into my domain?" harboring desires for the soul ring upon that maple tree. The firebird spirit beast roared in fury. Shan Chuan stated firmly, "We mean no offense. Yet that soul ring holds great significance for us." The fiery bird soul beast, disregarding his words, charged directly toward Shan Chuan. The mountains and rivers drew forth a sword-shaped soul weapon, engaging in a fierce battle with the firebird soul beast. The wolf-shaped soul beast also assisted from the sidelines, utilizing its swiftness to disrupt the firebird soul beast. Shan Chuan discerned the vulnerability of the firebird soul beast lay in the sparsest feathers of its abdomen. Seizing the moment, he summoned every ounce of strength and thrust his sword-shaped soul device into the creature's underbelly as it descended. Wounded, the firebird soul beast let out a furious shriek, flapping its wings and unleashing a torrent of flames towards Shan Chuan. He swiftly evaded, feeling the searing heat of the flames nearly engulfing him. Just as despair began to settle in, he recalled the seeds bestowed upon him by the elder. Hastily retrieving the cloth pouch, he scattered the seeds upon the ground. Instantly, they took root and sprouted, transforming into a colossal vine plant that ensnared the firebird soul beast, rendering it immobile. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the mountains and rivers launched another attack, successfully vanquishing the firebird soul beast. He approached the ancient maple tree, where the soul rings upon it shimmered even more brilliantly than those he had observed before. Shan Chuan began to attempt the absorption of the soul ring, seating himself upon the ground and channeling his soul power into it. Everything around him seemed to freeze in time as he became enraptured in the process of absorption. His body underwent a continuous transformation, empowered by the might of the soul ring, significantly enhancing his capacity for soul power. Upon completing the absorption, he acquired a new soul skill, the Maple Leaf Shield. This ability enables him to instantaneously summon a multitude of maple leaves to form a formidable shield, which not only offers robust defense, but also inflicts retaliatory damage upon any aggressor. Shan Chuan departed from the maple forest, enriched by new gains. As they continued along their path, they encountered an eccentric duo of spirit masters. One was diminutive in stature, yet possessed a cunning glint in his eyes, while the other was tall and robust, albeit somewhat simple-minded. "Ah, what do we have here?" A lad accompanied by a spirit beast, adorned with quite a few treasures, remarked the shorter spirit master with an air of insincerity. "What do you intend to do?" Shan Chuan inquired, his demeanor cautious. The towering spirit master brandished his hefty club, declaring, "We shall do as we please. Surrender the valuables you possess." The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows, disapproving of such conduct. The diminutive soul master chuckled, stating that this world operates on the principle of the strong prevailing. With that, he initiated the assault. Shan Chuan deftly evaded his adversary's assault, subsequently unleashing his own soul skill. His maple leaf shield effectively absorbed the blows from the towering soul master, after which he directed a soul power blade towards the diminutive soul master. Caught off guard by Shan Chuan's formidable prowess, the smaller soul master hastily sought refuge. The ensuing chaos unfolded as the two soul masters engaged in a tumultuous battle against Shan Chuan and the wolf-type soul beast. Amidst the fray, Shan Chuan discerned that although the two soul masters exhibited a lack of harmonious cooperation, their individual soul skills still posed a considerable threat. The mountains and rivers responded with calmness, as he relentlessly assaulted the two soul masters with his sword-shaped soul weapon and his own soul skills. After a fierce battle, he triumphed over the two soul masters. "You ought to mend your ways. Resorting to violence to seize what belongs to others is unjust," he admonished them. The two soul masters fled in disgrace. Shan Chuan continues to explore the realm of spirit beasts, and his reputation spreads further across the continent. Everyone is aware of a benevolent and formidable spirit master journeying through the world of spirit beasts, coexisting harmoniously with them, while continually enhancing his own prowess. As his strength grows, so too do the challenges he encounters. Yet, time and again, he triumphs over adversity through his ingenuity, the might of his spirit tools, and the support of his spirit beast companions. His inner conviction becomes ever more resolute. He aspires to become a great spirit master capable of fostering harmony between humanity and spirit beasts. Along his path of exploration, he encounters many fascinating spirit beasts, such as a loquacious squirrel spirit beast that reveals the locations of rare herbs, and a good-natured wild boar spirit beast, which, despite its seemingly clumsy demeanor, wields astonishing power in battle. The legendary tale of the mountains and rivers continues in this world of soul beasts, filled with mystery and challenges. He shines like a brilliant star, radiating a unique glow across the skies of Douluo Continent. Each new discovery, every interaction with soul beasts and new characters, deepens his understanding of this realm and enriches his spirit. He is aware that countless unknowns await his exploration ahead, and with his unwavering beliefs, courage, and companions, he shall persist in inscribing his own legend upon this enchanting Douluo Continent. The journey of soul beast adventures unfolds. The mountains and the wolf-type spirit beast continued their adventurous journey across the Douluo Continent. They arrived at a place known as the Misty Forest, perpetually enveloped in a thin veil of fog, casting a dim light that obscured visibility. Upon entering the forest, Shan Chuan felt a chill wash over him. "Something feels amiss here, my companion," he remarked to the wolf-type spirit beast. The beast, alert, perked up its ears and tail. As they tread cautiously, a faint sound of sobbing reached their ears. Exchanging a glance, Shan Chuan and the wolf-type spirit beast followed the sound's direction. In a clearing, they discovered a small fox spirit beast, curled up in a corner, weeping with several wounds adorning its body. "What troubles you, little fox?" Shan Chuan inquired. Kneeling down to its level, the little fox lifted its head, eyes brimming with fear. "I got separated from my mother, and then I was attacked by a pack of wild wolves." Shan Chuan felt a tightening in his heart as he faced the wolf-like spirit beast. The creature shook its head, indicating that it was not one of its kind. "Do not be afraid. We shall protect you," Shan Chuan reassured. At that moment, the surrounding trees began to sway, as if something were approaching. Before long, a pack of wild wolf spirit beasts emerged before them. Their eyes glimmered with a greenish light, and drool dripped from their mouths. "Ha ha, we have found our next meal," one of the wild wolf spirit beasts proclaimed with a wide grin. Shan Chuan gripped the sword-shaped soul artifact tightly in his hand, declaring, "If you wish to harm the little fox, you must first confront me." The wild wolf soul beast erupted into laughter, mocking, "How dare a mere human oppose us?" In an instant, battle ensued. Shan Chuan summoned a maple leaf shield, then charged towards the pack of wild wolf soul beasts. The wolf-shaped soul beast, undeterred, deftly maneuvered through the ranks of its foes, seeking out their vulnerabilities. Shan Chuan discovered that although these wild wolf soul beasts were numerous, their attacks were relatively simplistic. He adeptly utilized the agility of his sword-shaped soul weapon, continuously evading the assaults of the wild wolf soul beasts while launching counterattacks. Under the watchful gaze of the little fox soul beast, Shan Chuan grew increasingly valiant in battle. He unleashed a new soul skill, transforming the maple leaf shield into a flurry of razor-sharp maple leaf blades, which he directed towards the wild wolf soul beasts. Upon being struck by the maple leaf blades, the wild wolves sustained injuries. Seizing the opportunity, a wolf-type soul beast pounced upon the leading wild wolf, severing its throat. Witnessing their leader's defeat, the remaining wild wolf soul beasts fled in disarray. Shan Chuan let out a long sigh as he approached the little fox spirit beast. "Do not be afraid. The danger has passed." The little fox spirit beast gazed at Shan Chuan with gratitude and replied, "Thank you, dear human brother." As the mountains and rivers journeyed onward with the little fox spirit beast, they delved deeper into the mist-laden forest, where they stumbled upon an ancient stone tablet. Inscribed upon it were archaic characters, which the mountains and rivers meticulously deciphered. It contained a unique method for awakening spirit rings, prompting an exclamation of delight from the mountains and rivers. At that moment, a shadow suddenly lunged forth, seizing the little fox spirit beast. "Little fox!" cried the mountains and rivers. The wolf-like spirit beast pursued the shadow, with the mountains and rivers closely trailing behind. They arrived at the entrance of a cave, where the shadow vanished within. Cautiously, the mountains and rivers stepped into the cave, only to be enveloped by a foul stench. Deep within the cavern, they discovered a colossal shadow leopard spirit beast, its claws gripping the little fox spirit beast. "Why have you abducted the little fox?" the mountains and rivers demanded with fury. The shadow leopard spirit beast scoffed, "This little fox is a rare spirit beast. I intend to offer it to my master, who will bestow upon me numerous rewards." In a fit of rage, Shan Chuan declared, "You shall not succeed." He, alongside the wolf-like spirit beast, launched an assault on the shadow leopard spirit beast. The shadow leopard, possessing remarkable speed, navigated the cavern with agility, deftly evading the attacks from both Shan Chuan and the wolf-like spirit beast. The mountains and rivers unleashed their full prowess, as his sword-shaped soul weapon incessantly unleashed assaults. The wolf-shaped soul beast relentlessly surrounded the shadow leopard soul beast, tearing at it with ferocity. However, the defensive capabilities of the shadow leopard soul beast were formidable, rendering it difficult for them to vanquish it in that moment. In the heart of the mountains, Shan Chuan realized the necessity of uncovering the vulnerabilities of the shadow leopard soul beast. He meticulously observed the creature's movements and discerned that its underbelly was particularly susceptible. He exchanged a knowing glance with the wolf-type soul beast, which understood his intent. Feigning a weakness, Shan Chuan allowed the shadow leopard soul beast to pounce upon him. As the beast leaped through the air, the wolf-type soul beast sprang forth from the side, seizing the shadow leopard's abdomen with its powerful jaws. The creature let out a tormented roar, and in that fleeting moment, Shan Chuan swiftly thrust his sword-shaped soul tool towards the vital point of the shadow leopard. With a resounding thud, the shadow leopard collapsed to the ground, and the small fox soul beast was rescued by the wolf type. "Thank you." The small fox soul beast expressed gratefully. The mountains and rivers smiled, saying, "No need for courtesy." They continued to explore the inscriptions on the stone tablet. After considerable effort, the mountains and rivers finally succeeded in awakening a new soul ring, as indicated by the tablet. This soul ring granted him a new soul skill, mist concealment, which allowed him and his companions to shroud their forms in mist, rendering them undetectable to adversaries. With this newfound ability, the mountains and rivers felt a significant enhancement in their strength. Accompanied by the wolf-type soul beast, they exited the misty forest with the little fox soul beast. The little fox soul beast was about to part ways with them, as it sought to find its mother. The mountains and rivers, along with the wolf-type soul beast, bid farewell to the little fox soul beast. As they continued on their journey, they encountered a mysterious elder seated beneath a grand tree, his eyes closed. "Young man." The elder suddenly opened his eyes and spoke. "You possess commendable strength, yet there remains much for you to learn." Mountains and rivers advanced, and the young man asked, "Old man, could you offer me some guidance?" The elder smiled gently. "I can bestow upon you a gift, but you must first agree to a condition." "What condition?" inquired the young man. "You must pledge to safeguard the peace of this continent with your strength." The mountains and rivers resolutely proclaimed, "I promise you." The elder retrieved a necklace from his bosom, upon which hung a blue crystal. This necklace is a formidable soul artifact, capable of amplifying your soul power and safeguarding your life in critical moments. The mountains and rivers accepted the necklace, adorning it around their necks. "Thank you, dear grandfather." The mountains and the wolf-like spirit beast continued their adventurous journey. They arrived near a volcanic crater, where the environment was exceedingly harsh, with scorching magma everywhere. "How can there be so much magma here?" Mountain asked curiously. The wolf-like spirit beast also remained vigilant, observing its surroundings. Suddenly, a fiery dragon spirit beast erupted from the magma. Enveloped in flames, its emergence caused the surrounding temperature to rise dramatically. "How dare you trespass into my territory?" The fiery dragon spirit beast roared. Mountains and rivers shrouded in mist concealed the approach of the wolf-like soul beasts, stealthily drawing near to the flame dragon soul beast. They launched a sudden assault, catching the flame dragon soul beast off guard, unprepared for their unexpected appearance. The mountains and rivers wielded a sword-shaped soul weapon, thrusting towards the head of the fiery dragon soul beast. Meanwhile, the wolf-shaped soul beast lunged at the legs of the fiery dragon soul beast. Upon realizing the attack, the fiery dragon soul beast retaliated with a furious blast of flames. Shan Chuan swiftly evaded, unleashing the maple leaf shield to deflect the onslaught of flames. Amidst the fierce battle, he discerned the vulnerability of the fire dragon soul beast lay within its eyes. He patiently awaited the opportune moment, and as the beast exhaled a torrent of fire, its eyes momentarily closed. Seizing the chance, he charged towards the creature's eyes with fervor, thrusting his sword-shaped soul artifact with all his might. The fire dragon soul beast roared in agony, thrashing its claws in a frenzied manner. The mountains and rivers, along with the wolf-like spirit beast, deftly evaded the onslaught of the fiery dragon spirit beast while simultaneously seeking an opportune moment to strike. After a relentless struggle, the mountains and rivers ultimately triumphed over the fiery dragon spirit beast. Within the lair of the defeated beast, they discovered a vibrant crimson soul ring. Upon absorbing this soul ring, the mountains and rivers acquired a new soul skill, Flame Impact. This skill enables them to unleash a formidable wave of fiery energy, inflicting substantial damage upon their adversaries. With a newfound spirit technique, the protagonist departed from the volcanic crater alongside his wolf-like soul beast. His adventurous saga continues, as he perpetually evolves and confronts ever more formidable foes, his name echoing further across the Douluo Continent. Through his strength, he safeguards the tranquility of this realm, while his bond with the soul beast deepens with each passing moment. Every adventure and each novel discovery enriches his understanding of the world, fortifying his spirit. He is acutely aware that countless challenges lie ahead, yet he stands undaunted, resolutely carrying his beliefs, soul weapons, and beastly companions as he endeavors to inscribe his own legend upon the wondrous Douluo Continent. Throughout this journey, he encounters a myriad of intriguing individuals and experiences, his tale unfolding like an endlessly captivating series, drawing more souls to explore the enigmatic and challenging realm of Douluo. The secrets of soul beasts and the legends of soul weapons await. After the mountain and the wolf-type soul beast departed from the volcanic crater, they continued their journey towards the uncharted territories. Their footsteps led them into a realm known as the Forest of Starlight. This forest earned its name because, with the arrival of night, the branches and leaves of the trees shimmered with countless glimmers of light, resembling the myriad stars scattered across the night sky. The mountains and rivers curiously surveyed their surroundings, their hearts brimming with a fervent desire to explore the mysteries of this enchanting forest. "My friend, this place appears remarkably different," he whispered to the wolf-like spirit beast beside him. The wolf-like spirit beast, meanwhile, was scenting the air, its tail occasionally swaying as it seemed to acclimate to this extraordinary environment. As they ventured deeper into the forest, a spirit deer, radiating a blue luminescence, appeared before them. Its antlers were as exquisite as coral, and its fur shimmered with a silky sheen. "Intruders, what brings you to the starry forest?" The voice of the spirit deer resonated in Shan Chuan's mind, akin to the sound of a crystal-clear spring. The mountains and rivers respectfully replied, "We merely wish to explore this forest and understand the realm of the spirit beasts, harboring no ill intentions." The spirit deer beast regarded him for a moment, seemingly weighing the veracity of his words. "Your aura is quite peculiar, unlike that of those avaricious humans. However, this forest conceals many perilous secrets, so you must tread carefully." After expressing gratitude to the spirit deer soul beast for its guidance, Shan Chuan continued onward. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they stumbled upon an ancient temple. The temple radiated a sacred aura, and the surrounding fluctuations of soul energy were remarkably intense. Perhaps there lay hidden treasures within, Shan Chuan mused to himself. He glanced at the wolf-shaped soul beast, which nodded in agreement to explore the temple. Upon entering, they were met with a powerful force that nearly toppled them. Shan Chuan steadied himself and beheld a stone platform at the center of the temple's grand hall, upon which rested a gem that emitted a dazzling spectrum of colors. What could this object be? Curiosity piqued, Shan Chuan approached the platform. Just as he reached out to grasp the gem, the surrounding runes ignited, unleashing a barrage of soul energy attacks towards him. Swiftly, Shan Chuan summoned the maple leaf shield to defend against the onslaught. This must be a mechanism guarding the treasure, he contemplated. Meanwhile, the wolf-shaped soul beast sought to identify the flaw in the mechanism, scratching at the wall and occasionally emitting low growls. After a diligent search, it discovered a symbol on the wall that differed from the others. Following the wolf-shaped soul beast's indication, Shan Chuan destroyed that particular symbol. The attacks ceased, allowing Shan Chuan to successfully retrieve the colorful gem. At the moment he grasped the gem, a surge of formidable soul energy coursed through his body, causing his soul rings to flicker to life. It turned out to be a unique treasure capable of facilitating the awakening of soul rings. Seizing the opportunity, Shan Chuan seated himself to absorb the gem's power and initiate the awakening process. As he absorbed the energy, he felt as though his soul had transcended into an extraordinary realm. Within this space, numerous shimmering orbs floated, each representing a legacy of soul skills or powers. The consciousness of the mountains and rivers weaves through, continuously absorbing these formidable energies. His physique undergoes a remarkable transformation, with his soul power becoming increasingly robust and his soul rings growing ever more substantial. Upon emerging from this state of awakening, he discovers that he has acquired two new soul skills. The first, Stellar Radiance, enables him to summon brilliance akin to that of the stars, allowing him to either assail his foes or illuminate the darkest of realms. The second, Spirit Deer's Guardian, grants him a fleeting portion of the defensive prowess of the spirit deer, as well as a unique ability to communicate with the surrounding soul beasts. Shan Chuan rose with excitement, feeling the transformation brought about by newfound strength. "My friend, we have grown stronger," he said with a smile to the wolf-type spirit beast, which wagged its tail joyfully. After departing from the temple, they took a moment to rest by a brook. As Shan Chuan gazed into the water, observing his own reflection, a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. "I am continually evolving, yet this world still harbors many mysteries awaiting my discovery. I must become a more formidable spirit master to safeguard the beautiful things and to explore the realm of spirit beasts more profoundly," he pondered silently. As they ventured deeper into the starry forest, they encountered a mysterious elder, shrouded in a dark robe that obscured his features. Young one, the spirit artifact in your possession is quite extraordinary. The elder's voice emerged, hoarse and resonant. The mountains and rivers regarded the elder with caution. Who are you? They inquired. The elder slowly raised his hand, gesturing towards the sword-shaped soul artifact that lay beside the mountains and rivers. This sword possessed ancient power, yet it held the potential for further enhancement. When the heart of the mountains and rivers stirs, could you enlighten me on how to strengthen it? The elder smiled gently and spoke of a distant realm far to the north, where an ice castle stands. Within this castle lies a crystal known as the Ice Soul Gem, which resonates with your sword-shaped soul weapon, enhancing its power manifold. In the heart of the mountains, a sense of hesitation lingered within him. The far north sounded exceedingly distant and perilous. Yet, in pursuit of greater strength, he resolved to take the plunge. Companion, would you care to accompany me? He inquired, casting a glance at the wolf-like spirit beast. Without a moment's hesitation, the wolf-like spirit beast wagged its tail, signaling its willingness to join the venture. Thus, they embarked on their journey towards the icy expanse of the far north. Along the way, they encountered fierce storms and crossed paths with several chilling spirit beasts intent on making a meal of them. However, thanks to the prowess of Shan Chuan's spirit abilities and the agility of the wolf-like spirit beast, they managed to navigate through perilous situations time and again. At long last, they arrived at the ice castle of the extreme north. The castle emanated an unbearable chill, causing Shan Chuan to feel as if his very blood was freezing. Cautiously, they explored the castle in search of the Ice Soul Crystal. In a grand hall, they stumbled upon a colossal ice pillar, with the Ice Soul Crystal perched atop it. However, guarding the pillar was a gigantic ice bear spirit beast. Upon noticing their presence, the ice bear let out a furious roar and charged towards them. The mountains and rivers unveil the ethereal deer guardian, enhancing its own defenses before charging towards the ice bear spirit beast. The sword-shaped soul device appears to undergo a peculiar transformation in this frigid environment. It strikes imbued with a chilling aura. The mountains and rivers engaged in a fierce battle with the ice bear spirit beast. The formidable strength of the ice bear spirit beast caused the mountains and rivers to stagger backward with each of its powerful strikes. However, leveraging his agile movements and the coordination with his wolf-like spirit beast, he continuously sought out the weaknesses of the ice bear spirit beast. He discovered that there was a fleeting moment of hesitation following each of the beast's attacks. Seizing this opportunity, he thrust his sword-shaped spirit weapon fiercely towards the beast's eyes. Injured, the ice bear spirit beast retaliated with a furious swipe of its claws. Seizing the opportunity, the mountainous terrain unleashed the power of the stars, enveloping the ice bear spirit beast in celestial light, rendering it momentarily disoriented. The wolf-like spirit beast took advantage of this moment, pouncing upon it and sinking its teeth into the ice bear's hind leg. As Shan Chuan seized the opportunity to ascend the ice pillar, he obtained the ice essence crystal. When he placed the ice essence crystal alongside the sword-shaped soul artifact, the latter emitted a dazzling radiance. The sword-shaped soul artifact absorbed the power of the ice essence crystal, becoming even sharper, with its runes rendered more distinct. The mountains and rivers sensed that this soul weapon had undergone a profound transformation. Amidst this arduous journey, he had acquired a formidable new weapon. Armed with the newfound power of the soul weapon, Shan Chuan and his wolf-like soul beast embarked on their journey home. They were acutely aware that countless adventures awaited them on the Douluo Continent, along with myriad secrets of soul beasts yet to be unveiled. With eager anticipation and an ever-increasing strength, they would continue to inscribe their own legendary tale. On the way back, Shan Chuan's heart brimmed with aspirations for the future. Now endowed with greater abilities, he could better safeguard all that exists upon this earth. Both humans and soul beasts ought to coexist in harmony within this world, he silently affirmed to himself. With each step, he walked with greater resolve, his gaze filled with a fervent desire to explore the unknown. Beside him, the wolf-like soul beast seemed to sense his determination, closely trailing him, akin to two eternal companions, as they traversed the enchanting and challenging realm of the Douluo Continent. As the protagonist, Shan Chuan, continues to mature, he is destined to encounter increasingly formidable soul masters, more powerful soul beasts, and a myriad of unimaginable challenges. Yet, he firmly believes that with his intellect, courage, and the unique bond he shares with the soul beasts, he will undoubtedly surmount all obstacles and emerge as a great soul master, etched in the annals of this continent's history. Every adventure he embarks upon, Each interaction with soul beasts and the acquisition of new soul skills and artifacts will become integral chapters in the saga of his legendary life, propelling him towards loftier aspirations. His name, Shan Chuan, will resonate across the Douluo Continent as his legendary tale unfolds, transforming him into a symbol imbued with mythic significance. Whether in the farthest reaches of human society or within the legends of soul beasts, his story will endure, a grand narrative of harmonious coexistence between humanity and soul beasts. A relentless quest for exploration and an unwavering spirit of challenge. He will persist in his exploration of this enigmatic land, much like an indefatigable wanderer. Fueled by his passion for the world and an insatiable thirst for power, journeying towards the uncharted horizons. Beside him, his wolf-shaped soul beast will remain his most loyal companion, traversing each hardship and confronting every challenge together. Their bond, akin to a seed that has grown into a towering tree through the trials of time, has become an integral part of their strength, supporting them as they continue to inscribe their unique legend upon the tapestry of this world. The tale of Shan Chuan continues to unfold, akin to a resplendent star illuminating the sky of Douluo Continent with its unique brilliance, captivating the attention of many who are drawn to his legendary journey. Whether it be the young soul masters yearning for power or the soul beasts intrigued by humanity, all will be moved by his narrative and inspired by his spirit. Shan Chuan, in turn, shall carry forth this attention and encouragement, forging more glorious chapters that are distinctly his own upon the Douluo Continent. Each of his adventures, every decision he makes, and each battle he engages in will indelibly influence those around him and the fate of the entire Douluo realm. He embodies a gentle spring breeze, sweeping through every corner of this world fraught with peril and challenges, bestowing hope and transformation upon both humans and soul beasts alike. His legendary saga will eternally resonate across the Douluo Continent, becoming a timeless myth. The silhouettes of the mountains and the wolf-like spirit beasts gradually recede into the twilight of the setting sun as they resolutely stride towards the future, towards the distant horizon brimming with hope and uncertainty. They remain unaware of the specific challenges that lie ahead. Yet they are confident that as long as they are together and their hearts are filled with faith, nothing is insurmountable. This optimism for the future and trust in one another will serve as their wellspring of motivation as they continue their journey across the Douluo Continent. They understand that in this ever-changing land, each new day may bring forth fresh opportunities and challenges. However, they are prepared, ready to embrace each dawn with unwavering steps and courageous hearts, welcoming every new adventure that awaits them. Shan Chuan, a transcendent from the realm of mortals, has inscribed his own legendary tale upon the enchanting and mysterious Douluo Continent, a narrative that is far from its conclusion. Together with his companion, a wolf-like spirit beast, he shall persist in exploring, adventuring, and evolving within this wondrous world, ultimately becoming a timeless legend that will forever be etched in the annals of the Douluo Continent. The legend of the spirit beasts of Douluo. As the mountains and rivers gradually opened their eyes, they were greeted by the sight of a strange yet enchanting forest. Towering trees obscured the sun, allowing only specks of light to filter through the gaps in their leaves. He distinctly remembered being an ordinary individual, yet found himself inexplicably transported to this so-called Douluo Continent. What could possibly be the reason for this? He murmured to himself. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust from his clothes and began to explore this unfamiliar realm. Not far into his journey, he was startled by a deep, resonant growl. A wave of tension surged within him, and he cautiously approached the source of the sound. Peering through the dense underbrush, he beheld a colossal soul beast. This creature resembled a wolf, yet was several times larger than an ordinary one, emanating a ghostly blue glow, its eyes akin to two blazing flames. His heart raced, for he realized he was unarmed, facing such a formidable soul beast with little hope of survival. At that moment, a faint light flickered across his arm. He glanced down to discover an unusual pattern, reminiscent of an ancient rune. What could this mean? Confusion swirled in his mind, but there was no time to ponder, for the soul beast had already caught sight of him and was lunging in his direction. Mountains and rivers instinctively recoiled to one side, leaving the soul beast to strike at nothing but air. Seizing the moment, he surveyed his surroundings, hoping to discover a place to hide or a weapon to wield. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a sharp branch lying on the ground. He swiftly picked it up and gripped it tightly in his hand. Although this branch might appear as a mere trinket to the soul beast, at that moment, it represented his sole glimmer of hope. The soul beast launched another assault, its gaping maw aimed at him. With a surge of determination, he thrust the branch forcefully towards the creature's eye. The beast yelped in pain, shaking its head in fury. Taking advantage of the moment, he retreated a few steps, his heart racing, sweat soaking through his garments. I cannot be defeated like this, he urged himself inwardly. At that very instant, the runes on his arm began to glow with intensified brilliance. A sudden surge of formidable power erupted from within him, and an otherworldly light sparkled in his eyes. He felt his body grow lighter, as if he instinctively sensed he could harness the elemental forces surrounding him. Mountains and rivers attempted to gather power into his hands, and before long, a soft blue radiance materialized, gradually forming a small orb of light. What sort of power is this? Mountain and River gazed at the luminous sphere in astonishment. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the soul beast lunged at him once more. Without hesitation, he hurled the orb towards the creature. The orb struck the soul beast, which emitted a piercing cry before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Mountain and River let out a sigh of relief and slumped to the ground. He stared at the runes in his hands, filled with a blend of confusion and an inexplicable thrill. He realized that he seemed to possess some extraordinary ability in this world. A few days later, while wandering through the forest, he encountered an elderly man. The old man was clad in a gray robe, his gaze imbued with profound wisdom. "Young man," he inquired, "I perceive an extraordinary aura emanating from you. How did you acquire such power?" Shan Chuan recounted to the elder the extraordinary encounter he had with a spirit beast. Noting how the runes upon his arm suddenly illuminated, the elder nodded slightly, suggesting that the runes on his arm might be an ancient legacy mark. In this continent of Douluo, power is derived from spirit beasts and spirit tools. Spirit beasts possess formidable spiritual energy, while spirit tools serve as instruments to aid spirit masters in battle. "What then is my situation?" Shan Chuan inquired. "Perhaps during your transference, you triggered a unique force that bestowed upon you extraordinary abilities," the elder replied. "However, to truly enhance your strength, you must awaken your spirit ring." "Spirit ring? What is that?" Shan Chuan asked with curiosity. The spirit ring is a crystallization of the spiritual energy that forms after a spirit beast's demise. When a spirit master absorbs a spirit ring, they can acquire certain abilities of the spirit beast, thereby augmenting their own power, the elder elucidated. As the heart of Shan Chuan stirred, he resolved to seek a soul ring that would befit him. Under the guidance of the elder, Shan Chuan arrived at a valley frequented by soul beasts. The air was thick with an enigmatic aura, and Shan Chuan treaded cautiously. Suddenly, he beheld a diminutive soul beast resembling a rabbit, its ears elongated like wings, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. This creature was exceptionally suitable for novices, possessing a gentle soul ring that promised considerable rewards if one could absorb it, remarked the elder from beside him. Mountains and Rivers took a deep breath before approaching the soul beast. The soul beast, upon seeing him, no longer exhibited the previous wariness. Instead, it gazed at him with curiosity. Mountains and Rivers extended his hand, wishing to caress the soul beast. To his surprise, the creature gently licked his hand, warming his heart. "I am about to absorb your soul ring. I hope you do not hold it against me," he murmured softly. The soul beast seemed to comprehend his words. Quietly lying down and closing its eyes, Shan Chuan settled cross-legged, commencing the absorption of the soul ring as instructed by the elder. He focused his mental energy on the soul beast, attuning himself to the essence of its soul ring. As time elapsed, the power of the soul ring gradually merged with his being. Shan Chuan felt an invigorating surge coursing through his body, distinctly aware of his enhanced speed and strength. "I have succeeded," he exclaimed with exuberance. The elder nodded with satisfaction, affirming, "Indeed, you possess the innate potential of a soul master. However, this is merely the first step on your path to greatness. You must continually seek out more formidable soul beasts and absorb higher-grade soul rings." The mountains bid farewell to the elder and began a solitary journey. He understood that on this perilous yet opportunity-filled Douluo Continent, a long road lay ahead. No longer was he an ordinary individual, but rather a soul master brimming with infinite potential. In the ensuing days, he continually confronted increasingly formidable soul beasts. He encountered ferocious bear-like soul beasts, whose colossal paws nearly reduced him to a mere pulp. He also faced cunning snake-like soul beasts, from which he narrowly escaped the clutches of their venom. Yet, time and again, he transformed peril into safety through his wisdom and ever-growing strength. The acquisition of a soul tool came as an unexpected delight. During one expedition in an ancient cave, he was enveloped by an aura of mystery, with walls adorned in archaic runes and patterns. Curiously observing his surroundings, he ventured deeper into the cave, where he stumbled upon a sword emanating a chilling radiance. The hilt was embedded with a sapphire, and the blade was as clear as autumn waters. Upon grasping the sword, a surge of immense power coursed through his body. As if the weapon shared a profound connection with him, he attempted to strike a massive boulder with the sword, and to his astonishment, the blade effortlessly cleaved through it, shattering the stone into fragments. Could this be the soul tool? It was utterly remarkable. His heart brimmed with joy, for he knew that with this soul tool, he would find greater ease in battle. However, he also recognized that as his strength grew, so too would the magnitude of the challenges he would face. In this continent where might reigns supreme, he must perpetually enhance himself to safeguard both his own being and that which he holds dear. The heart of Shan Chuan brimmed with indomitable spirit as he gazed into the distance, his eyes unwaveringly resolute. I shall carve out a realm of my own in this world, he silently vowed. In the midst of a fierce battle, Shan Chuan encountered a formidable horde of soul beasts. Each of these creatures possessed remarkable strength, encircling Shan Chuan with predatory intent. Gripping his sword tightly, he felt not a trace of fear. Come forth, I shall not cower before you, Shan Chuan declared boldly. In an instant, the clash erupted. Shan Chuan unleashed a plethora of skills he had mastered, engaging in a desperate struggle against the soul beasts. His sword danced through the throng of creatures, each swing eliciting a spray of crimson. After a grueling confrontation, Shan Chuan ultimately triumphed over the horde. He collapsed onto the ground, his garments drenched in sweat and his body bearing numerous injuries. Yet, his gaze radiated exhilaration. I have grown stronger. A profound sense of accomplishment filled Shan Chuan's heart. As time progressed, Shan Chuan's reputation within the Douluo Continent began to flourish. He emerged as a legendary figure in the eyes of many soul masters. Numerous young soul masters took him as their exemplar, diligently emulating his combat techniques and indomitable spirit. However, Shan Chuan remained humble, fully aware of the vast expanse of knowledge and improvement that lay before him. He continued to explore the enchanting Douluo Continent, seeking out more powerful soul beasts, soul rings, and soul tools, relentlessly enhancing his prowess. His adventurous saga continued, and he was destined to inscribe his own illustrious chapter in this realm teeming with challenges and opportunities. The Titan giant ape of Douluo. At the edge of the vast and enigmatic starry forest stands the mountain range, a critical location for his enhancement of strength. He has resided in this world for a considerable period, encountering numerous battles and adventures. However, this time his objective is to acquire a soul ring of superior quality. Mountains and rivers inhaled deeply as he slowly stepped into the vast starry forest. The surrounding trees towered high and thick, allowing only dappled rays of sunlight to penetrate through the layers of foliage. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound heightened his alertness. He tightened his grip on the soul weapon sword that emanated a gentle glow, a treasure he had stumbled upon in an ancient ruin. From the thicket, a small white fox-like soul beast cautiously emerged, its eyes sparkling like two amethyst gems filled with vibrant life. This little fox regarded the mountains with curiosity, refraining from launching an immediate attack. Hello, little one. Do you know where one might find powerful soul beasts in this forest? Mountains inquired gently. The small fox tilted its head, seemingly pondering his words, before turning and darting off in a specific direction. A spark of hope ignited within Mountains. Perhaps this was an opportunity, and he carefully followed behind. The little fox darted through the forest with remarkable speed, yet Mountains managed to keep close behind. After an indeterminate span of time, they arrived at a more open area, suffused with a potent and perilous aura. The little fox halted, fear flickering in its eyes. Before Mountains stood a colossal soul beast, a Titan giant ape, its immense form reminiscent of a mountain. Upon spotting Mountains and the little fox, the Titan giant ape roared in fury, pounding its massive fists against its chest, causing the surrounding trees to tremble precariously. Why did you lead me to this dangerous place, little fox? Mountains chided himself inwardly, yet there was no time for self-reproach. The Titan giant ape lunged towards him, and Mountains swiftly swung the soul weapon sword at its arm. The sound of metal clashing echoed, and Mountains felt a numbing tremor in his arm. While the Titan giant ape appeared largely unscathed, this soul beast is far too powerful. I must devise a plan, he thought, evading the Titan giant ape's onslaught while contemplating his next move. At that moment, the little fox emitted a series of sharp cries, bounding around the Titan giant ape in an erratic dance. The Titan giant ape, evidently irritated by the fox's antics, attempted to seize it. But the creature was remarkably agile. Seizing the opportunity, Mountains focused his energy, channeling his soul power into the soul weapon sword. A brilliant light flickered along the blade. And with a fierce shout, he charged toward the Titan giant ape's eyes. Taken aback by Mountain's sudden ferocity, the Titan giant ape recoiled. Yet, Mountains had already reached it, the blade cutting into the Titan giant ape's eye. In pain and fury, the Titan giant ape retaliated fiercely against Mountains. The mountains and rivers understood that continuing in this manner was not a solution, as his soul power was continually depleting. Suddenly, he noticed a particular spot on the Titan great ape, emanating a remarkably intense soul power. He surmised that it might be the location of its soul ring. With determination, he gritted his teeth and resolved to take a bold risk. Seizing an opportunity during one of the Titan great ape's attacks, he leaped high into the air and, with all his might, aimed to pierce the heart of that concentrated soul power. The Titan great ape sensed the imminent danger and attempted to evade. But it was too late. The blade plunged into its flesh, eliciting a deafening roar of fury. At that moment, a brilliant light radiated from the wound, gradually coalescing into a colossal soul ring. Mountain River felt the immense power contained within this soul ring. Yet he was acutely aware of the formidable challenge that awaited him in absorbing it. I must absorb this soul ring, he silently encouraged himself. Drawing upon his prior experiences in soul ring absorption, he seated himself cross-legged before the ring, attempting to establish a connection. Though injured, the Titan great ape was not yet vanquished. Upon witnessing Mountain River's intention to absorb its soul ring, it furiously struggled to retaliate. Just then, a small fox leaped onto the head of the Titan great ape, using its tiny form to subdue it, as if to assist Mountain River in his endeavor. The mountains and rivers gazed in astonishment at the little fox, their hearts brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, little one," Mountain River silently expressed within. He then channeled all his mental energy into connecting with the soul ring. The power of the soul ring surged through Mountain River's body, akin to being pierced by countless swords simultaneously, a torturous sensation. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, fueled by an unwavering conviction. I must not fail. I shall grow stronger. As time elapsed, Mountain River's body gradually acclimated to the power of the soul ring, and he slowly began to absorb its essence. This arduous process persisted for an extended duration, during which Mountain River sensed his soul power steadily increasing, accompanied by remarkable transformations within his body. Upon fully absorbing the soul ring, he gently opened his eyes, feeling a qualitative leap in his strength. Rising to his feet, he felt a formidable force surging from within. "Thank you for your assistance, little fox." Mountain River approached the little fox, wishing to stroke it. The fox affectionately nuzzled against his hand. "With this newfound strength, I should be able to carve out a greater reputation in this world," Mountain River declared with confidence. In a quaint town, Mountain River encountered several young soul masters. "Who are you? You appear quite powerful," one of the young soul masters inquired. "I am Mountain River, just returned from my trials in the Douluo Forest," he replied succinctly. "You obtained a soul ring in the Douluo Forest? That must be impressive," another soul master exclaimed enviously. "Indeed, though the process was quite arduous," Mountain River admitted. "Could you share details about your soul weapon?" one curious soul master asked, eyeing the sword in Mountain River's hand. "This sword was a fortuitous find in a mysterious relic. It seems to possess a special bond with me, unleashing tremendous power in every battle," Mountain River elucidated. The young soul masters listened with envy. Observing their expressions, Mountain River encouraged them to diligently train and embrace challenges, for it is through such endeavors that they would continue to grow. The mountains and rivers continued their journey, leading him to an ancient valley. Within this valley, it seemed as though a secret lay hidden, for he sensed a mysterious force drawing him closer. Upon entering the valley, he stumbled upon a colossal altar, intricately adorned with ancient runes that emanated an enigmatic glow. As he approached the altar, a flash of light enveloped him, and suddenly, fragments of ancient memories surged into his mind. These memories appeared to pertain to a formidable soul technique, one capable of harnessing the powers of nature. Filled with exhilaration, he began to practice this soul technique, following the methods etched in his recollections. After a period of diligent training, he finally grasped the fundamentals of this art. During a confrontation with a powerful soul beast, he unleashed this technique, commanding the surrounding trees, flowers, and stones to heed his will and launch an assault on the beast. Caught off guard, the soul beast was ultimately vanquished by his prowess. As his strength continued to grow, so too did his circle of friends in this world. He aided many in overcoming the troubles posed by soul beasts, and in return, he gathered a wealth of information about this realm. One day, a mysterious elder sought him out. "Young man, your power has become considerable, yet your journey is far from over. There are ancient secrets in this world awaiting your discovery. The elder proclaimed. What secrets? He inquired, curiosity piqued. The origins of soul beasts and soul artifacts, as well as the truths behind powerful soul techniques. You possess a unique opportunity. I believe you will unveil these mysteries. With those words, the elder vanished into thin air. The mountains and rivers are infused with a profound curiosity and an insatiable desire for exploration. He is acutely aware that he is about to embark on a new journey. Armed with his soul weapon and unwavering determination, he strides toward the uncharted horizon. He firmly believes that in the days to come, he will continually transcend his own limits, crafting an abundance of legendary tales that are uniquely his own upon this Douluo Continent. As Shan Chuan continued his adventures in the Douluo Continent, he stumbled upon an ancient cave adorned with exquisite murals. These murals depicted the epic battles between soul beasts of yore and human soul masters, along with striking images of peculiar soul tools wielded by these adept warriors. One particular scene captivated his attention, a soul master brandishing a soul tool that radiated a golden glow, encircled by a multitude of formidable soul beasts, all seemingly filled with reverence for the artifact in the master's hand. What manner of soul tool could this be? Shan Chuan found himself lost in contemplation. Emerging from the cave, he inquired far and wide about this enigmatic soul tool. He learned of the possibility that similar ancient artifacts resided in a distant, mysterious mountain range. Thus, he set forth on a journey toward this enigmatic destination. Along the way, he encountered an adventurous team, equally in search of treasures. Among them were soul masters skilled in tracking and others endowed with formidable defensive abilities. Greetings, we too are bound for that mysterious mountain. Would you care to join us on our journey? One of the soul masters invited. After a moment's contemplation, Shan Chuan concluded that having companions by his side would indeed enhance their safety, and thus he consented. During their journey, they were beset by a natural calamity. A colossal storm surged forth, causing everything around them to sway perilously. Together, Shan Chuan and his companions invoked their soul techniques and established a defensive formation, barely managing to withstand the tempest. United in purpose, they found that no obstacle was insurmountable. Shan Chuan rallied his comrades, urging them to press onward, and at last, they arrived at the enigmatic mountain range. This realm was rife with perilous traps and formidable soul beasts. As they navigated cautiously, a gigantic flying soul beast suddenly swooped down from the heavens. This creature possessed immense wings and exhaled flames from its maw. Shan Chuan and his companions immediately launched a counterattack. Shan Chuan wielded the sword of the soul weapon, charging towards the flying soul beast, while his comrades attacked from various directions. After a fierce battle, they successfully vanquished the flying soul beast. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, they finally discovered the fabled location of the ancient soul weapon. It was an artifact radiating an endless brilliance, surrounded by an aura of mysterious and formidable power. As the mountains and rivers directed him towards the artifact, the moment his hand made contact with it, a torrent of formidable information surged into his mind. He discovered that this artifact possessed the extraordinary ability to alter the fabric of space and time, yet the conditions for its use were exceedingly stringent. Shan Chuan, alongside his companions, delved into the mysteries of this extraordinary artifact. Throughout their relentless exploration, he forged profound bonds of friendship with his fellow adventurers. As Shan Chuan's prowess and circle of friends expanded, so too did his significance within the Douluo Continent. With his intellect and strength, he persistently addressed the myriad crises confronting this world. His inquiries into soul beasts, soul tools, and the essence of his own power continue to deepen. His legendary tale flows like an unyielding river, echoing across the Douluo Continent and inspiring countless successors to ardently pursue strength in their dreams. The path of the soul in Douluo is vast and boundless. Shan Chuan's journey across the Douluo Continent has been fraught with both captivating wonders and perilous dangers. Yet, he comprehends that a myriad of unknowns still lie ahead. One fateful day, Shan Chuan ventured into an uncharted territory inhabited by soul beasts. The air was thick with a primal ferocity, emanating an aura of danger. Treading cautiously, he remained ever vigilant, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of movement. Suddenly, a creature resembling a cheetah, yet possessing 3 piercing eyes, leapt forth from the underbrush. Its speed astonishing as it closed the distance to Shan Chuan in the blink of an eye. Another formidable soul beast, Shan Chuan thought to himself, gripping his soul weapon tightly. Bracing for the impending confrontation, rather than launching an immediate attack, the 3-eyed cheetah circled around Shan Chuan, seemingly assessing him with its keen gaze. "What are your intentions?" Shan Chuan called out boldly. In response, The creature unleashed a deep, resonant roar before pouncing toward him with incredible swiftness. As the mountain stream swiftly shifted, it simultaneously swung its sword to strike at the three-eyed leopard spirit beast. The agile creature deftly evaded the blow, then lunged once more toward the mountain stream. In a series of backflips, the mountain stream distanced itself from the three-eyed leopard spirit beast. This approach would not suffice. I must uncover its vulnerability, the mountain stream contemplated. It observed that with each of the creature's pounces, the central eye would flicker momentarily. A cunning plan formed in the mountain stream's mind, as it intentionally displayed a flaw to entice the three-eyed leopard spirit beast to leap at it. When the beast was mere moments away, the mountain stream seized the opportunity, channeling its soul power into the soul weapon and thrusting it toward the flickering central eye of the three-eyed leopard spirit beast. The creature, in pain, furiously swiped its claws in an attempt to retaliate against the mountain stream. As the mountains and rivers deftly evaded the onslaught, they pondered how to deliver a fatal blow to the three-eyed leopard spirit beast. Suddenly, a sharp stone caught their eye on the ground, sparking an ingenious idea. Channeling their spirit energy, they propelled the stone towards the three-eyed leopard spirit beast, striking its leg and causing it to lose its balance. Shan Chuan seized the opportunity to strike at the neck of the three-eyed cheetah soul beast with his sword. Caught off guard, the beast was unable to evade the blow and was struck in the neck. It let out a piercing cry before collapsing to the ground. Shan Chuan let out a sigh of relief, aware that the soul ring from the three-eyed cheetah spirit beast presented a remarkable opportunity for his enhancement. Following his previous methods, he commenced the absorption of the soul ring. During this process, a formidable power surged into his body, steadily elevating his soul force while instigating various transformations within him. I must become stronger, Shan Chuan silently vowed to himself. Upon completing the absorption of the soul ring, he continued on his journey. Arriving at a quaint town where the locals were engrossed in discussions surrounding a certain soul artifact. Have you heard? A mysterious soul artifact has appeared in the antique shop. One resident remarked. Is that true? What kind of soul artifact is it? Another resident inquired with curiosity. A stirring within Shan Chuan's heart compelled him to seek out the enigmatic soul artifact. He arrived at an antique shop and beheld the mysterious relic. It was a dagger, radiating an ethereal violet glow, intricately inscribed with ancient runes. This dagger appeared remarkably unusual, pondered Shan Chuan. He inquired of the shopkeeper regarding its origins, to which the proprietor confessed ignorance, revealing that he had come into possession of it by mere happenstance. Mountains and rivers resolved to acquire the dagger. Upon returning to his abode, he commenced an exploration of this enigmatic blade. He discovered that it harbored a mysterious power, seemingly intertwined with the fabric of space. If I can harness this power, I shall navigate battles with greater finesse, he mused. He endeavored to forge a connection with the dagger, and after a period of diligent effort, he ultimately succeeded in mastering this force. Now that I possess a new soul weapon, my prowess shall be significantly augmented. Mountains and rivers exclaimed with exhilaration. Shan Chuan, equipped with a newfound soul weapon, embarked on his journey once more. He found himself in a mysterious forest, teeming with perilous soul beasts. Within this enchanted woodland, Shan Chuan encountered a colossal bear soul beast. The creature possessed formidable strength, and its assaults proved challenging for Shan Chuan to withstand. I cannot be defeated so easily, he resolutely thought to himself. He began to employ a myriad of skills he had acquired, engaging in a fierce battle with the bear soul beast. During the clash, Shan Chuan realized that the creature's hide was exceptionally thick, rendering conventional attacks ineffective. He resolved to utilize his newly mastered spatial powers against the bear soul beast. Harnessing his spatial abilities, he ensnared the bear within a confined realm. Enraged by its captivity, the bear soul beast relentlessly battered against the barriers of its prison. Taking advantage of the moment, Shan Chuan launched an assault, infusing his soul power into the soul tool before directing it towards the bear soul beast. Struck by Shan Chuan's attack, the bear soul beast let out a piercing cry. After a fierce battle, Shan Chuan ultimately triumphed over the bear soul beast. He understood that the soul ring of this bear soul beast represented a significant opportunity for his own enhancement. The mountains began to absorb the soul rings of the bear spirit beast, and during this process, he felt his soul power continuously enhancing. After the absorption of the soul rings was complete, he pressed on, arriving at a cave suffused with an air of mystique. As Shan Chuan ventured into the cavern, he discovered the walls adorned with ancient runes. These inscriptions emanated a mystical glow, instilling within him a profound sense of enigmatic power. As Shan Chuan ventured into the depths of the cave, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a secret passage. Following this clandestine route, he found himself in a mysterious realm. Within this enigmatic space, Shan Chuan beheld a colossal soul beast, exuding an overwhelming aura that enveloped him in an immense sense of pressure. Could this be the legendary divine beast? He pondered silently. Aware of the creature's formidable strength, he understood the necessity of approaching it with utmost caution. The divine beast, upon noticing Shan Chuan, cast a disdainful glance in his direction and launched an assault. Reacting swiftly, Shan Chuan evaded the onslaught. During his evasive maneuvers, he recognized the sheer potency of the beast's attacks. Realizing that finding an opportunity to counter was exceedingly difficult, I must devise a strategy for retaliation, he resolved inwardly. He began to employ his array of learned skills, engaging in a fierce battle with the divine beast. In the midst of the fray, Shan Chuan discerned a vulnerability in the creature's abdomen. Determined to exploit this weakness, he resolved to utilize his spatial powers to ensnare the beast before striking its underbelly. Harnessing the essence of space, he trapped the divine beast within a dimensional confinement. Enraged by its captivity, the creature relentlessly battered against the walls of its prison. Taking advantage of the moment, Shan Chuan launched his assault. Infusing his soul power into his soul weapon before striking towards the abdomen of the divine beast. Struck by Shan Chuan's attack, the divine beast let out a piteous cry. After an intense battle, Shan Chuan ultimately triumphed over the divine beast. He understood that the soul ring of this creature represented a remarkable opportunity for his enhancement. The mountains and rivers began to absorb the soul rings of the divine beasts, and during this process, he felt his soul power steadily increasing. Upon completing the absorption of the soul rings, he continued his journey and arrived in a city. Within the city, the inhabitants were engrossed in discussions regarding a matter concerning soul beasts. Have you heard? A formidable soul beast has emerged from the forest beyond the city, and many soul masters have already fallen to its might, one resident remarked. Is that truly the case? What shall we do? Another resident inquired. With a stir of determination in his heart, Shan Chuan resolved to seek out the soul beast. He ventured into the forest beyond the city, where he encountered the formidable creature. This soul beast resembled a tiger, yet it bore magnificent wings, exuding immense power. You are indeed strong, but I shall not yield, Shan Chuan silently affirmed within himself. He commenced a fierce battle, employing a myriad of skills he had mastered. During the clash, Shan Chuan discerned a vulnerability in the beast's wings. He resolved to harness the power of space to ensnare the creature, subsequently launching an assault on its wings. Utilizing his spatial abilities, he confined the soul beast within a dimensional space. Enraged by its entrapment, the beast relentlessly battered against the walls of its prison. The mountains and rivers seized the opportunity to launch an assault, unleashing the soul power of the soul Douluo's soul contract. Shan Chuan has gradually transformed into a formidable spirit master through his previous adventures, yet he is acutely aware that on this land of mysterious powers, Douluo Continent, a long journey lies ahead. This time, he has heard whispers of unique soul beasts residing in a distant ancient mountain range, said to bestow extraordinary abilities upon those who forge a pact with them. With such anticipation, Shan Chuan embarks on his quest towards the ancient mountains. Along the way, he traverses dense forests where low-level soul beasts occasionally dart out, but he effortlessly dispatches them. At long last, the ancient mountains come into view, shrouded in mist and exuding an aura of mystery and antiquity. Upon entering the mountains, Shan Chuan proceeds with caution. Suddenly, a melodious flute tune wafts through the air, imbued with an enchanting quality that draws him toward its source. In a secluded valley, he encounters a group of ethereal soul beasts, resembling delicate sprites. They are small in stature, adorned with translucent wings, and their eyes sparkle with lively brilliance. Greetings, I am Shan Chuan. I mean no harm, he softly proclaims. One soul beast, appearing to be the leader, flits before him, tilting its head in curiosity. Your human essence is unlike that of previous visitors to this place. The mountain spoke earnestly. I am aware that you are the guardians of this range. I have heard that forging a pact with a formidable spirit beast bestows immense power. I have come here with the hope of establishing a contract with one of you. The leader of the spirit beasts chuckled softly. It is not so simple. We only choose those whose hearts are pure and possess sufficient potential as our. Shan Chuan firmly declared, I have endured numerous battles in the Douluo Continent, continually striving to enhance my strength, and I hold a profound respect for all forms of life. The leader of the soul beasts circled around Shan Chuan, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. Then, why not demonstrate your strength? Shan Chuan nodded slightly, drawing forth the soul weapon sword, its blade shimmering with radiant light. He executed a newly acquired soul technique, and the air around him seemed to be guided by his power, forming currents that surged into the distance. The soul beast displayed expressions of astonishment. "Your strength is indeed formidable, yet you must still pass our trials," proclaimed the leader of the soul beasts. As the words fell, a swarm of soul beasts began to dance rapidly around Shan Chuan, unleashing waves of mental energy that struck against his mind. Shan Chuan closed his eyes tightly, concentrating to resist the onslaught. He repeatedly affirmed within himself, "I cannot be defeated. My resolve is unwavering." After a period of struggle, Shan Chuan successfully repelled the mental assaults. "Well done, but the final trial is to engage in battle alongside us, to see if you can trust us and coordinate seamlessly," the leader of the soul beasts declared. At that moment, a colossal soul beast emerged from the depths of the mountains. It resembled a gigantic bear, but boasted 8 robust legs, exuding an overwhelming aura of soul pressure. Shan Chuan's heart raced, yet he quickly regained his composure. The battle commenced, with Shan Chuan synchronizing with the soul beasts. He adjusted his strategy according to their attack rhythm, wielding the soul weapon sword to strike at the giant bear's legs, while the soul beast targeted its vulnerable areas, such as the eyes, from various angles. The colossal bear roared fiercely, launching aggressive attacks, yet the coordination between Shan Chuan and the soul beast grew increasingly harmonious. After a fierce confrontation, they ultimately triumphed over the giant bear. "You have passed our trial. We can now forge a contract with you," the leader of the soul beast announced. During the contract formation, Shan Chuan felt a warm energy flowing from the contracted soul beast into his body, merging with his own soul power. He could distinctly sense the thoughts of these soul beasts, while they, in turn, gained insight into his intentions. "Now we are partners, fighting side by side from this day forth," Shan Chuan exclaimed joyfully. With the enhancement of the contracted soul beast, Shan Chuan's strength experienced a further elevation. He resolved to continue seeking soul rings that would be suitable for his absorption. Shortly thereafter, he discovered traces of a formidable soul beast in another part of the mountains. It was a flame wolf-shaped soul beast, surrounded by searing flames that reduced everything in its path to ashes. Shan Chuan did not act with reckless impulsiveness. Instead, he keenly observed the behavioral patterns of the flame wolf soul beast. He discerned that this creature would pause briefly to catch its breath after launching an attack, revealing a significant vulnerability. As the flame wolf soul beast lunged at him once more, Shan Chuan adeptly evaded its assault with the assistance of his contracted soul beast, seizing the moment of its inhalation to mount a counterattack. His soul weapon, a sword, pierced the vital point of the flame wolf soul beast, causing it to collapse onto the ground. The mountains and rivers began to absorb their soul rings. During this process, he felt his soul power surging like tumultuous waves, relentlessly crashing against new realms. A crimson luminescence flickered around his body, a manifestation of the soul ring's energy merging with his own. Upon completing the absorption of the soul ring, the strength of the mountains and rivers experienced a profound transformation. In the subsequent adventures, he and his contracted spirit beasts encountered a myriad of challenges. On one occasion, they inadvertently stumbled upon a mysterious ruin. Within the ruin lay an array of intricate traps and formidable guardian soul artifacts. "Everyone, be cautious," he warned his spirit beasts. They meticulously deciphered the mechanisms, and when confronted by the guardian soul artifact, he employed his intellect and newly acquired power to attempt communication. "I understand that you are here to protect this place. We mean no offense," he conveyed his thoughts through soul energy. The guardian soul artifact seemed to sense his sincerity, and after a dialogue ensued, it revealed to him that the ruin concealed a powerful soul technique manual. Upon acquiring the ancient tome, Shan Chuan commenced an arduous journey of study. Throughout this scholarly pursuit, his contracted spirit beast rendered invaluable assistance. Some of these spirit companions employed their wisdom to elucidate the more obscure aspects of the tome, while others aided him in the trials of strength. As his training progressed, Shan Chuan's renown within the Douluo Continent soared. Other soul masters gazed upon his spirit beast companions with a mixture of envy and intrigue. One fateful day, a formidable team of soul masters approached Shan Chuan with the intent to challenge him. "We have heard of your extraordinary spirit beast companions. Today, we shall ascertain the extent of your prowess," one of the challengers declared provocatively. The mountains and rivers spoke calmly. "I do not wish to engage in combat. Yet if you insist on challenging me, I shall show no mercy." Once the battle commenced, the synergy between the mountains and rivers and his contracted spirit beasts was remarkable. The formidable soul techniques they unleashed left the opposing team bewildered and struggling to respond. The rival spirit masters were taken aback by the exceptional prowess of the mountains and rivers along with his contracted spirit beasts, gradually finding themselves at a disadvantage. Ultimately, the mountains and rivers, alongside his companions, emerged victorious with ease. "You are indeed formidable, we humbly concede." With that, the opposing spirit master team departed in disgrace. The mountains and rivers continue their journey, as he is acutely aware that in this enchanting yet perilous Douluo Continent, he must incessantly elevate himself, safeguard his contracted companions, and delve into the myriad of unknown secrets. His legendary tale shall persist in echoing across this vast land. The legend of rebirth in Douluo. The mountains and rivers slowly opened their eyes, feeling a sharp pain in his head as the surroundings gradually came into focus. He found himself amidst a dense forest, where towering trees obscured the sky, and beneath his feet lay a soft carpet of grass interspersed with peculiar flowers exuding a faint fragrance. A sense of alarm surged within him. Where was this place? Had he not been sleeping in the comfort of his home? Suddenly, a deep, resonant growl echoed from afar, and his body tensed instinctively. He beheld a colossal wolf-like creature approaching, its eyes shimmering with an eerie green luminescence, its fur as unyielding as steel. Could this be a spirit beast? A flicker of fear danced in his heart, yet he understood that retreat was not an option. "You, little wolf, why do you roar in this place?" He summoned his courage and inquired loudly. The spirit beast paused, taken aback by his words, and then replied, "You insignificant human. How dare you speak so boldly on my territory? I am the 10-year wind wolf, and this land belongs to me." In the depths of the mountains and rivers, a silent lament echoed within, for although the wind wolf of a decade was not overly formidable, it posed a significant threat to him. A mere mortal devoid of any power. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. "Host, you are now able to awaken your soul ring." In the heart of the mountains and rivers, a flicker of joy ignited within him, for he recognized this moment as potentially pivotal for his survival in the Douluo Continent. Following the guidance surging through his mind, he settled into a cross-legged position, focusing his spirit. A faint luminescence enveloped his form, as a mysterious force began to pulse within him. The wind wolf, observing Shan Chuan's unusual behavior, felt a twinge of wariness in its gaze. It could not comprehend the human's actions, yet sensed an aura of peril. "What tricks are you attempting, diminutive human?" The wind wolf roared once more. The mountains and rivers remained silent, yet the radiance emanating from his body intensified. Suddenly, a luminous halo appeared above his head, a yellow soul ring. He felt a surge of formidable power coursing through him, dramatically enhancing his strength, speed, and perception. Is this the power of the soul ring? A wave of exhilaration surged within Shan Chuan. Rising to his feet, he regarded the wind wolf, now infused with newfound confidence. The wind wolf, upon noticing the yellow soul ring above Shan Chuan's head, was taken aback. Though merely a decade-old soul beast, it was well aware of the power that soul rings possessed. It was unexpected for a human to awaken a soul ring with such ease. "Human, you are indeed impressive, but today, you shall still meet your demise at my claws," declared the wind wolf, lunging towards Shan Chuan. The mountains and rivers swiftly receded as a long sword materialized in his hand, unbeknownst to him when it had appeared. This sword was his soul weapon, manifesting simultaneously with the awakening of his soul ring. The blade shimmered with a chilling radiance, as if imbued with boundless power. The mountains and rivers brandished their long swords, striking towards the wind wolf. The wind wolf, agile and swift, deftly evaded the assault, then extended its claws in an attempt to seize the mountains and rivers. With a nimble sidestep, the mountains and rivers dodged the attack and retaliated with a powerful kick directed at the wind wolf. Struck, the wind wolf stumbled backward a few paces. "You little wolf, today I shall claim you as my companion," proclaimed the mountains and rivers. Upon hearing this declaration, the wind wolf scoffed, retorting, "You mere human. To think I would ever consent to be your companion is nothing short of a delusion." The mountains and rivers remained silent as Shan Chuan launched another attack against the wind wolf. This time, he unleashed a skill he had recently acquired from his soul ring, the wind shadow sword technique. His figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, and with his sword dancing gracefully, waves of sword energy surged forth towards the wind wolf. Caught off guard, the wind wolf was struck by the sword energy, leaving numerous wounds upon its body. Aware of its inferiority to Shan Chuan, it felt a surge of defiance against being vanquished so easily. At that moment, Shan Chuan ceased his assault, gazing at the wind wolf. "Wind wolf, I recognize your strength. If you are willing to become my companion, we can traverse this world together. I shall protect you, and in turn, you shall grow even more formidable." The Wind Wolf regarded Shan Chuan, its heart filled with uncertainty. It had never contemplated forming an alliance with a human. Yet it realized that it had no other alternatives. Human, do you truly mean what you say? Will you indeed protect me? The Wind Wolf inquired. Of course. I would never deceive you, Shan Chuan replied earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, the Wind Wolf nodded. Very well. I accept the offer to become your partner. In that instant, a radiant light enveloped Shan Chuan and the Wind Wolf. This was the luminous manifestation of their newly forged bond, marking the beginning of their enduring companionship. United through life and death, Shan Chuan was filled with joy. The more companions he had, the greater his chances of survival in the Douluo Continent. Fo Lang, having lived in this forest for so long, you must be aware of the formidable soul beasts and other dangers that lurk here, Shan Chuan inquired. Fo Lang nodded and replied. This forest is home to many powerful soul beasts, such as the century-old tree demon and the fiery leopard, among others. Additionally, numerous human adventurers occasionally engage in battle with us in pursuit of soul rings from these soul beasts. With a tightening of his heart, Shan Chuan recognized the multitude of challenges that lay ahead. Yet, fear eluded him, with the Wind Wolf as his companion, along with his soul weapon and soul ring. He harbored an unwavering belief in his survival. What shall we do now? Shan Chuan inquired. Let us first depart from this forest and explore the wonders of the outside world, replied the Wind Wolf. The world beyond is filled with marvels, as well as formidable soul beasts and treasures. Shan Chuan nodded, then set off towards the outskirts of the forest alongside Fo Lang. As they traversed the path, Shan Chuan beheld an array of extraordinary soul beasts. One such creature was a colossal tortoise, adorned with sharp spines upon its back. This was the century-old thorn tortoise. Another remarkable sight was a winged tiger soaring through the sky, known as the gale-winged tiger. In the heart of the mountains and rivers, a profound curiosity for the world enveloped him, for he was aware that it harbored countless secrets awaiting his exploration. Suddenly, a colossal soul beast materialized before them, a millennium-old flame demon lion. Its flames blazed fiercely, emanating a formidable aura. You two little creatures dare to intrude upon my territory, roared the flame demon lion. The mountains and the winds grew immediately vigilant, for they understood that this flame demon lion was not a foe they could easily confront. Elder demon lion, we harbor no intention of intruding upon your territory. We are merely passing through, spoke Shan Chuan with utmost respect. The flame demon lion regarded Shan Chuan with a glimmer of disdain in its eyes and replied, passing through? Human, do not attempt to deceive me. Humans have a penchant for misleading us soul beasts. In the depths of his heart, Shan Chuan felt a sense of helplessness. He was acutely aware that humanity's reputation on this continent was rather tarnished. Elder Flame Lion, I swear upon my very soul that we are merely passing through, Shan Chuan declared. The Flame Lion gazed at him, sensing the sincerity woven into his words. After a moment of contemplation, it replied, very well, since you are merely travelers, hasten your departure. Shan Chuan and Fo Lang exhaled with relief, nodding towards the Flame Demon Lion before continuing their journey out of the forest. As they traversed the woods, Shan Chuan observed numerous adventurers. Some were hunting soul beasts, while others were in pursuit of traces of soul artifacts. Fo Lang, look at those humans. They are so ruthless, Shan Chuan remarked. Fo Lang nodded in agreement, responding, this world is indeed harsh. Humans will go to any lengths for power. Shan Chuan felt a surge of emotions within him. He understood that he must strive to become stronger in order to protect his companions in this world. Upon exiting the forest, Shan Chuan arrived at a quaint little town. The town was adorned with numerous buildings, bustling with people engaged in trade. He observed a plethora of items related to soul beasts and soul weapons. Wolf of the Wind. Let us pause here for a moment, Shan Chuan suggested. The Wind Wolf nodded in agreement and accompanied Shan Chuan into the heart of the town. Within this vibrant locale, Shan Chuan absorbed a wealth of information about the world around him. He learned that in this vast continent, there existed many formidable soul masters, whose prowess could ascend to the rank of title Douluo. To attain such strength, one must continually acquire soul rings and procure increasingly potent soul weapons. In the heart of the mountains and rivers lies an overwhelming yearning. He understands that relentless effort is essential to becoming a formidable soul master. Shan Chuan, behold yonder. There is an auction for soul masters, spoke Wind Wolf. As Shan Chuan gazed in the direction indicated by the Wind Wolf, he noticed a multitude of individuals gathered in a certain locale. It was evidently the site of an auction. Let us go and take a look, Shan Chuan remarked. He and the Wind Wolf maneuvered through the throng and arrived at the auction venue. The auction showcased an array of precious items, including the soul rings of millennium-old soul beasts, formidable soul tools, and an assortment of peculiar soul techniques. The mountains and rivers dazzled his eyes, intensifying his yearning for power. At that moment, an auctioneer ascended the stage and commenced the bidding for an item. "Esteemed soul masters," the auctioneer proclaimed, "today we present for auction an exceedingly precious item, a soul bone that has existed for 100,000 years. Shan Chuan was taken aback. A soul bone that had existed for 100,000 years was indeed an extraordinarily precious item. What abilities does this soul bone possess? Someone inquired. This soul bone can significantly enhance a soul master's spiritual power and bestow upon them a formidable skill, the auctioneer replied. Many began to place their bids, and the price soared to unprecedented heights. In the heart of Shan Chuan, there lingered a sense of helplessness. He currently lacked the funds to acquire this soul bone. "Shan Chuan, let us also place a bid," spoke the wind wolf. Shan Chuan shook his head and remarked, "Feng Lang, we currently lack sufficient funds. Let us observe for now." Feng Lang nodded in agreement, and together they continued to watch the auction unfold. Although Shan Chuan did not acquire that coveted soul bone, he garnered a wealth of knowledge regarding soul beasts, soul tools, and soul techniques during the event. He realized that in order to gain more power in this world, he must embark on a continuous journey of exploration. After the auction concluded, Shan Chuan and Feng Lang departed from the quaint town, setting their sights on a broader world in search of further opportunities and challenges. As they traveled, Shan Chuan's mind brimmed with various thoughts. I must become a formidable soul master to protect my companions and uncover the secrets of this world. Though fraught with peril, this realm is equally abundant in opportunities. I cannot waver. I shall forge ahead with unwavering resolve, Shan Chuan silently contemplated. Feng Lang sensed Shan Chuan's determination and nuzzled against his hand, seemingly offering encouragement. Thus, Shan Chuan and his companion Feng Lang embarked on a new journey, their tale continuing to unfold in the realm of Douluo, where the pinnacle of soul masters awaits. After the mountains and rivers, the wind wolf departed from the small town, journeying towards realms yet undiscovered. As Shan Chuan traversed the landscape, he engaged in conversation with the wind wolf. "Wind wolf," he mused, "if we could discover a realm abundant with soul beasts, I would be able to acquire a greater variety of soul rings and become even more formidable." His eyes sparkled with aspirations. The wind wolf shook its head and replied, "Shan Chuan, in this world, powerful soul beasts typically possess their own territories, often accompanied by peril. Take, for instance, the previously mentioned blazing flame lion. Its domain may well be guarded by other formidable soul beasts, and we must remain vigilant against the traps set by humans." Shan Chuan nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Feng Lang's words. Suddenly, a majestic mountain range loomed ahead, pulsating with a dense aura of soul energy. The intensity of the soul energy here indicates the presence of numerous formidable soul beasts. Shan Chuan exclaimed with excitement. "However, it is also fraught with peril. You must exercise caution," Feng Lang cautioned. They cautiously ventured into the mountains, and soon encountered a soul beast resembling a fox but adorned with 9 tails, the legendary 9-tailed fox, a millennium-old creature. Upon noticing Shan Chuan and Feng Lang, the 9-tailed fox's eyes glimmered with vigilance. "Intruders, this is not a place for you to tread." The mountains and rivers bowed slightly, addressing the venerable 9-tailed fox. "We mean no offense. We merely pass through in search of opportunities." The 9-tailed fox let out a cold snort, remarking that humans often disguise their intentions with such facades. However, observing the purity of the little one's aura, she noted that he did not resemble the greedy and cruel nature typical of humankind. With a sigh of relief, Shan Chuan contemplated his desire to delve deeper into the mountains. He inquired, "Esteemed elder, could you enlighten me on the perils that lie within these mountains?" The 9-tailed fox pondered for a moment and replied, "Deep within these mountains resides a shadow leopard that has existed for a millennium. Its swiftness is unparalleled, its attacks ferocious, and it possesses a remarkable talent for concealing its form. Additionally, there are hidden spatial rifts. Should one fall into them, they may become lost in a realm of alternate dimensions." The mountains and rivers have recorded this information, yet his gaze was captivated by an object shimmering in the corner. What could it be? Curiously, he approached and discovered a soul device emanating a faint blue light, resembling an exquisite dagger. The 9-tailed fox, observing Shan Chuan's discovery of the soul device, remarked, "This was left behind by a powerful soul master who once sought to subdue me. Unfortunately, he fell victim to an onslaught from other soul beasts, and thus his soul device was forsaken here." As the mountains and rivers converged towards the dagger, An unusual resonance seemed to awaken within it as he approached. The dagger instinctively soared into his grasp. He felt waves of soul energy surging into his body, as if the dagger were merging with him. It appears that this dagger has acknowledged you as its master, the nine-tailed fox remarked in astonishment. In the heart of the mountains, a profound joy surged through him as he acquired a new soul weapon, bestowing upon him a sense of enhanced security. Yet, at that moment, he sensed a formidable aura approaching, unmistakably that of the ancient shadow leopard. The creature emerged slowly from the depths of a shadow. Addressing the nine-tailed fox with disdain, "How is it that you stand alongside such a feeble human?" The nine-tailed fox positioned itself protectively in front of him, warning, "Shadow leopard. It would be prudent for you not to make a move against him." The shadow leopard regarded him with contempt, scoffing, "A mere human, unworthy of my attention." Shan Chuan gripped the dagger tightly in his hand, confronting the shadow leopard. "Though my strength pales in comparison to yours, I shall not cower before you." The shadow leopard suddenly launched an assault, its speed astonishing. Shan Chuan had no time to react, but the wind wolf leapt forward, attempting to intercept the shadow leopard. "Wind wolf, be cautious," Shan Chuan shouted. Although the wind wolf deftly evaded the shadow leopard's attack, it still sustained an injury. Amidst his inner turmoil, Shan Chuan yearned to harness the power of a new soul artifact to launch an assault. He mentally conversed with the dagger, and in an instant, he unleashed a skill known as ice spike piercing. The dagger propelled several icy spikes toward the shadow leopard. Caught off guard by Shan Chuan's unexpected offensive prowess, the shadow leopard was unable to evade and was grazed by the icy projectiles. "You humans possess some skill," the shadow leopard bellowed in fury. At this moment, Shan Chuan remained composed, aware that engaging the shadow leopard head-on would be unwise. He needed to bide his time and seek an opportunity. Recalling his soul ring abilities, he activated a skill that enhanced his speed, causing his form to become a blur. He maneuvered to the side of the shadow leopard, relentlessly targeting its vulnerable areas, such as the eyes, with his dagger. The shadow leopard, increasingly agitated by Shan Chuan's relentless assaults, unleashed its full power and retaliation, in perfect harmony with the wind wolf, which used its swiftness to distract the shadow leopard. Shan Chuan seized the moment to strike. After a fervent battle, the shadow leopard finally retreated. Mountains and rivers gazed upon the injured wind wolf, a profound sense of guilt swelling within. "Wind wolf, it is my recklessness that has led to this," he lamented. The wind wolf shook its head, replying, "Mountains and rivers, we are companions. It is only natural that we support one another." Through the course of this battle, Mountains and Rivers felt a semblance of growth within himself. He and the wind wolf sought refuge in a safe haven amidst the mountains. As night fell, Mountains and Rivers lay upon the ground, his thoughts wandering introspectively. "In this Douluo Continent, I have faced an abundance of perils. Each time, it is through the unwavering support of my companions and the serendipitous opportunities that I have managed to survive. I am acutely aware of my shortcomings. Although I managed to repel the millennia-old shadow leopard, I have also perceived the vast chasm that lies between myself and truly formidable spirit beasts. I must relentlessly strive for self-improvement, acquire more spirit rings, and bolster my strength. Furthermore, I ought to delve deeper into the mysteries of spirit beasts, to comprehend their language and culture, for only then can I coexist harmoniously with them." The following day, Mountains and Rivers, alongside the wind wolf, ventured forth into the mountains once more. They stumbled upon a mysterious cave, emanating a rich aura of spiritual energy. Treading cautiously, they entered the cavern. Deep within, Mountains and Rivers discovered a stone radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors. What could this be? He wondered, reaching out to touch the stone. Suddenly, it unleashed a torrent of potent spiritual energy coursing into his body. He felt his spiritual power ascending and noticed signs of his spirit rings becoming unbound. "What is happening?" Mountains and Rivers exclaimed in astonishment. The wind wolf approached, seemingly attuned to this newfound power. Mountains and Rivers are aware that this may be an opportunity for the awakening and enhancement of one's soul ring. He settled into a meditative posture once more, adhering to the previously established method for soul ring awakening. The surrounding soul power began to converge towards him, enveloping his form in a radiant glow. His first soul ring commenced its transformation, shifting from a vibrant yellow to a deep purple, while its size also increased significantly. Mountain River successfully elevated his first soul ring from 10 years to a century, marking a significant leap in his strength. "Mountain River, you are truly remarkable," exclaimed Wind Wolf joyfully. Shan Chuan rose to his feet, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength. "This marks a new beginning for me, and I firmly believe that I shall grow ever stronger in the days to come." As they ventured deeper into the cave, they encountered a new spirit beast, one that resembled a colossal rabbit, yet its ears were akin to wings. This was the Millennium Spirit Rabbit. The Millennium Spirit Rabbit appeared remarkably gentle and showed no signs of hostility upon seeing Shan Chuan and Feng Lang. "Greetings. How did you arrive here?" inquired the Spirit Rabbit. Shan Chuan briefly recounted his experiences with the Wind Wolf. Ling Tu nodded in acknowledgement, remarking on their considerable courage. This cave harbors numerous elements conducive to the enhancement of soul power, yet it also conceals many dangers. Thus, you must exercise caution. Mountains and rivers expressed their gratitude to the Spirit Rabbit for the reminder, and thus they forged a friendship. The Spirit Rabbit revealed to the mountains and rivers that at the deepest recesses of this cave, there exists an ancient legacy of soul techniques. As the mountains and rivers stirred within his heart, he felt compelled to seek the inheritance of this soul skill. Under the guidance of the Spirit Rabbit, they arrived at the innermost depths of the cave. There, they discovered a stone platform, intricately engraved with ancient runes. As the mountains approached the stone platform, a sudden radiance emanated from it, enveloping the landscape. The mountains sensed a plethora of information flooding into their minds, all pertaining to an ancient soul technique. This technique, known as Spirit Shadow Step, possessed the remarkable ability to elevate their speed to an extraordinary level instantaneously, while simultaneously conjuring illusions to bewilder their adversaries during movement. Shan Chuan has successfully mastered this soul skill, and he joyfully said to the Spirit Rabbit, "Thank you, Spirit Rabbit." The Spirit Rabbit smiled and replied, "You're welcome. I hope you thrive in this world." After bidding farewell to the Spirit Rabbit, Mountain River and Wind Wolf departed from the cave. His strength continually ascended, and his renown across the Douluo Continent gradually spread. One day, they encountered a destitute team of soul masters, which had nearly been annihilated by a formidable soul beast. The mountains and rivers, along with the Wind Wolf, intervened to assist them, driving back the soul beast. The captain of the soul master team turned to the mountains and rivers and said, "You possess remarkable prowess. Would you be willing to join us in forming a team?" After a moment of contemplation, Shan Chuan concluded that having companions was indeed beneficial. Thus, he nodded affirmatively. They formed a new team, continuing to inscribe Shan Chuan's legendary tale in the perilous realm of Douluo Continent, the precious soul rings of Douluo. As the team of new soul masters ventured forth, they heard whispers of an ancient valley ahead, reputed to be home to numerous formidable soul beasts, as well as hidden treasures in the form of extraordinary soul weapons and precious soul rings. The members of the team were abuzz with excitement, yet deep within, Shan Chuan harbored his own contemplations. Gazing into the distance, he mused quietly. "This valley is undoubtedly fraught with peril, but in my pursuit of strength, I cannot afford to miss this opportunity." "What are your thoughts, Windwolf?" Shan Chuan inquired, turning to his companion. Windwolf shook his head slightly, its ears twitching intermittently. "Shan Chuan, I sense a powerful and dangerous aura emanating from that place. However, to acquire greater strength, we must embrace the risk." Upon their entrance into the valley, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Suddenly, an immense soul beast materialized before them, a millennium-old rock-armored beast. Its body was enveloped in a heavy, rocky armor, each stone glinting with a metallic sheen, while its eyes resembled two enormous rubies. "Insignificant creatures, how dare you trespass into my domain?" The deep voice of the rock-armored beast reverberated throughout the valley. Shan Chuan took a deep breath and stepped forward, addressing the elder rock-armored beast. "We mean no intrusion into your domain. We have merely heard tales of the precious treasures that lie within, and we seek opportunities to enhance our own strength." The rock-armored beast let out a furious roar. "I have also heard of the insatiable greed of your kind. Today, I shall not allow you to depart easily." At that moment, some members of the team were eager to launch an attack, but Shan Chuan quickly intervened. "Let us not act impulsively. This rock-armored beast possesses formidable power. We must deliberate our course of action carefully." As Shan Chuan pondered his strategies, he turned to the Wind Wolf beside him. "Is there a way for you to obscure its line of sight?" The Wind Wolf nodded in affirmation. "I can emit a unique aura to disorient it, but only for a brief moment. Then let us seize this opportunity. I shall endeavor to identify its defensive vulnerabilities," Shan Chuan declared. The Wind Wolf promptly unleashed its aura, causing the rock-armored beast to momentarily falter in confusion. Seizing the moment, Shan Chuan circled to the side of the rock-armored beast, meticulously scrutinizing its anatomical structure. He discerned that a section of its abdomen bore a slightly different hue than the surrounding rock, leading him to surmise that this might be the creature's Achilles heel. The mountains and rivers drew forth their soul weapon from their waist, a long blade that radiated a cerulean glow. This exquisite sword was acquired during a previous adventure, possessing the remarkable ability to augment the wielder's attack power by 30%, while also bestowing a chilling effect. Shan Chuan unleashed a skill known as Ice Blade Breakthrough with his longsword. A formidable ice blade emerged from the weapon, piercing toward the vulnerable underbelly of the rock-armored beast. Sensing imminent danger, the creature attempted to evade, yet the interference from the wind wolf's aura rendered its movement sluggish. The ice blade struck true, creating a fissure in its rocky armor. Enraged, the rock-armored beast roared fiercely, swinging its massive claws toward Shan Chuan in a furious assault. Shan Chuan swiftly leaped back, and his companions promptly launched their attacks against the rock-armored beast, diverting its attention. Under the relentless onslaught of the group, the rock-armored beast gradually began to weaken. Seizing the opportune moment, Shan Chuan once again initiated his assault. He infused his soul power into his long blade, unleashing a new skill, the Absolute Cut. The blade radiated with brilliance as a colossal arc of light surged forth toward the rock-armored beast. This time, the creature could not withstand the force and collapsed under the impact of the blade's arc. As it fell, a dark soul ring materialized upon its forehead. Shan Chuan understood that this was a Millennium Soul Ring, a tremendous opportunity for him, yet absorbing it would entail considerable risk. The heart of Shan Chuan was filled with turmoil. He understood that a failed absorption could lead to severe repercussions for himself. Shan Chuan, you must contemplate this with great caution, remarked an elder soul master within the team. Shan Chuan gritted his teeth, recalling the myriad experiences he had endured in the Douluo Continent. Reminiscing about his aspirations to safeguard his companions and his dream of becoming a formidable soul master. I have made up my mind to give it a try, Shan Chuan declared resolutely. He approached the lifeless body of the rock-armored beast, seated himself cross-legged as per the method he had previously employed to absorb the soul ring, and commenced the process of absorption. The forehead of the mountain began to glisten with fine beads of perspiration, and a brilliant radiance enveloped his body. The surrounding soul energy surged towards him, as the obsidian 10,000-year soul ring gracefully approached, encircling his soul ring above. Shan Chuan felt his soul power surging within him like a tumultuous tide, threatening to rupture his meridians. He gritted his teeth tightly, tirelessly circulating his soul energy in an effort to master this overwhelming force. During the process of absorbing the soul ring, a myriad of illusions flooded his mind. He envisioned himself as the most formidable soul master in this realm, safeguarding those he cherished and his companions. Yet he also beheld the harrowing possibility of being consumed by the soul ring's power, rendered utterly powerless. Nevertheless, his conviction remained unwavering, and he repeatedly reassured himself of his impending success. After enduring considerable hardship, Shan Chuan finally succeeded in absorbing the 1,000-year soul ring. Rising to his feet, he sensed a profound transformation in his strength. His soul power level had surged significantly, and he had acquired a new soul skill, Rock Armor Shield. This skill enabled him to summon a layer of rocky armor for his protection, absorbing a portion of incoming attack force and converting it into his own soul power. The news of Shan Chuan successfully absorbing the Millennium Soul Ring spread throughout the entire team, bringing joy to all. However, Shan Chuan did not allow himself to become complacent. He understood that in the formidable realm of Douluo Continent, there remained much for him to learn and improve upon. He continued to explore the valley alongside his companions. Deep within the valley, they stumbled upon a mysterious cave, permeated by an ancient and enigmatic aura. As they ventured inside, the sight before them left them utterly astounded. The walls of the cave were adorned with a myriad of intricate patterns, seemingly narrating the ancient history of the Douluo Continent. At the very depths of the cave stood a stone platform upon which rested a uniquely shaped soul weapon. This soul weapon was a bow, its body shimmering with a golden radiance, while an arrow emitting a spectrum of colors was nestled within the quiver. As Shan Chuan stepped forward and grasped the bow and arrow, he felt a formidable surge of power coursing through his body. This bow and arrow were no ordinary items. They were undoubtedly artifacts of divine caliber. Shan Chuan exclaimed with enthusiasm. Just then, a soul beast concealed within the cave made its appearance. It was a sacred soul beast known as the Radiant Spirit Deer. Its body emanated a dazzling brilliance, and its antlers were as transparent as crystal. Humans, you should not take this bow and arrow. It is a sacred relic of our soul beast clan, proclaimed the Radiant Spirit Deer. Mountain River hastily clarified, esteemed Radiant Spirit Deer, we harbor no intention to offend. We merely stumbled upon this place and discovered this bow. The Radiant Spirit Deer gazed at Mountain River, seemingly sensing his sincerity. Humans, it spoke, this bow possesses formidable power, yet it is accompanied by immense peril. Only those fated may wield it. In the depths of his heart, a stirring arose within him as he pondered the possibility of being that fated individual. The radiant spirit deer continued, stating that should you wish to claim this bow and arrow, you must first endure my trial. Shan Chuan glanced at the bow and arrow in his hand, then turned his gaze to the radiant spirit deer. He nodded and said, "Elder, I am willing to accept the challenge." The radiant spirit deer returned the nod and replied, "Very well. My trial for you is to locate a spirit pearl that emits a resplendent array of colors within a forest teeming with illusions. This forest is fraught with perilous soul beasts and numerous traps. You must tread carefully." Mountains and rivers ventured into that enchanted forest. A thick mist enveloped the woods, severely restricting the clarity of his vision. He could only rely on his keen spiritual energy to navigate forward. Suddenly, a colossal soul beast, the poison shadow spider, descended from the trees. This spider, having existed for a millennium, possessed venom capable of instantly slaying an ordinary soul master. Shan Chuan swiftly drew his long blade, commanding the poison shadow spider not to hinder him. The poison shadow spider expelled a lengthy strand of silk, directed towards Shan Chuan. He summoned the rock armor shield, which effectively thwarted the advancing silk. The mountains and rivers wielded their long blades, striking towards the venomous shadow spider. The spider, agile and swift, deftly evaded the assault, then retaliated by spitting a stream of venom towards the mountains and rivers. The mountains and rivers unleashed their icy blades to shatter armor, as a beam of frost shot towards the venom, freezing it midair. Taking advantage of the moment, Shan Chuan unleashed the ethereal shadow step, swiftly approaching the venomous shadow spider. And with a single stroke, he vanquished the creature. He pressed onward, diligently searching for the spirit pearl amidst the forest. At last, deep within the woods, he discovered the spirit pearl radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors. As he grasped the pearl, the illusionary forest dissipated. Shan Chuan returned before the radiant spirit deer, holding the ethereal gem in his hands. The radiant spirit deer gazed at the gem, nodding in approval. "Human, you have successfully passed my trial. This bow and arrow now belong to you." Shan Chuan, elated, grasped the bow and arrow, feeling a unique bond with this artifact-grade soul weapon. He departed the cavern with his companions, bow in hand. Along the way out of the valley, Shan Chuan encountered various other soul beasts, some intent on attacking them, while others sought to befriend them. The mountains and rivers, along with the wind wolves, engage in interactions with these soul beasts. They forge contracts with certain benevolent soul beasts, becoming companions. The companions of Shan Chuan are multiplying, and his strength is growing ever more formidable. He realizes that his legend continues to be inscribed upon this Douluo Continent. He must persistently strive to become the most powerful soul master in this realm, safeguarding those he holds dear and his allies. Together, they embark on a new journey, advancing into the realms of the unknown. Shan Chuan's heart brims with anticipation and confidence for the future. He believes that with relentless effort, he shall undoubtedly realize his dreams. The unique bond he has forged with the soul beast will serve as a significant asset in his endeavors across the Douluo Continent. He will confront the myriad challenges of the future alongside these soul beast companions, crafting a magnificent legacy that belongs to them. As he delves deeper into the continent, Shan Chuan's renown grows ever greater. He has become a legendary figure in the eyes of many soul masters, and his tale resonates widely throughout the Douluo Continent. Meanwhile, he continues to unravel the mysteries of soul beasts, soul tools, and spirit rings, diligently enhancing his prowess as he ascends toward the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent. The awakening of Shan Chuan in Douluo. On the vast expanse of the Douluo Continent, Shan Chuan stood gazing at the distant, undulating mountains, his heart swelling with boundless ambition and yearning. He, an ordinary mortal from a mundane world, had traversed into this realm brimming with enchantment and adventure, and several months had already elapsed. During this time, he had endured countless tribulations and challenges, while also acquiring invaluable friendships and strength. "Shan Chuan, you seem lost in thought again." The voice of Wind Wolf brought him back to the present. Wind Wolf was his first soul beast companion, a wolf spirit endowed with the power of wind, its keen gaze always revealing loyalty and concern for Shan Chuan. "Wolf, I am pondering how we have journeyed through so many places on this continent and encountered numerous soul beasts. Yet my soul power seems perpetually just shy of a breakthrough to a higher realm." Shan Chuan furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Wind Wolf gently reassured him, "Shan Chuan, the enhancement of soul power requires time and opportunity. You have already exerted considerable effort. Moreover, have we not been tirelessly searching for soul beasts and soul tools that could aid your advancement? Indeed. I too believe that one day I shall uncover the opportunity that is meant for me. Shan Chuan inhaled deeply, re-energized. At that moment, an unusual sound emanated from the distant forest, as though some colossal creature was moving through it. Shan Chuan and Wind Wolf exchanged glances, a spark of excitement and vigilance igniting in their eyes. Let us investigate the source of that noise, Shan Chuan declared, leading the way towards the sound, with Wind Wolf closely following. Navigating through the dense foliage, they arrived at an open clearing. There, a gigantic soul beast was locked in combat with a group of lower-tier soul beasts. This formidable creature was a peak-level blazing lion king, its body adorned with a mane of flames, and its eyes burning with intense fire, exuding an air of majesty. Blazing Lion King. Why do you trouble yourself with these lesser soul beasts? Shan Chuan called out, attempting to halt the fierce battle. The Blazing Lion King turned its gaze towards Shan Chuan, momentarily taken aback, before displaying a look of disdain. Human, do you presume to meddle in my affairs? These inferior beasts have disturbed my cultivation, and I must naturally cleanse my domain. While cultivation is indeed crucial, it is unjust to harm the innocent without cause. If you could master your own strength, perhaps such conflicts could be averted, Shan Chuan patiently counseled, fully aware of the pride and obstinacy inherent in soul beasts, yet still hopeful for a peaceful resolution. Humph. Your human admonishments bear no weight with me. However, if you can withstand a single strike from me without faltering, I may consider sparing them. A glint of cunning flashed in the eyes of the Blazing Lion King, as it clearly doubted Shan Chuan's capabilities. With a gentle smile, Shan Chuan understood that this was an opportunity bestowed upon him by the Flame Lion King, as well as a test of his abilities. He swiftly entered a state of combat, his soul power circulating within him, while in his hand, the soul weapon, a long blade radiating a cerulean glow, emanated an aura of chilling brilliance. Come forth, Flame Lion King. Let me witness your prowess, Shan Chuan declared, his voice imbued with unwavering resolve and confidence. The Flame Lion King unleashed a thunderous roar, and in an instant, a formidable blaze erupted around its body, coalescing into a colossal fireball hurtling toward Shan Chuan. With a sharp gaze, Shan Chuan wielded his long blade, unleashing a flurry of icy blades that collided with the fireball, producing a sizzling symphony as the spectacle of ice and fire unfolded in the sky. The battle raged on for what felt like an eternity. Utilizing his unique soul skills and weapon, Shan Chuan adeptly evaded the Flame Lion King's assaults while diligently seeking opportunities to counterattack. Gradually, the Flame Lion King began to regard Shan Chuan with newfound respect, astonished at the formidable strength of this human soul master. Ultimately, in a moment of clever reprisal, Shan Chuan's blade grazed the Flame Lion King's mane. Though it left only a slight mark, it nonetheless elicited a flicker of pain from the mighty beast. Well done, human. You have passed my trial. I, the Flame Lion King, am willing to forge a pact with you, to become your soul beast companion. The voice of the Flame Lion King carried a note of reverence as it bowed its head, offering a single strand of its mane into Shan Chuan's hand. Shan Chuan grasped the mane, a warm current surging within his heart. He understood that this was not merely a formidable soul beast companion, but rather a profound bond of trust and responsibility. Clutching the mane tightly, he infused it with his soul power, merging it into his soul ring. Flame Lion King, we welcome you to our ranks, Shan Chuan proclaimed with a smile, his eyes glimmering with joy. The Flame Lion King rose, shaking its mane and letting out a jubilant roar. The surrounding lesser soul beasts sensed this aura of peace and gradually dispersed. Shan Chuan, you are truly remarkable, the Wind Wolf remarked, drawing closer to Shan Chuan, its eyes brimming with admiration. This achievement is a testament to our collective efforts, Shan Chuan humbly replied, fully aware that without the Wind Wolf's assistance, he could not have navigated the Flame Lion King's trial with such ease. Next, we must seek out a soul artifact that can aid in your soul power breakthrough. The Wind Wolf reminded him. Indeed, I have heard whispers of an ancient relic deep within the continent, where countless treasures and powerful soul artifacts lie hidden. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Shan Chuan's eyes. Then what are we waiting for? Let us embark at once. The Wind Wolf exclaimed excitedly, eager for the adventure to commence. Mountains and rivers nodded, accompanied by the Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King, as they set forth towards the ancient ruins. They traversed through numerous forests and crossed countless rivers, enduring countless trials and tribulations. At last, on a moonless night with a howling wind, they arrived at the entrance of the ruins. The site was enveloped in a mysterious barrier, emanating an eerie glow. This barrier seemed to possess formidable power, necessitating utmost caution in their approach. Mountains and rivers gazed at the barrier, a flicker of gravity crossing their eyes. "Allow me to attempt," spoke the Flame Lion King, stepping forward as flames erupted around him, forming a massive fireball that hurtled towards the barrier. However, as soon as the fireball made contact, it was repelled by an overwhelming force. Clearly, this barrier was not easily breached. After a moment of contemplation, mountains and rivers suddenly had a stroke of inspiration. "Wind Wolf, why not employ your power of the wind?" The Wind Wolf nodded, and in an instant, a tempest swirled around him, rushing towards the barrier. The gale clashed with the barrier, producing a whistling sound, and a fissure appeared in the barrier. "Excellent, Wind Wolf, continue your assault. I shall assist you." Mountains and rivers drew forth his long blade and unleashed the Ice Blade Break armor skill, sending shards of ice towards the crack to aid the Wind Wolf in widening it. Through their collective efforts, the barrier was finally dismantled, and a beam of light shot forth from the ruins, illuminating the entire night sky. "Quickly, let us enter," Mountains and Rivers exclaimed excitedly, charging into the ruins alongside his companions. Within the ruins lay an array of ancient mechanisms and traps, yet with his wisdom and courage, Mountains and Rivers deftly navigated them all. They journeyed through passage after passage until they reached the core of the ruins. There, they beheld an ancient-looking soul artifact, a long sword. The sword radiated a faint golden light, its blade intricately engraved with mysterious runes, and a powerful wave of soul energy emanated from it. "Is this the soul artifact we seek?" Mountains and Rivers approached cautiously, lifting the long sword with care, as a warm and potent force surged into his being. "Indeed, this sword harbors immense soul power, capable of propelling you to greater heights," remarked the Wind Wolf, his voice tinged with excitement. Yet, it seemed the sword possessed a consciousness of its own, awaiting a destined bearer. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Mountains and Rivers' eyes as he sensed the powerful soul energy within the sword resonating with his own. "Perhaps you are that destined one," affirmed the Flame Lion King, his tone imbued with conviction. The Mountains and Rivers clutched the longsword tightly, closing his eyes as he endeavored to communicate with the soul power contained within it. His own soul power coursed through his body, intertwining with that of the sword, and a formidable force erupted within him. "Ah!" A pained groan escaped Shan Chuan's lips as his body was battered by the overwhelming soul power, his meridians seemingly on the verge of rupture. Yet he did not relent. Gritting his teeth, he persistently circulated his soul power, striving to harness this immense energy. Amidst the agony and struggle, Shan Chuan's soul power finally transcended its limits, reaching a new pinnacle. A brilliant radiance enveloped his form, and the long sword emitted a clear, crisp sound, as if celebrating his breakthrough. "I have succeeded." Shan Chuan opened his eyes, glistening with tears of exhilaration. He could feel the potent soul power surging within him, signifying a qualitative leap in his strength. "Shan Chuan, you are truly remarkable," the Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King exclaimed, their eyes brimming with admiration and joy. "It is only with everyone's support that I have been able to reach this realm," Shan Chuan replied with a smile, aware that without the backing of his companions, such a smooth breakthrough would have been impossible. "Next, we must continue our adventures across this continent, seeking more opportunities and growing even stronger," Shan Chuan declared resolutely, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future. "Indeed, our legend has only just begun," the Wind Wolf responded eagerly, already yearning for the next adventure. The Flame Lion King let out a joyous roar, its eyes shimmering with dreams of what lay ahead. The Mountains and Rivers, accompanied by their companions, embarked upon a new journey. On this land of Douluo Continent, they left behind their footprints and legends. Their tales shall be recounted by future generations, becoming the cherished lore of the soul abyss of Douluo. At the edge of the Douluo Continent, Shan Chuan stood, gazing at the enigmatic realm shrouded in mist before him, his heart surging with an indescribable blend of excitement and trepidation. This was the legendary Soul Abyss secret realm, a place teeming with the unknown and peril, yet brimming with boundless opportunities. It is said that those soul masters who venture within either acquire formidable soul rings and soul tools or meet their demise, leaving no trace behind. "Shan Chuan, have you truly resolved to enter?" The voice of the Wind Wolf carried a hint of concern, its sharp gaze fixed intently upon Shan Chuan, as if seeking a glimmer of hesitation in his eyes. "Wind Wolf, I am acutely aware of the dangers that lie ahead. Yet I also understand that only by entering the Soul Abyss secret realm can I uncover the key to transcending into the titled Douluo realm." A faint smile graced Shan Chuan's lips, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. "Moreover, we have prepared for this moment for so long, am with you by my side. I have nothing to fear." The blazing Lion King approached as well, gently nudging Shan Chuan with its massive form, its deep voice imbued with reassurance. "Shan Chuan, we are your companions. No matter the perils that await us, we shall fight alongside you, shoulder to shoulder." In the heart of the mountains, a warm sensation enveloped him. He understood that with the companionship of the Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King, he possessed ample courage to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Drawing a deep breath, he stepped boldly into the Soul Abyss secret realm. Instantly, a dense fog enveloped them, obscuring their vision. Relying solely on his soul power, he cautiously ventured forward. Acutely aware of the powerful fluctuations of soul energy permeating the air around him, evoking both excitement and vigilance within him. The potency of the soul energy here was formidable, and every step felt fraught with peril. The Wind Wolf's voice trembled slightly, yet it remained steadfastly by his side. "Indeed, the level of soul beast here is exceedingly high. We must exercise utmost caution," he advised, his grip tightening around the golden longsword, a soul weapon acquired from the ruins, which had become his most reliable ally. At that moment, a deep growl resonated from ahead, causing the nerves of both him and his companions to instantly tighten. They swiftly entered a state of readiness, prepared to face the impending challenge. A colossal soul beast emerged slowly from the mist, a peak-level 9th-grade shadow python, its body extending for dozens of meters. Cloaked in black scales, with eyes resembling two cold black gems radiating an icy glow. "Humans, how dare you trespass into my territory? You seek death." The shadow python's voice was laced with fury, and its immense form erupted with a powerful wave of soul energy, scattering the surrounding mist. "Shadow python, we harbor no intention of enmity. We merely pass through this place," he declared loudly, attempting to avert an unnecessary confrontation. "Humph, merely passing through? This is the Soul Abyss secret realm. No one can easily depart from here," the shadow python retorted, a glimmer of cunning flashing in its eyes. "Unless, of course, you can defeat me. Mountains and rivers are aware that battle is now unavoidable." He swiftly unsheathed his golden sword and unleashed the golden radiant slash, a brilliant beam of sword light shooting towards the shadow giant python. Simultaneously, the Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King launched their own assaults. The Wind Wolf conjured a tempest to obscure the shadow giant python's vision, while the Flame Lion King expelled a searing torrent of fire aimed at the creature's massive form. The shadow giant python let out a furious roar, coiling its enormous body to deflect all of Shan Chuan's attacks. Suddenly, it lunged at him with tremendous force. Shan Chuan hastily retreated, wielding his sword in a flurry, crafting a network of golden blades to thwart the creature's onslaught. The conflict raged on for an extended duration, with both sides sustaining varying degrees of injury. Shan Chuan's spirit energy gradually waned, yet he persevered, fully aware that surrender would render them unable to escape this enigmatic realm. Just as he felt on the brink of collapse, a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind. He recalled the sensation of absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring, where his spirit energy flowed within him, merging with the ring's power. He swiftly recalibrated his state, channeling his spirit energy into the golden sword and invoking the Soul Abyss explosion technique. The sword emitted a resounding chime as a powerful golden beam shot forth from its tip, striking the shadow giant python squarely in the head. The creature let out a chilling wail, its massive frame propelled backward and crashing heavily to the ground. "You have truly defeated me," the shadow giant python. Its voice tinged with reluctance, as its colossal form began to gradually fade, ultimately vanishing into the mist. "We have won," the Wind Wolf exclaimed with exuberance, its sharp gaze sparkling with delight. "Indeed, we have triumphed," Shan Chuan replied with a smile, his heart brimming with exhilaration and pride. He understood that this battle not only secured their victory, but also bestowed upon them invaluable experience and growth. "Next, we shall delve deeper into the Soul Abyss." Seeking further opportunities, Shan Chuan declared resolutely, his eyes glimmering with anticipation for the future. "Shan Chuan, you are truly remarkable." The Flame Lion King's voice carried a note of admiration, its immense form closely trailing behind him. "Yes, Shan Chuan, you always manage to unleash astounding power at critical moments." The Wind Wolf echoed, its eyes filled with respect. Shan Chuan smiled faintly, fully aware that none of this would have been possible without the assistance and support of his companions. He took a deep breath and continued to lead his friends deeper into the Soul Abyss secret realm. As time progressed, they encountered an increasing number of formidable soul beasts, each battle fraught with peril and challenge. Yet, with his own wisdom and courage, alongside the unwavering support of his comrades, Shan Chuan triumphed over adversaries time and again, securing invaluable soul rings and soul artifacts. During a fierce confrontation with a pinnacle-level frost giant bear, Shan Chuan acquired a Millennium Soul Ring and an Ice Attribute Soul Artifact. The Frost Shield. This artifact could generate a protective layer of frost, safeguarding Shan Chuan from attacks while simultaneously converting a portion of the assault's energy into his own soul power. "This soul artifact is extraordinary," exclaimed Wind Wolf, its eyes glimmering with envy. "Indeed, with this artifact, our strength has significantly increased," the Flame Lion King concurred, its gaze filled with anticipation. The mountains and rivers spoke with a smile. "All of this is inseparable from your assistance. We are a united team. Only through solidarity can we conquer all adversities. We shall forever support you, Mountain River," declared the Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King in unison, their eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Deep within the soul abyss, they stumbled upon a vast cavern. An ancient and enigmatic aura enveloped the cave, as if it concealed endless secrets. "What place is this?" inquired Mountain River curiously, his eyes glinting with the light of exploration. "I do not know, but I sense danger here," replied the Wind Wolf, a note of concern lacing its voice as its keen gaze fixated on the cave's entrance. "Indeed. The energy here is formidable. We must exercise utmost caution," cautioned the Flame Lion King, its eyes gleaming with vigilance. Mountains and rivers nodded slightly, aware that he must not act recklessly. He took a deep breath and boldly stepped into the cave. The Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King closely followed him, vigilantly observing their surroundings for any signs of danger. The interior of the cave was rife with various mechanisms and traps, yet Mountain and River, armed with his wisdom and courage, deftly navigated through them. They traversed passage after passage, ultimately arriving at the heart of the cave. There, they beheld a uniquely crafted soul artifact, a black longbow. The bow emanated a faint black light, its body adorned with enigmatic runes, and a powerful wave of soul energy radiated from it. "Is this the soul artifact we seek?" Mountain and River approached cautiously, gingerly lifting the longbow, and an immense force surged into his being instantaneously. Indeed, this longbow harbors formidable soul power, capable of aiding one in transcending to a higher realm. The Wind Wolf's voice tinged with excitement. However, this longbow seemed to possess its own consciousness, awaiting a destined individual. A flicker of doubt crossed Mountain and River's eyes as he sensed the potent soul energy within the bow resonating with his own. "Perhaps you are that destined individual." The Flame Lion King's voice resonated with assurance. Mountains and Rivers firmly grasped the longbow, closing his eyes as he begins to commune with the soul force contained within. The soul force circulates within him, intertwining with the essence of the longbow, unleashing a formidable energy that surges through his body. A cry of anguish escapes his lips as he is battered by the overwhelming soul power, his meridians feeling as though they might rupture. Yet he does not yield. He clenches his teeth resolutely, incessantly channeling his soul force in an endeavor to harness this tremendous energy. Amidst the agony and struggle, his soul force ultimately transcends its limits, reaching a new realm. A brilliant radiance envelopes his form, and the longbow emits a clear, melodious twang, as if celebrating his breakthrough. "I have succeeded," he exclaims, his eyes shimmering with tears of exhilaration. He can feel the powerful soul force coursing within him, marking a qualitative leap in his strength. "Shan Chuan, you are truly remarkable." The Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King gather around, their eyes brimming with admiration and joy. "This achievement is a testament to everyone's support. Without it, I could not have made this breakthrough so smoothly," Shan Chuan replies with a smile, fully aware that it is the backing of his companions that has enabled his success. "Next, we shall continue to engage in our endeavors on this continent, forging bonds of camaraderie." After successfully repelling the dark forces, Shan Chuan gained widespread renown. Yet he remained humble and unassuming. On the contrary, he was acutely aware that within the vast expanse of the Douluo Continent, countless unknown dangers and challenges awaited him. In pursuit of further enhancing his prowess, Shan Chuan resolved to venture into the heart of the Soul Beast Forest accompanied by Gray Shadow and Spirit Snow. This enigmatic realm harbored formidable soul beasts and concealed numerous secrets regarding soul artifacts and soul rings. They navigated cautiously through the forest, where the trees grew ever taller and more majestic, allowing only fragmented rays of sunlight to filter through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Suddenly, a deep and resonant roar echoed through the air, causing the leaves to rustle in response. Before them loomed a colossal bear-shaped soul beast, radiating a golden aura. Shan Chuan immediately recognized it as a millennium soul beast of formidable strength. Shan Chuan's heart tightened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. He exchanged a glance with Huiying and Lingxue, then took up a fighting stance, brandishing his soul weapon sword. "Friends, let us proceed with caution," Shan Chuan whispered. Huiying was the first to charge at the Millennium Bear Soul Beast, skillfully weaving around the creature with his agile form, launching attacks intermittently. Meanwhile, Lingxue stood by, channeling her soul power to bolster Shan Chuan and Huiying. The Millennium Bear Soul Beast swung its massive paw towards Huiying, who deftly dodged and leapt onto the bear's back, sinking his teeth into its flesh. "Huiying, be wary of its counterattack," Shan Chuan called out. The enraged Millennium Bear Soul Beast shook its body violently, attempting to dislodge Huiying. Seizing the moment, Shan Chuan surged forward, sword in hand. He infused his weapon with soul power, causing it to radiate brilliance as he thrust it toward the Millennium Bear Soul Beast. The creature effortlessly deflected Shan Chuan's assault, regarding him with a disdainful glint in its eyes. "Human, do you truly believe you can defeat me?" The Millennium Bear Soul Beast rumbled. The mountains and rivers gazed into its eyes and declared, "I shall not yield easily. I honor your strength, yet I hope you will also respect the battle that lies between us." The Millennium Old Bear spirit appeared to be moved by the words of the mountains and rivers. It ceased its assault and sat upon the ground. "You humans are unlike others. You are both courageous and wise." The mountains and rivers seized the opportunity to say, "I wish to befriend you. We can assist one another." The Millennium Old Bear spirit pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, I am willing to enter into a pact with you, but I must witness your sincerity." In the heart of the mountains and rivers, a flicker of joy ignited within him, for he recognized this as an opportunity. He commenced the intricate process of contract binding, gradually merging his own soul power with that of the Millennium Bear Spirit Beast. After considerable effort, he successfully forged a pact with the ancient creature, bestowing upon it the name Talon. Talon possessed immense strength, and its addition significantly enhanced the prowess of their team. "Master, henceforth I shall protect you," Talon intoned in a deep, resonant voice. Shan Chuan joyfully patted his shoulder. "Very well, let us embark on an exploration of this vast continent together." With Talon's presence, their endeavors within the Soul Beast Forest became markedly more seamless. They encountered a myriad of soul beasts, some evolved into allies, while others chose to remain neutral. As they delved deeper into the forest, Shan Chuan stumbled upon a unique convergence of soul energy. He sensed that this place might harbor the power necessary for him to awaken a new soul ring. Resolute, he decided to attempt the awakening here. He instructed his companions to guard him closely as he commenced his preparations. Mountains and rivers sat cross-legged, adjusting his soul power to its optimal state. His companions anxiously observed him from the side. This time, success was imperative. Mountains and rivers silently vowed within. He began to guide the surrounding soul power to converge upon his body, as the energy circulated within him. However, the process of awakening the soul ring was fraught with difficulties. A formidable backlash relentlessly assaulted mountains and rivers' body. "Master, hold on." Gray Shadow, Spirit Snow, and Talon exclaimed. Shan Chuan gritted his teeth, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He felt as though his very soul were on the verge of being torn asunder. "I cannot yield. My companions await my return," he fervently exclaimed within. He incessantly calibrated his soul power, gradually suppressing the backlash he faced. After a grueling struggle, he ultimately succeeded in awakening a new soul ring. His strength underwent a qualitative leap, and he felt the formidable power bestowed by this new soul ring. With the awakening of the soul ring, Shan Chuan noticed a transformation in his soul weapon, a treasured sword. The gem embedded in the hilt radiated a more resplendent glow, while mysterious runes began to adorn the blade. As he wielded the sword, he discovered its might had grown significantly. He could also perform a series of novel sword techniques, previously unseen in his repertoire. "It seems this new soul ring has elevated my soul weapon," Shan Chuan remarked with joy. His companions shared in his exhilaration. Under Talon's guidance, they ventured to an ancient ruin. Within the ruins lay numerous secrets concerning soul beasts. They unearthed ancient inscriptions and murals that chronicled the history of soul beasts and some of their formidable skills. Mountains and rivers, along with their companions, meticulously examined the inscriptions and murals, acquiring a wealth of new knowledge. They were astonished to discover that the spirit beasts harbored such myriad secrets. With a sense of wonder, mountains and rivers remarked upon this revelation. They diligently documented their findings, intending to delve deeper into their studies in the future. However, the respite was fleeting. A mysterious dark force reemerged on the Douluo Continent, one even more formidable than the previous malevolent entities, beginning to encroach upon both spirit beasts and humanity. Mountain River and his companions understood that they must rise once more. "We cannot allow the forces of darkness to prevail," declared Mountain River resolutely. His comrades nodded in agreement. They began to mobilize, uniting with other forces of righteousness to stand against the encroaching shadows. In the climactic battle against the dark powers, Mountain River and his allies played a pivotal role. Mountains and Rivers, wielding the upgraded soul weapon sword, unleashed formidable swordsmanship as they charged toward the heart of the dark forces. Gray Shadow, Ling Shui, and Talon also unleashed their utmost strength. Their synergy was impeccable as they engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the dark powers. After a breathtaking battle, they ultimately triumphed over the dark forces. The Douluo Continent was restored to peace once more. Shan Chuan and his companions have ascended to the status of heroes, their remarkable deeds celebrated and recounted by the masses. Standing atop the mountain, Shan Chuan gazed upon the enchanting Douluo Continent, his heart brimming with emotion. "We have a long journey ahead, and this land still harbors many secrets waiting to be uncovered," he declared. His companions stood beside him, their eyes shimmering with anticipation for the future. Thus, Shan Chuan, accompanied by his comrades, embarked once more on a new adventure to inscribe their own legendary tale. In the southeastern expanse of the Douluo Continent lies a vast and enigmatic sea, perpetually shrouded in thick fog. Legends speak of countless formidable spirit beasts and ancient soul tools hidden within its depths, yet few dare to venture into its mysterious realm. Standing at the shoreline, Shan Chuan surveyed the unknown waters, a fierce desire for adventure swelling within him. "Are you truly resolved to explore that sea?" Ling Shui asked with concern, her eyes filled with worry. "Indeed, there are countless unknowns awaiting our exploration, and perhaps we might uncover opportunities to enhance our strength," Shan Chuan replied resolutely, his eyes glinting with the eagerness for adventure. "Moreover, I sense a mysterious soul power beckoning me. Then we shall accompany you." Both Huiying and Tai Long proclaimed in unison, their expressions resolute. They boarded a specially crafted vessel and ventured into the mysterious sea. The surface roiled with tumultuous waves, the thick fog obscuring visibility. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged towards them, causing the ship to lurch violently. Shan Chuan and his companions clutched the railing tightly to steady themselves. "Be cautious," Shan Chuan shouted. As a massive figure leapt from the waves, a gigantic whale spirit beast, stretching several dozen meters in length, radiating a brilliant blue glow, unmistakably a 10,000-year spirit beast. "This is a 10,000-year whale spirit beast. Everyone, proceed with caution." Shan Chuan swiftly drew his soul tool sword, its runes gleaming with dazzling light. Huiying transformed into a shadow, darting around the whale spirit beast in search of an opportunity to strike. Ling Shui summoned her soul power to envelop Shan Chuan and Huiying in protective shields, while Tai Long let out a fierce roar and charged towards the whale spirit beast, striking with its massive paw. The whale spirit beast swung its enormous tail, conjuring towering waves that crashed towards them. Shan Chuan and his companions fought valiantly to withstand the onslaught, but the force of the waves was overwhelming, threatening to capsize their vessel. "This cannot continue. We must find a way to communicate with it," Shan Chuan exclaimed earnestly. Mountains and Rivers took a deep breath, channeling his soul power, and spoke aloud. "Ancient whale soul beast, we harbor no ill intentions. We have merely come to explore these waters and hope you will spare us." The whale soul beast ceased its assault, turning its immense form to gaze upon the group with its profound eyes. "You humans dare to intrude upon my territory and yet claim to mean no harm?" The voice of the whale soul beast resonated, deep and powerful. "We indeed bear no malice. We are filled with curiosity about the soul beasts and soul tools of this ocean, and we wish to coexist with you and the other soul beasts here peacefully." Mountains and Rivers replied earnestly. The whale soul beast remained silent for a moment, seemingly in contemplation. "Among your kind, few possess the understanding to respect soul beasts as you do. Very well, I shall spare you, but you must agree to one condition. Speak, and we shall comply as long as it is within our power." Mountains and Rivers responded without hesitation. "Help me drive away a group of malevolent soul beasts that have invaded my domain. They are disrupting the ecological balance here." The whale soul beast stated. "We accept your request," Mountains and Rivers exclaimed in unison. After assisting the whale soul beast in expelling the malicious soul beasts, Its demeanor towards them transformed drastically. Indeed, you humans are truly exceptional. I am willing to forge a pact with you and become your ally. The mountains and rivers rejoiced ecstatically, for he understood that this was a rare opportunity. We are profoundly honored to enter into this contract with you, and we shall always respect you, standing together through thick and thin. Thus, he began to invoke the sacred contract, gradually merging his soul power with that of the whale spirit beast. The whale spirit beast cooperatively released its own soul power, and the two energies intertwined, slowly becoming one. Master, from this moment forth, I shall be your companion, and I will wield my strength to protect you, declared the whale spirit beast, its voice imbued with unwavering loyalty. Mountains and rivers tenderly caressed the massive form of the whale spirit beast. Thank you, my new companion. Together, we shall safeguard the tranquility of this ocean. He expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Following the covenant with the whale spirit beast, they resumed their exploration of the enigmatic waters. One fateful day, they stumbled upon an extraordinary cave on a desolate island, emanating potent waves of soul energy. Surely, this place holds the power to awaken my new soul ring. Mount exclaimed with excitement. He instructed his companions to stand guard outside the cave while he ventured in alone. The interior of the cave was dark and damp, yet the essence of soul energy grew increasingly dense. Mount discovered a spacious area, settled cross-legged, and began to attune his soul power. This time, I must succeed in awakening the new soul ring to augment my strength for the forthcoming adventures, he silently vowed. He commenced channeling the surrounding soul energy towards his body, which circulated within him, gradually coalescing into a formidable vortex. However, the process of awakening the soul ring proved tumultuous. A sudden surge of backlash erupted, assailing Mount's body with tremendous force. He felt as though his very organs were being torn asunder, the pain unbearable. Master, hold on, cried Gray Shadow, Ling Shui, and Talon anxiously from outside the cave. Mountains and rivers, gritting his teeth, were beset by beads of sweat upon his brow. He felt as though his very soul was on the brink of being devoured by this retaliatory force. I cannot yield, my comrades await me. I must awaken the soul ring, he fervently declared within his heart. He continually adjusted his soul power, striving to suppress the backlash. Time trickled by, and though Shan Chuan's body grew increasingly feeble, he persevered. At last, following a violent surge of backlash, Shan Chuan succeeded in transforming the retaliatory force into the impetus needed for awakening his soul ring. Suddenly, his body erupted in a dazzling radiance, a formidable soul power soaring from within him toward the heavens. As the brilliance faded, Shan Chuan slowly opened his eyes, discovering that he had indeed awakened a new soul ring. His strength had experienced a qualitative leap, and he could feel the immense power bestowed by the new soul ring. I have succeeded, Shan Chuan exclaimed with exhilaration. His companions, hearing his voice, rushed into the cave, and upon witnessing Shan Chuan's successful awakening of the soul ring, they rejoiced for him. Master, you are incredible, Gray Shadow exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Shan Chuan, your strength has surged tremendously. This is truly wonderful, Ling Shui remarked with a smile. Talon then rumbled in a deep voice, Master, we can now challenge even more formidable soul beasts. Shan Chuan gazed at his soul weapon, the sword, and noticed it had also undergone a transformation. The gems on the hilt gleamed with greater brilliance, and the runes etched upon the blade were more distinct than ever. As he attempted to wield the sword, he discovered its potency had intensified, now enabling him to execute new sword techniques. It seems this new soul ring has bestowed an upgrade upon my weapon, Shan Chuan remarked joyfully. In this enigmatic sea realm, the classification of soul beasts diverges from that on the continent. In addition to the common tiers of 100, 1,000, and 10,000-year-old beasts, there exists a unique category known as the ocean soul realm. The soul beasts of the ocean soul realm are the most formidable entities within the ocean, possessing the ability to command the forces of the sea, their strength unfathomable. The whale soul beast is an early-stage soul beast of this realm, its power far exceeding that of an ordinary 10,000-year beast. Through their interactions with the whale soul beast, Shan Chuan and his companions gradually came to understand the characteristics and habits of the ocean soul realm soul beasts. The whale soul beast, though gentle in nature, unleashes tremendous power when provoked. It holds the ecological balance of this sea domain in high regard, permitting no external forces to disrupt it. Master, I have observed that the soul beasts in this marine expanse exhibit remarkable intelligence. They collaborate harmoniously to safeguard their territory, Gray Shadow remarked. Indeed, while the soul beasts here are of a higher tier, their relationships are remarkably harmonious. We are truly fortunate to forge a pact with the whale soul beast. Ling Xue replied with a smile. Talon then added, Master, we can learn various oceanic combat techniques from the whale soul beast to enhance our prowess. The mountains and rivers nodded in agreement. A splendid notion indeed. We can seek the counsel of the whale spirit beast. Perhaps we may uncover methods to enhance our soul power. After successfully awakening the soul ring and forming a pact with the whale spirit beast, Shan Chuan stood atop the peak of the solitary island, gazing out over the vast, boundless ocean, his heart brimming with sentiment. This enigmatic sea truly abounds with opportunities and challenges. Not only have I awakened a new soul ring, but I have also gained a formidable companion in the whale spirit beast. Our strength has significantly escalated. And now we can venture to explore the deeper waters. Shan Chuan silently contemplated. However, I am aware that even more powerful soul beasts and perilous challenges await us in this ocean. I must remain ever vigilant, continually enhancing my abilities to safeguard my companions and uphold the peace of these waters. A resolute glimmer filled Shan Chuan's gaze. I firmly believe that as long as we unite with a shared purpose and bravely confront adversity, we shall undoubtedly inscribe our own legendary tale within this mysterious sea. Shan Chuan's heart swelled with anticipation for the future. After a brief respite, they embarked once more on a new journey. They navigated their vessel into the deeper waters, in pursuit of further unknowns and challenges. Master, ahead lies a vast coral reef. Powerful soul beasts may be guarding it. Hua Ying pointed ahead. Very well, let us investigate. Shan Chuan replied, his eyes alight with the spark of adventure. Little did they know what awaited them ahead on the path of Douluo's counterattack. In the enigmatic waters, Shan Chuan and his companions continued their adventures. Their pact with the whale spirit beast significantly enhanced their power. However, they were acutely aware that this mysterious sea concealed countless unknown dangers and challenges. One day, as Shan Chuan stood contemplatively at the bow of the ship, Ling Xue approached him softly and inquired, Shan Chuan, what occupies your thoughts? The mountains and rivers gently lifted their gaze, peering into the distant mists, and mused. I find myself pondering the notion that our adventure has only just commenced. How many secrets lie within these waters, awaiting our discovery? The shadowy figure, emerging from the side, chuckled heartily. Fear not. With us at your side, we can confront any peril. Talon, with his deep voice, affirmed, Indeed, Master, we shall undoubtedly grow even stronger. At that moment, the vessel began to sway violently, prompting everyone to steady themselves. The expression on the mountain's face grew serious as he warned, Be cautious. Danger may be approaching. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a colossal octopus spirit emerged from the depths, extending its tentacles toward the ship. Instantly, the group shifted into combat mode. The mountain brandished his sword, its runes shimmering with radiant light, as he leaped forth to strike at the octopus spirit's tentacles. Ling Xue summoned her soul power, conjuring a formidable curtain of water in an attempt to thwart the octopus spirit's assault. The shadowy figure darted through the tentacles like lightning, seeking an opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, Talon unleashed his immense strength, delivering a powerful blow to the body of the octopus spirit. However, this creature proved to be exceptionally formidable, its tentacles remarkably resilient. And the group's attack struggled to find their mark. Just as they found themselves in dire straits, the whale spirit sensed their peril and hastened to their aid. With a thunderous roar, the whale spirit unleashed a shockwave that caused the octopus spirit's tentacles to quiver. It then charged forward with its massive form, driving the octopus spirit back with considerable force. Seizing the opportunity, Shan Chuan and his companions intensified their assault, ultimately driving back the octopus spirit beast through their combined efforts. In the aftermath of this fierce battle, Shan Chuan came to the realization that they must continuously enhance their abilities. He resolved to seek out additional spirit tools and spirit rings to fortify both his own strength and that of his comrades. In the days that followed, they persisted in their exploration of the enigmatic sea region. One day, they arrived at a mysterious isle, shrouded in an ethereal mist that obscured the sights within. Shan Chuan cautiously remarked, This island appears quite extraordinary. Everyone, please exercise caution. They treaded carefully onto the island, discovering an abundance of peculiar flora and ancient relics. Amidst the ruins, they stumbled upon a spear radiating an immense soul energy. Shan Chuan grasped the long spear, feeling the immense power it contained. This weapon must surely be a formidable soul artifact, ripe for our utilization. Just as they were preparing to depart from the ruins, a fierce tiger-shaped soul beast suddenly emerged. This creature exuded a formidable aura, clearly indicating that it was a powerful 10,000-year soul beast. The mountains and rivers prepared for battle with great urgency. The gray shadow surged forth first, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the tiger-type soul beast. Ling Shui, standing by, summoned her soul power to provide support for the gray shadow. Talon and Mountain River also joined the fray. The tiger-type soul beast was ferocious, its attack speed astonishingly swift, making evasion exceedingly difficult for the group. Nevertheless, they did not falter. Driven by indomitable spirit and seamless teamwork, they embarked on a thrilling clash with the beast. During the skirmish, Mountain River discerned the creature's vulnerability lay within its eyes. Seizing the moment, he thrust his spear towards the tiger-type soul beast's eyes. The beast let out a pained roar and collapsed to the ground. The group triumphed over the tiger-type soul beast, claiming its soul ring as their reward. Mountain River absorbed the soul ring, further enhancing his strength. As their adventures in the mysterious oceanic realm deepened, the soul beasts they encountered grew ever more formidable. On one occasion, they confronted a colossal sea turtle soul beast, which boasted formidable defenses, rendering their attacks nearly ineffective. After a moment of contemplation, Shan Chuan remarked, "We cannot engage in a direct confrontation. We must devise a strategy to uncover its vulnerabilities." They observed the movements of the sea turtle spirit beast and noted that its abdomen appeared rather soft, potentially its Achilles heel. Consequently, Shan Chuan formulated a plan. They would first divert the attention of the sea turtle spirit beast, enticing it to chase after them. Then, at an opportune moment, Shan Chuan and Huiying would swiftly maneuver to the rear of the sea turtle spirit beast to strike at its vulnerable abdomen, while Ling Xue and Tai Long continued to captivate its attention from the front. After a fierce battle, they ultimately succeeded in vanquishing the sea turtle spirit beast, acquiring its spirit ring and a precious spirit artifact. Throughout their adventure, Shan Chuan and his companions also encountered several other spirit masters, who were similarly seeking their fortunes within the enigmatic sea realm. The adventures of Mountain River and his companions in the enigmatic sea continue unabated. Their pact with the soul whale beast has bestowed upon them formidable strength in this realm brimming with the unknown, yet they remain acutely aware that greater challenges lie ahead. One day, Mountain River stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the tumultuous waves, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. Ling Shui approached him and gently inquired, "Mountain River, what occupies your mind?" The mountains and rivers gently turned their gaze towards Ling Xue's exquisite visage, and spoke, "I find myself pondering when our adventure shall reach its conclusion, and how many formidable soul beasts and enigmatic soul artifacts remain for us to uncover in these waters." Ling Xue, with a serene smile, replied, "Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, we shall face them together." At that moment, Huiying leaped from the opposite end of the vessel, brimming with excitement. "Hey! Look over there. It seems something is stirring." The group followed Huiying's pointed direction and beheld a colossal whirlpool emerging upon the distant sea. With a grave expression, Shan Chuan cautioned, "Everyone, exercise caution. This whirlpool may be far from ordinary." They approached the whirlpool with utmost care, when suddenly, a massive shark soul beast surged forth from its depths. This formidable creature was immense, its teeth razor-sharp, exuding an overwhelming aura of soul power. Mountains and rivers immediately drew forth their treasured swords, poised for battle. Talon let out a fierce roar, assuming a combat stance. Ling Xue swiftly summoned her soul power, bestowing protective enchantments upon her comrades. The shark soul beast opened its gaping maw, lunging toward them. Mountains nimbly evaded the shark soul beast's assaults while searching for its vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, gray shadow darted around the shark soul beast, attempting to divert its attention. After a fierce skirmish, Mountains discerned that the creature's eyes were its Achilles heel. He called out to his companions, "Strike at its eyes." United in purpose, they finally succeeded in hitting the shark soul beast's eyes. The creature howled in agony, turning to flee back into the vortex. Once the battle had concluded, they pressed onward. Before long, they arrived at a mysterious island, shrouded in an enigmatic mist that obscured the surroundings within. Shan Chuan cautiously remarked, "This island appears quite extraordinary. Everyone, please exercise caution." They treaded carefully onto the island, discovering an abundance of peculiar flora and ancient relics. Among the ruins, they unearthed a battle axe radiating an immense spiritual energy. Shan Chuan grasped the battle axe, feeling the immense power it harbored within. This axe must undoubtedly be a formidable soul weapon, one we can utilize to our advantage. Just as they were preparing to depart from the ruins, a colossal spirit beast in the form of a spider suddenly emerged. This spider spirit beast was adorned with vibrant patterns, presenting a truly terrifying visage. The mountains and rivers prepared for battle without delay, as the gray shadow dashed forth to engage in a fierce confrontation with the spider spirit beast. Ling Shui, standing by, channeled her soul power to provide support for Gray Shadow. Talon and Shan Chuan soon joined the fray. The spider spirit beast exhibited cunning, continuously spewing webs in an attempt to ensnare them. Nevertheless, Shan Chuan and his companions remained undaunted, with their indomitable spirit and harmonious teamwork. They engaged in a breathtaking clash with the spider spirit beast. During the skirmish, Shan Chuan discerned that the creature's abdomen was its Achilles heel. Seizing the opportunity, he struck with his battle axe towards the vulnerable area. The spider spirit beast let out a wretched roar, collapsing to the ground. The group triumphed over the spider spirit beast, claiming its soul ring as a prize. Upon absorbing the soul ring, Shan Chuan experienced a significant enhancement in his strength. As their adventure in the enigmatic sea deepened, they encountered increasingly formidable spirit beasts. On one occasion, they faced a colossal flying dragon spirit beast, which possessed formidable offensive power and speed, plunging them into a grueling battle. As Shan Chuan gazed upon the soaring dragon soul beast, he contemplated strategies in his mind. He addressed his companions, stating, "We cannot confront it head-on. We must devise a method to uncover its vulnerabilities." They observed the movements of the dragon soul beast and discerned that its wings were its Achilles heel. Consequently, Shan Chuan formulated a plan. They would first divert the attention of the dragon soul beast, enticing it to chase after them. Then, at an opportune moment, Shan Chuan and Hu Ying would swiftly maneuver behind the beast to strike at its wings, while Ling Xue and Tai Long continued to captivate its attention from the front. After an intense battle, they ultimately triumphed over the dragon soul beast, acquiring its soul ring and a precious soul artifact. During their adventure, Shan Chuan and his companions also encountered other soul masters, who were similarly in pursuit of their fortunes within the enigmatic sea. Together, they exchanged experiences, offered mutual assistance, and faced various challenges as a united front. One day, they came across a legend that spoke of a formidable soul beast dwelling in the depths of the mysterious sea, possessing arcane powers capable of forging a pact with humanity, the mysterious contract of Douluo. The adventurous journey of Shan Chuan and his companions in the enigmatic sea continues unabated. They engage in battles with various formidable soul beasts, perpetually seeking new soul tools and soul rings to enhance their prowess. One day, while resting on a desolate island, Ling Xue gazed contemplatively at the distant sea and remarked, "Shan Chuan, how many secrets do you think this mysterious ocean conceals?" Mountains and rivers approached Ling Xue's side, gazing at the surging sea, and spoke, "Our journey has led us through formidable soul beasts and enigmatic soul artifacts. The secrets of this ocean may far surpass our imagination." The Gray Shadow, bouncing excitedly nearby, exclaimed, "Hee, no matter how many secrets there are, we shall uncover them all." Talon, with a calm demeanor, added, "Master, we must proceed with caution. The perils of this maritime expanse should not be underestimated." At that moment, a peculiar cry echoed from the sky. The group looked up to behold a colossal avian soul beast soaring above. Its feathers were a riot of vibrant colors, its wings stretching over 10 meters, and its eyes sparkled with a mysterious luminescence. Shan Chuan cautiously declared, "Everyone, remain vigilant. This spirit beast appears formidable." Suddenly, the avian spirit beast swooped down, launching an assault upon them. Instantly, Shan Chuan and his companions entered a state of combat. Ling Xue summoned her soul power, conjuring a curtain of water in an effort to thwart the beast's attack. Meanwhile, Hu Ying transformed into a shadow, swiftly darting around the avian spirit beast in search of an opportunity to strike. Telong bellowed fiercely and charged at the beast, attempting to strike it with his massive paw. However, the avian spirit beast exhibited remarkable agility, effortlessly evading their onslaught while unleashing powerful waves of soul energy. Armed with his sword, Shan Chuan engaged in a fierce duel with the avian spirit beast. He soon realized that its speed rendered it difficult to land a blow. In the midst of battle, an idea struck Shan Chuan. He called out to Ling Xue, "Ling Xue, harness your soul power to manipulate the seawater and create a vortex to ensnare the avian spirit beast." Without hesitation, Ling Xue wielded her soul power, commanding the seawater to form a colossal whirlpool. The avian spirit beast became trapped within the vortex, unable to escape. Seizing the moment, Shan Chuan surged forward and pierced the beast's wing with his sword. The avian spirit beast emitted a cry of anguish, collapsing to the ground. Together, they triumphed over the avian spirit beast, securing its soul ring. Following this battle, Shan Chuan and his companions recognized the necessity of continually enhancing their abilities to confront the myriad formidable spirit beasts within this enigmatic sea. Soon after, they heard whispers of a legend concerning a mysterious soul artifact. It was said that deep within the mystical waters lay an ancient staff, imbued with immense power capable of commanding various spirit beasts. Shan Chuan was profoundly intrigued by the legend and resolved to lead his companions in search of the enigmatic staff. Following the fabled clues, they arrived at a mysterious isle, shrouded in a thick veil of fog that obscured their vision of the surroundings. Cautiously, Shan Chuan warned, "Be vigilant, for this island may conceal peril." They treaded carefully onto the island, discovering a plethora of peculiar flora and ancient ruins. Deep within the remnants of the past, they finally unearthed the coveted staff, which emanated a potent spiritual energy, adorned with a colossal gemstone. As Shan Chuan grasped the staff, he felt the immense power it possessed. At that moment, a colossal serpent-like soul beast materialized unexpectedly. Its scaled body glistened ominously, eyes aglow with a crimson light, and it unleashed a torrent of black venom from its maw. The mountains and rivers swiftly prepared for battle, with the gray shadow charging forth to engage in a fierce confrontation with the serpentine spirit beast. Ling Shui, standing by, summoned her soul power to provide vital support for Gray Shadow. Talon and the others soon joined the fray. The serpentine spirit beast was exceedingly ferocious, its venom possessing a potent corrosive quality that made it perilous for anyone to approach. Nevertheless, the group did not falter, fueled by their indomitable spirit and harmonious teamwork. They embarked on a breathtaking struggle against the beast. During the skirmish, Shan Chuan discerned that the creature's 7-inch mark was its Achilles heel. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a formidable surge of soul power from his staff, striking the serpent at its vulnerable point. The beast emitted a heart-wrenching roar of agony before collapsing to the ground. The group triumphed over the serpentine spirit beast and secured its soul ring. This encounter deepened their understanding of the mysterious staff's power. They resolved to harness its strength to forge contracts with more spirit beasts, vowing to protect the enigmatic oceanic realm. In the days that followed, they continued their adventures within this mysterious domain, encountering a myriad of spirit beasts, including colossal sea turtle spirits, fierce lion spirits, and agile monkey spirits, each possessing unique abilities and temperaments, requiring Shan Chuan and his companions to adapt and strategize accordingly. On the mysterious Douluo Continent, Shan Chuan and his companions persist in their adventurous journey. They traverse treacherous terrains, engaging in fierce battles against formidable soul beasts, while relentlessly seeking new soul tools and soul rings to enhance their prowess. One day, as they rested in an ancient forest, Ling Shua leaned against a grand tree. Gazing at the sky and contemplatively remarked, "Shan Chuan, when do you think we shall discover more powerful soul tools?" Beside them, Shan Chuan meticulously polished his treasured sword and remarked, "I am uncertain, yet I firmly believe that through our unwavering efforts, rewards shall inevitably follow." Not far away, the Gray Shadow leapt excitedly among the branches, exclaiming, "Hee hee. I have a strong feeling that we shall soon encounter formidable soul artifacts. Perhaps the next will be of immense power." Meanwhile, Tai Long stood composed, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. "And caution, master, we must not let our guard down. This land is fraught with unknown dangers." Just then, a deep rumble echoed through the forest, causing everyone to become alert. Shan Chuan tightened his grip on the sword and whispered, "Be cautious, a soul beast approaches." Moments later, a colossal bear-shaped soul beast emerged from the thicket. Towering several meters tall, its body was cloaked in dark fur, and its eyes glimmered with a menacing red light. Its claws were razor-sharp, causing the ground to tremble with each step it took. Ling Shui gasped, "This soul beast appears incredibly powerful." Shan Chuan calmly addressed the group, urging them not to panic and to unite their efforts. Instantly, they fell into a battle-ready stance. Hui Ying took the lead, transforming into a shadow that swiftly darted around the bear soul beast, searching for its vulnerabilities. Ling Shui summoned her soul power, conjuring a curtain of water to shield her companions from any sudden onslaught by the beast. With a fierce roar, Talon charged at the bear soul beast, unleashing his massive paw in a powerful strike. The bear soul beast bellowed in response, swinging its claws as it engaged in a fierce struggle with the group. Shan Chuan skillfully evaded the beast's attacks, seeking opportunities to counter. He observed that, despite its immense strength, the bear soul beast's movements were relatively sluggish. During the fray, Shan Chuan called out to his allies, reminding them to coordinate their efforts and target its legs to destabilize it. Heeding his command, the group focused their assaults on the creature's limbs. After an intense battle, they finally subdued the bear soul beast. The group obtained its soul ring, and after Shan Chuan absorbed it, his power saw a significant enhancement. As they continued on their journey, they encountered a legend about a mysterious soul artifact, It was said that within a distant, enigmatic valley lay a sword of extraordinary power. This blade once belonged to a formidable soul master and possessed the ability to summon devastating soul power storms, capable of annihilating any adversary. The mountains and rivers brimmed with curiosity regarding this legend, prompting him to lead his companions in search of the enigmatic sword. Following the clues of the tale, they arrived at the mysterious valley. A mysterious mist enveloped the valley, shrouding its interior in obscurity. The mountains spoke cautiously, urging everyone to tread carefully, for the valley might conceal unseen perils. They ventured forth with utmost vigilance, discovering an array of peculiar flora and ancient relics scattered throughout the landscape. Deep within the remnants of history, they finally beheld the enigmatic sword. The blade was embedded in a colossal stone, emanating a powerful aura of soul energy. As Mountain Stream approached and gently grasped the hilt, a surge of formidable power coursed through him. At that moment, a massive serpentine soul beast erupted from the earth. This serpentine creature shimmered with a violet luminescence, its eyes gleaming like precious gems. Its length extended for several dozen meters, and it expelled a stream of black venom from its maw. Ling Shui gasped in terror, exclaiming, "This soul beast is truly formidable." The mountains and rivers calmly declared, "Do not fear, we shall fight together." Instantly, everyone readied themselves for battle. The gray shadow transformed into a dark wisp, swiftly darting around the soul serpent beast, attempting to divert its attention. Meanwhile, Ling Shui harnessed her spiritual energy to conjure an ice wall, effectively shielding against the serpent beast's venomous onslaught. With a fierce roar, Talon charged towards the soul serpent beast, engaging in a fierce struggle, utilizing his immense strength. Shan Chuan wielded a mysterious sword as he engaged in a breathtaking battle against the serpent spirit beast. He discovered that the sword possessed immense power, capable of effortlessly slicing through the beast's scales. Throughout the confrontation, Shan Chuan relentlessly sought the creature's vulnerabilities. After a fierce struggle, he finally identified that the creature's 7 inches was its Achilles heel. Seizing the moment, he plunged the sword fiercely into that very spot. The serpent spirit beast let out an anguished roar before collapsing to the ground. The group triumphed over the beast, securing its soul ring. Shan Chuan gazed at the Douluo's boundary-breaking quest in his hands. The adventures of Mountain River and his companions in the Douluo Continent continue to unfold. They have just vanquished a formidable serpent-like soul beast, acquiring a precious soul ring, and the enigmatic sword has significantly enhanced their strength. Mountain River, this sword is truly remarkable, exclaimed Ling Shui, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The mountains and rivers gently caressed the blade of the treasured sword, sensing the immense power it harbored. Indeed, with this sword in hand, our forthcoming adventures would be imbued with newfound confidence. Meanwhile, the playful gray shadow hopped about, exclaiming, "Let us hasten our search for more soul artifacts and soul beasts." Tyrone, with a steady demeanor, cautioned, "Master, we must not let our guard down. The Douluo Continent conceals many unknown dangers." As they pressed onward, they encountered a myriad of diverse soul beasts. On one occasion, they came face to face with a colossal avian soul beast. This creature unfurled its wings, spanning over 10 meters, its feathers as unyielding as steel, and its eyes glimmered with a piercing light. "Be cautious. This soul beast is formidable," warned Shan Chuan, his vigilance palpable. Ling Shui immediately summoned her soul power, conjuring a protective water barrier to defend against the impending assault of the avian beast. Gray Shadow transformed into a shadowy figure, swiftly circling the creature in search of an opportune moment to strike. With an enraged roar, Tyrone charged at the avian soul beast, attempting to force it back with his immense strength. The beast emitted a shrill cry, flapping its wings to unleash a tempestuous wind. Shan Chuan, wielding the treasured sword, nimbly evaded the creature's attacks while seeking out its vulnerabilities. "Everyone, be advised, this avian beast possesses remarkable speed. We must coordinate our efforts," he called out. After an intense battle, they discovered that the creature's eyes were its Achilles heel. Seizing the opportunity, Shan Chuan unleashed a powerful soul attack from his sword, striking true at the avian beast's eyes. In agony, the avian soul beast screeched and plummeted to the ground. They acquired the soul ring from the defeated beast, and upon absorbing it, Shan Chuan experienced a further enhancement of his abilities. As their adventures continued, they heard whispers of a legendary soul artifact shrouded in mystery. It was said that deep within an ancient mountain range lay a hidden cave, concealing an extraordinarily potent soul artifact endowed with the power to alter one's fate. Shan Chuan resolved to lead his companions in pursuit of the enigmatic soul artifact. They traversed dense forests and scaled towering mountains, ultimately arriving at the fabled cave. A shroud of mysterious mist enveloped the cave's entrance, obscuring the interior from view. Shan Chuan cautioned, "Be vigilant, everyone. This cave may harbor peril." Treading carefully, they ventured into the cave, which was dim and damp, with walls aglow with strange luminescence. Deep within the cavern, they stumbled upon a colossal stone platform, upon which rested a suit of armor radiating an otherworldly light. Could this be the legendary soul artifact? Ling Xue exclaimed in astonishment. Shan Chuan stepped forward, scrutinizing the armor before him. This piece of armor appeared remarkably formidable, necessitating cautious handling. Just as they prepared to grasp the armor, a colossal spider soul beast descended from the cave's ceiling. Its body was adorned with sharp spines, its eyes glimmering with a crimson luminescence, and it expelled viscous webs from its maw. "This is dire. It's the spider soul beast," Talon exclaimed. Instantly, everyone entered a state of combat readiness. Hue Ying darted swiftly around the spider soul beast, endeavoring to disrupt its movements. Ling Xue summoned her soul power, conjuring a wall of ice to block the sticky threads emitted by the creature. Meanwhile, Shan Chuan brandished a sword, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the beast. The spider soul beast proved to be exceedingly cunning, continuously spitting webs in an attempt to ensnare Shan Chuan and his companions. However, they were undeterred, their indomitable spirit and seamless coordination igniting a breathtaking battle against the creature. During the fray, Shan Chuan discerned that the abdomen of the spider soul beast was its Achilles heel. Seizing the moment, he thrust his sword toward its vulnerable underbelly. The beast let out a pained roar as it collapsed to the ground. They triumphed over the spider soul beast, acquiring its soul ring as a reward. Shan Chuan picked up the mysterious armor, feeling the immense power it contained. Upon donning the armor, his strength surged tremendously. They continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent, encountering even more formidable soul beasts and challenges. On one occasion, they arrived at a mystical desert, where fierce winds howled and dust swirled ominously. Deep within the desert, they encountered a gargantuan scorpion soul beast. This beast was massive, its poisonous stinger glistening ominously, and its eyes sparkled with a menacing red glow. "Everyone, be cautious. This scorpion soul beast is exceedingly perilous," Shan Chuan warned. Ling Xue unleashed her soul power. The adventures of Shan Chuan and his companions on the Douluo Continent continue unabated. They have just emerged victorious from a fierce battle against a colossal scorpion soul beast in a mysterious desert, thereby acquiring a precious soul ring. At this moment, they are gathered together, deliberating their next course of action. "Shan Chuan, we have encountered so many formidable soul beasts, yet we have yet to find the ultimate soul tool," Ling Xue remarked, her brow slightly furrowed. The mountains and rivers pondered for a moment and replied, "I too have been contemplating this matter. However, I firmly believe that as long as we persevere, we shall certainly uncover the legendary soul artifact." The gray shadow, bouncing with excitement nearby, exclaimed, "Indeed, indeed. We are bound to find it. Perhaps the next encounter will be it." Talon, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "Master, we must remain vigilant for the formidable soul beasts that may appear at any moment during our quest for the soul artifact." Just as they were engrossed in discussion, a mysterious traveler approached from the distance. The traveler appeared weary, yet their gaze radiated determination. "Greetings," the traveler inquired. "I have heard that you are in search of powerful soul artifacts." The mountains and rivers gazed warily at the traveler and inquired, "Indeed, do you bring news?" The traveler smiled gently and replied, "I carry a tale of a mystical soul relic. It is said that upon a distant, enigmatic island lies a sealed divine sword, possessing unparalleled power capable of severing all malevolence." Upon hearing this, Shan Chuan and the others were filled with a surge of excitement. "Where is that island?" Ling Xue inquired eagerly. The traveler shook his head and replied, "I am also unaware of its precise location, but I have heard that a passage leading to that island only materializes at specific times and places." The mountains and rivers fell into contemplation. He understood that although this clue was vague, it was still worth pursuing. "Thank you for your message. We shall continue our search," he said to the traveler. The traveler nodded and turned to depart. Shan Chuan and his companions resolved to persist in their exploration of the Douluo Continent, seeking the passage that would lead them to the enigmatic island. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous diverse soul beasts. On one occasion, they arrived at an ancient forest, shrouded in a veil of mysterious mist that obscured the path ahead. "Be cautious. The fog here is peculiar and may conceal peril," Shan Chuan cautioned. They proceeded with utmost care into the forest when, suddenly, a colossal ape soul beast descended from the treetops. Standing several meters tall and adorned with a coat of golden fur, its eyes sparkled with a glimmer of wisdom. This soul beast appears quite extraordinary, Ling Xue remarked. In an instant, Huang transformed into a shadowy figure, dashing towards the ape soul beast, eager to gauge its strength. The ape soul beast effortlessly evaded Huang's assault and let out a thunderous roar. Mountains and rivers, wielding a precious sword, prepared to engage in battle. The soul beast, resembling a monkey, swung its enormous fists towards the mountains and rivers. With agility, they evaded the blows while simultaneously seeking opportunities to strike. In the midst of the confrontation, they realized that the monkey soul beast possessed remarkable speed and immense strength. Only by banding together could they barely contend with the formidable creature. This cannot continue. We must devise a strategy to uncover its weakness, spoke the mountains and rivers. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Xue suggested, I believe its eyes may be its vulnerability. We should attempt to target them. Shan Chuan nodded, then addressed Tai Long and Huiying, instructing them to divert the creature's attention while he and Ling Xue sought an opportunity to strike at its eyes. Tai Long and Huiying immediately sprang into action, relentlessly assaulting the monkey soul beast, leaving it no time to focus on anything else. Meanwhile, Shan Chuan and Ling Xue discreetly searched for an opening. At last, during one of the monkey soul beast's attacks on Tai Long, they found their moment. Together, they unleashed a formidable surge of soul power, precisely striking the creature's eyes. The monkey soul beast let out an anguished roar before collapsing to the ground. They had triumphed over the monkey soul beast and secured its soul ring. Following this battle, Shan Chuan and his companions grew more vigilant. They continued their quest across the Douluo Continent in search of the passage to the enigmatic island. Finally, on a night illuminated by a full moon, they discovered a mysterious glow emanating from a cliff by the sea. Within the radiance, a passage seemed to shimmer. Could this be the gateway to the elusive island? Ling Xue exclaimed with excitement. As the mountains and rivers keenly observed the radiance, they remarked, it is highly probable. Let us venture inside. With utmost caution, they stepped into the light, immediately enveloped by a formidable force. Subsequently, darkness engulfed them, rendering them unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, they discovered themselves on an unfamiliar island. The island was shrouded in an aura of mystery, evoking a sensation akin to being in a fantastical realm. The endless adventure of Douluo. Shan Chuan and his companions slowly opened their eyes, discovering themselves on an unfamiliar island. The air here seemed imbued with a mysterious power. While the scenery was breathtakingly beautiful, adorned with exotic flowers and peculiar plants, and in the distance, ancient structures emerged, partially obscured. Wow, what is this place? It's so beautiful, exclaimed Ling Xue in awe. As Shan Chuan rose to his feet, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, realizing that they had indeed arrived at the fabled mysterious island. Everyone, tread carefully. Unknown dangers may lurk here, he warned. Meanwhile, Huiying bounced excitedly nearby, exclaiming, surely, there are numerous formidable soul beasts and soul tools awaiting us. Talon, maintaining a composed demeanor, advised, Master, we must remain vigilant and be prepared to confront any potential threats. They advanced with utmost care, their eyes wide with wonder at the array of peculiar flora lining their path. Suddenly, a vividly colored little bird soared overhead, leaving behind a series of melodious chirps. What a beautiful bird! Ling Xue exclaimed, unable to contain her delight. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows, for in this unfamiliar realm, we could not afford to be complacent. Perhaps this seemingly beautiful bird was, in fact, a soul beast. Just as anticipated, the little bird suddenly reversed its course, its form expanding instantaneously into a colossal raptor soul beast. Its feathers were as unyielding as steel, and its eyes glimmered with a fierce light. Prepare for battle, Shan Chuan bellowed, brandishing his sword as he charged forward. Ling Xue immediately summoned her soul power, conjuring a curtain of water in an attempt to thwart the raptor soul beast assault. Huiying transformed into a shadow, swiftly darting around the raptor soul beast in search of an opportunity to strike. Talon roared in fury, launching himself at the raptor soul beast, engaging in a fierce struggle with his immense strength. This creature is incredibly swift, Ling Xue exclaimed, as Shan Chuan deftly evaded the assaults of the fierce avian spirit beast. He urged his companions, let us coordinate our efforts and strike at its wings, thereby depriving it of its ability to soar. After a fierce and arduous battle, they ultimately succeeded in striking the wings of the avian spirit beast, causing it to plummet to the ground. The creature let out a furious roar, yet, under the combined might of Shan Chuan and his allies, it was ultimately vanquished. They obtained the spirit ring from the avian beast, and upon absorbing it, Shan Chuan experienced a significant enhancement in his strength. Continuing their journey, they arrived before an ancient castle. The grand entrance stood resolutely closed, shrouded in an aura of mystery. This castle seems quite extraordinary. There must be treasures within, Gray Shadow exclaimed with excitement. Shan Chuan spoke cautiously, urging, "We must not be careless. Let us first observe." They circled the castle and discovered that its walls were adorned with peculiar runes. Just as they were enveloped in confusion, the grand doors of the castle slowly creaked open, revealing a colossal lion spirit beast emerging from within. This magnificent creature radiated a golden luminescence, its gaze exuding authority and dominance. Its roar resonated with a power that seemed capable of shattering one's very soul. "What an immensely formidable spirit beast!" Ling Xue exclaimed in astonishment. Shan Chuan grasped his sword firmly, proclaiming, "Fear not, everyone, let us face this together." They engaged in a thrilling battle against the lion spirit beast, whose formidable strength exerted immense pressure with each of its strikes. "This cannot continue. We must devise a strategy to uncover its vulnerabilities," Shan Chuan urged. Ling Xue pondered for a moment before suggesting, "I believe its eyes may be its Achilles heel. We should attempt to target them." Shan Chuan nodded and then addressed Talon and Shadow. "You shall divert its attention while Ling Xue and I seek an opportunity to strike at its eyes." Talon and Shadow sprang into action, relentlessly assaulting the lion soul beast, leaving it with no respite. Meanwhile, Shan Chuan and Ling Xue meticulously searched for an opening. At last, during one of the lion soul beast's attacks on Talon, they found their chance. They simultaneously unleashed a potent soul power assault, striking the lion soul beast's eyes with precision. The beast emitted a pained roar and collapsed onto the ground. They had successfully vanquished the lion soul beast and obtained its soul ring. Upon entering the castle, they were greeted by an array of mysterious mechanisms and traps. They proceeded with utmost caution, remaining ever vigilant. "This place is perilously dangerous," Ling Xue remarked. The mountains and rivers replied, "Exercise caution. We shall undoubtedly discover what we seek." Deep within the castle, they stumbled upon an enormous treasure chest. The chest was adorned with enigmatic runes, emanating a powerful aura of soul energy. "This must be a priceless treasure," Gray Shadow exclaimed with excitement. As they unlatched the chest, a brilliant beam of light erupted forth, revealing a mysterious staff nestled within. "Is this the soul artifact we have been searching for?" The mountains and rivers, along with their companions, gazed at the mysterious staff within the treasure chest, their eyes brimming with astonishment and anticipation. Ling Xue gently caressed the staff and remarked, "This staff appears to be incredibly formidable. It must be a powerful soul artifact." The mountains and rivers gently nod, "Yet we must not let our guard down. This island undoubtedly harbors even greater perils awaiting us." The Shadow, Gray Shadow, bounces nearby, exclaiming with confidence, "What is there to fear? With Mountain River leading us, we shall surely conquer all spirit beasts." However, Talon, with a calm demeanor, interjects, "Master, we must exercise caution. The emergence of this staff may attract even more formidable spirit beasts." As if to confirm Talon's apprehension, the moment they grasp the staff, the ground begins to tremble violently. A colossal spider spirit beast emerges from the depths below, radiating a menacing purple glow, its enormous form instilling a sense of dread. "Everyone, be vigilant," Mountain River shouts, brandishing his sword and bracing for the confrontation. Ling Xue swiftly channels her spirit power to conjure an ice wall, attempting to impede the spider spirit beast's advance. The creature emits a piercing shriek, unleashing a viscous web that instantly dissolves the ice barrier. "This web is formidable," Ling Xue gasps in astonishment. Gray Shadow transforms into a swift shadow, darting around the spider spirit beast in search of an opportunity to strike. Yet, the spider's reflexes are astonishingly quick, consistently landing accurate blows on Gray Shadow. In a fit of rage, Talon charges at the spider spirit beast, engaging in a fierce battle with his immense strength. However, the spider's exoskeleton is nearly impenetrable, rendering Talon's efforts largely ineffective. "This won't do. We need to devise a plan," Mountain River declares. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Xue proposes, "I believe we can exploit its weaknesses. Spiders are typically averse to fire. We should attempt to utilize fire-based spirit power against it." The mountains and rivers nodded in agreement, acknowledging it as a splendid idea. "Gray Shadow, you shall divert its attention while Ling Xue and I prepare our fire-based soul power assault. Talon, await your moment to strike at its abdomen." Gray Shadow immediately sprang into action, darting around the spider soul beast, provoking it incessantly. Infuriated by Gray Shadow's antics, the spider soul beast unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks in retaliation. Taking advantage of the moment, Shan Chuan and Ling Xue harnessed their fire-based soul power, preparing to launch an assault. As the attention of the spider soul beast was fully captivated by the shadowy figure, Shan Chuan and Lingxue unleashed a formidable fire-based soul attack simultaneously. The flames enveloped the spider soul beast in an instant, eliciting a cry of agony from it. Seizing the opportunity, Talon charged towards the abdomen of the spider soul beast, delivering a powerful strike with all his might. Under their combined assault, the spider soul beast finally succumbed and fell to the ground. They triumphed in defeating the spider soul beast and acquired its soul ring. After absorbing the soul rings, the strength of the mountains and rivers experienced a further enhancement. They continued their exploration of the island, in search of more soul artifacts and treasures. Deep within the island, they stumbled upon a mysterious cave, emanating a potent wave of soul energy, suggesting the presence of a significant treasure within. This cave appears rather unusual. Let us venture inside, Mountain and River remarked. They cautiously entered the cave, which was dark and damp, with walls shimmering with strange luminescence. In the depths of the cave, they discovered a long sword radiating a blue glow. This sword must also be a formidable soul artifact, Lingxue exclaimed with excitement. However, just as they were about to grasp the sword, a colossal serpent-like soul beast descended from the cave ceiling. The creature exuded a green luminescence, its eyes glinting with fierce intensity. "Be careful," Mountain and River shouted, brandishing his sword as he charged forward. The serpent beast opened its gaping maw and lunged at him. Mountain and River adeptly evaded its attacks while searching for its weakness. Lingxue summoned her soul power, conjuring a curtain of water in an attempt to impede the beast's advance. Yet, the creature's strength was overwhelming, shattering the water barrier in an instant. Gray shadow transformed into a dark silhouette, swiftly darting around the serpent beast, seeking an opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, Talon awaited the perfect moment to unleash a decisive blow. "This serpent beast is formidable. We must devise a strategy," Mountain and River declared. After a moment of contemplation, Lingxue proposed, "I believe we can exploit its poor eyesight, attacking it from various angles." Shan Chuan nodded, acknowledging the brilliant idea. "Guiying, you shall divert its attention to the left, while Talon will take the right. Lingxue and I will launch our assault from the front." They executed their plan with precision. Guiying and Talon skillfully drew the attention of the serpent-like soul beast from either side, while Shan Chuan and Lingxue mounted a frontal attack. The serpent soul beast, bewildered by their onslaught, found itself in a state of disarray. The battle between Shan Chuan and his companions against the serpentine spirit beast grew increasingly intense. The creature writhed incessantly, spewing forth a noxious green venom that splattered onto the ground, instantly corroding it into deep craters. "Everyone, be cautious. This venom is formidable," Shan Chuan shouted. Lingxue swiftly summoned her spiritual power, conjuring a watery shield around them to thwart the venomous assault. This spirit beast is exceedingly difficult to contend with. "What other abilities does it possess?" Gray Shadow inquired, deftly evading the beast strikes. Talon, his gaze fixed on the serpentine creature, replied, judging by its demeanor, "It surely has even more fearsome techniques yet to unveil." The spirit beast seemed to comprehend their exchange, suddenly emitting a piercing shriek as the scales upon its body began to shimmer with an eerie luminescence. Subsequently, it unleashed a powerful beam of green light from its maw, shattering the surrounding rocks in its wake. Mountains and Rivers swiftly raised the treasured sword before him, attempting to fend off the radiant beam. Yet, the force of the light proved overwhelmingly potent, causing him to stagger backward repeatedly. What immense power! He gritted his teeth and exclaimed. Lingxue, in a state of urgency, urged, "We must devise a strategy. We cannot withstand it head-on like this." Suddenly, Guiying had a stroke of inspiration and proposed, "I have an idea. We can turn its attack against it. When it unleashes that green light again, we should concentrate our energy on the sword wielded by Shan Chuan, and then rebound the light back at it." Talon nodded in agreement. "It's worth a try." Thus, they awaited the serpentine soul beast to strike once more. The creature did not disappoint, releasing another torrent of green radiance. Instantly, Shan Chuan and the others focused their spirit power into his sword. In an instant, the sword blazed with brilliance, successfully reflecting the green light back. The serpentine soul beast was struck by its own attack, emitting a cry of anguish. However, it did not waver. Rather, it became even more frenzied in its assault. "It seems we have enraged it," Lingxue remarked. The mountains and rivers spoke calmly. Everyone, remain composed and continue to follow the plan. They deftly evaded the onslaught of the serpentine spirit beast, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. The speed of the serpentine spirit beast escalated, and its assaults grew increasingly ferocious. This cannot continue. We must swiftly identify its weakness, Talon remarked. Suddenly, Gray Shadow recalled something and said, I remember a type of spirit beast whose vulnerability lies at the 7-inch mark. I wonder if this serpentine spirit beast shares the same trait. Shan Chuan's eyes sparkled with insight as he proclaimed, that makes sense. Let us attempt to strike at its vulnerable spot. They began to deliberately provoke the serpentine soul beast into an attack, seizing the opportunity to locate its critical weakness. After a concerted effort, they ultimately identified the beast's vital point. Now is the moment, Shan Chuan shouted, brandishing his sword and thrusting with all his might towards the serpent's weak spot. Simultaneously, Ling Xue channeled her soul power to amplify Shan Chuan's assault. Meanwhile, Hu Ying and Tai Long occupied the serpentine soul beast, ensuring it could not evade their onslaught. The sword struck true, piercing the creature's vulnerable point, eliciting a chilling cry of agony as it collapsed to the ground. They had triumphed over the serpentine soul beast and secured its soul ring. After the mountains and rivers absorbed the soul rings, their strength experienced a further enhancement. They continued their exploration on the enigmatic island, seeking additional soul artifacts and treasures. As they traversed the narrow paths of the island, a deep, rumbling roar suddenly echoed through the air. What is that sound? Ling Xue inquired, her voice tinged with apprehension. The mountains and rivers stood vigilant, surveying their surroundings, and remarked, I do not know, but there is certainly a soul beast nearby. Everyone, be cautious. As the roar grew ever closer, a colossal bear-shaped soul beast materialized before them. Towering several meters high, it was covered in a coat of impenetrable fur, with fierce glints flashing in its eyes. This creature appears formidable, Gray Shadow commented. Talon clenched his fist and declared, no matter how powerful it may be, we must not falter. Upon spotting them, the bear-shaped soul beast charged forward with astonishing speed, arriving before them in an instant. Shan Chuan swiftly raised his sword to deflect the onslaught of the bear-shaped soul beast. However, the beast's strength was overwhelmingly powerful, leaving Shan Chuan's arm numb from the impact. Such formidable power, he exclaimed. Ling Xue immediately channeled her soul energy, conjuring an ice wall in an attempt to impede the beast's advance. Yet, with a mere swipe of its claw, the bear-shaped soul beast shattered the ice barrier. This creature's strength is utterly terrifying, Ling Xue gasped. Meanwhile, Hua Ying transformed into a shadow, swiftly circling around the bear-shaped soul beast in search of an opportunity to strike. Nevertheless, the beast's reflexes were astonishingly quick, consistently landing precise blows on Hua Ying. Talon let out a furious roar. The battle between the Mountain and River Alliance and the bear-shaped spirit beast has reached a stalemate. The bear-shaped spirit beast emits deafening roars, swinging its enormous paws, each strike infused with immense power and destructive force. This creature is exceedingly difficult to contend with, Ling Xue exclaimed while deftly evading the onslaught of the bear's paws. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows as they replied, we cannot confront it head-on. We must devise a strategy to uncover its vulnerabilities. The shadowy figure darted swiftly alongside, suggesting, given its imposing strength, perhaps its speed is its Achilles heel. Talon nodded in agreement, acknowledging, that makes sense. We can attempt to attack from various angles to overwhelm it. With that, they began to disperse, launching their assault on the bear-shaped spirit beast from all directions. Holding his sword aloft, Shan Chuan maneuvered rapidly around the beast, seeking an opportunity to strike. Ling Xue summoned her soul power, conjuring a barrage of water arrows that continuously shot toward the creature. The shadow transformed into a dark silhouette, intermittently executing surprise attacks from behind the beast. Meanwhile, Talon confronted the beast head-on, leveraging his formidable strength. Infuriated by their relentless assaults, the bear-shaped spirit beast let out a thunderous roar, its fur bristling as it unleashed a torrent of flames from its maw. Be cautious, Shan Chuan shouted, hastily evading the fiery onslaught. Ling Xue promptly summoned a curtain of water in an attempt to shield against the flames, but the water evaporated instantaneously under the intense heat. This spirit beast possesses remarkable abilities, Ling Xue exclaimed in astonishment. We must not be daunted by its flames. Continue the assault, urged the shadowy figure. They launched another round of attacks, yet the beast's fiery defenses made it nearly impossible to approach. This is untenable. We must devise a method to counter its fire abilities, Shan Chuan declared. After a moment of contemplation, Talon remarked, I recall a type of soul tool that can neutralize fire. We should search for it. Thus, they began to scour their surroundings for any potential soul tools that might exist. In a nearby corner, they stumbled upon a gem radiating a captivating blue light. This gem appears quite extraordinary. It may very well be the soul tool we seek, Ling Xue suggested. As Shan Chuan grasped the gem, he felt an overwhelming surge of power. He attempted to channel the gem's strength, and in an instant, a radiant blue light enveloped them. When the bear-shaped soul beast unleashed flames once more, the blue luminescence successfully repelled the fiery onslaught. Splendid. It worked, Gray Shadow exclaimed with exuberance. Seizing the opportunity, they launched another assault, gradually pushing the bear-shaped soul beast into a precarious position. However, the creature did not surrender. It suddenly emitted a more ferocious roar, its body beginning to swell. What is it trying to do? Ling Xue inquired anxiously. Shan Chuan, with a grave expression, remarked, "It appears that it is about to unleash its final move. Everyone, be cautious." The bear-shaped spirit beast's body swelled to its utmost limits before it charged towards them with a ferocious speed, its strength magnified several times compared to before. The group swiftly sought refuge, yet the vast attack range of the bear-shaped soul beast still caught them in its wake. What an immense force! Talon was jolted backwards several steps. Shan Chuan gritted his teeth and declared, "We must not falter. We shall surely vanquish it." They once again convened, pooling all their strength. Grasping a treasured sword, Shan Chuan emanated a formidable surge of soul energy. Ling Xue, Hu Ying, and Talong also infused their soul power into Shan Chuan's sword. The blade radiated brilliantly. And with a forceful sweep, Shan Chuan unleashed a powerful sword aura towards the bear-shaped soul beast. Struck by the sword's energy, the beast let out a mournful cry before collapsing onto the ground. They had successfully defeated the bear-shaped soul beast and acquired its soul ring. After absorbing the soul ring, Shan Chuan experienced a significant enhancement in his power. Following this fierce battle, they all felt a sense of exhaustion. Yet, they understood that on this enigmatic island, numerous challenges still awaited them. "We must find a place to rest and regain our strength," Ling Xue suggested. The mountains and rivers nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. Let us first seek a secure refuge." They scoured the island for a concealed spot, where they began to rest and recuperate their strength. During this interlude, they contemplated their subsequent course of action. This island undoubtedly harbors numerous formidable soul beasts and invaluable soul artifacts. "We must remain vigilant," remarked Mountain River. Indeed, Gray Shadow concurred. "We must exercise greater caution. There may be creatures even more powerful than the bear-shaped soul beast we encountered earlier." Meanwhile, Talon remained silent, absorbed in thoughts on how to better harness his abilities to aid Mountain River and the others in facing the challenges that lay ahead. After a period of rest, they resumed their journey along the path to the pinnacle of Douluo. After a brief respite on the enigmatic island, Shan Chuan, Ling Xue, Hu Ying, and Tailong once again embarked on their perilous adventure. Ling Xue expressed a mix of anticipation and apprehension as she pondered the unknown soul beasts that awaited them. Mountains and rivers gripped their swords tightly, their gaze resolute. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, we must confront them with courage. The shadow flitted through the air, exclaiming with excitement, "I can hardly wait for another fierce battle." Talon followed closely behind mountains and rivers, ever vigilant. They traversed a rugged path, the atmosphere around them gradually turning eerie. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from afar. Something is amiss. Mountains and rivers halted abruptly, alertly directing their gaze toward the source of the sound. The group tensed in anticipation, and soon, a colossal avian spirit beast descended from the heavens. Its body was adorned with vibrant feathers, and its wings stretched over several meters, while its sharp claws gleamed ominously. "What a magnificent spirit beast!" Ling Xue marveled. The avian spirit beast let out a piercing cry before lunging towards them. Mountains and rivers quickly raised their sword to defend, but the beast's tremendous force knocked them back several steps. Such formidable strength! Mountains and rivers gritted their teeth. The shadow swiftly transformed into a dark silhouette, circling the avian spirit beast in search of an opportunity to strike. The beast flapped its wings, conjuring a tempest that sent the shadow tumbling. With a roar, Talon charged at the avian spirit beast, swinging a fist toward its body. The beast nimbly evaded Talon's assault, then lunged with its claws aimed at him. Ling Xue quickly summoned her spirit energy, conjuring a wall of ice to block the beast's talons. This spirit beast is far too swift. It presents a formidable challenge. The mountains and rivers observed the actions of the avian spirit beast with a calm demeanor and remarked, "We must devise a method to restrain its speed." Suddenly, the shadowy figure interjected, "I have a suggestion. We could ensnare it within a trap." The others found this idea appealing, and thus began to set traps in the surrounding area. They ingeniously utilized the local terrain along with branches, stones, and other materials to craft a rudimentary trap. The avian spirit beast appeared to sense their intentions, growing increasingly vigilant. It circled in the air, seeking an opportunity to strike. We must lure it in, the mountains and rivers declared. Ling Xuan nodded in agreement, then summoned her soul energy to conjure a colossal water orb, hurling it toward the avian spirit beast. Captivated by the water orb, the beast dove down to attack it. Just as it neared the ground, it triggered the trap. The ropes within the trap ensnared the wings of the avian spirit beast in an instant, rendering it unable to fly. The creature emitted a furious cry, thrashing in a desperate struggle. Now, the mountains and rivers shouted, charging forward with a sword in hand. Talon followed closely behind, raising his fist to strike at the avian spirit beast. Meanwhile, Ling Xue continued to unleash her soul energy, assaulting the creature. Though ensnared, the avian spirit beast fought tenaciously. It opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. Be cautious. The mountains and rivers quickly evaded the fiery assault, seizing the opportunity. The shadowy figure soared to the creature's back, clawing at its feathers. In agony, the avian spirit beast writhed with intensified ferocity. After an intense battle, they ultimately succeeded in vanquishing the avian spirit beast. As it collapsed, it transformed into a radiant light, leaving behind a precious soul ring. Upon absorbing the soul ring, Shan Chuan felt a significant enhancement in his strength. The power of this soul ring is remarkably formidable, he exclaimed, sensing the surge of soul energy coursing through his body. Ling Xue smiled and remarked, "Wonderful. We have become even stronger." They continued to explore the island and soon arrived at a mysterious valley. A thin veil of mist enveloped the valley, obscuring the view within. This valley appears quite enigmatic. I wonder what secrets it holds, Gray Shadow said curiously. Shan Chuan spoke cautiously. Let us proceed with care and explore within. As they ventured into the valley, they encountered a plethora of peculiar flora. Deep within the valley lay a vast cavern, emanating a potent wave of spiritual energy. Surely, there must be formidable spirit beasts or soul artifacts within, Talon remarked. They treaded gingerly into the cave, which was shrouded in darkness and dampness. Abruptly, a colossal spider spirit beast descended from the cavern ceiling. This arachnid was even larger than those they had previously encountered, adorned with intricate patterns upon its body. Another spider spirit beast, Ling Xue exclaimed in alarm. The spider emitted a shrill cry and unleashed a mass of viscous silk towards them. Shan Chuan swiftly severed the silk with his sword, simultaneously warning everyone, beware of its mountains and rivers. Ling Xue, Gray Shadow, and Talon stood poised before the enigmatic spider soul beast. This creature appeared formidable. Gray Shadow circled in the air, a hint of tension in his tone. The mountains and rivers gripped the treasured sword tightly, their gaze unwavering as they confronted the spider soul beast. No matter what, we must triumph over it, they declared resolutely. Ling Xue stood to the side, her eyes betraying a sense of concern. Everyone, be cautious. The web of this spider soul beast can be quite troublesome. Meanwhile, Tai Long stretched his limbs, exuding an aura of dominance as he proclaimed, "Come forth, let me have a proper encounter with it." The spider soul beast unleashed another volley of webs, swiftly advancing towards them. Without hesitation, the mountains and rivers swung their sword, severing the strands while charging towards the creature. The spider soul beast nimbly evaded their strikes, then lunged with its razor-sharp claws. "Be careful," Ling Xue shouted, quickly channeling her soul power to conjure a wall of water that shielded them from the beast's menacing claws. Amidst the tumult, Shan Chuan seized the opportunity to adjust his stance and once more swung his sword at the spider soul beast. The creature emitted a furious shriek, subsequently unleashing a torrent of venom from its maw. "Quick dodge," Tyrone shouted, swiftly pulling Shan Chuan aside. The venom splashed onto the ground, instantly corroding a deep pit. The gray shadow flitted through the air, searching for an opportune moment to strike. "We must devise a strategy to counter its venom and web," Ling Xue remarked. After a moment of contemplation, Mountain remarked, "I have a notion. We can harness Talon's strength to draw the attention of the spider soul beast, while Gray Shadow and I launch a flanking assault. Ling Xue, your task will be to provide support from a distance." The group nodded in agreement. Talon immediately charged towards the spider soul beast, swinging his fists in a relentless barrage of strikes. Enraged by Talon's onslaught, the spider soul beast focused all its attention on him. Mountains and shadows seized the opportunity to flank from the side, preparing to launch their assault. Ling Xue, from a distance, harnessed her spiritual energy to summon a flurry of water arrows, directing them towards the spider soul beast. The spider soul beast sensed their movements and attempted to turn to confront them, yet Talon held it tightly, preventing it from diverting its focus. As Shan Chuan and Huiying seized the opportunity to close in on the spider soul beast, Shan Chuan raised his treasured sword and struck forcefully at the creature's leg. Huiying also lunged with claws aimed at the beast's body. The spider soul beast emitted a pained cry, violently shaking its body and sending Shan Chuan and Huiying flying. "Everyone, be careful," Ling Xue shouted, swiftly channeling her soul power to conjure a soft curtain of water that caught both Shan Chuan and Huiying. Shan Chuan rose from the veil of water, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and remarked, "This fellow is indeed formidable." Tai Long charged once more at the spider soul beast, engaging it in a fierce battle. Shan Chuan and Huiying rejoined the fray, tirelessly seeking the creature's vulnerabilities. After an intense struggle, they discovered that the abdomen of the spider soul beast was relatively soft, potentially its Achilles heel. "Let us focus our attacks on its abdomen," Shan Chuan shouted. The group promptly adjusted their assault, concentrating their efforts on the beast's underbelly. Sensing the imminent threat, the spider soul beast retaliated wildly, spewing webs and venom in a desperate attempt to thwart their onslaught. Yet, undeterred, Shan Chuan and his companions pressed on, relentlessly targeting the creature's abdomen. At last, through their combined might, they shattered the spider soul beast's belly, causing it to collapse to the ground. They had triumphed over the beast and secured its soul ring. Upon absorbing the ring, Shan Chuan experienced a significant enhancement in his strength. Following their victory, they continued their exploration of the island. Throughout this journey, the bond between Shan Chuan and Ling Xue deepened. One day, they rested amidst a breathtaking sea of flowers. Ling Xue gazed at Shan Chuan, her eyes brimming with tenderness. "Shan Chuan, do you think we can continue on like this forever?" she inquired softly. Mountains and rivers clasped Ling Xue's hand firmly and declared, "We will undoubtedly prevail. Together we shall grow stronger and return to our world." Ling Xue nodded, a radiant smile gracing her face. At that moment, a formidable spirit beast materialized unexpectedly. This creature resembled an enormous lion, exuding potent waves of spiritual energy. "Danger! A spirit beast approaches." Gray shadow instantly soared into the air, alerting everyone. Shan Chuan and Tai Long swiftly rose to their feet, poised to confront the impending assault of the soul beast. Ling Xue also summoned her soul power, readying herself for battle. The lion soul beast let out a ferocious roar before charging towards them. Shan Chuan hastily brandished his sword, attempting to thwart the beast's advance. However, the creature's might was formidable, causing Shan Chuan to stagger backward repeatedly. "This beast is incredibly powerful." Shan Chuan gritted his teeth and exclaimed. Tai Long bellowed in fury, launching himself at the lion soul beast. Embarking on the journey of the Douluo heroes, Shan Chuan, Ling Xue, Huiying, and Tai Long were enveloped in a sense of trepidation as they confronted the formidable lion soul beast. The beast unleashed a deafening roar, its imposing presence seemingly intent on engulfing them whole. This adversary was not to be underestimated. Huiying flew anxiously in circles above, his nerves palpable in the air. Mountains and rivers firmly grasped the sword in hand, their gaze unwavering as they faced the lion spirit beast. "No matter its strength, we must not falter." Ling Xue stood resolutely beside them, her eyes brimming with determination. "Indeed, we shall fight together." Talon stretched his limbs and proclaimed loudly, "Come forth, let me witness your prowess." The lion spirit beast lunged forward with the swiftness of lightning. Mountain swiftly swung the sword to defend, yet was jolted by the beast's formidable power, leaving their arm numb. "Such incredible strength," Mountain marveled. Ling Xue immediately summoned her soul power, conjuring a curtain of water in an attempt to thwart the lion spirit beast assault. The beast collided violently with the water curtain, shattering it instantly. "This creature is extraordinarily powerful," Ling Xue thought, her expression grave. Gray shadows circled above, searching for an opportunity to strike. "We must devise a strategy." Talon roared in fury, charging at the lion spirit beast, raising his fist to deliver a heavy blow. The lion spirit beast deftly evaded Talon's attack, then lunged forward with its claws aimed at him. Taking advantage of the moment, Shan Chuan launched a side attack on the lion spirit beast, his sword slicing through the air with a chilling gleam. The lion spirit beast, sensing the impending strike, swiftly pivoted and struck Shan Chuan away with its tail. "Shan Chuan!" Ling Xue exclaimed in alarm, hastening to assess his condition. Shan Chuan rose from the ground, wiping the traces of blood from the corner of his mouth. "I am unscathed. Let us continue the fight." They once again engaged in a fierce battle with the lion spirit beast. Amidst the turmoil, the bond between Shan Chuan and Ling Xue deepened profoundly. "Be cautious." Shan Chuan noticed the lion spirit beast lunging towards Ling Xue and, without a moment's hesitation, dashed forward to shield her. Ling Xue gazed at Shan Chuan with heartfelt emotion. Why are you so foolish? The mountain and river smiled faintly, because I cannot allow you to come to harm. The assaults of the lion spirit beasts grew increasingly ferocious, and they gradually found themselves in a predicament. At that moment, the gray shadow suddenly stumbled upon an unusual sight. Look, the eyes of the lion spirit beasts appear somewhat peculiar, Gray Shadow remarked. Shan Chuan and Ling Shui attentively observed the eyes of the lion soul beast, discovering a faint glimmer seemingly flickering within them. Could this be its vulnerability? Ling Shui speculated. Mountains and rivers nodded. It is indeed possible. Let us attempt to strike at its eyes. They began to adjust their tactics, aiming to attack the eyes of the lion soul beast. The creature, sensing their intent, grew increasingly frantic in its assaults, preventing them from approaching its eyes. Talon, draw its attention while Ling Shui and I seek an opportunity to strike at its eyes, declared Mountains and Rivers. Talon responded affirmatively and charged once more towards the lion soul beast, engaging it in a fierce battle. While Mountains and Rivers and Ling Shui searched for an opening. At last, through Talon's relentless efforts, the lion soul beast revealed a vulnerability. Seizing the moment, Mountains and Rivers and Ling Shui simultaneously launched their attacks at the beast's eyes. The sword and water arrow struck true, piercing the lion soul beast's eyes, which let out a painful roar before collapsing to the ground. They had triumphantly defeated the lion soul beast and acquired its soul ring. After absorbing the soul ring, Mountains and Rivers experienced a notable enhancement in strength. In the subsequent adventures, they encountered a myriad of soul beasts and challenges. With each battle, they grew stronger, and the bonds between them deepened. One day, they arrived at a mysterious valley, shrouded in a thin mist that obscured the interior. This valley appears enigmatic. One wonders what mysteries lie within, remarked Gray Shadow with curiosity. Shan Chuan cautiously remarked, let us proceed with care and explore. As they ventured into the valley, they were greeted by an array of peculiar plants flourishing within. Deep in the heart of the valley lay a vast cavern, emanating a formidable wave of spiritual energy. Surely, there must be formidable soul beasts or soul artifacts within, Talon stated. They cautiously entered the cavern, which was dim and damp. Suddenly, a colossal serpent soul beast descended from the cavernous ceiling. This serpent was more massive than any soul beast they had previously encountered, its scales glimmering with a chilling light. Wow, this creature is enormous, Ling Shui exclaimed. The serpent soul beast unleashed a low, thunderous roar and lunged towards them. Shan Chuan hastily raised his sword to defend, but was staggered back by the beast's overwhelming force. This creature is incredibly powerful, Shan Chuan thought. Mountains and Rivers, Ling Shui, Gray Shadow, and Talon swiftly dispersed in the face of the colossal serpent soul beast's onslaught, each seeking their own strategies for counteraction. This creature is no easy foe. Gray Shadow circled in the air, his tone laced with tension. Mountains and Rivers tightly grasped their swords, their gaze fixed intently upon the serpent spirit beast. Be cautious, everyone. This creature possesses immense strength, declared Ling Shui, her expression grave. We must devise a strategy. Tai Long flexed his muscles and boldly proclaimed, what is there to fear? Let us confront it head-on. The serpent spirit beast launched another attack, its gaping maw unleashing a torrent of black poison. Swiftly, Mountain swung his sword, attempting to cleave the noxious fumes asunder. Get back, Ling Shui shouted, simultaneously channeling her soul power to conjure a water barrier that mitigated some of the toxic gas. Gray Shadow darted through the air, evading the poisonous onslaught. This toxin is formidable. Being touched by it would spell trouble, he mused. We cannot remain passive for long. Mountains pondered their strategy. We need to identify its weakness. Ling Shui nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us closely observe its movements. As they evaded the serpent spirit beast's assaults, they sought out its vulnerabilities. Throughout this ordeal, Mountains and Ling Shui exchanged glances, their unspoken understanding deepening with each moment. Tai Long charged forward fearlessly, persistently attacking the serpent spirit beast in an effort to draw its attention. Tai Long, be careful, Mountains cautioned. Fear not, I shall be fine, Tai Long reassured him. After a thorough observation, they discerned that the serpent spirit beast's eyes appeared to be its Achilles heel. Whenever they targeted its eyes, the creature exhibited heightened rage and anxiety. It seems we have identified its weakness, Ling Shui noted. However, it will undoubtedly be more vigilant in guarding its eyes, Mountains replied, furrowing his brow. We could employ a strategy of diversion, proposed Gray Shadow. I will distract it while you two strike at its eyes. Excellent suggestion, Mountains and Ling Shui chimed in unison. Gray Shadow immediately soared towards the serpent spirit beast, circling around it to disrupt its line of sight. Infuriated by the interference, the serpent spirit beast unleashed a barrage of attacks against Gray Shadow. Seizing the opportunity, Mountains and Lingxue swiftly approached the creature, poised to strike. Talong also collaborated, continuously assaulting the serpent spirit beast to divert its focus. Now, Mountains cried out, lunging with his sword towards the creature's eye. Simultaneously, Lingxue unleashed her soul power, summoning a water arrow aimed at the serpent spirit beast's eye. The beast sensed their impending strike and attempted to evade, but it was too late. The sword and water arrow struck true, piercing its eye, eliciting a pained roar as it collapsed to the ground. They had triumphed over the serpent spirit beast, claiming its soul ring. Upon absorbing the ring, Mountains experienced a further enhancement of his powers. As their adventures continued, they encountered a myriad of spirit beasts and challenges, deepening the bond between Mountains and Lingxue. One day, they arrived at a mysterious forest. A mysterious aura envelopes the forest, instilling an unsettling chill within those who venture near. This forest possesses an eerie quality, remarked Lingxue. Shan Chuan nodded thoughtfully, cautioning, "Be careful. There may be formidable soul beasts lurking here." They treaded cautiously into the forest when suddenly an unusual sound pierced the air. "What was that noise?" Huiying inquired, his guard heightened. "I cannot say. Let us investigate," Shan Chuan replied. Following the direction of the sound, they stumbled upon a colossal nest. Within it lay an injured little bird soul beast. "This poor creature," Lingxue remarked with deep sympathy. Shan Chuan carefully observed the injuries of the small bird spirit beast, which appeared to have been attacked by other spirit beasts. They resolved to assist the small bird spirit beast in healing its wounds. Lingxue summoned her soul power, conjuring a gentle radiance that enveloped the small bird spirit beast. Gradually, its injuries began to mend. The small bird spirit beast opened its eyes and gazed at them, filled with gratitude. "Thank you, little bird," Lingxue spoke softly. The small bird spirit beast seemed to comprehend Lingxue's words and let out a gentle chirp. At that moment, a massive eagle spirit beast swooped down upon them. Upon seeing them aiding the small bird spirit beast, the eagle spirit beast immediately charged at them in a fit of rage. "This is bad. It's the enemy of the small bird spirit beast," Shan Chuan exclaimed. They quickly prepared for battle. The eagle spirit beast moved with astonishing speed, arriving before them in an instant. "Everyone, be cautious," Shan Chuan shouted, swinging his sword at the eagle spirit beast. Mountains and Rivers, Lingxue, Gray Shadow, and Talon immediately entered a state of combat upon facing the ferocious eagle soul beast. This creature approaches with great ferocity. Gray Shadow circled in the air, speaking with palpable tension. Mountains and Rivers held the sword tightly, his gaze resolute. "Do not fear, we shall face this together." Lingxue stood beside him, nodding slightly. "Indeed, we will surely conquer it." The eagle spirit beast emitted a piercing cry, its wings flapping, conjuring a fierce gale that surged towards them. Mountain swiftly brandished his sword to defend, but the force of the wind threatened to unsteady him. "What a powerful wind!" he exclaimed. Lingxue immediately summoned her soul power, conjuring a wall of water in an attempt to thwart the tempest. However, the might of the eagle spirit beast was overwhelming, and the water wall was shattered in an instant. "This creature is formidable," Lingxue frowned. Talon roared in fury, charging at the eagle spirit beast and swinging his fist. The beast deftly evaded Talon's assault, then lunged with its sharp claws. "Talon, be cautious," Mountain shouted. Talon sidestepped just in time, avoiding the beast's talons. Yet, the eagle spirit beast unleashed a flurry of attacks, leaving Talon momentarily overwhelmed. "We must devise a strategy," Mountain urged. Lingxue pondered for a moment before suggesting, "I believe this eagle spirit beast primarily relies on the wind generated by its wings for its attacks. If we can damage its wings, we might weaken its power." "A splendid idea," Mountain agreed. "Gray Shadow, draw its attention from the sky. Lingxue, Talon, and I will look for an opportunity to strike at its wings." Gray Shadow acknowledged with a nod and swiftly ascended towards the eagle spirit beast, persistently harassing it. Angered by Gray Shadow's antics, the eagle spirit beast began its pursuit. Mountains and Rivers, Lingxue, and Tailong seized the opportunity to approach the eagle soul beast from different directions, seeking a chance to strike. As the eagle soul beast focused its attention on attacking Gray Shadow, Shan Chuan seized the moment, leaping into the air and swinging his sword towards the creature's wing. The eagle soul beast sensed impending danger and attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The blade left a deep gash upon its wing. The eagle soul beast let out a cry of agony and turned to lunge at Shan Chuan. Lingxue swiftly summoned her soul power, conjuring a water arrow that shot towards the eagle soul beast. Tai Long also took this moment to charge forward, delivering another powerful punch to the beast. Under their combined assault, the eagle soul beast gradually found itself in dire straits. Yet it refused to accept defeat, suddenly emitting a sharper, more piercing cry, its body radiating a brilliant light. "This is bad. It is about to unleash its ultimate move," Gray Shadow shouted from the air. The mountains and rivers swiftly prepared their defenses. The eagle soul beast unleashed a formidable wave of soul energy, causing the surrounding air to seem as though it had solidified. Subsequently, it expelled a colossal blade of wind from its mouth, hurtling towards them. The mountains and rivers swiftly evaded, yet the velocity of the wind blades was astonishingly rapid, resulting in a few individuals sustaining minor injuries. "This fellow is truly formidable," gasped Talon, panting heavily. The mountains furrowed their brows, contemplating strategies to confront the impending threat. Suddenly, an idea dawned upon Shan Chuan. "We can harness the surrounding environment to counter its razor winds," he declared. "Ling Shui, use your soul power to manipulate the nearby trees and create a barrier. Talon, join me in launching an assault on the eagle soul beast to divert its attention." Gray Shadow continued to harass it from the skies. In unison, they executed Shan Chuan as planned. Ling Shui summoned her soul power, commanding the trees to form a formidable shield. Talon and Shan Chuan charged once more towards the eagle soul beast, engaging it in a fierce confrontation, while Gray Shadow persistently disrupted the creature from above. Through their coordinated efforts, the onslaught of the eagle soul beast was gradually mitigated. Ultimately, their combined strength prevailed, vanquishing the beast and securing its soul ring. Upon absorbing the soul ring, Shan Chuan experienced a further enhancement of his abilities. As their adventure continued, they traversed through a myriad of soul beasts and challenges. Throughout this journey, the bond between Shan Chuan and Ling Shui deepened significantly. One day, they arrived at a mysterious valley, shrouded in a delicate mist that obscured the view within. "This valley appears enigmatic. One cannot discern what lies inside," Gray Shadow remarked curiously. Shan Chuan cautiously remarked, "Be careful. Let us venture inside and take a look." As they entered the valley, they discovered an array of peculiar plants flourishing within. Deep in the heart of the valley, there lay a vast cavern, exuding a potent aura of soul energy. "There must be formidable soul beasts or soul artifacts within," Talon stated. They proceeded into the cave with utmost care, where the atmosphere was dark and damp. Suddenly, a colossal spider soul beast descended from the ceiling of the cavern. In the depths of a mysterious valley, Shan Chuan, Ling Shui, Huiying, and Tai Long found themselves confronted by a colossal spider spirit beast. This creature, immense in stature, emanated an eerie violet glow, while its 8 hairy, elongated legs resembled sharp spears, instilling a sense of dread. "What manner of monster is this?" Tai Long exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Mountains and rivers firmly grasped the treasured sword in hand, his expression grave as he cautioned, "Be wary, this foe appears formidable." Ling Shui furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze fixed intently upon the spider spirit beast. The fluctuations of its soul power are exceedingly potent. Gray Shadow circled anxiously in the air, warning, "Everyone, be on guard. This spider undoubtedly possesses powerful spirit beast skills." The spider spirit beast emitted a chilling shriek, swiftly charging towards them. Its speed was astonishing, and in an instant, it was upon them. "Quick, evade!" Mountains and rivers shouted, hastily sidestepping. Ling Shui reacted with equal swiftness, channeling her soul power to teleport to the side. Talon, relying on his robust physique, braced himself against the spider spirit beast strike. "This creature possesses immense strength." Talon gritted his teeth, exclaiming. The spider spirit beast, having missed its initial attack, immediately launched another assault, opening its cavernous maw to spit forth a glob of black venom. Mountains and rivers swiftly wielded his sword, unleashing a surge of sword energy in an attempt to cleave through the venom. Ling Shui likewise summoned her soul power, conjuring a curtain of water to intercept the onslaught of poison. "This venom is formidable. It would spell trouble if we were to be tainted by it," Ling Shui remarked. Meanwhile, Huiying observed the movements of the spider soul beast from above and cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant. The spider's weakness may lie in its abdomen." Mountains and rivers nodded. "Very well, let us seize an opportunity to strike at its underbelly." They commenced an intense battle against the spider soul beast. Amidst the fray, the bond between mountains and Ling Shui deepened profoundly. Whenever faced with peril, they would unhesitatingly shield one another from harm. "Be careful, mountains!" Ling Shui exclaimed, noticing the spider soul beast lunging towards him. Swiftly, she summoned her spirit energy, conjuring a wall of ice to thwart the beast's assault. Mountains and rivers exchanged a grateful glance with Ling Xue, expressing their appreciation. Thank you, Ling Xue. Meanwhile, Tai Long incessantly attacked the spider soul beast, striving to draw its attention. Behold! Tai Long bellowed, raising his fist to strike the spider soul beast. Provoked by Tai Long, the creature turned and lunged at him, seizing the opportunity. Mountains and Ling Xue prepared to assault the beast's underbelly. At last, through Tai Long's relentless efforts, the spider soul beast exposed a vulnerability. Mountains and Ling Xue swiftly capitalized on this opening, launching simultaneous attacks on the beast's abdomen. The gleaming sword and water arrow struck true, eliciting a pained shriek from the spider soul beast as it collapsed to the ground. They triumphed over the spider soul beast and acquired its soul ring. Upon absorbing the soul ring, Mountains experienced a significant enhancement in strength. During their subsequent adventures, they pressed onward, confronting a myriad of soul beasts and challenges. Throughout this journey, they also ceaselessly sought soul artifacts, aspiring to further augment their powers. One day, they arrived at an ancient ruin, permeated by an enigmatic aura that evoked a sense of oppression. What manner of place is this? Tai Long inquired with curiosity. Shan Chuan cautioned. Exercise caution. This place may harbor dangers. As they ventured into the ruins, they encountered numerous ancient edifices adorned with enigmatic runes. Deep within the remnants, they stumbled upon a sword radiating a potent aura of spiritual energy. This sword is remarkable, Ling Xue exclaimed. The mountains and rivers advanced, meticulously examining the sword. This must be a soul weapon. Let us take it with us. Just as they prepared to seize the sword, a formidable soul beast suddenly appeared. This beast resembled a lion, yet it was engulfed in fierce flames. What manner of soul beast is this? Exclaimed Talon in astonishment. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows and remarked, this soul beast appears formidable. Everyone, exercise caution. The fiery lion soul beast let out a roar and then charged towards them. Its speed was astonishing, arriving before them in an instant. Shan Chuan swiftly wielded his sword in defense, yet he was repeatedly forced back by the formidable might of the flame lion soul beast. This creature is exceptionally powerful, Shan Chuan exclaimed. Ling Xue immediately harnessed her soul energy, conjuring a watery barrier in an attempt to thwart the assault of the flame lion soul beast. However, the flames were so intense that the water curtain was instantaneously evaporated. We must devise a strategy, Ling Xue urged. Meanwhile, Huiying observed the movements of the flame lion soul beast from above and remarked, everyone, pay attention. Its vulnerability may lie within its eyes. Mountains and rivers. The journey of breaking boundaries in Douluo. Mountains and rivers. Ling Xue, Gray Shadow, and Talon found themselves confronted by the ferocious flame lion spirit beast. A wave of tension surging within them. This formidable creature appeared to be quite a challenge. Talon clenched his fists, his gaze revealing a sense of vigilance. Mountains and rivers fixated intently on the flame lion soul beast and spoke in a low tone. Everyone, exercise caution and observe its movements. Ling Xue nodded slightly, her gaze unwavering from the flame lion soul beast. The flames enveloping it were incredibly fierce, undoubtedly indicative of formidable soul beast abilities. The flame lion soul beast emitted a deafening roar, causing the flames to blaze even more fiercely. Suddenly, it lunged forward, its speed akin to a lightning strike. Shan Chuan swiftly brandished his sword to fend off the attack, the blade colliding with the fiery claws of the lion spirit, producing a resounding crash. Such formidable power. Shan Chuan staggered back several paces. Observing this, Ling Xue immediately summoned her soul power to conjure a wall of water in an attempt to thwart the assault of the flame lion spirit. However, the flames of the lion spirit swiftly evaporated the water barrier. The intensity of the fire was overwhelming. Ling Xue furrowed her brow. Huiying circled anxiously in the air, urging, everyone, we must devise a strategy. This adversary is not easily subdued. With a fierce roar, Tai Long charged forward, launching a punch at the flame lion spirit. The agile creature deftly evaded Tai Long's strike, then retaliated with a swipe, sending Tai Long hurtling away. Tai Long! Shan Chuan shouted in alarm. Tai Long rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. I am fine. This beast is indeed formidable. The mountains and rivers fell into a tranquil contemplation, pondering strategies. We cannot confront it head-on. We must uncover its vulnerabilities. Ling Xue, deep in thought beside me, suddenly illuminated with insight. I have recalled that fire element spirit beasts, such as the flame lion, typically harbor a fear of water. We can exploit water attribute soul techniques to launch an assault against it. Shan Chuan nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the soundness of the idea, yet cautioned that they must remain vigilant against its fiery assaults. They commenced their collaborative efforts, with Shan Chuan and Tai Long tasked with diverting the attention of the flame lion soul beast, while Ling Xue sought a moment to unleash her water attribute soul skills. The mountains and rivers once again brandished their swords, charging towards the flame lion spirit beast to engage in a fierce battle. Tai Long stood nearby, relentlessly attacking in an effort to divert the attention of the flame lion spirit beast. Provoked by their onslaught, the flame lion spirit beast roared incessantly, its flames burning with even greater intensity. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Xue summoned her soul power to conjure a colossal water dragon, which surged towards the flame lion spirit beast. Upon witnessing the water dragon, a flicker of fear crossed the eyes of the flame lion spirit beast. However, it did not retreat. Instead, it opened its mouth and unleashed a massive pillar of fire to collide with the water dragon. The meeting of fire and water erupted in a tremendous explosion. Amidst the swirling smoke, the silhouette of the flame lion spirit beast flickered in and out of view. Taking advantage of the moment, Shan Chuan and Tai Long surged forward, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the flame lion soul beast. However, the flame lion soul beast abruptly emerged from the smoke, moving with remarkable speed. Shan Chuan and Tai Long hastily evaded, yet they were still grazed by the claws of the flame lion soul beast. This creature is exceedingly cunning, Tai Long cursed. Ling Xue, witnessing the injuries sustained by Shan Chuan and Tai Long, felt a surge of anxiety. We can no longer continue like this. We must swiftly uncover its weakness. Just as they found themselves in dire straits, Weing suddenly discerned a vulnerability in the flame lion soul beast. Attention, everyone. The underbelly of the flame lion soul beast bears a scale of a lighter hue that may very well be its Achilles heel. Shan Chuan and Ling Xue exchanged a glance and nodded. They resolved to launch another assault, this time targeting the underbelly of the flame lion spirit beast. Shan Chuan and Tai Long surged forward once more, drawing the attention of the flame lion soul beast. Ling Xue stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the flame lion soul beast, poised to launch her attack. Enraged by the provocations of Shan Chuan and Tai Long, the flame lion soul beast roared incessantly, its flames igniting with greater ferocity. Just as the flame lion soul beast prepared to strike, Ling Xue suddenly dashed forth from its behind, channeling her soul power to summon a sharp blade of water, which she thrust towards the creature's abdomen. The water blade found its mark, piercing the pale scales on the flame lion soul beast's underbelly, eliciting a pained roar as it collapsed to the ground. Having triumphed over the flame lion soul beast, they acquired its soul ring. Following Shan Chuan's absorption of the soul ring, his strength saw a notable enhancement. As their adventure continued, they traversed a myriad of soul beasts and challenges. Throughout this journey, the bond between Shan Chuan and Ling Xue deepened profoundly. One day, they arrived at a mysterious forest, shrouded in an enigmatic aura that sent shivers down their spines. This forest appears quite peculiar, Ling Xue remarked. The mountains and rivers nodded slightly. Caution is advised, as there may be formidable forces present here. Mountains and rivers, Ling Xue, Gray Shadow, and Talon ventured into the enigmatic forest. The trees here stood tall and dense, allowing only scattered beams of sunlight to filter through the layers of leaves. A mysterious aura pervaded the air, instilling a sense of trepidation. This forest is quite eerie, Talon remarked, furrowing his brow. Shan Chuan firmly gripped the sword in his hand, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Be cautious. This place is undoubtedly fraught with complexity. Ling Xue nodded slightly, her gaze equally filled with wariness. Uncertainty loomed regarding the dangers that may lurk here. They advanced cautiously when, suddenly, a deep and ominous roar echoed from the depths of the forest, sending chills down their spines. What was that sound? Talon inquired anxiously. The mountains and rivers came to a halt, as if they were straining to listen. It seemed to be the call of a soul beast. Ling Xue's expression turned somewhat grave, indicating that trouble was at hand. They pressed on, and soon beheld a colossal soul beast. This creature resembled a wolf, yet was several times larger than an ordinary one. Its fur was black, shimmering with a metallic luster, and its eyes glowed with a crimson light. What manner of soul beast is this? Tyron inquired, astonished. The mountains furrowed their brows, striving to recollect the knowledge acquired in the realm of Douluo Continent. This could potentially be the Shadow Wolf, a remarkably formidable soul beast. Its speed is astonishing, its attack power formidable, and it possesses a particular skill in concealing its presence. Ling Xue observed the Shadow Wolf with a tinge of concern. We must proceed with caution. This creature is not easily dealt with. The shadow wolf seemed to have detected their presence, letting out a roar before charging towards them with a dizzying swiftness. Shan Chuan swiftly brandished his sword in defense. Yet the formidable strength of the shadow wolf forced him to stagger backward. What immense power! Shan Chuan exclaimed. Ling Xue immediately summoned her spiritual energy, conjuring a wall of water in an endeavor to thwart the shadow wolf's assault. However, the creature effortlessly breached the watery barrier, continuing its relentless advance towards them. This adversary is incredibly formidable, Ling Xue remarked, her brow furrowing in concern. With a furious roar, Tai Long charged forward, aiming a powerful punch at the shadow wolf. The creature nimbly evaded Tai Long's strike, swiftly countering with a claw that sent him hurtling through the air. Tai Long! Shan Chuan cried out in alarm. Tai Long rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. I'm fine. This foe is indeed powerful. Gray shadows circled anxiously above, urging, everyone, we must devise a strategy. This opponent is not easily vanquished. The mountains and rivers calmed down, contemplating a strategy. We cannot engage in a head-on confrontation. We must uncover its vulnerabilities. Ling Xue, deep in thought beside me, suddenly had a spark of inspiration in her eyes. I remember now, the eyes of the shadow wolf are its Achilles heel. If we can strike at its eyes, perhaps we can vanquish it. Shan Chuan nodded in agreement. It is an excellent idea, yet we must exercise caution regarding its assaults. They commenced their collaboration, with Shan Chuan and Tai Long tasked with diverting the attention of the shadow wolf, while Ling Xue sought an opportunity to strike at its eyes. As the mountains and rivers once again wielded their swords against the shadow wolf, a fierce battle ensued. Tai Long, alongside, relentlessly launched attacks, endeavoring to divert the shadow wolf's attention. Infuriated by their onslaught, the shadow wolf roared with fury, its assaults growing ever more ferocious. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Xue summoned her spiritual power, conjuring a water arrow aimed at the creature's eyes. Yet, the shadow wolf proved to be exceedingly agile, effortlessly evading the projectile. This fiend is far too cunning. Ling Xue furrowed her brow in frustration. Mountains and Chuan continued their fierce battle against the shadow wolf, striving to create an opportunity for Ling Xue. At last, during a decisive strike, the shadow wolf revealed a flaw. Seizing the moment, Ling Xue swiftly unleashed another water arrow. This time, the arrow struck true, piercing the shadow wolf's eye. With a pained roar, the beast collapsed to the ground. They had triumphed over the shadow wolf and claimed its soul ring. After Chuan absorbed the soul ring, his strength was further enhanced. As their adventures progressed, they encountered an array of spirit beasts and challenges, deepening the bond between Chuan and Ling Xue. One day, they arrived at an ancient ruin. A mysterious aura pervaded the site, evoking a sense of profound oppression. What is this place? Talon inquired with curiosity. Shan Chuan cautiously remarked, be careful, there may be peril ahead. As they ventured into the ruins, they stumbled upon numerous ancient edifices adorned with enigmatic runes. Deep within the remnants, they unearthed a sword radiating a formidable aura of spiritual energy. This sword is truly remarkable, Ling Xue exclaimed. The mountains and rivers stepped forward, meticulously examining the treasured sword. This must be a soul weapon. Let us take it with us. The courage of the breaking boundary in Douluo. In the midst of ancient ruins, Shan Chuan, Ling Xue, Hui Jing, and Tai Long stood before a magnificent sword that emanated a formidable wave of spiritual energy. This sword was undoubtedly extraordinary, and excitement sparkled in Tai Long's eyes. The mountains and rivers nodded subtly as he grasped the sword's hilt, an overwhelming force surging within him. This was indeed a formidable soul weapon. Ling Xue gazed at Shan Chuan, her eyes filled with concern. Be cautious. There may be other dangers lurking within these ruins. Just as they prepared to depart, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from the depths. The group's expressions shifted, instantly alert. It seemed trouble was at hand. Shan Chuan tightened his grip on the treasured sword. As the roar grew ever closer, a colossal soul beast emerged before them. This beast bore an appearance that was neither wholly dragon nor entirely tiger. Its body enshrouded in tough scales that emanated a terrifying aura. What manner of soul beast is this? Tai Long inquired, his voice trembling with fear. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows, striving to recall the knowledge of soul beasts from the Douluo Continent. Though I remain uncertain, it is evident that this soul beast possesses immense strength. With its gaping maw wide open, the soul beast unleashed a searing blaze. The mountains and rivers hastily evaded, as the flames instantly scorched the surrounding walls to a fiery red. The potency of its flames is formidable, observed Ling Xue with a grave expression. The gray shadow circled anxiously in the air, exclaiming, we must devise a strategy to defeat it. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in peril. Shan Chuan observed the movements of the soul beast with a calm demeanor, striving to discern its weaknesses. Everyone, take heed. Although this soul beast is formidable, its actions seem to follow a certain pattern. They began to maneuver around the beast, skillfully evading its assaults. During this process, Shan Chuan noticed a lighter-colored scale on the creature's abdomen, which might indicate a vulnerability. Lingxue, shortly I will divert its attention alongside Talon. You should seize the opportunity to strike at its abdomen, Shan Chuan whispered. Lingxue nodded, readying her soul power. Mountains and rivers surged forth once more, launching a relentless assault upon the soul beast, targeting its head and limbs with fervor. Enraged, the soul beast retaliated with wild ferocity. At the opportune moment when the beast exposed a vulnerability, Lingxue unleashed a formidable water-based soul skill, a colossal water arrow hurtling toward the creature's abdomen. The arrow struck true, piercing the beast's weakness, eliciting an anguished roar as it collapsed to the ground. They triumphed over the soul beast, claiming its soul ring as their prize. Following the absorption of the soul ring, Shan Chuan experienced a significant enhancement in power. Throughout their ensuing adventures, the bond between Shan Chuan and Lingxue deepened profoundly. Together, they confronted myriad dangers, supporting one another and growing in unity. One day, they arrived at a mysterious valley, shrouded in a delicate mist that obscured the path ahead. This valley is truly enigmatic, Lingxue remarked. The mountains clasped Lingxue's hand, offering her a reassuring glance. Do not fear, we shall explore together. They cautiously ventured into the valley when, suddenly, a melodious flute tune wafted through the air. The sound seemed to possess an enchanting magic, captivating their senses effortlessly. Where does this flute melody originate? Tyrone inquired with curiosity. The gray shadow danced in the air, replying, it appears to be emanating from the depths of the valley. They followed the direction of the music, and gradually, a figure emerged before them. It was a mysterious man, clad in a white robe, holding a flute, exuding an extraordinary aura. Who are you? What brings you to this place? The man gazed at them, his eyes shimmering with a mystical light. The mountains and rivers observed the man with vigilant eyes. We are adventurers, having stumbled upon this place by chance. Who are you? The man smiled faintly and replied, I am the guardian of this valley. It is home to many precious soul beasts and soul artifacts, yet it is also fraught with peril. As the hearts of Shan Chuan and his companions stirred, they recognized the potential treasures that lay before them. Shall we explore this place? Lingxue inquired. The man nodded. Yes, but exercise caution. The soul beasts in this valley are exceedingly powerful, and there are mysterious forces safeguarding this realm. Thus, they commenced their exploration of the valley, encountering a myriad of soul beasts and challenges along the way. During their journey, they also uncovered several precious soul artifacts and soul rings. As their adventure unfolded, the bond between Shan Chuan and Lingxue grew ever stronger. They understood that regardless of the obstacles they faced, they would confront them together, steadfast in their mutual protection. In a fierce battle against a formidable soul beast, Shan Chuan sustained grave injuries while defending Lingxue. With tears welling in her eyes, Lingxue gazed at him with deep sorrow. Why must you be so foolish? She choked out. Shan Chuan smiled weakly. Because you are the most important person to me, I am willing to sacrifice everything for you. Lingxue embraced Shan Chuan tightly, her heart brimming with emotion. You must. After Shan Chuan was injured, Lingxue was consumed by anxiety. She held him tightly, tears streaming down her face. You must hold on. We will surely find a way to heal your wounds, she spoke with trembling voice. Talon and Gray Shadow, equally anxious, stood by her side. Talon furrowed his brow and said, We need to find a safe place for Shan Chuan to recuperate. Gray Shadow circled in the air and remarked, I shall scout the vicinity for a suitable location. With that, he soared away. Lingxue carefully helped Shan Chuan to his feet, taking measured steps toward a particular direction. After a long journey, they finally discovered a secluded cave. Lingxue gently laid Shan Chuan down upon the ground and began to examine his injuries. His condition was grave, necessitating urgent treatment. What shall we do now? Talon inquired. Lingxue bit her lip and replied, We need to procure some herbs to treat Shan Chuan's wounds. I recall there is a herb nearby known as Lingyu grass, renowned for its potent healing properties. Talon immediately declared, I shall search for the Lingyu grass. With that, he turned and departed from the cave. Lingxue remained by Shan Chuan's side, her heart filled with apprehension. She tenderly caressed Shan Chuan's face, saying, You must recover swiftly. We have much to accomplish together. After a while, Talon returned, clutching a handful of Lingyu grass. Ling Xue hastily crushed the herb and applied it to Shan Chuan's wounds. After a period of treatment, his condition gradually improved. During the healing process, the bond between Shan Chuan and Ling Xue deepened significantly. Once Shan Chuan was fully healed, they resolved to continue their adventurous journey. Exiting the cave, they resumed their exploration of the Douluo Continent. Throughout their travels, they encountered a myriad of soul beasts. Among them, one soul beast captured their attention. It resembled a colossal spider, adorned with vibrant patterns, emanating an aura of immense power. "What kind of soul beast is this?" Talon inquired. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows and remarked, "I am uncertain as well, yet this spirit beast appears formidable. We must proceed with caution." Ling Xue gazed at the spirit beast and said, "Its aura is peculiar, as if it possesses some extraordinary abilities." They approached the spirit beast cautiously, keenly observing its movements. The spirit beast seemed to have noticed their presence. It emitted a piercing shriek and then charged towards them. The mountains and rivers swiftly drew forth their treasured swords. Bracing themselves for battle, the spirit beast moved with astonishing speed, arriving before them in an instant. It opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a torrent of black venom. The mountains and rivers swiftly shifted aside to evade the onslaught, as the venom splattered upon the ground, emitting a hissing sound, and instantaneously corroding a substantial pit into the earth. "What a formidable poison!" exclaimed Talon in astonishment. Ling Xue conjured a water attribute soul skill, summoning a wall of water that stood resolutely before them, shielding them from the soul beast venom. Enraged by the thwarting of its poison, the soul beast retaliated, launching another stream of venom while simultaneously assaulting them with its claws. Mountains and rivers, along with Talon, continually evaded the onslaught of the soul beast, seeking opportunities to counterattack. Meanwhile, Ling Xue persistently unleashed her soul techniques, providing them with invaluable support. As the battle unfolded, they gradually discerned the soul beast's vulnerability. Its eyes were its Achilles heel, and an assault on them held the potential to vanquish the creature. Shan Chuan and Tai Long exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. They commenced their collaboration, with Shan Chuan drawing the attention of the spirit beast, while Tai Long sought an opportune moment to strike at its eyes. The mountains and rivers ceaselessly wielded their swords, engaging in a fierce struggle with the spirit beast. Provoked by the mountains and rivers, the spirit beast launched a frenzied assault. In the fleeting moment when the spirit beast exposed a weakness, Talon seized the opportunity and struck a powerful blow towards its eyes. The spirit beast emitted a cry of anguish and collapsed to the ground. They triumphed over the spirit beast, acquiring its soul ring. Upon absorbing the soul ring, the power of the mountains and rivers experienced a further enhancement. In the ensuing adventures, they encountered numerous formidable spirit beasts and challenges. Yet, they never wavered, fighting side by side and growing together. One day, they arrived at a mysterious location. An ancient castle stood before them, enveloped in an aura of enigma. "What is this place?" Talon inquired with curiosity. The mountains and rivers gazed upon the castle, remarking, "It appears rather enigmatic. Let us venture inside." They cautiously stepped into the castle, where an eerie silence enveloped them, the only sound being the echo of their footsteps. Deep within the castle, they stumbled upon an ancient soul artifact, emanating a formidable wave of spiritual energy that was nothing short of awe-inspiring. "This artifact is truly remarkable," exclaimed Ling Xue. The mountains and rivers advanced, scrutinizing the soul artifact with meticulous attention. "This soul artifact is undoubtedly extraordinary. We shall embark on a journey of breaking through boundaries as valiant adventurers." Shan Chuan, Ling Xue, and Tai Long stood within the ancient castle, where the soul artifact before them radiated a mysterious and formidable wave of spiritual energy. This soul artifact exuded an impressive aura, leaving them wondering about its unique qualities. Curiosity sparkled in Tai Long's eyes. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows slightly, speaking cautiously. "Better safe than sorry. This castle is shrouded in mystery, and this soul artifact is undoubtedly extraordinary." Ling Xue nodded gently, her gaze fixed intently on the soul artifact. "We must explore with caution. We cannot act recklessly." Just as they were preparing to observe the soul artifact further, a deep, rumbling roar suddenly emerged from the depths of the castle. The expressions of the three shifted dramatically, and they immediately became alert. It seemed trouble was brewing once again. Shan Chuan tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. The roar grew increasingly closer, and a colossal soul beast gradually emerged. This creature resembled a gigantic scorpion, its body encased in a tough exoskeleton, and the stinger on its tail gleamed ominously. "What kind of soul beast is this?" Talong asked nervously. Shan Chuan struggled to recall the knowledge of soul beasts from Douluo Continent. This could potentially be the poison scorpion king, an exceedingly perilous soul beast known for its lethal venom. The poison scorpion king brandished its enormous pincers and charged towards them. Shan Chuan and his companions hastily evaded, as the pincers struck the ground with a resounding crash. Such formidable strength, Shuangxue thought, her expression grave. Meanwhile, Huiying circled above, anxiously urging, "Everyone, we must devise a strategy." The poison scorpion king is not to be trifled with. The mountains and rivers observed the movements of the scorpion king with a calm demeanor, attempting to discern its vulnerabilities. It was noted that, despite its formidable strength, the scorpion king's actions exhibited a certain pattern. They began to maneuver around the creature, deftly evading its assaults. During this engagement, the mountains and rivers discovered that the carapace on the scorpion king's abdomen was relatively weak, potentially revealing its Achilles heel. Lingxue, shortly I will divert its attention alongside Talon. Take this opportunity to strike at its underbelly, murmured the mountains and rivers. Lingxue nodded, readying her spiritual energy. Shan Chuan and Lingxue once again charged towards the poison scorpion king, relentlessly assaulting its head and pincers. Enraged, the poison scorpion king retaliated furiously. In the fleeting moment when the creature exposed a vulnerability, Lingxue unleashed a formidable water-based soul skill, launching a colossal water arrow that struck the poison scorpion king's abdomen with precision. The arrow found its mark, targeting the scorpion's Achilles heel, and it let out an anguished roar before collapsing to the ground. They triumphed over the poison scorpion king, acquiring its soul ring. After Shan Chuan absorbed the soul ring, his strength saw a notable enhancement. In the ensuing adventures, the bond between Shan Chuan and Lingxue deepened significantly. Together, they faced numerous perils, supporting one another and growing in unison. One day, they arrived at an enigmatic forest, shrouded in a delicate mist that obscured the path ahead. This forest is so mysterious. One wonders what secrets lie within, Lingxue remarked. The mountains and rivers clasped Lingxue's hand, offering her a reassuring gaze. Fear not, for we shall explore together. They ventured cautiously into the forest, when suddenly, a melodious song resonated through the air. The enchanting melody seemed to possess a magical allure, captivating them irresistibly. From whence does this song emanate? Talon inquired with curiosity. A shadowy figure danced gracefully in the air, responding, "It appears to be coming from the depths of the forest." Following the direction of the song, they proceeded, and gradually, a stunning maiden emerged before them, clad in a flowing white gown. Her long hair cascaded elegantly, exuding an ethereal grace. "Who are you? What brings you to this place?" She gazed at them, her eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. The mountains and rivers gazed watchfully at the woman. "We are adventurers who have inadvertently arrived here." "Who are you?" The woman inquired with a faint smile. "I am the guardian of this forest. It is home to many precious soul beasts and soul artifacts. Yet it is also fraught with peril." Mountains and rivers stirred within their hearts, for they sensed that treasures awaited them here. "May we explore this place?" Lingxue inquired. The woman nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, but exercise caution. The soul beasts within the forest are formidable, and there are mysterious forces safeguarding this realm." They commenced their exploration through the woods, encountering a myriad of soul beasts and challenges. Along their journey, they uncovered rare soul artifacts and soul rings. As their adventure progressed, the bond between Shan Chuan and Lingxue grew ever stronger. They understood that regardless of the obstacles they faced, they would confront them together, steadfast in their mutual protection. During a fierce battle against a powerful soul beast, Shan Chuan sustained grave injuries while shielding Lingxue. With sorrowful eyes brimming with tears, Lingxue gazed at Shan Chuan. "Why must you be so foolish? Always disregarding your own safety to protect me," she choked out, her voice trembling with emotion. The mountains and rivers offered a feeble smile. After the injury to Shan Chuan, Lingxue was consumed by anxiety. She held him tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Shan Chuan, you must hold on. We have endured so much together. We cannot simply give up," Lingxue said, her voice trembling. Talon, standing nearby, wore a face full of worry. "We must urgently devise a way to save him. We cannot allow anything to happen to him." The gray shadow circled above, emitting frantic cries. Lingxue took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. "Talon, you and the gray shadow search the vicinity for any herbs or remedies that might heal Shan Chuan. I will stay here and watch over him." Talon nodded and immediately set off with the gray shadow in search of help. Lingxue remained by Shan Chuan's side, gently caressing his face. Shan Chuan, you promised me that we would create our own legend on the Douluo Continent together. You cannot break your word. After a while, Talon in the gray shadow returned with some herbs. Ling Xue hurriedly crushed the herbs and applied them to Shan Chuan's wounds. After considerable effort, his condition finally stabilized. Ling Xue sighed in relief, her heart brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Talon. I don't know what I would have done without you and the gray shadow, she said. Talon shook his head. We are partners. It is my duty to assist. Now Shan Chuan needs to rest well. We must find a safe place for him to recuperate. They carried Shan Chuan to a secluded cave, where Ling Xue meticulously cared for him, providing water and changing his dressings. Throughout the healing process, the bond between Shan Chuan and Ling Xue deepened. As Shan Chuan watched Ling Xue busily tending to him, he felt a surge of emotion. Ling Xue, once I recover, we must continue our adventures, he said. Ling Xue smiled gently. Of course, we will embark on this journey together. After a period of recuperation, Shan Chuan's injuries fully healed, and they set forth on their adventurous path once more. During their travels, they encountered a formidable soul beast. This creature resembled a gigantic lion, emanating an overwhelming aura of soul power. What kind of soul beast is this? It looks incredibly powerful, Talon remarked. The mountains furrowed their brows, meticulously observing the soul beast. This could be the blazing Lion King, an immensely formidable soul beast. Its fiery assaults are exceedingly potent, and we must exercise caution in our approach. Upon spotting them, the blazing Lion King let out a resounding roar and charged towards them. The group hastily evaded its advance. The blazing Lion King opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. They quickly summoned their respective soul skills to counter the fiery onslaught. This creature's flames are incredibly fierce, Tyrone exclaimed. Ling Xue invoked her water attribute soul skill, attempting to extinguish the flames. Yet, the intensity of the blazing Lion King's fire was overwhelming, rendering the water attribute skill only partially effective. The mountains and rivers observed the movements of the flame Lion King with a calm demeanor, seeking its vulnerabilities. It was noted that the eyes of the flame Lion King might serve as its Achilles heel. A strategy was devised to target its eyes. They began to coordinate their efforts, with the mountains and rivers diverting the attention of the flame Lion King, while Talon and Ling Xue sought opportunities to strike at its eyes. The mountains and rivers ceaselessly wielded their swords, engaging in a fierce battle with the flame Lion King. Provoked by the relentless onslaught of the mountains and rivers, the flame Lion King launched frenzied attacks. In the fleeting moment when the flame Lion King revealed a vulnerability, Talon and Ling Xue seized the opportunity to unleash their formidable soul techniques, targeting its eyes. The flame Lion King let out an agonizing roar before collapsing to the ground. They triumphed over the flame Lion King, securing its soul ring as their reward. The mountains and rivers, having absorbed the soul rings, experienced a further enhancement in their power. In the ensuing adventures, they encountered numerous formidable soul beasts and challenges. Yet, they never wavered, fighting side by side and growing together. One day, they arrived at a mysterious valley, shrouded in an enigmatic aura that instilled a sense of unease. This valley is quite peculiar. One cannot fathom what lies within, Talon remarked. The mountains gazed into the valley, a sense of vigilance enveloping their hearts. Proceed with caution, danger may lurk here. They cautiously ventured into the valley when suddenly, an eerie sound pierced the air. The noise seemed to emanate from beneath the earth, sending shivers down their spines. What could this sound be? Ling Xue inquired anxiously. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows, attentively listening to the sound. It seemed to emanate from some kind of soul beast. We must exercise caution. They pressed onward, discovering peculiar fissures in the ground. These cracks radiated a formidable wave of soul energy. What could this mean? Talon remarked in astonishment. The expression on Shan Chuan's face was grave. It seemed that a remarkably powerful soul beast resided here, necessitating our cautious approach. Just as they remained on high alert, a colossal soul beast emerged from the depths below. This creature, resembling a mountain in stature, was enveloped in impenetrable scales, each glimmering with a chilling luminescence. Its eyes blazed like fiery orbs, exuding a terrifying malevolence. What manner of monster is this? Talon could not restrain his astonishment. Shan Chuan took a deep breath, tightly gripping the sword in his hand, and spoke solemnly. Regardless of what it may be, we shall face it in battle. Ling Xue formed a seal with her hands, surrounding herself with a protective layer of water attribute spiritual energy. The soul beast opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of black smoke that rapidly enveloped the area. Shan Chuan and the others found themselves shrouded in the mist, their vision obscured. "Everyone, be cautious," Shan Chuan warned loudly, relying on his keen instincts. Tai Long surged towards the direction of the soul beast. Yet, the soul beast suddenly swiped its claw, sending Tai Long hurtling through the air. "Tai Long!" Ling Xue cried out in desperation. Seizing the fleeting opportunity amidst the assault of the soul beast on Tai Long, Shan Chuan soared into the air, his sword aimed directly at the creature's eye. The soul beast howled in agony, its scales suddenly erecting like sharp arrows, launching towards Shan Chuan and his companions. Ling Xue unleashed her soul technique, conjuring a curtain of water in an attempt to thwart the oncoming barrage of scales. However, the force behind them was overwhelming, and the watery barrier was shattered in an instant. At that critical moment, Huiying leaped forward, shielding Ling Xue with his own body from the onslaught of the scales. "Huiying!" Ling Xue cried out in anguish. The eyes of Shan Chuan blazed crimson with fury, his soul power surging wildly within him, causing the sword to emanate a dazzling radiance. "Perish!" Shan Chuan bellowed, delivering a mighty strike towards the soul beast. The creature, sensing the impending might of his blow, attempted to evade, but it was too late. The sword struck fiercely against its form, leaving a profound wound. The soul beast collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Shan Chuan and his companions, utterly exhausted, fell to the earth. "We have triumphed," Talon murmured weakly. At that moment, an extraordinary light suddenly flickered in the valley, and a mysterious portal began to materialize. "What is this?" Ling Xue inquired, gazing curiously at the door. The mountains and rivers struggled to rise, regardless of what lay ahead. They ventured forth to explore. "Perhaps this would present a new opportunity for us." They supported one another as they stepped through the enigmatic portal. Upon stepping through the enigmatic portal, Shan Chuan and his companions found themselves in a completely unfamiliar realm. Surrounding them was a desolate expanse of desert, where the blazing sun hung high in the sky, casting waves of heat. "Where are we?" Tai Long gazed at the endless sands, his heart brimming with confusion. Ling Xue wiped the sweat from her brow and remarked, "I am uncertain, yet there is an overwhelming sense of peril in this place." Looking at the sword in his hand, Shan Chuan resolutely declared, "No matter what, we must continue our journey." Just as they prepared to move forward, a colossal sand scorpion emerged from the depths of the sand. This enormous creature boasted a massive body, and the venomous stinger on its tail glimmered ominously. "Be cautious," Shan Chuan warned loudly. The sand scorpion lunged toward them with remarkable speed, and without a moment's hesitation, Shan Chuan charged forward to confront it. He unleashed his soul technique, and the sword in his grasp shimmered with radiant light as he engaged in a fierce battle with the beast. Tai Long and Ling Xue also summoned their respective skills to assist Shan Chuan. "Behold my might, the weight of the mountain." Tai Long leapt vigorously, delivering a powerful strike upon the sand scorpion. Meanwhile, Ling Xue manipulated the water element, attempting to hinder the scorpion's movements. After a grueling struggle, they finally triumphed over the sand scorpion. "Phew, I'm utterly exhausted," Tai Long panted. Catching his breath, Ling Xue approached Shan Chuan, her concern evident as she asked, "Are you all right?" The mountains and rivers gently shook their heads, proclaiming, "I am untroubled. Let us continue our journey." After traversing the desert for an extended period, they finally beheld an ancient castle. The grand entrance stood firmly shut, enveloped in an aura of mystery. Shan Chuan gently pushed the great door, yet it remained utterly unmoved. "It seemed as though the door was equipped with a mechanism," Ling Xue remarked. Just as they searched the surroundings for the mechanism, a chilling laughter echoed through the air. "Ha ha ha, you intruders shall not escape alive." A shadow darted forth from the castle, revealing itself to be a soul beast endowed with the attributes of darkness. The mountains and rivers grasped the treasured sword and proclaimed, "No matter who you are, we shall not fear you." In an instant, battle erupted as the dark soul beasts unleashed their formidable dark abilities, shrouding the surroundings in an abyss of darkness. Mountains and rivers, they struggled valiantly against the encroaching darkness. "Everyone, huddle together, do not scatter," Mountain River commanded. Talon and Ling Xue remained steadfastly by his side, offering mutual support. In a pivotal moment, Mountain River suddenly grasped a newfound soul technique. Radiant light emanated from him, dispelling the shadows. Seizing the opportunity, they launched a counterattack and ultimately triumphed over the dark soul beasts. Upon entering the castle, they discovered a trove of precious soul artifacts and ancient tomes hidden within. "These are treasures," Talon exclaimed with excitement. However, Ling Xue expressed concern. I wonder if there are other dangers lurking here. Just then, a deep growl echoed from the depths of the castle. Following the sound, they beheld a colossal three-headed dragon before them. This is utterly terrifying. Talon staggered back a few steps in fright. Shan Chuan gritted his teeth and declared, "Do not fear. We shall surely triumph over it." The three-headed dragon unleashed flames, frost, and lightning, while Shan Chuan and his companions deftly evaded the onslaught. "Let us strike at its vulnerabilities together," Shan Chuan shouted. After an exhilarating battle, they finally discerned the dragon's weakness and successfully vanquished it. Following a period of respite within the castle, they resumed their adventurous journey. One day, they arrived at a mysterious forest shrouded in thick mist, rendering their sense of direction nearly futile. "Be cautious. This place feels decidedly sinister," Lingxue cautioned. Suddenly, a soul beast adept in illusion appeared, ensnaring them within a phantasmagoria. In this illusion, Shan Chuan found himself transported back to his original world, transformed into an ordinary mortal, devoid of soul power and companions. No, this cannot be true. Shan Chuan fervently struggled to awaken from the dreamlike state. Talon and Lingxue also endeavored to break free from the confines of the illusion. Ultimately, through their unwavering resolve and mutual trust, they shattered the enchantment. Upon exiting the forest, they encountered a mysterious elder. The elder gazed at Shan Chuan and proclaimed, "Young man, your adventures have only just begun. Ahead lies a far more formidable challenge awaiting you." Shan Chuan respectfully expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed senior." As they continued their journey, they soon encountered a soul beast endowed with spatial abilities. This creature possessed the power of instantaneous movement, causing their attacks to repeatedly miss their mark. What to do now? Talon felt a twinge of anxiety. The mountain stream pondered calmly over strategies. "We must discern the patterns of its movements." After meticulous observation, the mountain stream uncovered the vulnerabilities in the soul beast's trajectory, leading everyone to triumph over it. As their adventures progressed, the strength of the mountain stream and his companions grew ever more formidable, and their renown spread far and wide. However, an immense crisis loomed silently on the horizon. An insidious organization had set its sights on them, seeking to seize the soul artifacts and secret tomes in their possession. Upon receiving the news, Yama and his companions resolved to take the initiative. In their battle against the malevolent organization, they encountered an unprecedented adversary. "Fear not. For the sake of justice and our dreams, we shall fight with all our might." Yama fervently rallied their spirits. They engaged in a fierce struggle against their foes, the scene unfolding with intense ferocity. Lingxue sustained injuries during the fray, igniting a sense of urgency within Yama. "Lingxue, hold on," he implored, unleashing a formidable surge of soul power that vanquished the enemy before him, allowing him to rush to her side. Talon, not to be outdone, bravely fought against their adversaries. Ultimately, they succeeded in repelling the evil organization, safeguarding their hard-earned achievements. This battle further solidified Yama and his companions' determination to forge a legendary tale on the Douluo Continent. The road ahead remains long, and they will continue to confront countless challenges and opportunities, crafting their own glorious narrative. After vanquishing the malevolent organization, Yama, Lingxue, and Talon embarked on further adventures across the Douluo Continent. They learned of a mysterious soul weapon hidden in the distant icy plains, reputed to possess immense power. Resolute in their pursuit of this soul weapon to enhance their abilities, they embarked on the journey towards the icy expanse. Along the way, the bond between Yama and Lingxue deepened profoundly. "Yama, do you think we will successfully acquire the soul weapon this time?" Lingxue inquired with evident concern. Mountains and rivers clasped Lingxue's hand, bestowing upon her a gaze imbued with unwavering assurance. "Do not fret. As long as we unite our efforts, nothing shall impede our path." Talon interjected playfully from the sidelines. "Oh, you too, spare us the display of affection and let us hasten our journey." The trio exchanged laughter, the atmosphere warm and congenial. However, upon their entry into the icy expanse, a bone-chilling cold enveloped them. Suddenly, a massive ice bear erupted from the snow. This creature radiated an aura of frost, each breath exhaling a cloud of ice. "Be cautious. This ice bear is formidable," mountains warned loudly. The bear swung its colossal paw, conjuring a gust of frigid wind. Mountain swiftly sidestepped, simultaneously brandishing his sword towards the beast. "Behold my fiery slash!" Flames erupted from his sword, striking the ice bear, yet only leaving a faint mark upon its icy hide. "Its defenses are too robust," Talon exclaimed. Lingxue summoned her soul technique, Water Curtain Celestial Splendor. A veil of water enveloped the ice bear, attempting to hinder its movements. With a furious roar, the bear's frost instantly froze the water curtain solid. The mountains and rivers sparkled with newfound vigor. Tyrone, let us strike at the frozen areas together. The two launched their assaults in unison, causing the ice bear to roar in pain and retaliate with even greater ferocity. Amidst the fierce combat, the mountain was inadvertently swatted away by the ice bear, crashing heavily to the ground. Mountain, Lingxue cried out in desperation, rushing towards him. The mountains and rivers rose with great difficulty, yet I remained unscathed, resolutely continuing the battle. After a fierce struggle, they finally discovered the vulnerability of the ice bear, its eyes. The harmonious collaboration between Shan Chuan and Tailong captured the attention of the ice bear, providing Lingxue the perfect opportunity to unleash a powerful water arrow aimed directly at the creature's eyes. The ice bear let out a tormented roar before collapsing to the ground. At last, it was vanquished. Exhausted, Tailong slumped to the ground. They pressed onward and eventually discovered the legendary soul artifact. However, during the acquisition of the artifact, they inadvertently triggered a guardian mechanism, summoning a soul beast endowed with formidable mental prowess. This soul beast possessed the ability to assail their mental realms directly, plunging them into a hallucinatory abyss. In the realm of illusions, Shan Chuan beheld the disheartening vision of his former self, a figure languishing in mediocrity and subjected to ridicule. No, this is not the destiny I desire, he exclaimed, striving to break free from the shackles of this phantasm. Lingxue, too, found herself ensnared in the same illusion. Witnessing Shan Chuan's departure, Shan Chuan, do not leave me, she implored. Meanwhile, Tailong faced his own torment, perceiving the loss of his powers, reduced to a state of weakness. No, I cannot be defeated, he gritted his teeth in fierce determination. Ultimately, through their unwavering resolve and the bonds of affection that tethered them, they emerged from the illusion. Having successfully obtained the soul artifact, they prepared to depart the icy expanse. Yet, en route, they were confronted by a pack of ferocious snow wolves. The wolves encircled them, with the alpha wolf glaring menacingly. Everyone, be cautious. Do not let the pack scatter us, Shan Chuan urged. Lingxue nestled closely beside him, affirming, we shall surely find a way through. Mountains and rivers unveiled the power of their newly acquired soul weapon. A beam of light flashed, driving back a portion of the snow wolves. Seizing the opportunity, Tailong launched his attack, declaring the collapse of Mount Tai. Witnessing this, the Snow Wolf King personally pounced upon the mountains and rivers. An intense one-on-one battle ensued between them. After a fierce struggle for survival, the mountains and rivers finally discerned the Snow Wolf King's flaw and struck him down with a single sword thrust. With their leader slain, the remaining snow wolves scattered in disarray. Upon exiting the icy plains, they arrived at a mysterious valley. The air was filled with an enchanting floral fragrance that intoxicated the senses. However, they soon discovered that the flora was toxic, and a soul beast adept in the art of poison lurked within. Be cautious and do not touch these plants, Lingxue warned. Just then, the soul beast launched a sudden attack, releasing a cloud of toxic mist. Shan Chuan swiftly summoned a protective shield using his soul power, holding his breath in anticipation. Tailong searched desperately for traces of the soul beast, which was cunningly concealed. Lingxue observed the surrounding flora, sensing a pattern in its behavior. Heeding Lingxue's insight, Shan Chuan and Tailong ultimately discovered the hiding place of the soul beast. After an intense battle, they triumphed over it. During their subsequent adventures, they encountered various formidable soul beasts and daunting challenges. Yet, time and again, they overcame all obstacles through their courage, wisdom, and unity. One day, they received word of a powerful soul ring that had surfaced within an ancient ruin. Eager to acquire the soul ring and enhance their strength, they set forth to the ruin without hesitation. The ruins were fraught with intricate mechanisms and traps, where a moment's carelessness could lead to peril. Watch your step, Shan Chuan cautioned. Lingxue inadvertently triggered a mechanism, unleashing a barrage of deadly arrows. Tailong bravely stepped forward, shielding them with his body. I am unharmed. Let us press on. At last, they arrived at the chamber housing the soul ring, only to be confronted by a formidable ancient behemoth guarding it. This creature possessed terrifying strength and an impenetrable hide. What shall we do now? Lingxue asked, a hint of fear creeping into her voice. Mountains and rivers encouraged, do not fear, we shall certainly devise a plan. They observed the movements of the colossal beast and discerned that its left flank was relatively vulnerable. Let us concentrate our assault on its left side, Mountains and Rivers declared. The trio unleashed their most formidable attacks, and after a grueling battle, they ultimately vanquished the giant beast and acquired the soul ring. As time progressed, the renown of mountains and rivers grew ever more resounding across the Douluo Continent. Yet, they were acutely aware that greater challenges awaited them ahead. And they would continue to forge onward, penning their own legend. The pinnacle path of Douluo upon successfully obtaining that formidable soul ring, the prowess of mountains and rivers, Lingxue and Tailong experienced a significant enhancement. However, they did not cease their adventurous pursuits. One day, in an ancient town, they encountered a mysterious legend. It was said that deep within the distant misty forest lay a peerless soul artifact, possessing the power to manipulate time. This revelation ignited their excitement, and they resolved to venture into the misty forest in search of it. As they entered the forest, the surrounding mist thickened, obscuring their sense of direction. This fog is exceedingly dense. We won't lose our way, will we? Tailong expressed his concerns anxiously. Do not fear. As long as we stay close to one another, we shall be fine, mountains and rivers reassured him. Lingxue tightly clasped mountains and rivers' hand, affirming, with you by my side, I am unafraid. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar emanated from the mist. A massive two-headed python emerged before them, its eyes glimmering with a sinister light, exhaling a toxic mist. Caution! That mist is poisonous! Mountains and rivers shouted. Tailong swiftly activated his defensive soul skill, conjuring a shield to ward off the noxious fumes. Shan Chuan wielded his sword, charging towards the two-headed serpent, exclaiming, Behold my blade! The serpent, agile and serpentine, twisted its form to evade Shan Chuan's assault, opening its gaping maw to strike. Lingxue swiftly conjured a water-based soul technique, unleashing a torrent that surged towards the serpent's head, attempting to divert its attention. Talon, let us together exploit its vulnerability, Shan Chuan urged. After a fierce skirmish, they discerned the serpent's weakness lay in its underbelly. The trio synchronized their efforts. Shan Chuan drew the serpent's gaze, while Talon and Lingxue seized the moment to deliver a decisive blow, ultimately vanquishing the two-headed beast. Phew, at last, it is over, Talon panted, catching his breath. They pressed onward through the forest, encountering an increasing array of perils, yet together they overcame each challenge. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they at last discovered the fabled location of the soul artifact. However, a formidable flame lion guarded the site, its entire being engulfed in fierce flames, each pounce radiating intense heat. This flame lion will prove to be a formidable adversary, Lingxue remarked. The mountains and rivers held a steadfast gaze, regardless of the circumstances. We must obtain the soul artifact. In an instant, the battle erupted, as the fiery skills of the flame lion made it exceedingly difficult for them to approach. Lingxue, employ your water attribute soul technique to suppress its flames, shouted Shan Chuan. Without hesitation, Lingxue unleashed her soul technique, countering the flames of the flame lion. Taking advantage of the moment, Talon launched a side attack on the flame lion but was swatted away by its paw. Talon! Shan Chuan exclaimed, anxiety flooding his heart. I am fine, continue the fight. Talon rose and charged forward once more. Amidst the fierce combat, Shan Chuan observed that after executing a powerful fire attack, the flame lion would experience a brief moment of weakness. Everyone, take note. After its next assault, we shall seize our opportunity, Shan Chuan declared. Indeed. After the flame lion unleashed another formidable fire attack, they capitalized on the moment, striking the beast's vulnerable spot and successfully defeating it. Upon acquiring the soul artifact, they felt an overwhelming surge of power. This soul artifact is truly remarkable, Talon exclaimed with excitement. However, before they could revel in their triumph, a formidable force enveloped them. It turned out that obtaining the soul artifact had triggered a hidden trial. They were transported to a mysterious realm where a phantasmal behemoth possessing spatial abilities appeared before them. What is this creature? Lingxue gasped in astonishment. Mountains and rivers furrowed their brows, indicating that this was indeed the final trial. The phantasmal behemoth traversed the fabric of space, launching relentless attacks that left them defenseless. Amidst the chaos of battle, they persistently endeavored to discern the patterns of the phantasmal creature. I believe I have discerned a clue each time it materializes from the void. There is a fleeting ripple of energy, Lingxue remarked. Excellent. Let us seize this opportunity, Mountain declared. After a grueling confrontation, they ultimately uncovered a vulnerability in the phantasmal behemoth and triumphed over it, successfully passing the trial. Upon emerging from the enigmatic realm, they continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. On one occasion, they stumbled upon a village ravaged by soul beasts where the inhabitants lived in constant fear. We must come to their aid, Mountain proclaimed. They initiated an investigation into the cause of the soul beast's emergence and discovered that a dark attribute soul beast was manipulating the others. It appears this fiend is behind the mayhem, Talon commented. Mountains and rivers devised a meticulous plan. We must approach stealthily and then launch a surprise attack. With the assistance of the villagers, they successfully located the hideout of the dark soul beast. An intense battle ensued. The dark soul beast wielding skills that were both bizarre and unpredictable. However, with their previous combat experience and harmonious cooperation, the mountains and rivers ultimately triumphed, saving the village. The villagers were overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you. You are heroes." "It is merely our duty," smiled mountains. In the days that followed, their adventures continued, their names resounding ever more prominently across the Douluo Continent, becoming legends in the hearts of the people. After rescuing the village ravaged by soul beasts, mountains, Lingxue, and Tai Long set forth on their journey anew. They had heard whispers of an ancient relic hidden within a mysterious sea, reputed to harbor enigmatic powers capable of enhancing one's strength. "This sea appears extraordinarily enigmatic," Lingxue remarked, gazing at the tumultuous waves. "Regardless, we must venture forth to explore," Mountains declared resolutely. Tai Long patted his chest, asserting, "With us around, there is nothing to fear." They embarked on a small boat, struggling against the relentless waves. Suddenly, a colossal octopus emerged from the depths, its tentacles lunging towards their vessel. "Be careful," Mountains shouted. The octopus's tentacles possessed immense strength, swiftly overturning the small boat. The three plunged into the water, desperately swimming towards a floating plank. "This creature is quite a nuisance," Tai Long complained. As the mountains and rivers evaded the onslaught of the octopus monster, they declared, "We must devise a strategy to strike at its head." Lingxue unleashed her water attribute soul skill, conjuring a torrent of water in an attempt to restrain the tentacles of the octopus beast. The river, seizing the opportunity, leapt from the water, charging towards the head of the octopus monster. "Behold my soul breaker slash!" The sword in the river's grasp shimmered with brilliance as it struck fiercely at the creature. The octopus monster, in pain, let out a furious roar, intensifying its assaults against them. Amidst the fierce battle, Talon discerned the creature's vulnerability lay in its eyes. "Strike at its eyes, mountain river," Talon shouted emphatically. Mountains and rivers shared an unspoken understanding, once again unleashing a formidable soul technique that successfully blinded the octopus monster. Deprived of its sight, the creature descended into chaos, providing them with the perfect opportunity to launch their final assault, ultimately vanquishing the beast. "At last, we have dealt with this behemoth," Lingxue panted, catching her breath. They continued their journey across the sea, finally arriving at the fabled ruins. An aura of antiquity enveloped the site, with walls adorned by mysterious runes. "This place appears exceedingly enigmatic," Lingxue remarked, her curiosity piqued as she gazed around. "Everyone, proceed with caution. Danger may lurk nearby," Shan Chuan warned. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal stone lion emerged from the shadows, radiating an overwhelming wave of soul power, its eyes aglow with a crimson light. "What manner of soul beast is this?" Talon exclaimed in astonishment. Mountains and rivers clasped the sword of destiny tightly. "Regardless of the challenges we face, we shall conquer them." The stone lion unleashed a fiery breath from its gaping maw. Swiftly, the mountains and rivers invoked a defensive spirit technique to withstand the onslaught of flames. Lingxue, standing by, diligently bestowed enhancements upon both Shan Chuan and Tai Long. Seizing the opportunity, Tai Long maneuvered to the rear of the stone lion and launched his attack. The weight of Tai San descended upon it. Tai Long leapt high, striking down forcefully upon the stone lion. Enraged, the stone lion pivoted and lunged at Tai Long. In a timely manner, Shan Chuan intervened, blocking the beast's assault. After a fierce battle, they finally discerned the stone lion's vulnerabilities and successfully vanquished it. Deep within the ruins, they stumbled upon a mysterious treasure chest, which contained a precious soul ring. "This soul ring appears immensely powerful," remarked Lingxue. The mountains and rivers cautiously grasped the soul ring, preparing to absorb its essence. At that moment, a formidable force enveloped them. It was none other than the guardian of the ruins, a colossal humanoid soul beast endowed with unparalleled strength and swiftness. "You shall not take anything from this place," the guardian bellowed in fury. "Mountains and rivers stand fearless. We have endured countless hardships to arrive at this juncture, and this soul ring is a prize we shall undoubtedly claim." The battle erupted in an instant, with the guardian's attacks striking fiercely, leaving the mountains and rivers to merely cope with the onslaught. "This approach is unsustainable. We must identify its vulnerability," Talon exclaimed. After a period of keen observation, Ling Xue discerned that the guardian's weakness lay in its back. Mountains, let us launch an assault on its rear, Ling Xue declared, united in purpose. The trio finally struck the guardian's weak point and emerged victorious. Shan Chuan successfully absorbed the soul ring, significantly enhancing his strength. After departing from the ruins, they continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. One day, they arrived at a cursed castle, shrouded in an ominous aura, rumored to be inhabited by a malevolent vampire soul beast. This castle appears quite eerie, Ling Xue remarked with a hint of trepidation. The mountains and rivers reassured. Do not be afraid, I am here. They cautiously ventured into the castle when suddenly, a vampire emerged from the shadows, bearing its sharp fangs. Fresh blood, haha. The vampire cackled. Mountains and rivers wielded their swords, engaging in a fierce battle against the vampire. The vampire moved with astonishing speed, leaving the mountains and rivers momentarily ensnared in a predicament. Talon, harness your strength to restrain its movements, cried the mountains and rivers. Talon summoned formidable power, temporarily trapping the vampire. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Xue unleashed her soul technique, inflicting damage upon the vampire. After an intense struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the vampire, lifting the curse that had plagued the castle. In their subsequent adventures, the mountains and rivers encountered numerous formidable soul beasts and daunting challenges. Yet, they remained steadfast in their support for one another, unyielding in their camaraderie. On one occasion, they stumbled upon a unicorn soul beast endowed with healing abilities, which was being pursued by a band of nefarious hunters and had sustained grave injuries. We cannot allow it to fall into the hands of those hunters, declared the mountains and rivers. They engaged in a fierce confrontation with the hunters, successfully rescuing the unicorn. In gratitude, the unicorn bestowed upon them powerful healing abilities. As time passed, the fame of the mountains and rivers spread throughout the entirety of the Douluo Continent. They became revered as heroes in the hearts of the people, garnering countless friendships and respect. However, they were acutely aware that their adventures were far from over, with more unknowns awaiting their exploration. The blood and glory of Douluo. The valiant deeds of Shan Chuan, Ling Xue, and Tai Long resonate throughout the Douluo Continent, their renown growing ever louder. Yet, they remain humble and unpretentious, continuing their adventurous journey. On this day, they arrived at a mysterious valley, rumored to conceal a formidable soul tool that could bestow upon its wielder the power to command the elements. If we could obtain this soul tool, our strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, Tai Long exclaimed with excitement. Let us not rejoice too prematurely. The path ahead will surely not be an easy one, Ling Xue cautioned. Shan Chuan nodded, urging everyone to exercise caution and remain vigilant. They cautiously ventured into the valley, and before long, they were met with a deep, menacing roar. A colossal white tiger spirit beast emerged from the thicket, its fur crackling with electricity and its gaze radiating hostility. This white tiger appeared to be a formidable adversary. Talon swallowed hard. Mountains and rivers gripped their swords tightly, urging, "Fear not, let us advance together." The white tiger initiated the assault, unleashing a bolt of lightning that surged towards the group. Ling Xue swiftly conjured a water-based soul technique, creating a shimmering curtain of water that intercepted the electric onslaught. Talon, now is your moment, Mountain River commanded. Talon charged forward, wielding formidable strength in an attempt to subdue the white tiger. However, the agile beast deftly evaded, pivoting to swipe at Talon with its claw. "Be careful," Ling Xue exclaimed in alarm. Shan Chuan arrived just in time, wielding his sword to block the onslaught of the white tiger. "This creature is remarkably swift," Shan Chuan remarked. "We must devise a way to ensnare it," Ling Xue suggested. After a thorough discussion, they resolved that Shan Chuan and Talon would divert the white tiger's attention while Ling Xue set up water-based traps around the area. The execution of their plan went smoothly, and the white tiger inadvertently fell into the trap, its movements now constrained. At the opportune moment, Shan Chuan unleashed a formidable soul skill, piercing the vital point of the white tiger with a single strike. The beast struggled for a brief moment before ultimately succumbing. A sense of relief washed over Talon as the threat was finally vanquished. They pressed onward, eventually locating the coveted soul artifact. However, just as they prepared to seize it, the artifact suddenly emanated a powerful force, conjuring a colossal shield that barred their entry. What could this mean? Talon pondered with confusion. It appeared that acquiring the soul artifact would not be a simple endeavor. Shan Chuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed in their ears. "To obtain the soul artifact, you must first pass my trial." Instantly, a magnificent flame phoenix materialized before them, unfurling its wings and causing the surrounding temperature to soar. This trial seems exceedingly arduous, Ling Xue remarked. The mountains and rivers declared, regardless of the circumstances, we must not yield. The battle commenced, with the fiery phoenix incessantly unleashing flames, while the mountains and rivers sought refuge in every direction. We cannot remain perpetually on the defensive, Talon asserted. After a moment of contemplation, Shan Chuan spoke. Ling Xue, utilize your water attribute soul skill to lower the surrounding temperature. Tai Long, let us strike the phoenix's wings together. They executed their plan. Ling Xue successfully diminished the temperature, while Shan Chuan and Tai Long seized the opportunity to assault the phoenix's wings. The phoenix, enraged by the attack, let out a furious shriek and launched a more ferocious counteroffensive. Amidst the fierce battle, Shan Chuan discerned that the phoenix's abdomen was its Achilles heel. Everyone, concentrate your strength on its abdomen, he commanded. The trio unleashed their might and finally struck the phoenix's vulnerable spot. The phoenix collapsed, transforming into a radiant light before vanishing. The protective shield dissipated as well, and they triumphantly acquired the soul artifact. Splendid! We have succeeded! Tai Long exclaimed with excitement. Ling Xue gazed at Shan Chuan, her eyes brimming with joy. They departed the valley, soul artifact in hand, and continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. Soon, they arrived at a quaint town shrouded in dark forces. The townsfolk appeared peculiar, their gazes vacant and movements sluggish. This place feels eerily unsettling, Ling Xue remarked. There must be some malevolent force at play, Shan Chuan replied. As they investigated the town, they uncovered traces of a dark sorcerer. So it was this scoundrel causing the trouble, Tai Long observed. The dark sorcerer, having detected their presence, unleashed his dark magic and launched an assault against them. Mountains and rivers fought valiantly, engaging in an intense magical duel with the dark sorcerer. In the heat of battle, they discovered that the sorcerer's power stemmed from a dark soul ring. By shattering that soul ring, they could vanquish him. We must work together, said Mountains. Seizing the opportunity, they coordinated their efforts, and Mountains struck with a sword, destroying the dark soul ring. The dark sorcerer, stripped of his might, was ultimately defeated. The town returned to its former tranquility, and the townsfolk expressed their profound gratitude. In the days that followed, the adventures of Mountains and his companions continued. They encountered a myriad of challenges and adversaries, yet their unwavering belief propelled them forward. On one occasion, they found themselves in a desert where they faced a colossal sandworm spirit beast. The sandworm could traverse the sands with ease, launching attacks that were nearly impossible to defend against. This sandworm is quite formidable, commented Talon. Do not fret. We shall find a solution, replied Mountains. Ling Xue observed the sandworm's movements and remarked, I've noticed that it pauses briefly each time it emerges from the sand. That is our moment to strike. Heeding Ling Xue's insight, they bided their time. At last, Mountains seized the instant of the sandworm's pause, thrusting his sword into its head. The sandworm thrashed for a moment before collapsing onto the sandy ground. Through numerous adventures and battles, the bond between Mountains, Ling Xue, and Talon deepened, and they became each other's strongest support. The road ahead remains long, and they shall continue to inscribe their own legend upon the Douluo Continent. After Shan Chuan, Ling Xue, and Tai Long triumphed over the sandworm spirit beast, they continued their journey across the Douluo Continent. They had heard whispers of a mysterious snow lotus atop a distant icy peak, said to possess miraculous powers of resurrection. If we can acquire this snow lotus, it will provide us with an additional safeguard against future perils, Ling Xue remarked, filled with anticipation. Then let us endeavor to seek it out, regardless of the obstacles we may face, Shan Chuan replied, his gaze resolute. Tai Long thumped his chest and declared, with brother Shan Chuan by our side, success is assured. The trio set forth towards the icy mountain, and as they ascended, the temperature plummeted, accompanied by biting winds. This is unbearably cold. I feel as though my hands and feet are on the verge of freezing. Tai Long couldn't help but grumble. Ling Xue exhaled a cloud of vapor, urging, everyone, just a little longer, we are nearly there. At last, they reached the summit, only to be confronted by a colossal ice dragon spirit beast guarding the snow lotus. The ice dragon spread its wings and roared, unleashing a frigid blast. Be careful. Shan Chuan quickly pulled Ling Xue and Tai Long behind him, raising a spirit power shield to defend against the onslaught. This adversary is formidable, Tai Long exclaimed. Shan Chuan gritted his teeth and declared, fear not, let us charge together. The ice dragon lunged at them, its colossal claws poised to strike. Shan Chuan deftly sidestepped, wielding his sword to slash at the dragon's talons. Ling Xue summoned her water attribute soul technique, manifesting icy spikes that shot towards the beast. The ice dragon roared, unleashing a torrent of ice from its maw. Talon leapt with all his might, positioning his body to shield him from the freezing blast. Talon! Shan Chuan and Ling Xue gasped in unison, rising from the ground. Talon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and reassured them, "I am unharmed. Let us continue the battle." Mountains and rivers glared fiercely. As the soul power within surged forth, Ice Dragon, meet your demise. After a fierce struggle, they discerned the Ice Dragon's vulnerability lay in its abdomen. Ling Xue, draw its attention. Talon and I will seek an opportunity to strike its underbelly, Shan Chuan commanded. Ling Xue nodded and charged towards the Ice Dragon, incessantly unleashing her soul techniques to distract it. Seizing the moment, Shan Chuan and Talon maneuvered behind the beast, launching their most potent attack simultaneously. The Ice Dragon roared in agony, collapsing to the ground. "We have finally vanquished it," Talon exclaimed with exhilaration. They successfully acquired the Snow Lotus and resumed their journey. Soon, they arrived at a mysterious cave, rumored to harbor a formidable soul artifact. Upon entering, a swarm of bat soul beasts assailed them. "Everyone, be cautious." Shan Chuan brandished his sword, slaying the bats. Ling Xue and Talon also unleashed their respective soul techniques to counter the onslaught. "There are far too many bats. We cannot possibly defeat them all," Talon shouted. The mountains and rivers observed their surroundings and discovered a ventilation shaft. "We shall lead the bats there and employ fire as our weapon." They fought while retreating, guiding the bats toward the vent. Ling Xue unleashed her fire attribute soul technique, igniting the bats. With the bats vanquished, they delved deeper into the cave. In the depths of the cave, they stumbled upon a soul artifact. However, to obtain it, they had to unravel a riddle. "This riddle is exceedingly difficult," Talon remarked. Scratching his head, Ling Xue pondered carefully, urging, "Do not rush. Let us contemplate together." After considerable effort, they finally deciphered the riddle and acquired the soul artifact. As their adventure progressed, they encountered a nine-tailed fox soul beast that wielded illusions. The fox cast its enchantments, ensnaring them in dreadful nightmares. "Where am I? How did I end up here?" Shan Chuan found himself disoriented within the dream. Ling Xue, too, was engulfed in fear. "Shan Chuan, where are you?" Talon struggled to maintain his lucidity, urging, "Everyone, awaken. This is an illusion." Ultimately, they managed to break free from the illusion through sheer willpower and engaged the nine-tailed fox in a fierce battle. During the confrontation, Shan Chuan noticed that each time the fox employed its illusion, there was a brief fluctuation in its soul power. "Attack it while it casts its illusion," Shan Chuan shouted. After a grueling battle, they triumphed over the nine-tailed fox. As their adventure deepened, the challenges they faced multiplied, and the difficulties grew more formidable. Yet, they remained steadfast, supporting one another. One day, they received word that an evil organization was capturing soul beasts with special abilities, intending to exploit them to dominate the Douluo Continent. "We cannot allow their nefarious plot to succeed," Shan Chuan declared. They resolved to confront the evil organization in a decisive battle. During the fight, the organization unleashed various formidable soul masters and soul beasts. "Everyone, be cautious and do not scatter," Shan Chuan warned loudly. Ling Xue and Talon closely followed Shan Chuan, engaging the enemy in a desperate struggle. Mountains and rivers unleashed formidable soul techniques, repelling the enemy's advances time and again. "Even in death, we shall not allow you to succeed," Talon bellowed. After a harrowing battle, they ultimately triumphed over the malevolent organization, rescuing the Douluo Continent. The names of Shan Chuan, Ling Xue, and Tai Long have become legends on the Douluo Continent, their tales recounted and eternally etched in the annals of this enchanting land. The dawn of Douluo. After vanquishing the nefarious organization, Shan Chuan, Ling Xue, and Tai Long emerged as revered heroes on the Douluo Continent. However, their odyssey was far from over. One day, in an ancient library, they stumbled upon a mysterious tome, which chronicled a legend concerning a lost land. It was said that within this forsaken realm lay a mystical artifact capable of disrupting the entire balance of power on the Douluo Continent. The notion seemed utterly incredible. If such a treasure truly existed, they were determined to seek it out. Excitement sparkled in Ling Xue's eyes. The mountains furrowed their brows slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, spoke, "Yet this journey is undoubtedly fraught with unknown perils. We must be thoroughly prepared." Talon, thumping his chest with assurance, declared, "With Brother Mountain here, we fear nothing." Thus, they embarked on their expedition to the Lost Land. Along the way, They encountered a myriad of harsh weather conditions and intricate terrains. This wretched weather, one moment a torrential downpour, the next a blazing sun, is truly tormenting, Talon lamented. Ling Xue smiled and consoled him. Do not complain. This is part of the adventure, after all. Mountains and rivers remained ever vigilant, observing their surroundings. As they traversed a dense forest, a colossal venomous spider spirit obstructed their path. The spider exuded thick strands of silk, attempting to ensnare them. Beware of those threads. They are poisonous, Mountain exclaimed loudly. Ling Xue swiftly unleashed her soul skill, conjuring a curtain of water to block the encroaching silk. Behold my might, the Titan strike. Tai Long charged towards the venomous spider, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. However, the spider adeptly evaded Tai Long's attack and released a cloud of toxic mist. As the mountains and rivers came into view, Shan Chuan promptly exclaimed, Hold your breath, Ling Xue, and employ your water attribute soul skill to disperse the poisonous mist. Through their close collaboration and after a fierce struggle, the trio ultimately triumphed over the venomous spider. Continuing their journey, they arrived at the banks of a broad river. Its waters surging fiercely, with hidden currents swirling below. With such a rapid flow, how shall we cross? Talon remarked, his expression troubled as he gazed upon the rushing water. Ling Xue pondered for a moment and suggested, perhaps we can utilize the surrounding trees to construct a rudimentary bridge. Thus, they united their efforts, felled trees, and erected a temporary bridge, successfully traversing the river. At last, they reached the lost land, where an air of mystery enveloped them, and the surrounding silence was so profound it evoked a sense of dread. Everyone, be cautious, something feels amiss here, Shan Chuan whispered. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal two-headed hydra erupted from the ground, unleashing torrents of searing flames and icy gales from its maw. What manner of creature is this? Talon gasped in astonishment. The mountains and rivers spoke calmly. Do not fear, we shall surely conquer it. The flames and icy breath of the two-headed dragon intertwined, creating an arena of contrasting elements. Ling Xue unleashed a formidable water attribute soul technique, striving to neutralize the dragon's assault. Seizing the moment when the two-headed dragon was momentarily vulnerable, Shan Chuan leapt towards its head, his sword shimmering with resplendent light. Meanwhile, Tai Long fervently cheered for Shan Chuan and Ling Xue, eagerly seeking an opportunity to strike. After a breathtaking battle, they ultimately discerned the dragon's weakness and triumphed over it. Deep within the Lost Lands, they finally discovered the mysterious treasure, a soul ring radiating an extraordinary glow. Is this the legendary artifact? Ling Xue inquired, her eyes alight with curiosity as she gazed at the soul ring. Just as they prepared to seize it, a formidable barrier suddenly materialized, shielding the soul ring from their grasp. What shall we do now? Tai Long asked anxiously. Shan Chuan meticulously observed the barrier and declared, Let us unite our soul powers and endeavor to breach this barrier. They converged their soul energies, relentlessly assaulting the barrier. After numerous attempts, a faint crack finally appeared. At that moment, a shadow leopard soul beast, concealed in the darkness, launched a sudden attack, seeking to seize the soul ring. Be cautious, Shan Chuan exclaimed, turning to fend off the shadow leopard's assault. Ling Xue and Tai Long swiftly joined the fray, engaging in a fierce battle with the shadowy creature. In a critical moment, Shan Chuan managed to shatter the barrier, acquiring the soul ring. A surge of potent energy flooded into his body, enabling him to unleash formidable soul skills that decisively vanquished the shadow leopard. With the soul ring in hand, they commenced their journey homeward. However, en route, they encountered a new challenge. A band of robbers, having learned of their possession of the precious treasure, plotted to ambush them. Surrender the treasure, and we shall spare your lives, growled the leader of the robbers. Shan Chuan let out a cold laugh. Do you truly think you can rob us? Once again, a fierce battle erupted. With their formidable strength and seamless teamwork, Shan Chuan, Ling Xue, and Tai Long overwhelmed the bandits, leaving them in disarray. After a long journey, they finally returned to familiar grounds. This adventure was truly exhilarating, Tai Long remarked. Ling Xue smiled at Shan Chuan, saying, As long as I am with you, I fear no challenge. No matter how daunting. The mountains and rivers clasped Ling Xue's hand and said tenderly, From now on, we shall walk this path together. Their tale continues to resonate across the Douluo Continent, evolving into an eternal legend recounted by the people. Mountains and rivers, Ling Xue and Tai Long have traversed numerous adventures, gaining widespread renown. However, tranquility did not linger for long. One day, they received a mysterious letter, which spoke of an evil force emerging from a distant, shadowy valley, threatening the peace of the entire Douluo Continent. It appears we have a new mission, remarked Shan Chuan, furrowing his brow. Ling Xue gently grasped Shan Chuan's hand. Her gaze resolute. No matter how arduous the challenge, we shall face it together. Tai Long clenched his fists. Indeed, let those malevolent forces witness our might. They immediately set forth towards the shadowy valley. Along the way, Shan Chuan continuously discussed strategies with Ling Xue and Tai Long. This adversary may prove stronger than any we have encountered before. We must remain vigilant, he stated with a serious expression. Ling Xue nodded. Rest assured, we shall exercise caution. As they stepped into the shadowy valley, a heavy aura of darkness enveloped them. Be cautious, there is movement, Tai Long warned alertly. A massive shadow wolf leaped forth from the darkness, its eyes gleaming with an eerie crimson light, spewing forth black flames. What kind of soul beast is this? It appears formidable, Ling Xue exclaimed in astonishment. Mountains and rivers, undaunted, brandished their swords against the shadow wolf. Fear not, allow me to confront it. The shadow wolf, swift as the wind, evaded several of their attacks with cunning agility. Talon, strike from the side to divert its attention, called out Mountains. Talon promptly responded, unleashing formidable strength upon the shadow wolf. As the creature was drawn to Talon, Mountains seized the opportunity to plunge his sword into its hind leg. Awoo! The shadow wolf, enraged, spun around and lunged at Mountains. In the nick of time, Ling Xue conjured a water attribute soul skill, creating a curtain of water that slowed the beast's ferocity. After an intense battle, Mountains finally found the moment to deliver a fatal blow to the shadow wolf. Phew, it is finally resolved, Mountains gasped. They pressed further into the valley, encountering increasingly powerful soul beasts. What manner of place is this that harbors such formidable soul beasts? Talon lamented. Ling Xue reassured him, do not lose heart. We shall surely uncover the source of this malevolent force. At that moment, a colossal stone golem, wielding the power of gravity manipulation, obstructed their path. With a sweeping gesture, the golem unleashed a potent gravitational field, hindering their movements. Beware, everyone, Mountains shouted. Ling Xue strained to maintain the flow of her soul power, endeavoring to counteract the oppressive force of gravity. With unwavering determination, Shan Chuan bravely approached the colossal stone creature. Behold my gravity slash, Shan Chuan exclaimed, exerting every ounce of strength to unleash a powerful strike. The stone creature staggered back momentarily from the force of Shan Chuan's assault, yet soon retaliated with renewed vigor. In a pivotal moment, Tai Long discerned the creature's vulnerability lay in its back. Shan Chuan, strike its back, Tai Long shouted emphatically. Shan Chuan, upon hearing the words, leaped into action, driving his sword into the vulnerable spot of the colossal stone creature. As the giant fell, they finally arrived at the heart of the malevolent force. A dark sorcerer stood before an immense magical array, from which a continuous stream of dark energy surged forth. At last, I have found you, vile wretch, Shan Chuan bellowed. The dark sorcerer sneered, do you truly believe you can thwart me? With that, he summoned a gigantic skeletal dragon spirit. The dragon unfurled its wings, conjuring a tempestuous gale. This dragon is far too powerful. Can we truly prevail? Talon expressed his concerns. With unwavering determination, we firmly believe that we will succeed. Mountains and rivers. Ling Xue and Tai Long exchanged a glance, instinctively launching their assault. Ling Xue continuously employed her soul techniques to disrupt the movements of the skeletal dragon, while Tai Long, with his formidable strength, drew the creature's attention. Seizing the opportunity, Shan Chuan sought a chink in the dragon's armor. After a grueling battle, Shan Chuan finally discerned that the dragon's neck was its Achilles heel. Everyone, concentrate your efforts on its neck, Shan Chuan cried. The trio unleashed their most powerful attacks simultaneously, and the skeletal dragon let out a wretched howl before collapsing to the ground. Observing this, the dark sorcerer furiously amplified the energy output of the magical array. We cannot allow him to succeed. Shan Chuan charged towards the dark sorcerer. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Shan Chuan discovered the core of the magical array. Ling Xue, Tai Long, unleash all your power on the core of the array, Shan Chuan shouted. Through their united efforts, the array was ultimately dismantled, leading to the defeat of the dark sorcerer. We have succeeded, Tai Long exclaimed with exhilaration. Ling Xue leaped into Shan Chuan's embrace, overwhelmed with joy and tears. Mountains and rivers embraced Ling Xue tightly, their smiles directed towards Tai Long. Indeed, we have triumphed. Their adventures continued, with myriad challenges yet to unfold, but they remained undaunted. For they were the legends of Douluo Continent. After vanquishing the dark sorcerer and rescuing the abyssal valley, Shan Chuan, Ling Xue, and Tai Long were once again hailed as heroes within the hearts of the people. Yet, before they could savor this glory, a new crisis quietly emerged. One day, as Shan Chuan practiced, he suddenly sensed a formidable and malevolent force awakening. Upon investigation, they discovered that this power emanated from a legendary ancient soul beast, the Dark Qilin. It was said that this Dark Qilin possessed the ability to obliterate the heavens and the earth. "We must tread carefully," Shan Chuan gravely warned Ling Xue and Tai Long. Ling Xue bit her lip, resolute, stating that no matter the circumstances, they could not allow it to wreak havoc upon the world. Tai Long clenched his fists, affirming, "Indeed. Let us confront this together." In pursuit of the Dark Qilin, they embarked on a long and arduous journey. Along the way, they encountered various formidable soul beasts and treacherous traps. "Why are there mechanisms everywhere? This is truly vexatious," Tai Long exclaimed while dodging the poison arrows that flew towards him. Ling Xue, while employing her soul skills to forge a path forward, urged, "Stop complaining and let us move swiftly." At last, they located the lair of the Dark Qilin within an ancient mountain range. As soon as the Dark Qilin beheld them, it opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of black flames. "Be careful." Shan Chuan swiftly positioned himself in front of Ling Xue and Tai Long, casting a defensive soul skill. "This creature is indeed formidable," Tai Long remarked. The mountains and rivers resounded with a rallying cry. "Let us unite and deny it even a moment's respite." Ling Xue summoned her martial soul, the Ice Phoenix, unleashing formidable ice-based abilities in an attempt to encase the Dark Qilin in frost. The Dark Qilin roared with fury, emanating a powerful aura that shattered the icy bindings in an instant. Meanwhile, Tai Long swung his colossal hammer, aiming to strike the Dark Qilin down. The Dark Qilin adeptly evaded the assault, countering with a sweeping motion of its tail directed at Tai Long. Mountains and rivers took the opportunity to soar into the air, aiming for the eyes of the dark beast, the Black Qilin. The Black Qilin reacted with remarkable speed, using its claws to deflect the assault. This approach would not suffice. "We must uncover its vulnerability," shouted Ling Xue. After careful observation, they discerned that a scale on the creature's abdomen was of a lighter hue, potentially indicating its weakness. Tai Long, you draw its attention while Ling Xue and I seek an opportunity to strike at its weakness, declared Mountains and Rivers. Without hesitation, Tai Long charged towards the Black Qilin, engaging in a fierce battle. Mountains and Rivers, along with Ling Xue, patiently awaited the opportune moment. At last, as the Dark Qilin was provoked by Tai Long and let out a thunderous roar, both Mountains and Rivers and Ling Xue seized the chance to strike, targeting its vulnerable spot. The Dark Qilin howled in agony, collapsing to the ground. Just when they believed victory was within their grasp, the Dark Qilin unexpectedly rose once more. Its aura now more ferocious than before. This was dire. It was preparing to fight with all its might. Mountains declared. The Dark Qilin unleashed its ultimate skill, the Dark Obliteration Wave. A formidable wave of energy surged towards them. "Everyone, brace yourselves," Mountains shouted. The three of them poured every ounce of their strength into their most powerful soul techniques to counter the Dark Obliteration Wave. Amidst the intense clash of energies, they gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, the Dark Qilin's power waned, and it collapsed, transforming into a black soul ring. After absorbing the soul ring, Shan Chuan experienced a substantial enhancement in strength. "Finally, it is over," Ling Xue said wearily. Tai Long plopped down onto the ground, exclaiming, "I am utterly exhausted." However, their adventure was far from concluded. Shortly thereafter, they learned of a powerful soul device that had emerged in a mysterious sea, drawing the attention of numerous formidable warriors. "This could be an excellent opportunity for us to elevate our powers," Shan Chuan remarked. "What are we waiting for? Let us set off at once." Tai Long responded with enthusiasm. Upon arriving at the sea, they discovered that it had already been claimed by various factions. "It appears that acquiring the soul device will not be so simple," Ling Xue stated. During the struggle for the soul device, they would not only have to contend with the assaults of other powerful adversaries but also face the formidable soul beast lurking within the waters. A colossal octopus soul beast emerged from the depths, extending its tentacles in an attempt to seize the soul device. Shan Chuan and his companions engaged in a fierce battle against the octopus soul beast. "Everyone, let us not allow it to prevail," Shan Chuan exclaimed. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the octopus soul beast and successfully acquired the soul tool. In the days that followed, Shan Chuan and his companions continued their adventures on the Douluo Continent, confronting various hardships and challenges, continually evolving and advancing. Their names became an eternal legend upon the Douluo Continent. In the Douluo Continent, the renown of Shan Chuan, Ling Xue and Tai Long grew ever more illustrious, yet they remained unsatisfied, perpetually delving into the enigmas of this enchanting realm. By a stroke of fortune, they uncovered whispers of a formidable soul inheritance concealed within a distant, mysterious forest. It was said that those who attained this legacy would wield unparalleled power. This sounds enticing. Should we embark on this quest? Ling Xue inquired, gazing at Shan Chuan and Tai Long. Such an opportunity must not be squandered, Shan Chuan replied with resolute determination. Tai Long, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let us set forth." Without hesitation, the trio embarked on their journey toward the enigmatic forest. Upon entering the woodland, they were immediately confronted by a ferocious flame tiger soul beast, engulfed in searing flames, each strike imbued with intense heat. "Be cautious. Do not let its flames harm you," Shan Chuan shouted. Ling Xue unleashed her ice-type soul skills, striving to subdue the fiery beast. "Behold my might, Mountain Smash," Tai Long bellowed, swinging his colossal fist toward the flame tiger. The beast nimbly evaded Tai Long's assault, pivoting to launch itself at Ling Xue. Observing this, Shan Chuan swiftly brandished his sword to intercept. "This creature is remarkably swift," Ling Xue gasped, breathless from the exertion. After a fierce battle, Shan Chuan discerned a weakness in the flame tiger's defense and struck decisively at its vulnerable point, vanquishing it at last. "Finally, it is dealt with," Tai Long said, wiping the sweat from his brow. They pressed further into the forest, encountering increasingly formidable soul beasts. "This place is indeed fraught with peril," Ling Xue remarked. "Yet, as long as we stand united, no challenge is insurmountable," Shan Chuan reassured her. Soon, they encountered a mesmerizing charmed demon soul beast. Adept in the art of illusion, the demon cast a powerful spell, ensnaring them in a terrifying dreamscape. "Where are we? Why can't I move?" Ling Xue cried out in terror. The mountains and rivers endeavored to remain vigilant. "Do not panic, everyone. This is an illusion. Focus your minds." At the behest of the mountains and rivers, they gradually liberated themselves from the shackles of the illusion through steadfast determination. After several days of arduous travel, they finally discovered the location of the soul heritage. However, to obtain this heritage, they must undergo a series of formidable trials. The first challenge was to confront a formidable pack of wind wolves, spirit beasts renowned for their swiftness and fierce attacks. "Be cautious, do not scatter," shouted the mountains and rivers. Ling Xue and Tai Long closely followed beside the mountains and rivers, united in fending off the onslaught of the wind wolves. "We cannot remain on the defensive. We must take the initiative," Tai Long exclaimed. The mountains and rivers nodded in acknowledgement, leading them to launch a counterattack. After an intense battle, they successfully vanquished the wind wolf. The second trial involved unraveling a complex riddle. The three sat together, straining their minds in contemplation. "I believe I may have a clue," Ling Xue remarked. Through their collective efforts, they ultimately deciphered the riddle. The final challenge was to conquer a formidable soul beast endowed with dual soul spirits. This beast possessed extraordinary strength, plunging them into a fierce struggle. "What should we do? This creature is exceedingly difficult to handle," Talon exclaimed, a hint of urgency in his voice. With unwavering resolve, Mountain River declared, "Do not despair. We shall undoubtedly uncover its vulnerabilities." After meticulous observation, Mountain River discerned that the two spirit souls of the soul beast exhibited a fleeting gap during their transitions. "Now is the moment. Attack," he urged, seizing the opportunity. They launched a decisive strike, ultimately vanquishing the soul beast and successfully acquiring the spirit inheritance. However, as they prepared to depart from the enigmatic forest, they encountered a band of nefarious villains coveting their hard-earned legacy. "Surrender the inheritance, and we shall spare your lives," the ruffian leader menaced. With a cold laugh, Shan Chuan scoffed. "You think you stand a chance? Dream on." A fierce battle erupted once more. Shan Chuan, Ling Xue, and Tai Long coordinated seamlessly, showcasing their formidable prowess. "Let us demonstrate our might," Tai Long bellowed. After an intense struggle, they successfully repelled the villains. "This adventure has truly been exhilarating," Ling Xue remarked. The mountains and rivers smiled upon her and Tai Long. "For we have all grown significantly." They, imbued with newfound strength and courage, continue to inscribe their own legends upon the Douluo Continent. The rebirth of Douluo in the flames. After successfully obtaining the soul inheritance from the mysterious forest, Shan Chuan, Ling Xue, and Tai Long experienced a significant surge in their powers, and their renown on the Douluo Continent grew ever more illustrious. However, a new mission soon befell them. One day, they received a cryptic invitation, beckoning them to an ancient castle rumored to conceal an unparalleled soul artifact with the potential to alter the fate of the Douluo Continent. Although this prospect seemed fraught with peril, we cannot afford to overlook this opportunity, declared Shan Chuan. Ling Xue nodded resolutely, her eyes brimming with determination, regardless of the challenges. We shall face them together. Tai Long thumped his chest, exclaiming, "What is there to fear? With our strength, we are bound to succeed." Thus, they embarked on their journey to the castle. Along the way, they encountered numerous arduous obstacles. "This path is exceedingly treacherous, fraught with thorns," complained Tai Long. "No more complaints. Tread carefully, for there may be dangers lurking nearby," cautioned Ling Xue. Suddenly, a massive venomous scorpion soul beast leapt forth from the shadows, its stinger glinting menacingly. "Be cautious. This scorpion is formidable," Shan Chuan shouted loudly. The scorpion swiftly launched its attack, unleashing a torrent of venom. The mountains and rivers swiftly invoked their defensive abilities, successfully shielding themselves from the venom. "Behold, the ice spirit arrow." Ling Xue summoned her martial spirit, unleashing a flurry of icy arrows that struck the venomous scorpion. In agony, the scorpion became even more frenzied in its assault. Seizing the opportunity, Tai Long charged forward, swinging his fists to deliver powerful blows to the scorpion. After a fierce battle, they ultimately triumphed over the creature. Continuing their journey, they arrived at the castle's entrance. The grand gates stood firmly shut, enveloped in an air of mystery. The castle exuded a chilling aura, and Ling Xue, feeling a twinge of fear, grasped the hem of Shan Chuan's garment. Mountains and rivers offered words of solace. "Do not fear, for I am here." Tai Long stepped forward and pushed the grand door with all his might, yet it remained steadfastly shut. "What shall we do now?" Tai Long scratched his head in confusion. At that moment, mountains and rivers noticed a mechanism beside the door. Perhaps this was the key to unlocking it. With keen attention, mountains and rivers scrutinized the mechanism. After a series of attempts, the door finally creaked open. As they entered the castle, a thick fog enveloped them, obscuring their sense of direction. "Everyone, be cautious and stay close to me," mountains and rivers urged, treading carefully forward. Suddenly, a shadowy bat spirit emerged from the mist, lunging towards them. "Watch out," mountains and rivers shouted, swinging his sword at the bat. Ling Xue and Tai Long quickly reacted, joining the fray. During their fierce battle with the shadow bat, they discovered its ability to become invisible, complicating their efforts significantly. "This bat is incredibly troublesome. It always eludes our sight." Tai Long exclaimed anxiously. "Stay calm. Let us listen intently to discern its position," mountains and rivers advised. After a grueling struggle, they finally deciphered the bat's patterns and succeeded in vanquishing it. As they ventured deeper into the castle, they encountered an array of mechanisms and traps. "This journey is fraught with peril," Ling Xue remarked. "But as long as we do not falter, we shall surely locate the soul artifact," mountains and rivers encouraged his companions. At last, they arrived at the castle's core, beholding the exquisite soul artifact. However, it was shielded by a formidable barrier, and nearby stood a powerful ironclad lion spirit, guarding it fiercely. The ironclad lion roared and charged at them. "Prepare for battle," mountains and rivers commanded. Mountains and rivers bravely confronted the ironclad lion, while Ling Xue stood at the rear, casting her supportive soul techniques. The ironclad lion possessed formidable offensive power, causing both mountains and rivers to be repelled several times. This predicament was untenable. "We must uncover its vulnerability," declared mountains. After careful observation, they discerned that the creature's abdomen was its Achilles heel. Tai Long, divert its attention. "I shall seek an opportunity to strike its underbelly," mountains instructed. Tai Long nodded in agreement and charged towards the ironclad lion, persistently taunting it. The mountains and rivers seized the opportunity to leap forward, striking at the abdomen of the armored lion. The creature let out a pained roar, collapsing to the ground. However, the barrier remained unbroken. "Let us unite our efforts to assault the barrier," declared the mountains and rivers. They concentrated their soul power together and launched an attack on the barrier. Under the tremendous force of their onslaught, the barrier finally shattered, and they successfully obtained the soul artifact. Just as they were preparing to depart the castle, its master appeared. "Do you think you can so easily abscond with the soul artifact?" The castle master sneered. It turned out that the master of the castle was a formidable soul master, intent on reclaiming the artifact. A fierce battle erupted once more. "Whoever you may be, we shall not surrender the soul artifact," asserted the mountains and rivers. The castle master unleashed powerful soul techniques to assault them. The mountains and rivers harmoniously collaborated, engaging in a fierce battle against the castle's master. Ultimately, Through unwavering determination and indomitable spirit, they triumphed over the castle's lord and departed with the soul artifact. This adventure was truly exhilarating, declared Talon. Ling Xue smiled at Shan Chuan, saying, "As long as we stand together, there is no challenge we cannot overcome." The mountains and rivers clasped Ling Xue's hand, affirming that indeed, they must confront numerous challenges together. Their adventure persists, and the future holds an abundance of unknowns awaiting their exploration. The mountains and rivers, accompanied by Ling Xue and Tai Long, embarked on a new journey with the unparalleled soul artifact acquired from the castle. However, their actions attracted the attention of various forces, including a nefarious organization known as the Shadow Alliance. It was rumored that these three had obtained an extraordinary treasure, and if we could seize it, we would undoubtedly prosper. The sinister leader of the alliance declared ominously, "Leave it to us, we will surely bring back the artifact." His subordinates responded in unison. Meanwhile, Shan Chuan and his companions remained oblivious to the impending crisis. The power of this soul artifact is formidable, yet it seems we need further study to fully master it, Shan Chuan remarked. Ling Xue nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, but we must exercise caution to avoid being consumed by this power." Tai Long, with his characteristic bravado, exclaimed, "What is there to fear? With the three of us together, we can handle anything." Just then, they were suddenly surrounded by a group of cloaked figures. "Surrender the soul artifact, and we may spare your lives," the assailants shouted. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows. "Who are you? How dare you rob us? Enough with the pleasantries, attack." The men in black surged forward. The mountains and rivers swiftly entered a state of combat, engaging in an intense struggle with the figures clad in black. "Behold my might." With a single punch, Talon sent several of the black-clad adversaries reeling. Ling Xue unleashed her ice-based martial spirit abilities, encasing the surrounding foes in a frigid embrace. With agility and a keen swordsmanship, Shan Chuan dispatched his foes. However, the relentless onslaught of black-clad adversaries continued, their strength growing with each wave. "This cannot persist. We must break through," Shan Chuan declared. "Follow me." Ling Xue discovered a potential escape route and led the group forth. They fled, eventually arriving at a secluded valley. "Let us pause here to recuperate our strength," Shan Chuan suggested. Ling Xue voiced her concern. "I wonder if they will pursue us further. Regardless, let them come. One shall fall to a single strike, two to a double." Talon replied with unyielding bravado. Just then, a deep growl echoed through the valley. A colossal flame bear spirit beast materialized before them. "Truly, misfortune does not come alone," Talon lamented. The flame bear unleashed a torrent of fire towards them. "Be cautious," Shan Chuan shouted. They each employed their unique skills, engaging in a desperate struggle against the formidable beast. "This creature possesses tough hide and is no easy adversary," Talon exclaimed. Ling Xue suggested, "We must identify its weakness." After careful observation, Shan Chuan discerned that the bear's eyes were its vulnerable point. "Talon, draw its attention. Ling Xue and I will seek an opportunity to strike at its eyes," Shan Chuan instructed. Talon charged forward, confronting the flame bear head-on. Seizing the opportunity, Shan Chuan and Ling Xue circled behind the flame bear and launched their assault. At last, the flame bear collapsed, transforming into a soul ring. "Wonderful! We have acquired another soul ring," exclaimed Tai Long with exuberance. However, before they could revel in their success, members of the Shadow Alliance pursued them relentlessly. "You shall not escape," declared the leader cloaked in black. "Even in death, we will not surrender the soul apparatus to you vile villains," Shan Chuan asserted resolutely. The two sides engaged in fierce combat once more. During the skirmish, Shan Chuan and his companions gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. "Is this where we meet our end today?" Tai Long uttered in despair. Just then, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from Shan Chuan. He had, in that dire moment, grasped a new soul skill. "Allow me to demonstrate my prowess." Shan Chuan unleashed a formidable ability, instantly repelling numerous members of the black-clad adversaries. Inspired by his display, Ling Xue and Tai Long rallied to counterattack. Ultimately, they succeeded in driving the Shadow Alliance away. "That was truly perilous," remarked Ling Xue. Mountains and rivers clasped her hand, assuring that as long as they were together, no obstacle was insurmountable. Through this ordeal, their bond grew deeper, fortifying their resolve to navigate the challenges of the Douluo Continent. They pressed onward, ready to embrace further trials and adventures. The trials of the Douluo god awaited them. After successfully repelling the Shadow Alliance, Shan Chuan, Ling Xue, and Tai Long continued their exploration across the Douluo Continent. Their valiant deeds spread throughout the land, capturing the attention of the deities residing therein. One day, while they were resting in a tranquil forest, a mysterious beam of light descended from the heavens, revealing a divine being before them. Brave adventurers, I have witnessed your resilience and courage. However, to truly ascend as formidable forces of the Douluo Continent, you must endure the trials of the gods. The deity's voice resonated with authority and solemnity. Shan Chuan and the others gazed in astonishment at the deity, momentarily at a loss for words. Ling Shui was the first to regain her composure and respectfully inquired, "Esteemed deity, may I ask what this trial of the divine entails?" The deity smiled faintly and replied, "In the distant misty valley, there resides a formidable chaotic beast, possessing the power to annihilate all. Your mission is to vanquish it and obtain its soul ring." The mountains and rivers clenched their fists and resolutely declared, "We are willing to embrace this trial." The deity nodded and subsequently vanished amidst a radiant light. The trio immediately set forth towards the misty valley. Along the way, they deliberated on their strategies. "This chaotic behemoth sounds formidable. We must tread carefully," Tyrone expressed with a furrowed brow. Ling Xue reassured him, "Do not fret too much. We have surmounted numerous challenges before, and we shall surely succeed this time as well." The mountains and rivers gleamed with determination. Indeed, as long as we unite our efforts, no foe is insurmountable. Upon their arrival at the misty valley, an overwhelming pressure engulfed them. Could this be the aura of the chaos behemoth? It was terrifying. Talon could not help but tremble. Before them loomed a colossal creature, its form obscured, each breath seemingly distorting the very fabric of space around it. "Prepare for battle," shouted Shan Chuan, charging forth without hesitation. The chaos behemoth let out a fearsome roar, swinging its massive claws towards Shan Chuan. With agility, Shan Chuan evaded the strike while unleashing his spirit skill in an attempt to counter the beast. Ling Xue, positioned behind, continuously bestowed enhancements upon Shan Chuan, while Talon sought an opportunity to strike from the side. Suddenly, the chaos behemoth opened its maw wide, unleashing a wave of black energy. "Be careful," Shan Chuan warned urgently. They all activated their defensive skills, barely managing to withstand the onslaught. "This cannot continue. We must uncover its weakness," Ling Xue exclaimed. After careful observation, they discerned that the creature's eyes were its vulnerable points. Talon, distracted, and Ling Xue and I will seize the moment to target its eyes, Shan Chuan instructed. Without hesitation, Talon charged toward the chaos behemoth, provoking it relentlessly. As Shan Chuan and Ling Xue seized the opportunity to close in swiftly, they launched a decisive strike. Success! Witnessing the chaotic behemoth collapse in agony, they erupted into jubilant cheers. However, just as they prepared to absorb the soul ring, a mysterious group of soul masters appeared. "That soul ring belongs to us," proclaimed the leader of the soul masters. "Not a chance. We have endured countless hardships to obtain it," Shan Chuan retorted defiantly. Thus ensued a fierce contest between the two parties. During the skirmish, Shan Chuan and his companions gradually gained the upper hand. "You are wasting your efforts. Depart at once," Talon bellowed. Ultimately, the group of soul masters was defeated, retreating in disarray. The mountains and rivers successfully absorbed the soul ring of the chaotic behemoth, greatly enhancing their strength. As they prepared to leave the valley, the deity reappeared. "You have excelled in your trials. From this moment forth, you shall receive the blessings of the divine." Upon concluding these words, a radiant light enveloped them. The mountains and rivers were filled with immense gratitude. "This marks merely the beginning of your adventures, for countless challenges await you in the future." After the deities spoke, they vanished. With the blessings of the divine, they continued to inscribe their own legend upon the Douluo Continent. After receiving the blessings of the divine, Shan Chuan, Ling Xue, and Tai Long experienced a significant surge in their abilities, their reputations growing ever more illustrious. However, their actions soon attracted the attention of the Soul Palace, a mysterious and formidable organization that has been covertly manipulating numerous factions across the Douluo Continent. It was reported that a few audacious individuals had managed to gain the favor of the gods. "They must be captured for further examination of this newfound power," declared the cold leader of the Soul Palace. Before long, Shan Chuan and his companions sensed that they were being followed by agents of the Soul Palace. "It seems the Soul Palace has set its sights on us. Everyone, remain vigilant," Shan Chuan cautioned. "What is there to fear? Let them come. We shall face one with a single blow, and two with a double," Tai Long exclaimed, his fist raised defiantly. Ling Xue, filled with concern, turned to Shan Chuan and asked, "What shall we do?" The mountains and rivers pondered for a moment. "First, find a safe place to hide," and then devise a long-term plan. They took refuge in a secluded cave. However, hiding like this is not a solution. We must find a way to take the initiative, Ling Shui remarked. The mountains and rivers nodded in agreement. I concur, yet the Soul Palace possesses formidable strength. We must not act recklessly. At that moment, a cacophony arose from outside the cave. They must be inside. Search for them. The members of the Soul Palace had already pursued them. Mountains and rivers compelled the group to engage in battle with the denizens of the Soul Temple. Behold my martial spirit's true form, declared Shan Chuan, unleashing a formidable martial skill that temporarily repelled a wave of adversaries. Talon, not to be outdone, proclaimed, the weight of Mount Tai descends. Ling Shui stood by, providing assistance and tending to their wounds. However, the minions of the Soul Temple continued to pour forth relentlessly, and they gradually felt overwhelmed. Are we destined to fall here today? Talon gasped. In that moment of dire urgency, a mysterious light flashed, and a deity re-emerged. Brave children, do not lose hope. The deity proclaimed. The mountains and rivers seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. They implored the divine beings for assistance. The deity smiled gently. I can aid you. But you must rely on your own strength to conquer the Soul Palace. With that, the deity bestowed upon them a mysterious soul artifact. Armed with this artifact, the mountains and rivers greatly enhanced their power, revitalizing their spirits to engage in a fierce struggle against the denizens of the Soul Palace. In the heat of battle, they discovered that the adversaries were adept at wielding various enigmatic soul beast skills. Beware, this is the shadow poison fog, Ling Shui called out loudly. Mountains and rivers swiftly deployed their defensive skills, effectively thwarting the assault of the poisonous mist. After a grueling struggle, they finally evaded the relentless pursuit of the Soul Palace. This encounter was indeed perilously close, Ling Shui remarked, her heart still trembling with trepidation. The mountains and rivers tightened their grip on the soul artifact, declaring resolutely, we shall not retreat. We must ensure that the Soul Hall pays the price. In the days that followed, they diligently practiced their skills while seeking the vulnerabilities of the Soul Hall. During one of their adventures, they encountered a formidable thunder lion soul beast. This creature is not easy to deal with, Talon remarked. The mountains and rivers observed the movements of the soul beasts. Everyone acted in accordance with the plan. Ling Shui unleashed her control skills, restraining the actions of the thunder lion. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shan Chuan and Tai Long launched an assault. After a fierce battle, they triumphed over the thunder lion, acquiring a precious soul ring. With their strength continually ascending, they ultimately discovered the headquarters of the Soul Hall. This is it. We must obliterate the Soul Hall. Shan Chuan's eyes glimmered with determination. They stormed into the Soul Hall, engaging in a final confrontation with the Hall Master. You think you can challenge me? The Hall Master scoffed. Let us see what you can do. Shan Chuan charged fearlessly forward. In the heat of battle, they fully utilized their strengths, coordinating seamlessly. Ultimately, they succeeded in defeating the Hall Master and dismantling the Soul Hall. The Douluo Continent regained its former peace. And the names of Shan Chuan, Ling Shui, and Tai Long became legends spoken of by many. Their adventure continued, with more challenges awaiting them in the future. After successfully dismantling the Soul Hall, Shan Chuan, Ling Shui, and Tai Long emerged as revered heroes of the Douluo Continent. However, they did not rest on their laurels. For they understood that within this vast and mysterious land, there were still countless unknowns to explore. One day, within an ancient ruin, they stumbled upon a mysterious tome that chronicled the legend of a lost artifact. It was said that this artifact possessed the formidable power to disrupt the balance of strength across the entire Douluo Continent. If we can find this artifact, we can better protect this land, Shan Chuan declared, his eyes shimmering with resolute light. Ling Shui nodded gently, but this will undoubtedly not be an easy task. Tai Long pounded his chest, proclaiming, what is there to fear? With us together, no challenge is insurmountable. Following the clues from the ancient tome, they embarked on a treacherous journey to locate the artifact. Along the way, they encountered various formidable soul beasts and treacherous traps. In a foreboding swamp, they confronted a gigantic venomous serpent spirit beast. The venom it spewed was highly corrosive, sending chills down their spines. Everyone, be cautious. Do not let the venom touch you, Shan Chuan warned loudly. Ling Shui unleashed her ice-type martial soul abilities, attempting to freeze the serpent's movements. Watch this, a powerful strike. Tai Long swung his massive axe, charging towards the serpent. The serpent nimbly twisted its body, evading their attacks while continuously counterattacking. After an intense battle, Shan Chuan discovered the serpent's weakness and struck it with a decisive blow, causing the beast to finally collapse. Phew, it's finally over, Tai Long said, exhausted. collapsing onto the ground. Continuing forward, they arrived at the base of a steep mountain, shrouded in mist and imbued with an air of mystery. The artifact was likely hidden atop this very mountain. The mountains gazed upon the towering peaks, and, just as they were preparing to ascend, a sudden gust of fierce wind swept through, heralding the appearance of a colossal flying eagle spirit beast above them. The majestic creature flapped its enormous wings, stirring up a tempest that threatened to unsteady their footing. This spirit beast is no easy adversary, Ling Shui remarked. Mountains and rivers spoke calmly. Do not fear. We shall face this together. The trio united their efforts, engaging in a thrilling battle against the soaring eagle soul beast. Ultimately, they triumphed over the beast and ascended to the summit. Within an ancient cave atop the mountain, they discovered the legendary artifact. However, just as they prepared to grasp it, a formidable force repelled them. What is happening? Talon inquired in astonishment. At that moment, a mysterious voice resonated. To claim the artifact, you must pass my test. Immediately, a deity from the Douluo Continent manifested before them. This is the divine trial. Only by demonstrating your courage, wisdom, and strength shall you earn the right to possess the artifact, the deity proclaimed. As the trial commenced, they were transported to a realm filled with illusions, where they confronted their deepest fears. Mountains, I am so frightened. Ling Shui clutched tightly to Mountain's hand. Shan Chuan consoled, do not fear, for these are but illusions. We shall surely find our way out. After considerable effort, they overcame their inner trepidations and emerged from the phantasm. Subsequently, they were confronted by a formidable soul beast, the flame giant dragon. The flames it exhaled were searingly intense, rendering approach nearly impossible. Be wary of its fiery abilities, Shan Chuan exclaimed. Talon charged ahead, diverting the dragon's attention. The mountains and the ethereal snow sought opportunities to exploit the dragon's vulnerabilities. After a grueling battle, they ultimately discerned the dragon's weakness and triumphed over it. You have passed the trial. The artifact now belongs to you, proclaimed the deity with satisfaction. As they grasped the artifact, they felt a surge of formidable power coursing through their bodies. However, at that moment, a new crisis emerged on the Douluo Continent. A cadre of nefarious spirit masters conspired to harness dark forces to dominate the land, establishing a formidable organization to oppose the forces of justice. Shan Chuan, Ling Shui, and Tai Long resolutely stepped forward, armed with divine artifacts, to engage in a climactic confrontation against the malevolent organization. Throughout the battle, they harnessed the full potential of their artifacts, fiercely opposing the forces of evil. For the peace of Douluo Continent, we shall never retreat, Shan Chuan proclaimed passionately. After a harrowing and breathtaking conflict, they ultimately triumphed over the nefarious organization, safeguarding the tranquility and harmony of Douluo Continent. Henceforth, their names became immortal legends on the continent, inspiring generations to courageously pursue justice and peace. Following their successful defense of Douluo Continent, the renown of Shan Chuan, Ling Shui, and Tai Long spread far and wide. Yet, they remained unsatisfied, continuously striving to enhance their strength in preparation for the greater challenges that may lie ahead. One day, while exploring a mysterious relic, they stumbled upon a revelation. Within the distant depths of the ocean resided a mysterious soul beast endowed with a unique martial spirit, possessing unparalleled power. If they could absorb its essence, their abilities would be significantly augmented. This may be an exceptional opportunity for our advancement. Shan Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ling Shui expressed her concerns. The deep sea is fraught with peril. We must be thoroughly prepared. Tai Long, brimming with confidence, declared, what is there to fear? With brother Shan Chuan by our side, we are destined to succeed. Thus, they embarked on their journey to the depths of the ocean. Along the way, they encountered numerous like-minded companions, including Ziyue, skilled in healing, and Taizan, who possessed an immensely powerful defensive martial spirit. Together, they traveled and finally reached the edge of the deep sea. Everyone, remain vigilant. The soul beasts in the deep sea are not to be underestimated, Shan Chuan cautioned. Shortly after entering the abyss, a colossal electric eel soul beast launched an assault upon them, crackling with potent electric currents that deterred any approach. That current is formidable, Ziyue exclaimed in alarm. Taizan stepped forward, asserting, I will stand against it. Mountains and rivers observed the attack patterns of the electric eel spirit beast, seeking its vulnerabilities. Let us all strike at its abdomen, Mountain shouted. United in purpose, they engaged in a fierce battle and ultimately triumphed over the electric eel spirit beast. As they ventured deeper into the abyssal depths, the spirit beast they encountered grew increasingly formidable. This place is truly terrifying. Must we continue? Someone hesitated. Having come this far, how can we abandon our quest? Talon encouraged. At that moment, a mysterious spirit beast with a unique martial spirit appeared. It resembled a dragon, adorned with a pair of enormous wings, emanating an aura of dread. This is our target. Mountain gripped his weapon tightly. The enigmatic spirit beast launched its assault, its skills powerful and uncanny, plunging the group into turmoil. Everyone, remain calm and adhere to the plan, Mountain called out resolutely. Ling Shui unleashed her ice-based abilities in an attempt to hinder the spirit beast's movements, while Ziyu tirelessly tended to the wounds of her injured companions. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shan Chuan and Tai Long launched a fierce assault. However, the soul beasts exhibited formidable defenses, rendering their attacks nearly ineffective. This predicament was untenable, and Shan Chuan was consumed by urgency. Just as despair began to envelop the group, the divine presence of Douluo Continent re-emerged. Children, do not surrender. Believe in your own strength, resonated the divine voice within their hearts. Inspired by this celestial encouragement, Shan Chuan suddenly grasped a novel combat technique. Everyone, heed my command, he exclaimed, reorganizing their offensive strategy. After a grueling struggle, they finally discerned a vulnerability in the soul beast and succeeded in vanquishing it. The time had come to absorb the soul spirit. Shan Chuan took a deep breath. During the absorption process, he faced tremendous challenges, as the power of the soul spirit surged tumultuously within him. Shan Chuan, you can do it, Ling Shui urged anxiously from the sidelines. Bolstered by the encouragement of his companions, Shan Chuan, with unwavering determination, ultimately succeeded in assimilating the soul spirit. With their newfound strength, they embarked on further adventures across Douluo Continent, aiding frail villages in fending off soul beast incursions and resolving numerous enigmatic incidents. On one such adventure, they encountered a town ensnared by the remnants of the Spirit Hall. These remnants of the Spirit Hall are truly relentless, Tai Long exclaimed in fury. The mountains and rivers meticulously analyzed the situation. Everyone must proceed with caution, ensuring that their nefarious schemes do not come to fruition. They engaged in an intense battle against the remnants of the Soul Palace. Throughout the conflict, the mountains and rivers fully harnessed their newly acquired martial soul powers, repelling the enemy's assaults time and again. Hold steadfast, victory is within our grasp. The mountains and rivers rallied the spirits of the group. Ultimately, they triumphed in vanquishing the remnants of the Soul Palace, liberating the town. Their adventurous saga continues, becoming an everlasting legend on the Douluo Continent. The fiery journey of Douluo. After successfully rescuing the town controlled by the remnants of the Spirit Hall, Shan Chuan and his companions continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. One day, they came across an ancient legend that spoke of a mystical valley harboring a 10,000-year-old soul beast, possessing an extraordinarily rare and formidable martial spirit. Defeating it and absorbing its soul ring would lead to a monumental enhancement of their strength. This is a rare opportunity. We must not let it slip by, Shan Chuan declared with unwavering determination. Ling Shui expressed her concerns. A 10,000-year soul beast would surely be a formidable foe. However, Tai Long responded with bravado. What is there to fear? With all of us together, it stands no chance. Once everyone was prepared, they set off towards the valley. Along the way, they encountered a young soul master named Lin Feng, who, upon hearing of their adventurous plan, decided to join them. I am eager to witness the might of this 10,000-year soul beast, Lin Feng said with a smile. As they entered the valley, a tremendous pressure enveloped them. Before their eyes loomed a colossal two-headed serpent, radiating a terrifying aura. The soul beast appears to be at least 50,000 years old, and its level is exceedingly high. Everyone, be cautious, Shan Chuan warned. The two-headed serpent opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of black venom that bore potent corrosive properties. Quick, take cover, Tai Long shouted. The group scattered in haste. Let us strike together. We must not allow it to take us out one by one, Shan Chuan urged. Each member unleashed their unique martial spirits and soul skills in a concerted assault against the two-headed serpent. Ling Shui manipulated water elements to form ice spikes aimed at the beast, while Lin Feng summoned his fiery martial spirit in an attempt to scorch the serpent. However, the creature's defenses were formidable, rendering their attacks largely ineffective. With a swift sweep of its tail, it sent several members flying. This creature is far too powerful. Lin Feng gasped in astonishment. The mountains and rivers rose and declared, do not despair. We shall surely uncover its vulnerability. Amidst the fierce combat, they discerned that one of the junctions of the colossal serpent's heads was its Achilles heel. Concentrate your assault there, shouted the mountains and rivers. The group launched another fervent attack. Yet the two-headed serpent resisted with all its might. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, a deity from the Douluo Continent silently manifested. Children, harness your courage and wisdom, the deity proclaimed. Inspired by this divine encouragement, the mountains and rivers suddenly conceived a strategy. Talon, you and Lin Feng divert its attention while Ling Shui and I exploit its weakness, they instructed. Without hesitation, Talon and Lin Feng charged towards the two-headed serpent, engaging in a fierce struggle. At the opportune moment, Shan Chuan and Ling Shui unleashed their most formidable attack, finally striking at the vulnerability of the colossal serpent. The two-headed python writhed in agony before collapsing to the ground. They had triumphed at last. A chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. The next crucial step involved the absorption of the martial soul. Mountains and rivers inhaled deeply, commencing the absorption of the soul ring. However, the power of the 10,000-year soul ring was exceedingly formidable, and the body of mountains and rivers endured immense suffering. Persevere, mountains. Ling Shui grasped his hand tightly. With the encouragement and support of those around him, mountains and rivers, through indomitable willpower, successfully absorbed the soul ring. After completing the absorption, they continued their journey. In the midst of a vast desert, they encountered a band of robbers who were plundering a merchant caravan. How dare you commit such vile acts under the broad daylight? Mountains exclaimed in fury. The leader of the robbers scoffed, mind your own business, or you'll find yourselves with no way back. Without hesitation, Shan Chuan and his companions engaged in a fierce battle against the bandits. After a fierce confrontation, they successfully vanquished the rogues and rescued the merchant caravan. The owner of the caravan, profoundly grateful, presented them with a precious soul artifact. Subsequently, they heard whispers of a mysterious treasure hidden within an ancient castle, rumored to be linked to the origins of the Douluo Continent. This promises to be a venture fraught with challenges, Shan Chuan remarked. With eager anticipation, the group advanced toward the castle. Inside, the castle was laden with various mechanisms and traps, guarded by formidable soul beasts. Everyone, be cautious, Shan Chuan warned. Suddenly, a three-tailed fox appeared, its speed so swift that it was nearly impossible to grasp. Behold my skill, Lin Feng exclaimed as he unleashed a unique soul technique, momentarily restraining the fox's movements. Taking advantage of the moment, the group, led by Shan Chuan, launched their assault, and after a fierce struggle, they finally defeated the demonic fox. They proceeded deeper into the castle, where they discovered a mysterious treasure within a hidden chamber. Just as they prepared to depart, the castle's master, a formidable soul master, appeared, intent on reclaiming the treasure. This is something I have guarded for many years. You shall not take it away, the castle master bellowed. Another intense battle erupted. Shan Chuan and his companions collaborated closely, fully harnessing their respective strengths and advantages. Ultimately, they triumphed over the castle's master, departing with treasures in hand. Their adventure persists, with a plethora of challenges and opportunities awaiting them in the future. Shan Chuan and his companions, bearing the enigmatic treasures acquired from the castle, pressed onward. Along their journey, their valiant exploits echoed throughout the Douluo Continent, drawing an increasing number of kindred spirits to join their ranks. One fateful day, they arrived at a quaint town shrouded in darkness. The townsfolk lived in constant dread, for a millennia-old soul beast, the shadow demon wolf, had been wreaking havoc in the vicinity. This formidable creature, rumored to possess a staggering 3,000 years of age, posed a significant threat, and Shan Chuan cautioned. We must tread carefully. Fear not, Brother Chuan, together we shall surely vanquish it, exclaimed a young soul master named Xiao Feng. The group commenced their search for the elusive shadow demon wolf around the town. Be vigilant. Do not fall prey to its ambushes, warned Ling Shui. At that moment, the shadow demon wolf sprang forth from the shadows with astonishing speed, launching itself towards one of the team members. Watch out, Shan Chuan shouted, leaping into action to rescue them. Talon, without hesitation, charged forward, unleashing a powerful soul skill that temporarily repelled the wolf. This creature is far too cunning, Lin Feng declared in frustration. During the ensuing battle, they discovered that the shadow demon wolf could become invisible and unleash a shroud of dark mist, disorienting its foes. We must maintain our composure. Let us stand back to back and support one another, directed Shan Chuan. After an intense struggle, they gradually deciphered the wolf's attack patterns. Now, let us strike together, Shan Chuan called out at the opportune moment. Each member unleashed their most potent soul skills, finally overcoming the shadow demon wolf. Splendid. We have triumphed, Xiaofeng exclaimed in exhilaration. However, before they could revel in their victory, yet another crisis emerged. The Spirit Hall, having learned of their whereabouts, dispatched a formidable force to seize the treasures they possessed. Those from the Spirit Hall again. We cannot allow them to succeed this time. Shan Chuan's eyes glimmered with fury. A fierce battle ensued, with the Spirit Hall's members displaying immense strength and seamless coordination, ensnaring Shan Chuan and his companions in dire straits. This cannot continue. We must identify their weaknesses, Ling Xue suggested. Just as they were struggling to hold their ground, a divine presence re-emerged on the Douluo Continent. Children, believe in your strength and unite as one. You shall surely prevail against them, resonated the voice of the deity within their hearts. Inspired by the divine encouragement, Shan Chuan and his allies regained their resolve, exhibiting extraordinary prowess. Follow me into the fray. Shan Chuan rallied as he charged towards the Spirit Hall's ranks. After a grueling battle, they ultimately repelled the Spirit Hall's forces. This victory was made possible by our unity and determination, Shan Chuan proclaimed. Indeed, we are a true team. Amidst the tumultuous voices of the crowd, the mountains began to absorb the soul rings of the shadow magic wolf. During this process, the mountains endured immense agony, yet with unwavering determination, they persevered. Upon the successful absorption, the mountains experienced a significant enhancement in their strength. They continued their adventurous journey. In a dense forest, they encountered a thunderous giant bear. A formidable creature with a remarkable age of 5,000 years and possessing potent lightning abilities. This is a tough adversary, remarked Talon. But we cannot falter, declared the mountains. As the battle commenced, the thunderous giant bear unleashed a formidable torrent of electricity, making it challenging for the group to approach. Spread out and look for opportunities to strike, shouted the mountains. Throughout the skirmish, several team members sustained injuries, yet none relinquished their resolve. For victory, we fight with all our might, cried Xiaofeng. Ultimately, through their collective efforts, they triumphed over the thunderous giant bear. As their adventure progressed, the challenges they faced grew ever more daunting, yet their fervor remained undiminished. Steadfastly traversing this path laden with uncertainty, the glory road of Douluo. After Shan Chuan and his companions triumphed over the thunder giant bear, they continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. Their renown grew ever louder, drawing more allies to their cause. One day, they arrived at a mysterious mountain range, rumored to conceal a 10,000-year-old soul beast, the fiery phoenix, whose age reached a staggering 15,000 years, and whose level was terrifyingly high. Their adversary this time was formidable, and everyone steeled themselves mentally. We must remain vigilant, Shan Chuan declared with a grave expression. What is there to fear? We have always turned peril into fortune, replied the newly joined member, a Yang with a carefree demeanor. The group cautiously ventured into the mountains, searching for traces of the fiery phoenix. Everyone, be careful and do not provoke it, Ling Xue whispered softly. Suddenly, a resounding phoenix cry echoed through the sky as the fiery phoenix descended, engulfed in flames and radiating intense heat. This is bad. Prepare for battle, Shan Chuan shouted. The fiery phoenix spread its wings and unleashed a torrent of fire from its beak, prompting the group to evade hastily. Its flames are too powerful, Talon exclaimed while dodging. A Yong charged forward to launch an attack, only to be swatted away by the fiery phoenix's claw. A Yong, Ling Xue gasped in alarm. Mountains and rivers are in a state of urgent anxiety. Everyone, remain calm and adhere to the plan. They dispersed, launching an assault on the blazing phoenix from various directions. However, the phoenix darted with remarkable speed and boasted formidable defenses, rendering their attacks largely ineffective. This approach is unsustainable. We must identify its vulnerability, declared Shan Chuan. Just as the group found themselves in a predicament, the deity of the Douluo Continent reappeared. Children, attune your senses. The weakness of the blazing phoenix lies at the base of its wings, the deity proclaimed, as the mountains and rivers echoed with his words. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Shan Chuan's eyes. Everyone, heed my command. Focus your assault on the base of its wings. The crowd unleashed their most formidable soul techniques, directing their might towards the vulnerable juncture of the fire phoenix's wings. Sensing the imminent threat, the fire phoenix retaliated with even greater ferocity. Hold firm, we can prevail. Shan Chuan rallied his comrades with booming encouragement. After a grueling battle, they ultimately struck the fire phoenix's Achilles heel. The creature collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Shan Chuan stepped forward, preparing to absorb the spirit ring. During the absorption process, the spirit power within him surged tumultuously, causing him immense agony. Shan Chuan, you can do it. Ling Xue exclaimed anxiously from the side. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, Shan Chuan ultimately succeeded in absorbing the spirit ring, significantly enhancing his strength. Wonderful. Brother Shan Chuan has succeeded. The others cheered in jubilation. Soon after, they received an urgent mission. A nefarious organization was capturing rare spirit beast cubs, intending to use them to forge malevolent spirit weapons. Such heinous acts cannot be tolerated, Shan Chuan declared vehemently. They hastily made their way to the lair of the wicked organization and engaged in a fierce battle with the adversaries. You foolish fools dare to disrupt our plans. The leader of the evil organization taunted. Today marks your doom, Talong bellowed. During the skirmish, the malevolent organization employed various insidious tactics, yet Shan Chuan and his companions remained undaunted. Everyone, be cautious. Do not fall into their traps, Ling Xue cautioned. After a bloody and arduous fight, they ultimately vanquished the evil organization and rescued the spirit beast cubs. Thank you, heroes. The nearby villagers expressed their heartfelt gratitude as they rushed to offer their thanks. Mountains and rivers exchanged knowing smiles, embarking once more on their adventurous journey. During one of their escapades, they encountered an ancient frost giant python, a formidable creature endowed with potent ice abilities, a challenge not to be underestimated. Be cautious, everyone. Caution mountains. As the battle commenced, the frost giant python unleashed a flurry of icy spikes, forcing the group into a defensive position. Do not fear. We shall surely prevail against it, declared the newly joined member, Xiaoye. Through mutual cooperation, they gradually discerned the vulnerabilities of the frost giant python. Ultimately, under Mountain's leadership, they triumphed over the formidable beast. As time passed, their adventures grew increasingly thrilling, etching their names into the annals of legend on the Douluo Continent. After Shan Chuan and his companions triumphed over the frost giant python, they pressed onward through the Douluo Continent with unwavering determination. Their valorous exploits echoed across every corner of the land, attracting a multitude of dreamers and champions of justice to join their ranks. On this day, they arrived at a mysterious marshland, rumored to be the lair of a 20,000-year-old nether poison lizard, a formidable creature whose venom could corrode anything in an instant. This is bound to be a tough battle. Everyone must exercise utmost caution, Shan Chuan remarked gravely. Fear not, boss. We are not afraid, exclaimed the newly joined member. Xiao Fei, brimming with confidence. The group cautiously stepped into the swamp, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Oh dear, this place is utterly disgusting, with muck everywhere, Xiao Fei complained. Do not let your guard down. The nether poison lizard could appear at any moment, Ling Xue cautioned. No sooner had she spoken than the nether poison lizard surged forth from the mire, its gaping maw unleashing a torrent of green venom. Quick, dodge, Shan Chuan shouted urgently. The group swiftly evaded the attack, as the venom splattered onto the ground, immediately rising in a cloud of toxic smoke. This creature is exceedingly poisonous. We must devise a means to counteract its venom, Talong stated. Allow me to attempt freezing its venom with my ice-based soul skill, Xiaoyu declared, employing her ice spirit abilities to temporarily halt the spread of the toxic liquid. Shan Chuan seized the opportunity to charge forward, wielding his sword in a fierce strike against the phantom venom lizard. The creature, agile and cunning, twisted its body deftly, launching a powerful sweep of its tail towards Shan Chuan. Be careful, Shan Chuan, Ling Xue exclaimed in alarm. Amidst the perilous skirmish, Shan Chuan deftly evaded danger, continuing his fierce battle against the abyssal venom lizard. The creature relentlessly unleashed potent soul beast abilities, ensnaring everyone in a dire predicament. This stalemate was untenable. We must discern its fatal vulnerability, Shan Chuan gasped. Just as they grappled with strategies, a deity from the Douluo Continent re-emerged. Children, the abyssal venom lizard's weakness lies in its underbelly, the deity proclaimed. Thank you for your divine guidance. Shan Chuan expressed his gratitude. Listen to my commands. Concentrate our attacks on its abdomen, he bellowed, united in purpose. The group unleashed their most formidable strikes toward the lizard's vulnerable spot. The abyssal venom lizard fought fiercely, yet ultimately succumbed to their collective efforts, collapsing to the ground. The mountains and rivers began to absorb the soul rings of the phantom poison lizard. During this arduous process, the body of the mountains and rivers endured immense pain. Yet he persevered through sheer willpower. Go, mountains and rivers. The others cheered him on from the sidelines. Upon successfully absorbing the soul ring, the strength of the mountains and rivers experienced a remarkable enhancement. Splendid! Our leader has grown even more powerful, exclaimed Xiao Fei with excitement. Subsequently, they learned of a mysterious soul artifact hidden within an ancient ruin, rumored to possess enigmatic powers. Let us investigate. It may prove beneficial to us, suggested the mountains and rivers. Upon their arrival at the ruin, they discovered it was fraught with various traps and mechanisms. Be cautious, everyone, Talon warned. During their exploration, several members sustained injuries. We must not give up. We will surely find the soul artifact, encouraged the mountains and rivers. Just as they were on the verge of locating the artifact, a group of formidable soul masters appeared, intent on seizing it. We discovered it first. You shall not take it from us, shouted Xiaoyu in anger. A fierce battle ensued. The mountains and rivers led their companions into a fierce battle against their adversaries. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately triumphed over their foes, successfully obtaining the soul artifact. This victory was largely attributed to their unity and bravery, remarked the leader. We are a team, forever steadfast and unyielding. The group echoed in unison. In their subsequent adventure, they encountered a storm white tiger, a creature aged 12,000 years, possessing the formidable ability to command tempests. Prepare yourselves to face this challenge, the leader proclaimed. The battle was imminent, as the storm white tiger unleashed violent gales, threatening to unsteady the warriors. Fear not, we can conquer it, shouted the new member, a Chong. Collaborating seamlessly, they gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, they succeeded in vanquishing the storm white tiger. The adventures of Shan Chuan and his companions continue. Their path to glory is an unending journey. The pinnacle mission of Douluo. After Shan Chuan and his companions triumphed over the tempestuous white tiger, they continued their exploration of the Douluo Continent. Their renown had spread across the entire realm, elevating them to the status of heroes in the eyes of the people. One fateful day, they arrived at a mysterious island, rumored to harbor a 30,000-year-old azure sea dragon, a formidable creature with the extraordinary ability to manipulate water elements. This adversary was no trivial matter, and everyone needed to exercise utmost caution, Shan Chuan remarked with a grave expression. No matter how powerful it may be, we shall not retreat, affirmed Aphone, a newly joined companion, with unwavering determination. The group cautiously set foot on the island, meticulously searching for traces of the azure sea dragon. This place feels eerily quiet. Something seems amiss, Ling Xue whispered. Suddenly, the tranquil sea erupted into monstrous waves as the azure sea dragon burst forth from the depths, unleashing a barrage of powerful water arrows from its maw. Get away quickly, Shan Chuan shouted. The group scattered in a frenzy, chaos reigning supreme. This creature is overwhelmingly formidable, Talon exclaimed in astonishment. Mountains and rivers observed the attacking patterns of the azure sea dragon with a composed demeanor, exclaiming, Everyone, pay attention to its movements and seek for vulnerabilities. The azure sea dragon incessantly unleashed its soul beast abilities, manipulating the ocean waters into various forms of assault, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. This approach is untenable. We must take the initiative, Aphone asserted. Very well, let us advance together. Mountains and rivers led the charge towards the azure sea dragon. Amidst the fierce clash, many sustained injuries, yet their resolve remained steadfast. Just as exhaustion began to overwhelm them, the deity of the Douluo Continent reappeared. Children, do not surrender. Unite your hearts, and you shall surely overcome. The divine voice resonated in their ears. Inspired by the deity's encouragement, the group regained their spirits and coordinated their efforts. After a grueling battle, they finally discerned the azure sea dragon's weakness at its neck. Focus your attacks on its neck, mountains and rivers commanded. The group unleashed their most potent soul skills, ultimately striking the dragon's vulnerability and subduing it. Mountains and rivers began to absorb the soul ring of the azure sea dragon, a tremendous force surging into his body, inflicting great agony upon him. Hang in there, Shan Chuan, Ling Xue urged anxiously from the side. With the encouragement of his companions, Shan Chuan successfully assimilated the soul ring, resulting in a significant enhancement of his strength. Wonderful. We have triumphed over yet another formidable adversary. The crowd erupted in cheers. Subsequently, they pressed onward and arrived at a cursed valley. It is said that a 40,000-year-old dark unicorn resides here, known for its ferocity, the newly introduced character, Allure, remarked. Regardless, we must venture forth, Shan Chuan declared. As they entered the valley, the dark unicorn materialized instantly, emanating an aura of darkness that enveloped them in a suffocating atmosphere. Beware of its dark shockwave, Aphone cautioned. The dark unicorn launched an assault, unleashing waves of dark energy. The group promptly employed their defensive soul techniques to withstand the onslaught. We cannot remain on the defensive. We must take the initiative, Shan Chuan proclaimed. They began to counterattack, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the Dark Unicorn. Throughout the battle, the Dark Unicorn exhibited extraordinary prowess, plunging the group into dire straits. Are we destined to fail? Talon said, his voice tinged with despair. No, as long as we draw breath, we shall not surrender, Shan Chuan encouraged. At that moment, he suddenly comprehended a new skill, rallying his comrades to launch a final assault. After a breathtaking struggle, they ultimately vanquished the Dark Unicorn. Upon absorbing the Soul Ring, the mountains and rivers felt an unprecedented surge of power. We shall undoubtedly fulfill our mission and safeguard this continent, declared the mountains and rivers with unwavering confidence. In the adventures that lay ahead, they would encounter numerous challenges, yet they remained undaunted, for within their hearts resided steadfast belief and a fervent spirit. After successfully vanquishing the Dark Unicorn, Shan Chuan and his companions continued their adventurous journey across the Douluo Continent. Their heroic deeds reverberated throughout the land, drawing numerous aspiring individuals to join their ranks. This time, they ventured into a mysterious forest rumored to conceal a flame golden rock of 50,000 years. A creature of such formidable rank and power that it instilled fear in the hearts of many. This will be an exceedingly arduous battle. Everyone must be mentally prepared, Shan Chuan stated with a grave expression. No matter how challenging it may be, we will not falter, declared the newly introduced character, a Yun, with unwavering resolve. As the group stepped into the forest, the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Everyone, be cautious and attentive to your surroundings, Ling Shui cautioned. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed from the heavens as the flame golden rock swooped down like a blazing inferno. Scatter! Shan Chuan shouted loudly. The flame golden rock spread its wings, unleashing a scorching tempest that ignited the surrounding trees in an instant. Its abilities are terrifying, Talon exclaimed while evading the onslaught. Mountains and rivers observed the attack patterns of the fiery golden rock and shouted, "Focus your assaults on its wings to restrain its movement." The group unleashed their martial spirit abilities, directing their efforts towards the wings of the rock. However, the fiery golden rock moved with astonishing speed, effortlessly evading the majority of their strikes. This approach is futile. We must devise an alternative strategy, a Yun stated. Just as the group found themselves in a predicament, the deity of the Douluo Continent reappeared. Children, the weakness of the fiery golden rock lies in its back, the deity proclaimed. Thank you for your guidance. Mountains expressed his gratitude. Everyone, follow my lead and find a way to divert its attention while I seize the opportunity to strike its back, Mountains commanded. After an intense battle, Mountains successfully struck the rock's vulnerable spot. The fiery golden rock fell, wounded, and Mountains began to absorb its soul ring. During the absorption process, Mountains endured immense pain, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Keep going, Mountains, Ling Shui encouraged, gripping his hand tightly. At last, Mountains successfully absorbed the soul ring, significantly enhancing his power. Excellent. We have made progress. The group cheered. Subsequently, they heard of a mysterious soul tool hidden within an ancient castle, capable of greatly augmenting the user's strength. Let us investigate. It may prove immensely beneficial, Mountains suggested. Upon arriving at the castle, they discovered it was enveloped by a formidable barrier. What shall we do? A Yun inquired. Let us brainstorm. We will surely find a way to breach this barrier, Mountains replied. After much effort, they finally uncovered a flaw in the barrier and managed to enter the castle. However, the interior was riddled with various traps and guarded by powerful spirit beasts. Be cautious, Talon warned. During their exploration, several companions sustained injuries. Do not lose hope. We will undoubtedly locate the soul tool, Mountains encouraged. Just as they were about to uncover the soul tool, members of the spirit hall suddenly appeared, attempting to seize it. Those from the spirit hall shall not take what is ours, a Yun exclaimed angrily. A fierce battle erupted, with both sides locked in a fierce struggle. At a critical moment, Mountains unleashed his newly acquired soul skill, turning the tide of the battle. Ultimately, they triumphed over the spirit hall members and secured the soul tool. This victory is thanks to our unity and bravery, Mountains declared. We are an invincible team, the group echoed in unison. In the subsequent adventure, they encountered a 6,000-year-old thunder giant elephant, possessing terrifying lightning abilities. Prepare yourselves for a new challenge. The mountains and rivers resounded with a mighty call. In an instant, the battle commenced as the thunderous giant unleashed a powerful storm of lightning, filling the battlefield with flashes and roars. The warriors, working in unison, engaged in a thrilling struggle for survival against the thunderous giant. After a grueling confrontation, they ultimately triumphed over the formidable beast. The adventures of Shan Chuan and his companions persist as they continually transcend their limits, advancing towards ever greater realms. The fearless journey of Douluo. After successfully vanquishing the thunder giant elephant, Shan Chuan and his companions continued their exploration across the Douluo Continent. Their heroic deeds had spread throughout the land, drawing an increasing number of powerful allies to their ranks. This time, they arrived at a mysterious swamp, said to harbor a phantom spirit fox of 70,000 years in age, a creature of astonishing power possessing extremely peculiar abilities. Everyone must proceed with caution. This phantom spirit fox is not to be trifled with, Shan Chuan warned gravely. Rest assured, Brother Shan Chuan, we shall not let our guard down, replied Ofting, a character who had joined them randomly. The group cautiously ventured into the swamp, remaining ever vigilant of their surroundings. This place is eerie, sending chills down my spine, Ling Xue remarked involuntarily. At that moment, a shadow flickered past, and before they could react, several members of the party were struck down. It's the phantom spirit fox. Everyone, be on your guard, Shan Chuan shouted. The phantom spirit fox moved with lightning speed, its form appearing and disappearing, making it nearly impossible to grasp. What do we do? We can't seem to catch its trail, Talon exclaimed anxiously. The mountains and rivers pondered their strategy with calm resolve. Do not panic. Let us stand back to back and form a defensive circle. As they engaged in a battle of wits with the phantom spirit fox, the group found themselves ensnared in a dilemma. Just when they felt utterly helpless, the deity of the Douluo Continent reappeared. Children, the deity proclaimed. The weakness of the phantom spirit fox lies in its brief pause after unleashing its skills. Thank you for your guidance, O Divine One, Mountain River expressed gratefully. Everyone, pay attention. Seize the opportunity during its moment of stillness to launch an attack, Mountain River urged. After a fierce struggle, they finally discerned the flaw in the phantom spirit fox's defenses and succeeded in vanquishing it. The mountains began to absorb the soul ring of the phantom spirit fox, and a powerful force surged through his body. Hang in there, Shan Chuan, Ling Xue said anxiously from the side. Ultimately, Shan Chuan successfully absorbed the soul ring, and his strength was once again enhanced. Subsequently, they heard tales of a formidable soul artifact located atop a perilous peak. Yet it was guarded by an 8,000-year-old frost giant dragon. This is a rare opportunity. We must acquire that soul artifact, Shan Chuan declared. As they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they beheld the frost giant dragon coiled in the air, emanating an icy aura. This creature appears frightfully formidable, a Feng remarked. The frost giant dragon unleashed a frigid breath, instantly freezing everything in its vicinity. The group hastily employed their skills to withstand the biting cold. We must draw closer to it if we are to have a chance of defeating it, Shan Chuan urged. In the arduous approach, many sustained injuries and fell. We cannot give up. We are capable of this, Talon shouted. After a grueling battle, they finally discovered the frost giant dragon's weakness and succeeded in vanquishing it. After absorbing the soul ring, Shan Chuan led the group to the summit, where they discovered the coveted soul artifact. However, just as they prepared to depart, the Soul Temple's members reappeared, surrounding them. Surrender the soul artifact, and we shall spare your lives, commanded the leader of the Soul Temple. Never. We will not allow you to succeed, Shan Chuan retorted angrily. A fierce battle erupted once more, with both sides locked in a fierce struggle. In a critical moment, Shan Chuan unleashed formidable power, guiding his companions to successfully repel the forces of the Soul Temple. This victory is thanks to our unity and bravery, Shan Chuan declared. As long as we stand together, no challenge is insurmountable. The group echoed in unison. Their adventure continued, with even greater challenges awaiting them in the future. After successfully repelling the Soul Palace, Shan Chuan and his companions took a brief respite before embarking on a new adventure. This time, they found themselves in a forest shrouded in mist, where it was rumored that a knight Kirin, aged 90,000 years, resided. Its formidable level and terrifying power deterred countless soul masters. This opponent is likely to be unprecedentedly powerful. We must proceed with utmost caution, Shan Chuan remarked gravely. Humph. No matter how formidable it is, we shall not flinch, declared the newly joined member, Ian, with bravado. The group cautiously ventured into the forest, the mist rendering their vision unclear. Stay close, and do not wander off, Ling Xue cautioned. Suddenly, a fierce gale swept through, and the knight Kirin emerged from the fog, exuding an aura of darkness, its eyes glimmering with an eerie light. Be careful, it is about to launch an attack, Talon shouted. The night Kirin opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of black flames, prompting the group to scatter in haste. "These flames are incredibly powerful," Ian exclaimed. The mountains and rivers observed the movements of the night Kirin and remarked upon its formidable speed and strength, declaring that a direct confrontation would be unwise. Instead, they must seek out its vulnerabilities. As the battle with the night Kirin ensued, the group gradually found themselves in dire straits, overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of its soul beast skills. "This approach is untenable. We must devise a strategy to break through," Lingxue urged. Just as despair began to settle upon them, the divine presence of Douluo Continent reappeared. "Children, the weakness of the night Kirin lies in its abdomen. But approaching that area will not be an easy task," the deity proclaimed. "No matter how difficult it may be, we must attempt it," Shan Chuan resolutely replied. "Everyone, follow my lead. We will collectively draw its attention to create an opportunity for Shan Chuan," Talon suggested. After an intense battle, Shan Chuan finally found his moment and successfully struck the abdomen of the night Kirin. The beast fell injured, and Shan Chuan immediately began to absorb its soul ring. During the absorption, he endured immense pain, his face contorted in agony. "Shan Chuan, you can do it," Lingxue anxiously shouted from the sidelines. At last, Shan Chuan succeeded in absorbing the soul ring, significantly enhancing his strength. "Wonderful! Brother Shan Chuan has grown even stronger," Ian exclaimed with excitement. They then pressed onward, arriving at an ancient ruin, rumored to conceal a mysterious soul artifact of great power. Upon entering the ruins, they discovered it was riddled with various mechanisms and traps. "Everyone, be cautious. Watch your step and overhead," Shan Chuan warned. As they explored, their companions sustained injuries. "We cannot give up. We must find the soul artifact," Lingxue encouraged. Just as they were on the verge of discovering the artifact, a group of powerful soul masters appeared, intent on claiming it for themselves. "This soul artifact belongs to us. You shall not take it," the opposing leader declared. A fierce battle erupted, with both sides locked in a grueling struggle. In a critical moment, Shan Chuan unleashed his newly acquired soul skill, decisively defeating the adversaries. Ultimately, they successfully obtained the soul artifact. "This victory is thanks to our unity and bravery," Shan Chuan stated. "We will always follow you, Brother Shan Chuan," the group chorused. In their subsequent adventure, they encountered a 10,000-year-old radiant lion, imbued with divine power. "This will be an exceptionally arduous battle, but we fear nothing," Shan Chuan proclaimed. The battle erupted instantaneously, as the radiant lion emitted blinding light, rendering them momentarily unable to see. The group coordinated their efforts, engaging in a thrilling life-and-death struggle against the radiant lion. After an arduous and extraordinary confrontation, they finally triumphed over the radiant beast. The adventures of Shan Chuan and his companions persist, as they continually embrace new challenges and forge their own legendary saga. The Tangled Paths of Douluo, Shan Chuan. After vanquishing the radiant holy lion, Shan Chuan and his companions continued their exploration of the Douluo Continent. They had heard whispers of an unparalleled soul tool concealed deep within a mysterious mountain range, and with unwavering resolve, they embarked on their quest to obtain it. This treacherous mountain range was fraught with peril, and Shan Chuan cautioned everyone to remain vigilant. "Fear not, Brother Shan Chuan, we shall surely succeed," declared the newly joined member, Io. Not long after they entered the mountain, they encountered a 50,000-year-old gale wolf, its swiftness akin to lightning. "Spread out. Do not allow it to concentrate its attacks on us," shouted Lingxue. The gale wolf unleashed its skill, Wind Blade, sending forth a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades towards the group. "Behold, Taishan's shield." Talon invoked his defensive skill, successfully blocking a portion of the oncoming wind blades. As the winds howled, Shan Chuan seized the opportunity to charge at the gale wolf, engaging in a fierce close-quarters battle. "Go, Shan Chuan," Ayao cheered from the sidelines. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the gale wolf. Venturing deeper into the mountains, the atmosphere grew increasingly ominous and terrifying, chilling the very marrow of their bones. Ayao remained closely behind Shan Chuan. Suddenly, a shadow spider queen, aged 70,000 years, emerged from the darkness, her silk laced with deadly venom. "Beware the silk," Shan Chuan shouted. The group swiftly took cover, while Lingxue unleashed her ice-based abilities, attempting to immobilize the shadow spider queen. "This foe is formidable," Talon remarked. Throughout the battle with the shadow spider queen, they found themselves in peril on multiple occasions. Just when hope seemed lost, a divine being from the Douluo Continent appeared. "Children, conquer it with your courage and wisdom," the deity proclaimed. Inspired by this encouragement, Shan Chuan discerned the weakness of the Shadow Spider Queen, and together, they united their strengths to vanquish her. The mountains and rivers absorbed the soul ring of the Shadow Spider Emperor, further enhancing their power. We must exercise greater caution henceforth, Mountain River proclaimed. They finally arrived at the location of the unparalleled soul artifact, only to discover it was protected by a formidable barrier. What shall we do? A Yao inquired anxiously. Do not panic. Let us devise a plan together, Mountain River reassured. After considerable effort, they uncovered the method to break the barrier and successfully obtained the soul artifact. Upon leaving the mysterious mountain range, they ventured into the enchanting forest. It appeared stunning, yet the hidden dangers remained unknown. Ling Shui remarked. Regardless, we must proceed with caution, Mountain River advised. Within the forest, they encountered a QNGM Lu In bird, aged 90,000 years, capable of wielding plants as instruments of attack. Everyone, be wary of the surrounding trees, Mountain River shouted. The QNGM Luin's abilities ensnared them in peril as the trees relentlessly assaulted them. This cannot continue. We must retaliate, Talon declared. The mountains and rivers observed the movements of the Azure Phoenix, searching for vulnerabilities. I have discovered its weak point, the wings, exclaimed the mountains and rivers. After a fierce battle, they triumphed over the Azure Phoenix. This success is thanks to everyone's cooperation, the mountains and rivers remarked. Deep within the forest, they stumbled upon a mysterious relic, which appeared to conceal immense secrets. After discovering a mysterious relic within the enchanted forest, Mountain River and his companions cautiously ventured inside. Everyone, tread carefully. There may be dangers lurking within, Mountain River whispered. Understood, the group responded in unison. As they entered the relic, a chilling breeze swept through, sending shivers down their spines. What kind of sinister place is this? Muttered the newly joined member, Ajie. Suddenly, a 10,000-year-old nether white tiger leapt forth from the shadows, its roar deafening. This is bad. It's a formidable soul beast, Ling Shui exclaimed. The nether white tiger unleashed its skill, Shadow Impact, its immense power forcing the group to retreat. Do not be afraid. Let us fight together, Mountain River called out. Behold my might, Flame Storm. Talon unleashed a powerful attack. However, the nether white tiger's defenses were formidable, effortlessly withstanding their onslaught. This creature is too powerful. What shall we do? Ajie questioned, his voice tinged with panic. The mountains and rivers observed the movements of the spectral white tiger with a keen eye, stating, it pauses briefly after each attack. We shall seize this opportunity to strike. With the close cooperation of the group, they finally identified a flaw in the spectral white tiger's defenses and dealt it a significant blow. After a fierce battle, the spectral white tiger collapsed to the ground, and the mountains and rivers began to absorb its soul ring. Go, mountains and rivers. Ling Shui stood by, providing protection. Once the soul ring was absorbed, the mountains and rivers felt a qualitative enhancement in strength. They continued their exploration within the ruins and discovered an ancient tome, which contained records of a mysterious skill. If we can master this skill, our power will grow even greater, the mountains and rivers exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, the deity of the Douluo Continent reappeared. Children, to master this skill, you must undergo a trial, the deity proclaimed. What trial? Ajie inquired. The deity smiled slightly and replied, within these ruins lies a 12,000-year-old purple gold Qilin. Only by defeating it can you earn the right to learn the skill. The group exchanged glances. Yet their eyes bore no hint of retreat. They searched the ruins for traces of the purple gold Qilin and ultimately found it within a vast cavern. Upon seeing them, the Qilin launched an attack, unleashing a skill known as the Thunderbolt Fury, sending countless bolts of lightning crashing toward them. Quick, evade! Shouted the mountains and rivers. The group darted through the cavern, seeking opportunities to counterattack. We cannot remain passive. Let us all attack together, Talon urged. They unleashed their most powerful skills, engaging in a desperate battle with the purple gold Qilin. Throughout the fight, the mountains and rivers continuously encouraged their comrades, while Ling Shui tended to the injured. After a long and arduous struggle, they finally triumphed over the purple gold Qilin. The deity appeared before them, stating, you have passed the trial. You may now learn the mysterious skill. The group was filled with excitement as they began to learn the new skill. After mastering it, they departed the ruins and continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a mysterious island, shrouded in dense fog and fraught with unknown dangers. Be cautious. This island feels quite unusual, the mountains and rivers warned. What of it? We've seen our fair share of challenges, Ajie replied nonchalantly. No sooner had they set foot on the island than they encountered an 80,000-year-old deep-sea serpent. The serpent leaped from the ocean, creating colossal waves. This creature will be difficult to handle, Talon remarked. Mountains and rivers spoke. Do not fear, we shall find a way together. In their battle against the deep-sea dragon, they faced numerous challenges but never wavered in their resolve. Ultimately, they triumphed over the deep-sea dragon and continued their exploration of the island. Deep within the island, they uncovered a sealed treasure containing precious soul artifacts and soul rings. What a remarkable bounty, Ajay exclaimed with excitement. However, just as they prepared to depart the island, members of the Soul Palace appeared, intent on seizing their treasure. Humph, you shall not take it from us. Mountains and rivers bellowed in anger. A fierce battle erupted once more. In a fierce confrontation, Shan Chuan and the members of the Soul Palace clashed violently. The vile villains of the Soul Palace shall not seize what is rightfully ours, Shan Chuan bellowed, his sword glinting with a fierce radiance. The nefarious individuals from the Soul Palace sneered ominously. Do you truly believe you can thwart us? How deluded. Both sides unleashed an array of formidable skills, creating a dazzling spectacle of light and an incessant cacophony of sound. The newly introduced character, Amin, suffered injuries amidst the fray, prompting Lingxue to rush to her aid. Amin, hold on, Lingxue cried out. Shan Chuan and Tailong valiantly resisted the onslaught of the Soul Hall's members. Come on, everyone. We cannot afford to lose. Shan Chuan fervently encouraged his companions. After a fierce battle, they finally managed to repel the forces of the Soul Hall. Phew, we have finally driven them away, Tailong panted, catching his breath. However, it is certain that the Soul Hall will not relent. We must swiftly enhance our strength, Shan Chuan remarked with a grave expression. They departed from the island, continuing their adventures on the Douluo Continent. Soon after, they ventured deeper into the mysterious mountain range. There, they encountered a fiery phoenix of an astonishingly high age of 150,000 years, its formidable presence instilling a sense of despair among them. What are we to do? This fiery phoenix is far too powerful, Amin exclaimed, her face betraying her fear. The mountains and rivers reassured, do not fear. Together we shall devise a strategy to confront this challenge. The blazing phoenix unfurled its immense wings, unleashing a torrent of searing flames, causing the temperature to soar instantaneously. Quick, take cover, Talon shouted. The crowd scattered, while the mountains and rivers seized the opportunity to scrutinize the phoenix's attack patterns. I have discerned that it pauses briefly after each fiery assault. We shall strike during those moments, proclaimed the mountains and rivers. Following this guidance, everyone coordinated their attacks. Behold my ice shard arrow. Lingxue unleashed her ice magic, endeavoring to hinder the fiery phoenix's movements. Through their collective efforts, they ultimately identified the phoenix's vulnerability and succeeded in vanquishing it. The mountains began to absorb the soul ring of the blazing phoenix, a process rife with agony and trials. Mountains, you must succeed. Lingxue watched anxiously from the side. At last, the mountains successfully absorbed the soul ring, greatly enhancing their power. They then ventured into the heart of the enchanting forest, where a colossal chaotic beast of 200,000 years barred their path. What manner of creature is this? It appears utterly terrifying, Ajay exclaimed. The chaotic beast wielded formidable chaotic energy, capable of distorting space itself. Everyone, be cautious. Do not let its power ensnare you. Mountains warned. In their battle against the chaotic beast, they encountered unprecedented challenges. What shall we do? It seems we cannot inflict any harm upon it, Talon said anxiously. Just as despair began to envelop them, the deity of Douluo Continent reappeared. Children, believe in your strength. Conquer it with your courage and wisdom, the deity proclaimed. Encouraged by the divine presence, mountains and the others rallied their spirits, and after a grueling struggle, they finally discovered the beast's fatal weakness and triumphed over it. We owe this victory to the deity's assistance, Amin expressed gratefully. But more importantly, it is our unity and effort that led us here, Mountains replied. With the joy of victory in their hearts, they continued their adventures across Douluo Continent. After vanquishing the chaotic beast, they journeyed onward and arrived at a place known as Ghost Valley. This place has an eerie atmosphere. It feels ominous, Tailong remarked, furrowing his brow. Yet perhaps it harbors hidden opportunities, suggested the newly joined character, Ahui, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. As they entered Ghost Valley, they were confronted by a shadowy phantom leopard of 100,000 years, capable of cloaking itself and launching surprise attacks. Everyone, stay alert and heed the sounds around us. Mountains warned, vigilant. Suddenly, The shadowy phantom leopard appeared from behind Lingxue, launching an assault. Lingxue. Mountains cried out in desperation, rushing forward to shield her. Mountains. Lingxue gasped. Fortunately, Mountains reacted swiftly, intercepting the blow. The group unleashed their skills, striving to pinpoint the leopard's location. I will use my fire abilities to illuminate the surroundings and perhaps force it out, Ahui declared, conjuring a blaze of flames. Under the glow of the fire, the silhouette of the shadowy phantom leopard flickered into view, and Mountains seized the opportunity to strike. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately overcame the shadowy phantom leopard. Mountains. You nearly frightened me to death just now, Lingxue said, her heart still racing, her eyes filled with concern. The mountains and rivers gazed upon her with a gentle smile. I shall not allow you to come to harm. As they ventured deeper into the Ghost Valley, they stumbled upon a mysterious cavern. There may be treasures within, Ahui exclaimed with excitement. Upon entering the cave, they were confronted by a frost dragon, aged a staggering 150,000 years. Beware, it is the frost dragon, Mountain River shouted. The frost dragon unleashed a frigid breath, instantly freezing everything in its vicinity. Everyone, quickly resist with your soul power, Talon urged. The group fought valiantly against the cold, engaging in a fierce battle with the frost dragon. Behold my might, Thunderstrike. Mountain River unleashed a powerful skill. During the clash, Mountain River discerned the dragon's vulnerability lay at the base of its wings. Everyone, concentrate your attacks on its wing base, Mountain River commanded. After a grueling battle, they triumphed over the frost dragon. The mountains and rivers absorbed the soul ring of the frost giant dragon, enhancing their strength once more. After departing from the Ghost Valley, they entered a mysterious desert. This desert appeared boundless, and we must tread carefully, remarked Shan Chuan. Within the desert, they encountered a sandstorm scorpion of 200,000 years, capable of unleashing formidable sandstorms. What shall we do? The storm obscures our vision, exclaimed Ahui. Do not panic, everyone hold hands and stay together, shouted Lingxue. With his keen perception, Shan Chuan located the position of the sandstorm giant scorpion. Follow me, he urged, leading everyone towards the formidable creature. After a thrilling and heart-pounding battle, they ultimately triumphed over the sandstorm giant scorpion. At that moment, the deity of the Douluo Continent reappeared. Children, your performance has greatly pleased me. However, you shall soon face even greater challenges, the deity announced. No matter the challenge, we shall not falter, Shan Chuan declared resolutely. Their adventure continues, with countless unknowns awaiting them in the future. The journey of Shan Chuan and Douluo. Shan Chuan and his companions bid farewell to the divine and resumed their adventurous journey. This time, they ventured into a mysterious maritime expanse, an abyss that appeared unfathomable, concealing untold dangers. Talon gazed at the tumultuous waves and remarked, regardless, we must exercise utmost caution. Shan Chuan's expression turned grave. Shortly after entering the waters, they encountered a 10,000-year-old deep-sea demon whale, its massive form exuding an extraordinary power. Be wary, this deep-sea demon whale is formidable, Shan Chuan warned with a loud voice. The creature opened its enormous maw, unleashing a torrent of water that surged towards them. Quick, deploy defensive skills, Lingxue shouted. Everyone exerted their utmost effort to withstand the onslaught of the water. We cannot remain on the defensive indefinitely. We must devise a strategy to strike back, Shan Chuan declared. Behold my might, Flame Dragon Charge. Ahui unleashed his powerful skill, charging towards the deep-sea demon whale. However, the whale merely flicked its tail, sending Ahui hurtling through the air. Ahui, the group gasped in horror. I am unharmed. Continue the battle. Ahui rose from the ground and charged forward once more. As the battle with the deep-sea demon whale raged on, they gradually discerned its weakness lay in its eyes. Everyone, focus your attacks on its eyes, Shan Chuan commanded. After a grueling struggle, they finally succeeded in striking the whale's eyes, bringing it to defeat. The mountains began to absorb the soul ring of the deep-sea magic whale, a process fraught with hardship. Persevere, Shan Chuan. Lingxue cheered him on from the sidelines. After successfully absorbing the soul ring, Shan Chuan experienced a remarkable enhancement in his strength. Subsequently, they arrived at a mysterious island, which exuded an enigmatic aura. We must tread carefully, Shan Chuan advised. On the island, they encountered a phantom unicorn of 15,000 years, capable of creating countless illusions, blurring the lines between reality and deception. How do we combat it? Its shadows are everywhere. Talon expressed his anxiety. Stay calm, If we observe closely, we will surely discern its true form, Shan Chuan reassured him. After a meticulous observation and probing, they finally located the unicorn's essence. Now is the time, attack, Shan Chuan commanded, and together they unleashed their most potent assault. At last, the phantom unicorn collapsed to the ground. During their adventure, the bond between Shan Chuan and Ling Xue grew ever deeper. Ling Xue, once this adventure concludes, I wish to lead a tranquil life with you, Shan Chuan declared earnestly. Very well, Shan Chuan. I am willing to stand by your side forever, Ling Xue replied, her cheeks flushed. They pressed onward, delving into the heart of the mysterious mountains. Here, they encountered a dark phoenix of 200,000 years. The aura of this dark phoenix is terrifying. Ahui trembled as he spoke. Do not fear, we shall face it together. Shan Chuan rallied his companions. The dark phoenix unleashed dark flames, incinerating everything in its vicinity. Utilize your soul power to resist the flames, Shan Chuan urged. In the midst of battle, they coordinated their efforts, continuously seeking the dark phoenix's vulnerabilities. After a prolonged and fierce struggle, they finally triumphed over the dark phoenix. This victory was hard-earned, Talon remarked, fatigued. Yet we achieved it, Shan Chuan proclaimed. Their adventure continued, with the future replete with uncertainty and challenges. After Shan Chuan and his companions triumphed over the dark phoenix, they continued their exploration of the Douluo Continent. They ventured into a mysterious swamp, shrouded in an eerie mist. Be cautious, this place exudes a sinister aura, warned Shan Chuan with vigilant eyes. Indeed, I sense something watching us, replied Ling Xue as she huddled closely beside him. Suddenly, a 12,000-year-old poison mist spider emperor leaped from the depths of the swamp, unleashing a torrent of toxic fog. Cover your mouths and noses, do not succumb to the poison, Talon shouted. The group quickly summoned their soul power to fend off the encroaching toxins. Behold my icebreaker slash, Shan Chuan exclaimed as he charged toward the poison mist spider emperor with sword in hand. The beast's 8 elongated legs, resembling sharp spears, relentlessly thrust toward them. This creature is exceedingly troublesome, remarked the newly introduced character, a Chong. Stay calm. We shall wait for the opportune moment to strike its underbelly, Shan Chuan commanded. After an intense battle, they finally discovered a flaw in the poison mist spider emperor's defenses and succeeded in vanquishing it. The mountains began to absorb the soul ring of the poison mist spider king, powerful energy surging through his body. Shan Chuan, you must endure, Ling Xue anxiously guarded by his side. Upon successful absorption, Shan Chuan's strength ascended to new heights. They pressed onward and arrived at an ancient castle, enveloped in a sinister atmosphere, as if concealing countless secrets. This castle feels quite strange, Ah Chang remarked. Caution is paramount. There may be danger, Shan Chuan warned. Just then, a 15,000-year-old shadow dragon soared out from the depths of the castle, unfurling its enormous wings and unleashing a tempest. This dragon is formidable, Talon exclaimed. Fear not, we shall face it together, Shan Chuan shouted. The shadow dragon exhaled black flames, prompting the group to swiftly evade, disperse, and attack. Do not allow it to concentrate its defenses, Shan Chuan commanded. Through their collective efforts, the shadow dragon gradually found itself at a disadvantage. Ultimately, Shan Chuan pierced the dragon's vital spot with a single strike, vanquishing it. After absorbing the soul ring of the shadow dragon, Shan Chuan felt an unprecedented surge of power. Where shall we go next? Ling Xue inquired. I have heard tales of a mysterious relic hidden within the mystic mountains. Let us investigate, Shan Chuan replied. Upon reaching the relic within the mystic mountains, they discovered it was occupied by the Soul Palace. What schemes are those Soul Palace scoundrels up to now? Talon fumed. Regardless of their intentions, we cannot allow them to succeed, Shan Chuan asserted. A fierce battle erupted, with the Soul Palace members employing various bizarre skills. Everyone, be cautious, Shan Chuan shouted. Gradually, through their perseverance, Shan Chuan and his companions gained the upper hand, repelling the Soul Palace members. Upon entering the relic, they encountered a 200,000-year-old Thunder Kirin, crackling with electricity and exuding majesty. This will be a fierce battle, Shan Chuan inhaled deeply. The Thunder Kirin's electrical abilities were immensely powerful, leaving the group exhausted. We must not give up. We must conquer it, Ling Xue cried. After a grueling struggle, they finally uncovered the Thunder Kirin's weakness and successfully defeated it. Mountains and rivers have absorbed the soul ring of the Thunder Kirin. And at this moment, the deity of the Douluo Continent reappears. Children, your performance has greatly pleased me, the deity proclaims. We are grateful for your guidance, replies Mountains. Their adventure continues, with numerous challenges awaiting them in the future. In the vast realm of the Douluo Continent, Mountains embarks on a thrilling journey alongside his companions, delving deep into the enigmatic mountains for an exhilarating adventure. Shan Chuan possesses a unique martial spirit, the blazing sword, whose skill, Sunfire Slash, can unleash searing flames, enveloping adversaries in an instant in an intense heat. His companions are equally formidable. Ling Xue wields the Frost Staff, her skill, Ice Spike, capable of launching piercing ice projectiles with formidable penetrating power. Talon, on the other hand, brandishes the Titan Hammer, and his skill, Mount Tai's Weight, delivers a devastating blow to enemies with tremendous force. At that moment, a soul beast of 100,000 years, the Purple Flame Lion King, emerged before them. This beast, colossal in stature, bore a mane resembling burning purple flames, and its eyes glimmered with a menacing light. Its skill, Purple Flame Roar, could expel high-temperature flames, turning all it touched to scorched earth. "Everyone, be cautious," Shan Chuan shouted, his blazing sword radiating brilliance. "Understood, Shan Chuan," Ling Xue replied, simultaneously wielding her Frost Staff to cast Ice Spike, attempting to hinder the movement of the Purple Flame Lion King. Talon bellowed, "Witness my might, Mount Tai's Weight," as he charged towards the beast with the Titan Hammer. However, the power of the Purple Flame Lion King far exceeded their expectations. It effortlessly evaded their attacks and unleashed Purple Flame Roar, engulfing the surroundings in a tempest of flames. In the depths of his heart, Mountain River pondered, "I cannot retreat. I must conquer it." Amidst the fierce battle, he discerned the weakness of the Purple Flame Lion King lay in its abdomen. He shouted with fervor, "Strike at its abdomen." Upon hearing his command, his comrades unleashed their most formidable skills, directing their attacks toward the Lion King's vulnerable underbelly. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the Purple Flame Lion King. Mountain River prepared to absorb its soul ring, when suddenly a mysterious force enveloped him, causing the soul ring's light to flicker erratically. "The power of this soul ring is astonishing," Mountain River murmured to himself. Just then, an ominous presence emerged from the Soul Palace. The leader of this malevolent group was known as Shadow, whose martial spirit was the Dark Claw, and his skill, Shadowbind, had the capacity to restrain his foe's movements. With a chilling sneer, Shadow declared, "This soul ring belongs to the Soul Palace. You shall not lay claim to it." The mountains and rivers glared fiercely. "The villains of the Soul Palace shall not seize our hard-earned achievements." Both sides found themselves in a stalemate, the atmosphere thick with tension. Suddenly, Ling Xue exclaimed, "Shan Chuan, pay them no heed. Focus on absorbing the soul ring first." Shan Chuan gritted his teeth and commenced the absorption of the soul ring. During this arduous process, he endured immense agony, yet he persevered, bolstered by his indomitable will. Upon successful absorption, Shan Chuan experienced a significant enhancement in his prowess. Rising to his feet, he declared to his comrades, "Let us unite to vanquish these minions of the Spirit Hall." The battle reignited, with both sides entangled in a fierce struggle. Just as the tides of conflict turned unfavorably for Shan Chuan and his allies, he unexpectedly comprehended a new skill, Blazing Storm. A formidable surge of fiery energy erupted, instantly reversing the fortunes of the skirmish. Ultimately, they triumphed, driving back the forces of the Spirit Hall. "That was truly perilous," gasped Talon, panting heavily. Mountain River gazed at his companions, his heart brimming with gratitude and resolve. "As long as we stand united, no obstacle is insurmountable." They pressed onward through the enigmatic mountains, aware that further challenges awaited them ahead. In the fantastical forest, Mountain River and his team encountered a ghostly venomous python, a soul beast of an astonishingly ancient 15,000 years. This colossal creature shimmered with an eerie luminescence across its scales, and its venomous spray could incapacitate an individual in an instant. Mountains and rivers, along with their companions, remained vigilant, meticulously navigating the perilous situation. "Everyone, be cautious of its venom," Mountainous River urged. Ling Xue, while casting her spells, responded, "I understand, Mountainous River." During the skirmish, Mountainous River observed the swift agility of the nether poison python, making it exceedingly difficult for their strikes to land. "This approach is unsustainable. We must devise a strategy," he thought anxiously. At that moment, Talon discerned a flaw in the nether poison python's defenses. "Mountainous River, aim for its vulnerable spot," Talon shouted. With unwavering resolve, Shan Chuan unleashed the fiery sun slash, successfully striking the vital point of the ethereal venomous python. After a fierce battle, they ultimately triumphed over the serpent. Throughout their perilous journey, The bond between Shan Chuan and Ling Xue gradually deepened. During a moment of respite, Shan Chuan gazed at Ling Xue and softly declared, "Ling Xue, once all of this concludes, I yearn to share a tranquil life with you." Ling Xue, blushing, lowered her head and replied, "Yes, I would be delighted." Yet unbeknownst to them, an even greater crisis was silently approaching. Behind them, a mysterious organization was clandestinely orchestrating a sinister plot, led by a figure endowed with an extraordinarily potent and enigmatic martial soul and skills. Their adventure continued, with the future brimming with uncertainty and challenges. After triumphing over the abyssal venom serpent, Mountain and his companions continued their exploration of the enchanted forest. At this moment, they stumbled upon a mysterious ruin concealed deep within the woods. The fiery sword spirit of Shan Chuan radiated a blazing light, and his sunfire/skill enveloped adversaries in searing heat and flames in an instant, akin to a scorching sun. With a flick of her ice soul staff, Ling Xue unleashed her ice spike skill, sending icy projectiles imbued with a biting chill hurtling toward their target. Each swing of Talon's mighty hammer resonated with the force of a mountain, capable of shaking the very earth beneath their feet. This ruin appears to be quite formidable. Let us proceed with caution, Shan Chuan stated prudently. Indeed, we remain unaware of the dangers that lie within, Ling Xue concurred. They ventured cautiously into the ruins, where an ancient and mysterious aura enveloped them. Suddenly, a 12,000-year-old phantom unicorn materialized before them. This ethereal creature could shift between the tangible and the intangible, and its skill, Phantom Charge, rendered it elusive. Everyone, be vigilant of its movements, Shan Chuan warned loudly. Talon, without hesitation, surged forward, declaring, "I shall intercept it." However, the phantom unicorn's speed was astonishingly swift, causing Talon to miss his target entirely. Amidst the tumultuous landscape, the urgency within Shan Chuan surged. We must not allow this to disrupt our rhythm. In the throes of fierce combat, Ling Xue discerned the unicorn's vulnerability and shouted, "Strike its horn." After a fierce struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the phantasmal unicorn. Shan Chuan commenced the absorption of the soul ring, its radiance enveloping him. The essence of this soul ring seemed remarkably extraordinary, Shan Chuan pondered inwardly. At that moment, the forces of the Soul Palace re-emerged. This time, the leading antagonist was Blood Shadow, whose martial spirit was the Blood Demon Blade. His skill, Blood Blade Storm, unleashed countless bloody blades, wielding immense lethality. Blood Shadow grinned malevolently and declared, "This soul ring is mine." The mountains roared defiantly, not a chance. An intense battle ensued, with the formidable strength of Blood Shadow overwhelming them, gradually plunging Shan Chuan and his companions into dire straits. Were they truly destined to meet their end here today? Talon gasped, his breath heavy with exertion. Shan Chuan gritted his teeth, resolute in his determination not to yield until the final moment. In this critical juncture, he suddenly unleashed an overwhelming surge of power, mastering a new skill, the Flame Shield, which successfully thwarted the lethal strike from Blood Shadow. The tide of battle shifted in an instant, and seizing the opportunity, Shan Chuan and his companions launched a counterattack, ultimately driving back Blood Shadow. It was indeed a harrowing experience, Ling Xue remarked, still haunted by the ordeal. Mountains and rivers gazed at their comrades, resolutely declaring, "As long as we stand united, no obstacle is insurmountable." They departed from the ruins and ventured into the enigmatic mountain range. Within the mountains, a colossal thunder ape, aged 150,000 years, obstructed their path. The beast crackled with electricity, its thunderous strikes capable of unleashing formidable bursts of lightning instantaneously. "Exercise utmost caution," Mountain exclaimed. The battle was fiercely intense, with each of the giants' assaults exhibiting staggering power. "This creature is overwhelmingly powerful," Talon admitted, struggling to withstand its might. Inner monologue of Shan Chuan, "We must conquer it, for the sake of our aspirations." At a pivotal moment, Shan Chuan discerned the giant ape's sensitivity to sound, and by creating disturbances, they successfully found an opportunity to vanquish the creature. After absorbing the soul ring, Shan Chuan and his companions pressed onward. Along their journey, they encountered a mysterious elder, who imparted a profound saying. In the depths of darkness lies a power capable of overturning everything. This foreshadowed the forthcoming events. In a tranquil valley, they faced a 200,000-year-old dark phoenix. The phoenix unfurled its immense wings, flames of black engulfing all in their vicinity. Its skill, Dark Nirvana, allowed it to resurrect when nearing death. "What shall we do?" Ling Xue's expression betrayed her concern. With unwavering determination, the mountains and rivers declared, "Do not fear. We shall surely find a way." Throughout the course of their struggle, they faced numerous challenges yet never wavered in their resolve. Ultimately, after a grueling battle, they uncovered the fatal weakness of the Dark Phoenix and triumphed over it. The adventures of Shan Chuan and his companions continue, with a myriad of challenges and unknowns awaiting them in the future. The journey beyond the Douluo realm. After vanquishing the Dark Phoenix, Shan Chuan and his companions continued their adventures on the Douluo Continent. At this moment, they ventured deeper into the enigmatic mountains. The fiery spirit of the mountains, wielding the flame blade, radiated an intense blaze. His skill, the solar eruption flame slash, could unleash a formidable wave of fire, incinerating all that stood in its path. Lingxue, with her frost soul staff, emanated an aura of chilling cold. Her skill, the frost soul celestial spike, summoned countless sharp icicles to deliver a lethal strike to her foes. Talon's heavy god hammer was immensely weighty, capable of unleashing seismic power with its earthquake strike. "This place feels ominous. We must remain vigilant," Mountain River cautioned. "Indeed. One cannot predict the dangers that await us," Lingxue responded. Suddenly, a soul-eating demon wolf, aged 18,000 years, materialized before them. Its eyes glimmered with a sinister light, and its skill, the soul-eating mirage, could create numerous doppelgangers, making it difficult to discern the real from the illusion. "Beware of its doppelgangers," Mountain River shouted urgently. With determination, Talon swung his heavy god hammer and charged forward, exclaiming, "Watch me smash these illusions." However, the wolf's speed was astonishing, effortlessly evading Talon's assault and lunging toward Lingxue. Mountains and rivers burned with urgency. "Lingxue, be cautious." In the heat of fierce combat, Shan Chuan discerned that the demon wolf would experience a brief pause after utilizing its skills. "Seize the opportunity and strike," Shan Chuan commanded. After a grueling struggle, they finally triumphed over the soul-eating demon wolf. As Shan Chuan prepared to absorb the soul ring, an enigmatic force suddenly manifested, disrupting his absorption process. "What is happening?" Shan Chuan pondered in confusion. It turned out that a master from the spirit hall was secretly orchestrating mischief. The antagonist this time was Lung Shuang, whose martial spirit was the frost demon sword, with the ability known as Frosty Ice Slash that could instantaneously freeze everything in its vicinity. Lung Shuang coldly declared, "This soul ring belongs to me. You shall not lay a finger on it." The mountains and rivers glared at him. The souls of the temple are always so despicable. A fierce battle ensued, with Lung Shuang displaying formidable strength, leaving Shan Chuan and his companions in a dire predicament. "Are we truly destined for defeat?" Talon cried out in frustration. Shan Chuan's inner monologue echoed resolutely, "No, I cannot let my teammates down. There must be a way to triumph over him." At that moment, Shan Chuan's martial soul underwent a remarkable transformation, the flames intensifying in their fervor as he comprehended a new skill, the fiery cataclysm. With this formidable ability, the tide of battle shifted, and Shan Chuan and his companions gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, they succeeded in repelling Lung Shuang, allowing Shan Chuan to absorb the soul ring with ease. "That was truly exhilarating," Lingxue exclaimed, patting her chest. As Shan Chuan gazed at his companions, he resolutely declared, "As long as we do not surrender, nothing can impede our progress." They continued their journey and soon arrived at an ancient castle. An eerie atmosphere pervaded the castle, seemingly concealing immense secrets. "This castle feels enigmatic. Everyone, tread carefully," Shan Chuan advised. "I wonder what lies within," Tyron mused, gripping his divine hammer tightly. Upon entering the castle, they encountered a dark dragon lizard that had existed for 200,000 years. Its scales shimmered with a haunting darkness, and its ability, Dark Dragon Breath, could corrode anything. "This soul beast is far too powerful," Lingxue exclaimed in alarm. Shan Chuan gritted his teeth and declared, "Do not fear. We shall face this together." Throughout the fierce battle, the dark dragon lizards unleashed relentless assaults, causing them numerous injuries. Continuing in this manner was unsustainable. As Shan Chuan fought, he pondered strategies to turn the tide. Just as despair began to envelop them, he discerned a mechanism within the castle that might aid their struggle. "Talon, activate that mechanism," Shan Chuan commanded. Without hesitation, Talon dashed forward and successfully triggered the device. The mechanism unleashed a formidable force, momentarily suppressing the dark dragon lizards. Seizing the opportunity, the team launched a final assault and ultimately triumphed over the dark dragon lizard. After absorbing the soul ring, they continued their exploration within the castle, where they uncovered a mysterious ancient tome. This volume contains secrets regarding the Douluo Continent, laying the groundwork for their forthcoming adventures. The adventures of Shan Chuan and his companions continue, with countless unknown challenges awaiting them ahead. After leaving the castle, Shan Chuan and his companions ventured deeper into the enchanting forest of Douluo Continent. Towering trees reached for the heavens, while sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating a mosaic of dappled light upon the forest floor. The flames of the mountain river's sword seemed to burn with even greater intensity at this moment. His newfound skill, the solar inferno whirlwind, enveloped the blade in a blazing fire, creating a formidable vortex of flames that boasted immense offensive power and area damage. The frost spirit's icy staff shimmered with a ghostly blue light. Her ice spirit storm skill could summon a bone-chilling blizzard, hindering the movement of her foes. Talon's mighty hammer grew increasingly weighty, as the thunderous might could invoke the power of lightning, amplifying the hammer's strength. This forest exuded an air of mystery. Everyone. Exercise caution, Mountain River cautioned. Understood, Mountain River, Talon replied. Suddenly, a 15,000-year-old greenwood spirit python surged forth from the woods. This serpent was robust, its scales resembling verdant leaves. And its skill, greenwood bind, could swiftly ensnare enemies with unyielding restraint. Danger! Quickly, take cover! Frost Spirit shouted. Mountains and rivers swiftly brandished their swords, unleashing the blazing fiery vortex of the sun, attempting to thwart the onslaught of the spirit python. This adversary is indeed formidable, Tyrone gritted his teeth and remarked. Throughout the battle, the azurewood spirit python relentlessly assaulted them with its body and skills, presenting them with significant challenges. In the depths of his heart, Shan Chuan pondered, one must uncover its vulnerabilities in order to conquer it. At that moment, Ling Shui discerned that the serpent's eyes were its Achilles heel. Shan Chuan, strike out its eyes, Ling Shui exclaimed. Amidst the tumult of battle, Mount River concentrated its strength, launching a decisive strike towards the eyes of the spirit python. After an intense confrontation, they ultimately triumphed over the azurewood spirit python. Mount River commenced the process of absorbing the soul ring, its radiant glow enveloping him. The power of this soul ring was immensely formidable, and Mount River reveled in its potency. At that moment, the forces of the Soul Palace re-emerged. This time, the antagonist was the malevolent Black Sha, wielding the dark martial spirit known as the Shadow Claw, whose skill, Shadow Rend, could instantaneously tear through an enemy's defenses. With a sinister grin, Black Sha proclaimed, "This soul ring belongs to me. None of you shall take it away." Mountains and rivers proclaimed with indignation, "The vile scoundrels of the Soul Palace shall not prevail." A fierce battle ensued, with the formidable might of the Black Fiend gradually overwhelming Shan Chuan and his companions. Was this to be their demise today? Tyrone's heart brimmed with resentment. In the depths of his heart, Shan Chuan contemplated, "No, I cannot allow my companions to fall into peril. I must discover a way to conquer him." At this critical juncture, a forgotten tome he had acquired in the castle resurfaced in his mind, containing the secrets of a mysterious skill. Resolute, Shan Chuan decided to take the risk. He followed the instructions within the tome and unleashed a new technique. The Nine Suns Incineration Art. A formidable flame erupted from within him. The tides of battle shifted instantaneously, leaving the dark fiend, Haisha, astonished by this sudden surge of power. Ultimately, Shan Chuan and his allies succeeded in repelling Haisha. It was indeed a narrow escape, and Ling Xue let out a sigh of relief. As the mountains and rivers observed their comrades, they declared, "As long as we unite our hearts, there exists no adversary we cannot conquer." They pressed onward, arriving at an enigmatic valley shrouded in dense mist, obscuring the path ahead. "This place appears perilous," remarked Talon. "Yet we must not falter," asserted Mountain River with unwavering resolve. Within the valley, they encountered a spectral white tiger, a creature of 200,000 years. The majestic tiger exuded a formidable aura, and its ability, the spectral roar, could cast enemies into a state of fear and chaos. "Proceed with caution," Mountain River shouted. The battle was extraordinarily arduous, as the white tiger's onslaught left them struggling to defend themselves. "What shall we do? It seems we are no match for it," Ling Shui said anxiously. As the mountains and rivers engaged in battle, they simultaneously pondered their strategies. Just when despair was about to envelop them, they discovered a mysterious formation hidden within the valley, which might possess the power to subdue the ethereal white tiger. "Tauron, Ling Xue, join me in activating the formation," shouted the Mountain River. United in purpose, they successfully initiated the formation. Its formidable energy suppressed the ethereal white tiger, allowing them to launch a final assault and ultimately triumph over it. After absorbing the spirit ring, the mountain river and their companions continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent, where even greater challenges awaited them. The unparalleled adventures of Douluo. After defeating the ominous white tiger of the netherworld, Shan Chuan and his companions continued their exploration of the Douluo Continent. They arrived at a mysterious mountain range, where the peaks soared majestically into the clouds, shrouded in mist. The flame sword of the mountains radiates a brilliant glow, and its skill, the fiery slash, unleashes a torrent of scorching sword energy that incinerates all obstacles. The frosty wand of Lingxue emits a chilling light, and its skill, frostbound strike, can conjure massive ice orbs to smash down upon foes. Talon wields the mighty god hammer, which commands respect, and his skill, earth shatter, can trigger cataclysmic fissures in the ground. This mountain appears formidable. We must tread carefully, Mountain River advised cautiously. Indeed, I sense a powerful presence, Lingxue replied, just as they advanced with utmost vigilance. A 17,000-year-old purple-gold mad dragon descended from the heavens. The dragon's massive form glimmered with purple and gold scales, and its skill, Dragon's Wrath, could unleash devastating explosions. Beware of its abilities, Mountain River shouted. Unfazed, Talon charged forward, declaring, watch me confront it. However, with a mere swipe of its claw, the purple-gold mad dragon sent Talon sprawling back. Talon, Lingxue gasped in alarm. Mountains and rivers, aflame with urgency. We cannot allow it to rampage any longer. In the midst of an intense battle, the protagonist discerned that the underbelly of the golden dragon was its Achilles heel. Everyone, concentrate your attacks on its abdomen, he commanded. After a strenuous struggle, they finally seized the opportunity and successfully struck the dragon's vulnerable spot, just as he prepared to absorb the soul ring. A dark-robed envoy from the Soul Palace emerged. With a chilling voice, the envoy proclaimed, "This soul ring belongs to the Soul Palace, and you shall not lay claim to it." The mountains and rivers retaliated fiercely, declaring that the Soul Palace could not seize their achievements. A fierce battle ensued, with the enigmatic skills of the black-robed envoy ensnaring the mountains and rivers in a dire predicament. Could they truly face defeat in such a manner? Talon roared in frustration. Shan Chuan's inner monologue. No, I cannot concede. There must be a way to triumph over him. At that moment, Shan Chuan suddenly felt a mysterious force surging from within. It was the power of the soul ring he had previously absorbed, awakening at this critical juncture. With this newfound power, Shan Chuan unleashed a remarkable skill, the Sunfire Purification Strike, which decisively turned the tide of battle. Ultimately, they succeeded in repelling the dark-robed envoy, and Shan Chuan smoothly absorbed the soul ring. It was an exhilarating experience, Lingxue remarked, still feeling a lingering sense of trepidation. The mountains smiled as they gazed at their companions. As long as we are together, there is no challenge we cannot overcome. They ventured deeper into the mountains and encountered a mysterious cave. The cave emanated an enigmatic aura, leaving them curious about what lay within. We will find out by venturing inside, Talon remarked. Leading the way, mountain streams stepped into the cave. An eerie atmosphere enveloped them, and the walls shimmered with peculiar light. Suddenly, a 20,000-year-old nether phoenix manifested before them. The phoenix unfurled its resplendent wings, and its skill, the nether inferno, unleashed an endless torrent of black flames. This soul beast is incredibly powerful, Lingxue exclaimed in astonishment. The mountains and rivers stood resolutely. Fear not, for we shall confront this together. The battle was exceedingly arduous, with the flames of the nether phoenix making it arduous to approach. What shall we do? Continuing in this manner is not a viable solution, Talon said anxiously. As Shan Chuan engaged in battle, he keenly observed the movements of the nether phoenix. Just as their strength was nearly depleted, Shan Chuan discerned that the point where the phoenix's wings connected was its Achilles heel. Concentrate your attacks on its wings, he commanded. After a final, desperate struggle, they triumphed over the nether phoenix. Upon absorbing the soul ring, Shan Chuan and his companions felt a profound enhancement in their abilities. However, as they exited the cave, they stumbled upon a mysterious symbol, seemingly concealing significant secrets and laying the groundwork for their forthcoming adventures. Their journey continued, with the future brimming with uncertainties and challenges. After leaving the enigmatic cave, Shan Chuan and his companions continued their journey across the Douluo Continent. At this juncture, they arrived at a mysterious sea expanse. At this moment, the fiery sword of the mountains and rivers resembles a blazing sun. His newly acquired skill, Sunfire Sea Slash, can summon a colossal blade of flame, turning everything before him to ashes. Lingshua's ice spirit staff emanates a bone-chilling aura. The ice spirit cold moon break can conjure a frigid moon, inflicting persistent frostbite upon adversaries. Talon wields the mighty hammer with the force of a thunderous tempest. His skill, thunderous wrath of the divine hammer, harnesses the power of lightning, amplifying the potency of his strikes. This sea area appears tumultuous. Everyone, exercise caution, Mountain River cautioned. Understood, Brother Mountain River, Talon replied. Suddenly, a deep-sea leviathan, aged 18,000 years, surged from the abyss. This monstrous creature bore a massive frame, its teeth sharp as blades. Its skill, deep-sea vortex, can create a tremendous whirlpool, ensnaring its foes within. Look out! Quickly evade! Lingshua shouted. The mountains and rivers surged forward without hesitation, unleashing the Sunfire Sea Slash in an attempt to thwart the assault of the Leviathan shark. This creature is exceedingly formidable. Tyrone gritted his teeth and exclaimed. Throughout the battle, the abyssal Leviathan shark relentlessly employed whirlpools and its razor-sharp teeth to assail them, presenting them with considerable challenges. In the depths of his thoughts, Mountain River contemplated the necessity of swiftly identifying its vulnerability. Otherwise, we would all be in peril. At that moment, Lingshua discerned that the eyes of the dragon shark were its Achilles heel. Mountain River, strike at its eyes, Lingshua exclaimed. Mountains and rivers, upon receiving the call, concentrated their strength and launched a lethal strike aimed at the eye of the deep-sea dragon shark. After an intense battle, they ultimately triumphed over the formidable beast. Mountains began to absorb the spirit ring, enveloped in its radiant glow. The power of this spirit ring is extraordinary. I must absorb it, Mountains declared resolutely. At that moment, the sinister figure of the Soul Palace emerged. The dark shadow wielded the martial soul known as the Dark Blood Scythe. With the skill Blood Scythe, Soul Devourer / capable of siphoning the vitality from its foes. This spirit ring belongs to me. You shall not lay a finger on it. The shadow hissed menacingly. The mountains and rivers responded with fury. You vile villains of the Soul Hall shall not seize the soul rings from our grasp. A fierce battle ensued, with the malevolent shadows demonstrating an overwhelmingly formidable power, gradually ensnaring the mountains and rivers in a dire predicament. Would their efforts come to naught today? Tyrone's heart brimmed with resentment. Shan Chuan's inner monologue. No, I cannot allow my teammates' efforts to go in vain. I must conquer him. At this critical juncture, Shan Chuan suddenly comprehended a new skill, the Sacred Flame Barrier, which enveloped him in a formidable shield of fire, repelling the attack from the sinister shadow. The tide of battle shifted in an instant, and seizing the opportunity, Shan Chuan and his companions launched a counteroffensive. Ultimately, they succeeded in driving back the malevolent shadow, and Shan Chuan successfully absorbed the soul ring. This encounter was indeed a matter of life and death. Lingshua let out a sigh of relief. As Shan Chuan gazed at his companions, he spoke with heartfelt emotion. It is thanks to everyone's unity and bravery that we have come this far. They pressed onward, arriving at a mysterious island. The land was replete with an array of peculiar flora and an enigmatic aura. The island exuded an air of mystery, leaving them uncertain of the dangers that lay ahead. Regardless, we must proceed with caution in our exploration, Shan Chuan advised. Deep within the island, they encountered a transcendent crane, believed to be 200,000 years old. The crane possessed an elegant form, yet wielded formidable offensive capabilities. Its ethereal feather strike capable of unleashing a multitude of razor-sharp plumes. Everyone, remain vigilant, Shan Chuan commanded. During the skirmish, the crane's feathered onslaught left them defenseless. What shall we do? It seems exceedingly difficult to approach it, Ling Shua exclaimed anxiously. As the mountains and rivers engaged in battle, they pondered their strategies. Just as despair began to envelop them, they discovered that the ethereal crane was exceptionally sensitive to sound. Let us create a cacophony to disrupt its movements, shouted Shan Chuan. Following his guidance, they successfully interfered with the ethereal crane, seizing the opportunity to attack. After a grueling confrontation, they ultimately triumphed over the ethereal crane. Having absorbed the soul ring, Shan Chuan and his companions continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. Yet, ahead of them lay even greater unknown challenges and enigmatic mysteries waiting to be unraveled. The reverse journey of Douluo. After successfully vanquishing the ethereal crane, Shan Chuan and his companions continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. They ventured into a mysterious desert, where the swirling sands obscured their vision. At this moment, the flame sword of Shan Chuan seems to have been ignited by the scorching heat of the desert. His skill, the sandstorm slash, can summon a searing sandstorm, possessing immense destructive power. The ice phantasm staff of Ling Xue continues to exude a refreshing chill even in this sweltering environment. The ice phantasm quicksand spike can instantly solidify quicksand into sharp ice spikes. Talon's Hercules hammer has grown even heavier. The divine hammer's sand strike can unleash rolling waves of sand with tremendous impact. This desert is treacherous. Everyone, beware of the quicksand, Shan Chuan cautioned. Understood, Ling Xue replied. Suddenly, a 15,000-year-old crimson sand scorpion emerged from the sands. This colossal creature, with a shell as hard as iron, possesses the ability to launch toxic and fiery projectiles with its skill, the scorpion's venomous flame. Beware of its attacks, Talon shouted. The mountains and rivers swiftly wielded their swords, unleashing the flame sandstorm slash in an attempt to thwart the assault of the sand scorpion. This adversary is indeed formidable, Ling Xue remarked. During the battle, the venomous fireballs of the crimson flame sand scorpion posed a significant challenge, plunging everyone into a dire predicament. In his heart, Mountain River contemplated, I cannot remain trapped like this. I must devise a way to break free. At that moment, Talon discerned that the point where the sand scorpion's tail connected was its Achilles heel. Mountain River, strike at its tail, Talon exclaimed. Amidst the tumultuous clash, Shan Chuan concentrated his strength and launched a decisive strike towards the tail of the blazing sand scorpion. After a fierce battle, they ultimately triumphed over the crimson flame sand scorpion. Shan Chuan began to absorb the soul ring, its radiance flickering erratically. The power of this soul ring appeared to be somewhat unstable, he mused inwardly. At that moment, a shadowy emissary from the spirit hall made his appearance. The emissary's martial spirit was the shadow serpent, whose skill, shadow poison mist, could unleash a toxic fog that rendered individuals unconscious. This soul ring belongs to the spirit hall. Do not harbor any delusions of claiming it. The shadowy emissary scoffed. Mountains and rivers glare fiercely. The villains of the Soul Palace shall not succeed in their thievery. A fierce confrontation ensues. As the shadowy emissary's poisonous mist restricts the movements of Shan Chuan and his companions. What shall we do? At this rate, we shall all succumb to the poison. Ling Xue exclaimed anxiously. Shan Chuan's inner monologue. I cannot allow everyone to fall into peril. There must be a way to dispel this poisonous fog. Just as the situation grew increasingly dire, Shan Chuan suddenly sensed a mysterious force surging from within him. It was, in fact, the unique soul ring he had previously absorbed that came into play at this critical moment, aiding him in resisting the toxic haze. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shan Chuan unleashed a new skill, the Sunfire Mist-Cleaving Strike, which decisively turned the tide of battle. Ultimately, they succeeded in repelling the Shadow Envoy, and Shan Chuan successfully absorbed the soul ring. This encounter was truly fraught with peril. Talon let out a long sigh of relief. Mountains and rivers reflected the determination in their eyes as they gazed at their comrades. As long as we do not surrender, nothing can hinder our progress. They advanced further and arrived at a mysterious snow-capped mountain. It is exceedingly cold here, Ling Xue remarked, unable to suppress a shiver. Be cautious. Powerful soul beasts may be lurking in these depths, reminded Shan Chuan. Deep within the snow-covered mountain, they encountered a colossal ice-fueled giant bear, aged 200,000 years. The bear was enveloped in a thick layer of ice, and its skill, Ice-Field Avalanche, had the potential to trigger a massive avalanche. Everyone scatter, Shan Chuan shouted. Throughout the skirmish, the formidable strength of the ice-field giant bear and the looming threat of avalanches left them struggling to cope. This approach is unsustainable. We must devise a strategy, suggested Tai Long. As the mountains engaged in battle, they keenly observed the movements of the colossal ice bear. Just when their strength was nearly exhausted, they discerned that the bear's paw was its Achilles heel. Focus your attacks on its paw, cried Mount. After a final, valiant effort, they triumphed over the ice bear. Upon absorbing the soul ring, Mount and his companions felt an enhancement in their powers. However, as they departed from the snow-capped peaks, they stumbled upon a mysterious insignia that seemed to hint at a greater secret, laying the groundwork for their future adventures. Their journey continued, shrouded in uncertainty and fraught with challenges yet to come. After departing from the snow-capped mountains, Shan Chuan and his companions arrived at a mysterious swamp. The air was thick with a pungent odor, and the ground was treacherously slippery. The flame sword of Shan Chuan flickered with an eerie luminescence, as his newly comprehended skill, the infernal swamp incineration technique, enabled him to instantaneously evaporate the surrounding marshlands, transforming them into scalding steam. The ice spirit's frost staff radiated a spectral blue light. The icebound swamp technique could swiftly freeze the marsh, providing solid ground for the group. Tyrone's mighty hammer of the gods swung with the force of thunder. The divine hammer's swamp shatter capable of fracturing the surrounding mire and forging a path forward. Be cautious of your footing, do not get ensnared. Shan Chuan cautioned. Understood. Big brother Shan Chuan, Tyrone replied. Just then, a serpent of the toxic swamp, aged 18,000 years, erupted from the depths of the mire. This colossal serpent was immense. Its body adorned with patterns that shimmered with an uncanny glow. Its ability, Toxic Swamp Devour, could conjure a massive whirlpool, drawing enemies into its depths. This is not good. Quickly, take cover, Ling Xue shouted. The mountains and rivers exhibited no fear, boldly advancing forth to unleash the Inferno Swamp incantation, endeavoring to thwart the onslaught of the colossal python. This creature is formidable indeed, Tyrone gritted his teeth and proclaimed. Throughout the battle, the venomous swamp python relentlessly harnessed the treacherous marshland and its own toxic venom to assail them, presenting immense challenges to all involved. In the depths of his heart, Mountain River pondered, I must swiftly uncover its weakness, lest we all fall into peril. Just as everyone struggled to hold on, Ling Xue discovered that the serpent's vulnerability lay at its 7-inch mark. Mountain River, strike at its 7-inch. Ling Xue exclaimed. Mountains and rivers, upon hearing the call, concentrated their strength and launched a fatal strike at the 7 inches of the colossal serpent. After an intense battle, they ultimately triumphed over the venomous marsh giant python. Mountains began to absorb the soul ring, its brilliance enveloping him. The power of the soul ring was formidable. I must successfully absorb it, Mountains silently vowed. At that moment, the Black Wind Guardian of the Soul Hall appeared. The Guardian's martial spirit was the Dark Storm Blade, and his skill, the Black Wind Soul Devouring Slash, could unleash a powerful dark tempest, devouring the souls of his enemies. This soul ring belongs to the Soul Hall. You insignificant insects shall not lay a finger on it. The Black Wind Guardian bellowed. Mountains and rivers glare fiercely. Vile thieves of the Soul Palace, you shall not seize our hard-earned achievements. A fierce battle ensued, with the Black Wind Guardian exhibiting formidable strength, gradually driving Shan Chuan and his companions into a dire predicament. Is this where we meet our demise? Despair enveloped Tyrant's heart. Shan Chuan's inner monologue echoed with determination. No, I cannot surrender. We still have an unfinished mission. In that critical moment, Shan Chuan's martial soul underwent a remarkable transformation, his flames becoming more ferocious than ever. He unleashed an unprecedented skill, the fiery frenzy technique, which instantaneously turned the tide of battle. Ultimately, they succeeded in repelling the Black Wind Guardian, and Shan Chuan successfully absorbed the soul ring. It was indeed a harrowing experience. Ling Xue exhaled in relief, her eyes filled with gratitude for having survived the ordeal. Shan Chuan gazed at his companions, his eyes brimming with determination. As long as we stand united, nothing can hinder our forward march. They pressed on, entering a mysterious forest. Towering trees loomed overhead, their branches intertwining, casting shadows that obscured the sunlight. The atmosphere felt foreboding, leaving them to wonder what lay within. Talon spoke nervously, voicing his unease. Regardless of what awaits us, we must confront it with courage, Shan Chuan encouraged. Deep within the forest, they encountered a phantom kitsune, an ethereal creature steeped in 200,000 years of legend. This fox could shift its form in an instant, wielding the mesmerizing illusion spell that ensnared minds in delusion. Everyone, remain vigilant. Do not succumb to its illusions, Shan Chuan warned loudly. Amid the chaos of battle, the kitsune's enchantments threw the group into disarray, rendering their attacks aimless. What shall we do? We cannot strike it at all, Ling Xue exclaimed in distress. As the mountains and rivers endeavored to resist the influence of the illusions, they pondered strategies to counteract them. Just when they were on the verge of being defeated by the enchanting fox, a sudden realization struck the mountains and rivers. Each time the fox employed its illusionary magic, its eyes would emit a distinctive glimmer. Focus your attacks on its eyes, the mountains and rivers commanded. Heeding this directive, the group engaged in a grueling battle, ultimately triumphing over the phantom fox. After absorbing the soul ring, they continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. However, ahead of them lay even greater unknown perils and enigmatic mysteries awaiting their unraveling. The legendary journey of Douluo. After defeating the phantom demon fox, Shan Chuan and his companions continued their exploration of the Douluo Continent. At this moment, they arrived at a mysterious and perilous mountain range. The fiery sword of the mountains radiates an intense heat, wielding the recently mastered skill, the Sunfire Sky Cleave, which unleashes a scorching and razor-sharp sword energy, seemingly capable of rending the very sky asunder. The Ice Spirit's Frost Staff glimmers with a chilling luminescence, and the Frost Flower Dance can summon countless ice blossoms. As beautiful as snowflakes, yet lethally potent, Talon's mighty god hammer embodies immense strength, and the divine hammer quake can provoke tremors that shake the earth itself. This mountain range appears fraught with peril. We must all proceed with caution, Mountain Stream solemnly declared. Fear not, Mountain Stream, we shall not be reckless, Ice Spirit replied. They tread cautiously through the mountains when, suddenly, a 200,000-year-old dark flame lion lunged from the shadows. Enveloped in black flames, its eyes glinted with ferocity and its skill. Dark flame eruption could unleash a tremendous explosive force in an instant. Beware, Mountain Stream shouted, leading the charge. Sunfire Sky Cleave. Mountain Stream unleashed his formidable skill, engaging in a fierce clash with the dark flame lion. This beast is overwhelmingly powerful. Talon gritted his teeth, wielding the god hammer to assist Mountain Stream. During the battle, the overwhelming strength of the dark flame lion intensified the pressure felt by all. In the depths of his thoughts, Mountain River pondered, I must swiftly uncover its flaw, or victory will elude us. At that moment, Ling Shui discerned that the dark flame lion experienced a brief pause after unleashing its dark flame eruption. Mountain River, attack while it is momentarily halted, Ling Shui exclaimed. Seizing the opportunity, the group concentrated their firepower on the dark flame lion. After a grueling battle, they ultimately triumphed over the formidable beast. Mountain River prepared to absorb the soul ring, an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from it. The power of this soul ring was truly terrifying. Taking a deep breath, Mountain River endeavored to withstand the immense weight of its force. Just then, the Blood Demon Hall Master from the Spirit Hall made his appearance. This soul ring belongs to my Spirit Hall. You shall not have it, the Blood Demon Hall Master declared with fierce intent. The mountains and rivers glared at him, expressing their disdain. The Soul Hall has always been so shameless. This soul ring was obtained through our perilous struggle. The Lord of Blood Demon let out a cold laugh. In this Douluo Continent, strength reigns supreme. You insignificant insects are utterly unworthy of possession. A fierce confrontation ensued, with the Lord of Blood Demon displaying immense power, leaving Shan Chuan and his companions in dire straits. Were they truly destined to fail after all their efforts? Talon roared in indignation. In the profound monologue of Shan Chuan, he resolutely declared, No, I shall not allow the efforts of all to be in vain. Even if there exists but a glimmer of hope, I shall fight until the very end. At this critical juncture, the resonance between Shan Chuan's martial spirit and his indomitable will unleashed a formidable power. He executed the unprecedented ultimate technique, the Nine Suns Burning Heaven technique, which instantaneously turned the tide of battle. Ultimately, they succeeded in repelling the Blood Demon Hall Master, and Shan Chuan successfully absorbed the soul ring. This encounter was indeed perilous. Ling Shui patted her chest, still haunted by the lingering dread. Shan Chuan gazed at his companions, his eyes brimming with